The young girl carefully crept along the empty corridor of the estate, afraid to even take another breath. Just so she wouldn't be heard and caught, she had to behave as quietly as possible. The heroine had purple eyes and long brown hair. She covered her mouth with her hand and her cheeks flushed. Behind the door in the room sat a charming little boy, turning the pages of a book with his chubby little hands. How adorable! The girl was bursting with affection and wanted to inhale the scent of his hair and squeeze those soft cheeks. But you can't behave so tactlessly. You need to keep your impulses to yourself. Containing her delight, she quickly entered the room of a boy named Elliot, and he clearly did not expect to see her at all. The child instantly jumped up, frightened and wary, his eyes wide open and cold sweat running down his face. How terribly she had treated him before, if the little one was so afraid. My heart sank with pity. "Elliot, maybe we should go for a walk with Mom," she suggested, because she really wanted to walk with the boy and spend time with him. But there was no joy on his face. Quite the opposite. Elliot was in a panic and desperately looked for salvation. Tears glistened in the corners of his large eyes. The boy began to shake and backed away. Poor child. He lowered his head in resignation, as if he had done something wrong again, and his small body trembled with horror. Salty tears stung Elliot's cheeks as if he promised to fix everything he had done, just to make amends. His mother froze in confusion. Her eyes filled with silent shock. She even threw up her hands, not understanding why the child was crying and reacting this way. If Elliot is not guilty of anything, then why is he begging not to scare him like that? The girl could not understand what she had done wrong. She stepped closer to comfort him and explain that he was in no danger, but Elliot suddenly let out a piercing squeal. He was overcome with nervous hysteria, and the girl could not stop it. Although she had not touched him with a finger, so what was wrong with him? The father came running to the screams and picked up the boy in his arms. "Hush, hush, Dad is nearby, everything is fine." Here he is, the typical hero of a romance novel, a perfect face and body, a captivating gaze, and indestructible charisma. A young man of incredible beauty stood before her, and she involuntarily gasped, as if he had been torn from the pages of a fairy tale. It's impossible to get used to such a face. Elliot's beauty seems to be the result of impeccable genes. He looks so much like his father. The dazzling young man hugged his son tightly. Now everything is fine, at least the father treats the child carefully. And then he cast a furious glance at Elliot's mother, his eyes filled with steel and resentment for her son. The girl seemed to hear the same words again. "He irritates me, doesn't he?" And backing away, she felt his anger literally crushing the air. Even if the child is annoying, why can't she have at least a drop of warmth after all? He is her own son. What a cruel injustice, because in fact the girl adored this little one and loved him with all her soul, unlike the character. Is it her fault that she ended up in this particular body? She herself is disgusted by this heroine, but she has no choice. She would like to explain everything to Elliot's father, but would he believe it? The young man had already carried the baby out of the room. Why, of all the options, did she end up with this damned body? Why did she become that terrible mother-in-law? One day she opened her eyes and realized she was in the body of the vile mother-in-law from the novel she had read the day before. And by this time, this woman's husband and son had already managed to accumulate mountains of hatred towards her, and quite deservedly so. What should the poor girl do now, who herself hated this nasty mother-in-law while reading the novel? She could try to mend her relationship with her charming son, but the attempt failed, and she didn't even have the courage to make peace with her husband. If she was destined to be here, why wasn't she thrown into this body before the wedding? Now everyone hates her. And what to do about it? She herself would not have believed a single word from such a mother-in-law, especially about sudden love and mercy for the family. And why did this mother-in-law even live like that? Her name was Aranel, and she hated her own little son and barely tolerated her husband. Aranel von Valois is that same terrible mother-in-law from the love fantasy Lily in Your Arms. She was born into the aristocratic house of the Marquise of Saxe and was the embodiment of arrogance, considering herself the main decoration of society. She had no regard for anyone of lower rank and spoke only to those who were her equals. Her pathetic arrogance angered many, among them Baron von Valois, Aranel's husband, and Elliot's father. Baron didn't understand why commoners should be humiliated, but to his wife they were just plebeians and expendable. As soon as he became indignant, he heard in response, "What? Do you treat shoes and furniture the same way as people?" These words stunned him again and again. Baron's wife was saved only by her last name. Without it, she would have been nothing, an empty piece of trash. Over time, Aranel bore Baron a son, the beautiful and charming Elliot. Baron resisted for a long time and did not understand why his wife was so obsessed with sharing the same bed with him. But everything was simple. This vile wife needed a child to become the full-fledged mistress of the Von Valois house. Every action she took in the novel made one want to wish her the most painful things, because Elliot grew up without maternal love, in an icy atmosphere of contempt. He reached out to his parents, loved them, and this only fueled his mother's rage about why this child was constantly clinging to her. And, remembering the original story of this vile woman, the girl understood why Elliot was so afraid of her now. Further along the plot, Elliot grows up, becomes the main character, brings his fiancée Doriana into the house, and Aranel, now in the role of mother-in-law, begins to bully and humiliate the girl. She will do so much evil that she will be expelled from the Valois clan, but even after that she will continue to persecute and almost bring her daughter-in-law to death. In the end, the enraged Von Valois family executes this scumbag for all his rotten deeds. After the execution, the Valois family will finally breathe a sigh of relief and live peacefully, and Elliot and his bride will be strengthened in their feelings. And everyone will live happily ever after. But now it turns out that the girl will either be executed in her mother-in-law's body or crushed by the family's hatred. This cannot be allowed to happen. It is enough to simply not commit all those atrocities. Then she will remain alive, especially since Elliot and Doriana were her favorite couple. She didn't want her favorites to hate her, but Elliot was already 7, which meant he had been building up his disgust towards her for 7 years. Only Dorian remained. According to the plot, Baron and Elliot will begin to take care of her. Perhaps it is worth pulling the girl over to their side. After all, at the beginning of the novel, the terrible mother-in-law doesn't even know Doriana yet, but soon she will become part of their family. And if in 10 years Doriana stands up for Aranel in front of her father and son, considering her not so bad, this could save her life. In addition, you will be able to accumulate karma points through the main character and gradually improve the family's attitude towards this vile character. Here it is, a brilliant idea to avoid execution and gradually establish contact with the House of Valois. Doriana, just wait a little longer, she said mentally. Your future mother-in-law is already on her way to you to become the best guardian in the world. Thus, the girl in the body of her terrible mother-in-law took the first step towards salvation from imminent death. A huge building towered before her. The current Aranel didn't expect such a scale. Yes, it was impressive. It was the Rondini orphanage where poor Dorian was sent, where the girl was constantly subjected to violence. The lovely little girl was the only daughter of the Duke Everett clan, not the most influential, but an ancient and respected family. However, a terrible catastrophe left her an orphan. An accident took her parents away from her, and she was given under the guardianship of a distant relative, Baron Rondini. This vile man had been developing an inferiority complex towards her parents for years, and that is why he hated the girl. The only thing that kept him close was the Everett inheritance, but the plans were ruined. Baron, a close friend of Doriana's father, protected the property. And then the poison of envy, jealousy, and the Baron and Baroness Rondini's own worthlessness was poured onto the child through beatings and humiliation. And when Doriana asked to be released into the house of the Von Valois, the Rondinis immediately locked her in an orphanage to crush her only chance for happiness. Even knowing about the close connection between the Everetts and the Valois, even when Doriana and Elliot's relationship approached marriage, these freaks continued to persecute. How dare they treat Rondini's future daughter-in-law like this? They will be very surprised by what Aranel will do now. At the gates of the shelter, she was met by a frightened, dirty girl covered in bruises and abrasions, who quietly asked who the guest was. The child looked exhausted and hungry, but even this could not hide her true beauty. Emerald eyes like young shoots, golden curls, the girl was angelically beautiful and asked what business the lady had arrived for. Doriana was definitely standing in front of Aranel. Her heart beat faster. How sweet she was, how could she be so beautiful? It was as if an angel had descended from heaven. Where were the wings? Dorian must have hidden them behind her back. You need to pull yourself together immediately. The little one is already starting to get scared. Yes, she is exactly like in the novel, but it's better to check. Aranel put on a warm smile and asked if this wonderful girl knew if there was a child named Doriana Everett at the orphanage. Emerald eyes opened even wider. Did the guest really call her name? Dorian quietly admitted that it was her. Of course, such a bright child could only be the main character. The girl almost burst into tears with emotion. Before this, she thought that her son was the sweetest in the world, but her future daughter-in-law turned out to be even sweeter. She urgently needed to return to common sense. She even forgot for a second why she came and thought that the Baron or Baroness was now in the shelter. Aranel introduced herself as being very pleased to meet Doriana Everett. The girl's eyes widened and she clarified that the guest was talking about the director of the Rondini orphanage. The little girl called her guardian the director. Of course, Baroness Rondini really was in charge of the orphanage. But Doriana is her relative and the girl talks about her as if she were an ordinary orphan, one of everyone. What kind of attitude do these parasites have towards the child? It's painful to look at Dorian without bitterness in the chest. Well, Lady Aranel has a long conversation ahead of her with the Baroness, and she really does need a director, and the little one will help her. Doriana didn't even dare to think that such a magnificent lady could adopt a handicapped child like her. Of course, the guest didn't come to adopt the girl. Doriana nervously fiddled with her fingers, not understanding what she was saying. Since the lady is not going to take her, it means the guest is probably from another shelter. And so Doriana asked, almost begged, not to be taken from the Rondini shelter. What was she even talking about, poor little thing? The charming girl doesn't understand anything. Well, how lovely she is. She will be surprised when she finds out that Aranel came specifically for her. Doriana burst into tears and lowered her head. She assured that she would disappoint her mistress. She works poorly, eats a lot, moves too slowly. This wonderful girl was taught that she was worthless, a burden, and that her normal needs were insolence and whims. She was afraid to even say that she was hungry or tired, not to mention the feelings, fears, and pain inside. The little main character was sure that no one needed someone like her, and no one would ever come for her. She broke into a trembling whisper. If Lady Aranel takes her, she will have to spend a lot of money on food. What was this sweet child so afraid of? Why was her voice trembling so much? Where was all this anxiety coming from? Aranel felt the traces of her vile guardians all too clearly.
Doriana, sobbing, obediently lowered her head. Well, Madam Director just said so, which was to be expected. Director Rondini said that all other orphanages are a living hell for disabled children like Doriana. Her vile relative assured that there was simply no better place for the orphaned Everett. The shelter was the only place where she would be tolerated. The little girl was told that children who do bad work there are slapped in the face, and those who don't obey are put under arrest for a week. At least this shelter accepted such a lazy girl. But in other shelters, Doriana would have been beaten every day because the degenerates are unfortunate. What the hell did these creatures say to the little girl? What kind of orphanage even dares to treat babies like this? The flames of anger erupted from the girl. And these terrible, dirty, and worn clothes on the baby? There are some wounds and bruises all over her body and even her face. These freaks need to be deprived of the right to contact children. Who would have thought that such hellish shelters still exist, poor wards of Rondini? What is going on behind these walls? The girl clenched her fists with unbridled anger. But the baby is a relative of these two degenerates. What then happens here with ordinary orphans? To begin with, the future mother-in-law would like to make it clear that Aranel has nothing to do with the other shelter. The little girl's face showed open shock and genuine amazement. Isn't it true? These are the bastards. But then why did the beautiful lady need Doriana? And why does the girl need to meet with Director Rondini? Poor, charming little girl. She willingly and submissively accepts violence and terrible treatment. She needs to be rescued urgently. After all, as soon as Doriana gets out of here, she will meet people who will love her. Here she thought that cruelty was normal towards her. The heroine visited the nasty Rondini shelter to take the baby home, by the way. She has not yet introduced herself. The terrible mother-in-law reached out with her hand to the head of the little heroine. She so wanted to envelop this girl in warmth and light and quickly pull her out of this darkness. And now the beautiful mademoiselle strokes the golden hair of the most terrible orphan. Doriana was stunned by such a pleasant touch. Previously, other adults only beat the girl with their hands. She did not know that with the help of them, she could also convey affection. Doriana immediately blushed, not expecting such an impulse from her guest. The girl had such a warm hand, a certain happy feeling penetrated her heart. How nice it was when they stroked her hair. So the beautiful lady's name is Aranelle von Valois. The baby will forever remember this name. Doriana was already happily putting her head under the young lady's arm, smiling furtively at what a beautiful name her guest had. Then the emerald eyes of the little angel flashed, just a minute, what the guest had just said. The one-of-a-kind Duchy of von Valois, the same ones that can throw a flying bird out of the sky with just a glance. But why such noble and great people needed such a little thing? Doriana could not believe in her happiness. Aranelle von Valois is also the mother of Elliot von Valois, who will be a wonderful groom for the sweet baby. Well, in general, she doesn't keep anything behind her teeth. Why did Aranelle just dump everything on the child like that? She already has a lot of shocks today. Doriana froze in amazement. The beautiful lady offers to talk in more detail inside this shelter. Well, why did the girl scare and shock the poor child so much Aranelle hugged the baby? And now, as for the two rotten scoundrels, the girl will definitely make Baron and Baroness Rondini suffer. Well, the inside of the orphanage looked much better than Aranelle had imagined. Everything was neat. The girl invited the lady to hang her hat. The rest of the children looked healthy and clean. The orphans happily ran through the corridors of the orphanages. Most likely the reason for this is regular revisions, and Doriana looks like the most neglected child of all here. While the heroine was analyzing the orphanage, the girl began collecting trash from the floor and cleaning up after other children. On the way to the scoundrel's office, the little girl cleaned every corner, removed the leftover food, carried dirty dishes, and picked up trash. Who did these freaks turn such a fragile child into? Doriana here does all the dirty work, while clearly not eating enough or getting enough sleep. But the baby is only 7 years old. She is simply exhausted and on the verge. How dare they torment Doriana like that? The girl works non-stop, to such an extent that she hurts herself and behaves as if it couldn't be any other way. The main character was abused, the only phrase in the novel that described the hell Doriana went through. Well, finally the beautiful guest and the charming little girl reached the office of the director of the Rondini shelter. Very good. And now the instructive storyline in the novel will begin. It's time to punish the scoundrel for all this abomination. The little girl cautiously and fearfully knocked on the door of the director's office and introduced herself like an ordinary orphan. The office door immediately swung open furiously. What a useless creature. How dare this brat disturb the Baroness? The little girl immediately cowered, apparently preparing to receive another blow from the hands of the vile headmistress. Didn't this stupid brat understand that she shouldn't disturb Headmistress Rondini when her daughter came to see her? Aranelle threw a furious look at the insignificant reptile, filled with steel and the desire to smash her head against her own door. The Baroness finally, after a long-winded tirade of insults, turned her attention to the arriving guest, recognizing her as the Duchess of von Valois. So the pathetic reptile must work hard to explain to the Duchess why her daughter-in-law lives not in the Baron's estate, but in an orphanage. Cold sweat flowed down the bastard's face. Why is Doriana a relative of the Baroness? But he calls the director of the orphanage like an orphan. The Baroness suggested moving on to the discussion in her office and not in the corridor of the shelter in front of numerous witnesses. This still will not protect this reptile from the wrath of her terrible mother-in-law. The Baroness is apparently confident that she will be able to negotiate everything with the girl. In the headmistress's office, a little girl in expensive jewelry and a luxurious outfit was sitting on the sofa. Apparently, this is the daughter of Baroness Rondini. The youngest heiress, Rondini, was presented with excellent desserts. There were a lot of them, and they were all intended for her. Doriana hardly eats more than once a day, and this reptile feeds her daughter all this with the money of the baby's father. What a creature. So the daughter of the vile Baroness, right in front of the Duchess, enjoys aromatic tea and expensive sweet desserts. The girl's hair is full of luxurious jewelry and bows. Her daughter's outfit is clearly made from expensive materials and fabrics. Aranelle carefully examined her future daughter-in-law and then threw a withering glance at the scoundrel Rondini. So why the hell does little Dorian walk around in rags and rags? Here the maid's clothes are intact and better than the girl's. Sticky sweat was running down the Baroness's face. The headmistress will explain everything to the Duchess of von Valois and fix everything, of course. The bastard really thinks that Lady von Valois will allow this after everything that she could see here. Aranelle was furious. The Baroness swallowed in fear. But what came over Lady von Valois, what the eminent guest was now seeking in general, Rondini was confused. Previously, the wife of the noble Duke von Valois was not at all interested in the fate of this brat, what she eats, what she is wearing, and how she feels. As much money as Baroness Rondini had to give to shut everyone's mouths, one maid, Meg, had to give a lot for her assistance. This maid assured the Baroness that the Duke of Valois trusted her most. She was supposedly his friend and Elliot's nanny. Didn't Baroness Rondini enter into an agreement backed by a financial investment with that upstart Meg? In addition, Headmistress Rondini herself wrote fake good reports to Duke von Valois every day so as not to arouse suspicion. There was no reason to cause any problems, so what is the mistress of the noble estate of von Valois doing here? So Mrs. Arenelle informs the director of the orphanage that from now on she is taking the baby from this hell. How does this take away? What is Duchess von Valois even talking about? Because Baron and Baroness Rondini are relatives of Doriana. Well, for that matter, Madame von Valois is going to become the future mother-in-law of little Everett, so the question of kinship disappears. The Baroness really considers the words of the Duchess of Valois not serious. Why does the scoundrel consider herself to have the right to challenge the lady's decisions? After everything that the girl happened to see here, taking into account the disgusting attitude towards the baby, why does the Baroness continue to hold on to her? So the headmistress has already told the Duchess of von Valois that this will not happen again. The girl heard the words of the Baroness, didn't she? And since the relative of the rich heiress won't do this anymore, then there are no problems. And Doriana won't want to leave them either, by the way. The Baroness roared, not wanting to say goodbye to the luxurious life, the source of which was the girl she had been jealous of the rich all her life. The girl was dumbfounded by such obvious greed. How could the Baroness dare say such a thing out loud? This carrion is definitely not a person. The bastard grabbed the baby by the shoulders and began to put pressure on her. Doriana is the Baroness's relatives, isn't she? The girl knows everything herself. After which the headmistress tightly squeezed the girl's shoulder. A painful grimace appeared on Doriana's face. The Baroness was raising her relative. What a stupidity to leave your relatives right now, isn't it? Because the girl thinks exactly so. Let her share her opinion with her aunt. Arenelle menacingly put her hand on the scoundrel's shoulder, imperiously ordering her to take a few steps back from the little girl. After which the girl turned the pitiful creature to face her. The reptile had just dared to manipulate the girl right in front of the Duchess. What are we even talking about? What does it mean to manipulate? Baroness Rondini was obviously a stupid and untalented hillbilly who did not match the outfits of a noble lady. Imposing her vile will while saying that the baby was raised by a relative, this is manipulation, as she only dared. The Duchess is not at all sorry that the worthless and unnecessary Baroness will no longer be able to extort money by manipulating the baby. Under the pretext of Doriana's living expenses, the cost of quality food for the baby, and good clothes for her. No, because Doriana Everett is the only breadwinner in the Rondini family, she and her husband don't know how to do anything, but they have already enjoyed a comfortable life. The scoundrel fell to her knees in front of Arenelle. The Baroness begged to leave the brat in the shelter. They need her. What will the family do without her funding? A grimace of disgust appeared on Lady von Valois' face, where Baroness Rondini could have fallen even lower. It was already sickening to stand next to her. The future mother-in-law instantly turned away from the culprit of all the baby's troubles and turned to the angelic Doriana. So the gorgeous lady wants to become the girl's guardian in the future and live with Doriana together in the same house, like a real family. And what will the baby herself say? Does Doriana want to go with her future mother-in-law? Does she want to become a member of the Arenelle family? The girl simply cannot leave the baby in an orphanage where she is bullied every day, but where she will live is now another question. And it is important for Arenelle to respect Doriana's choice if the baby is uncomfortable. She can refuse, and another good place will be found for her. This is not true at all. The little girl immediately blurted out the answer with such anguish in her childish voice, the girl froze in amazement. The baby straightened her back and acquired a confident look. A certain strength lit up in her eyes, and here was the true main character of the novel. Doriana practically shouted to the entire office of Headmistress Rondini that she would go with the beautiful lady, slightly embarrassed by her volume. Of course, the baby will go with the lady if it does not cause any inconvenience. The girl simply cannot become a burden, Arenelle herself called her. That's true, but after so many years of being taught her own worthlessness and cruel treatment, the baby really believed that she did not deserve warmth. And then such a magnificent noble lady came to the shelter personally for her and wants to take the girl into her family, extending her hand. This is just something incredible. Is this really happening to Doriana Everett, the clumsy, incompetent one? And now the hand of the little main character of this novel is already reaching out to the hand of the main villain of the work, who has taken the path of correction. For some reason, Doriana Everett unconditionally believed her new acquaintance, and the future mother-in-law will do everything not to betray the baby's trust. And now, two beautiful ladies need to get out of this hell as quickly as possible and go to their happy life together. It was all so strange. How beautiful this noble lady is. The girl has such warm and caring hands. The baby seemed to arrive in a dream, because Doriana considered herself a non-entity who served as a burden to everyone. Looking back, the little main character was sure that she would live in this orphanage all her life and die here. For the little girl, it was like a huge, dark swamp from which she did not have enough strength to get out. It swallowed Doriana. What a beautiful sky overhead. What a friendly wind greeted her outside the shelter. The baby began to cry. The rays of the sun are so soft and pleasant, and the hand of a gorgeous lady is so warm and friendly. How can this happen to her? Lady von Valois immediately turned around at the tears of her charming companion, which was what the girl had done wrong. Why is the charming child crying again? Something scared Dorian, or something happened. Nothing terrible happened. The girl's cheeks flushed. Her emerald eyes radiated a radiance. The little girl was just very, very happy. Doriana simply couldn't believe that this was happening to her and burst into tears without noticing it. The girl immediately jumped up to the angel in the flesh. The future mother-in-law carefully and reverently took her little hands. She can cry as much as her soul requires. But the girl must know something very important. Doriana will definitely be happy in her new mother's house. She promises this. Let the little one not even doubt it. Aranel will do everything for this. Doriana nodded her head, sobbing with tears. So it's time to show the little girl the magic of money. Because the girl now needs positive emotions so much, it's time to provide them. And then, after a couple of minutes, the young princess carefully and warily came out of the fitting room, wondering if she could really wear something like that. Aranel was torn with emotion, of course. What a cutie this girl is. It's simply impossible to take your eyes off her. Let the baby not be shy and boldly try on another luxurious dress, but in soft blue tones it suits Doriana very well. And this one has a lovely collar, perfect for everyday walks, and probably quite comfortable. Well, what can you do if this charming baby suits absolutely everything that was expected from the main character of the novel? The satisfied girl approached the kind boutique saleswoman and asked to prepare all the available clothes for the baby. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Doriana simply cannot accept so many clothes. The ones they took from the shelter are enough for her. What a charming and bright creature. How can you be so sweet? Is it even legal? If you buy this sweet little girl a lot of clothes, Doriana will really feel burdensome. But how can she resist? The baby must look at this differently, because Doriana will become the next mistress of Valois. The Duke's bride cannot wear old clothes. Then people around will begin to slander, because the von Valois clan has so much money, and at the same time they treat their daughter-in-law this way. Everyone will think that the Duchess of Valois is a bad person, but the current mother is not like that at all. The girl does not agree with this. The girl is very pleased to hear this from this charming little girl's support for the main character of the novel is already in her pocket. In this case, Aranel simply has to dress the girl in beautiful clothes if Doriana wants to show others that her guardian is a good person. The baby's cheeks lit up with color. The girl understood everything, and from now on will put on only the best so as not to let the girl down. The future mother-in-law is very grateful to her little daughter-in-law. What a wonderful and smart little girl. The girl couldn't be happier. Inside the little main character, there was a strong feeling that the little girl had been pulled into something again. The charming girl remained in the dress that she liked more than others. Madame will send the rest of her clothes to the von Valois estate. The girl came out of a fashion boutique, holding the hand of a cute girl. Curious ladies were already crowded behind her. Is it really the Duchess of von Valois? What is wrong with her, and what kind of unfamiliar child is next to her? Aranel is holding the girl's hand. Everyone can see this, right? The Duchess is not at all the kind of person who bothers with small children on her own. This is all very strange. The other girls agreed with the instigator of the conversation. Perhaps something happened since the Duchess touched this child. Then the gossips froze in fear. While enthusiastically discussing the wife of the Duke of Valois, the ladies did not notice the heroine of their dirty gossip approaching them at all. As soon as the Duchess came closer, the gossips immediately fell silent and looked at each other. As much as Aranel managed to hear, they were all finished. The girl took a deep breath. Duchess von Valois watched the chatterers for some time. Sticky sweat began to flow down the faces of the culprits. What will happen now? Everyone knows that this lady is not distinguished by mercy or good nature. Aranel is capable of making their lives unbearable. Well, the girl understands everything perfectly. Because her Doriana is incredibly sweet and beautiful, it is impossible to take your eyes off her. Therefore, the girl understands why the ladies were staring at the girl. Aranel thought that there was no one sweeter than her son, but there was another cute child. So here is the very famous family estate of the great von Valois family, in which the main character of the novel, and now the main character, grows up. The little girl gasped in amazement, unable to restrain her emotions. Wow, a mansion, and Doriana will now live in this estate. This is the castle of a real princess. Everything is so. The girl is a real princess. Aranel was touched by the reaction of her daughter-in-law. Inside, the decoration of the von Valois estate was even more luxurious than it might seem from the outside. Everything shone with wealth. The little girl was simply bursting with delight and amazement. How is this even possible? This is the palace of the Empress, and she is a clumsy incompetent standing right here. Well, what a cutie the main character of this novel is. How can you even control your emotions next to Doriana? Then the girl's attention was attracted by some rustling at the front door. Aranel immediately turned around towards the sound and saw the top of the head of inky hair. The small protagonist leaned out warily from the doorway, his purple eyes penetrating into the very soul. The girl immediately experienced another attack of emotion. You can't be so charming? Her poor heart simply cannot withstand such shocks. By the way, this time the adorable little boy does not try to run away from his mother, does not cry at all, and does not look scared. It's simply amazing because just a couple of hours ago the baby couldn't stand their privacy and was terribly afraid of his own mother. Then the girl's gaze shifted to the sweet and beautiful Doriana. Her eyes, the color of young shoots, flashed, and her golden hair was blown by a gentle wind. The cutie immediately captivated the young heir of von Valois and penetrated into the very heart of the boy. And here is the fatal meeting of the two main characters of the novel. What a charming scene, two of the cutest children in the whole world. Such charmers really only exist in novels. Well, the girl is ready to say goodbye to everyone alive. Her heart simply cannot withstand such a high level of tenderness. Aranel leaves this world with doom because the girl simply cannot bear the charm of her angelic children. Just a minute. But the girl's goal in this work was to survive at any cost, correcting her situation and not to die at all. Duchess von Valois activated instant resurrection. So let the girl introduce herself. In front of her is the younger Duke von Valois. His name is Elliot. Doriana immediately looked in amazement at the cute boy. Could it be that the heir of the greatest family was standing in front of her? The little girl immediately bowed respectfully before the younger von Valois in an elegant curtsy and greeted the main character. After which the main character stood up and straightened her back. The little girl called herself Doriana Everett. She was very pleased to meet you. The embarrassed boy immediately blushed. His face glowed with heat. His eyes stared at the charming guest. These two decided to kill their mother with their angelic appearance as Elliot's face turned red. In front of him was the bride of the younger von Valois. How is this a bride? But doesn't the baby still know that a bride has already been predetermined for the youngest heir to the Duchy of von Valois? The boy was incredibly embarrassed and charming in his confusion, of course. Elliot already knows that he has a fiancée. It's just that the baby didn't expect that his future destiny was so beautiful. Doriana is simply angelically beautiful. The girl grinned contentedly. Because the boy had everything he was thinking about written all over his face, Elliot should take care of his bride from now on. As the mother wishes, the baby could not even raise his eyes to the future bride, but now he answers directly, and without tears, to Aranel. The effect of the main character is truly the best means of influencing the heroes of the novel, simply an amazing result. After which, the boy came closer to the main character to ask the girl something. Aranel froze with interest. The younger Duke von Valois leaned over the charming baby's ear and whispered in a quiet voice that she needed to be careful with her mother. Elliot wanted to know if the Duchess of von Valois was already angry with the sweet girl, or maybe she was just scolding her, irritated by her presence. But the future husband of the main character continued, knowing his mother well. Maybe Aranel pushed the girl or drove her away. That's a harmful little thing. His mother actually stands nearby and hears all this. But what did she want, on the other hand? Her character bullied her son for years. Here, Doriana flushed with the intensity of a real hero in general. My mother didn't do anything like that. She is very kind to the girl. Elliot stretched his face in amazement. As if the Duchess had not done anything like that, the poor baby had never seen anything else from his mother. But the little girl continued to deny all the words of the young heiress. Her mother is very caring and attentive to Doriana, although this is not deserved. The girl covered her mouth with her hands. What an angel in a dress. The little girl is already standing strong for her new mother. Actually, Elliot's mother took the young main character from a terrible place and personally chose the dress she is wearing now. But before the charming baby had time to finish her line of defense, a rumbling sound in her stomach was heard throughout the entire estate. The girl immediately gasped, "Wow." Aranel didn't even know all this time that the poor baby was so hungry. The face of the young main character immediately turned red. The little girl lowered her eyes in shame. She needed to quickly eat something. It was late evening, and the venerable butler was already greeting his master in the living room of the estate of the Duchy of Von Valois. Its owner came into the luxurious mansion today. Duke Von Valois was much late. The young man really had to stay late. In fact, today the head of the great family was faced with much more work than the young man expected. The young man grinned. The butler was very perceptive, since he showed concern for his master's condition. The Duke needs to spend more time mastering facial control, since even the employee thought the young man was tired. The younger Duke has long fallen asleep in her room. The gentleman is heading to the cabin. He still needs to sort out something and needs coffee. The butler carefully called out to his tired Duke the servant needed to tell him something right now. Today, the wife of Duke Von Valois brought a young orphan named Doriana Everett to the family estate and placed her in a room. The owner of the estate heard everything correctly. His cold-blooded and cruel wife took the orphan under the care of the Von Valois family. A frown appeared on the young man's face, and his eyes reflected the understanding of what the hell this woman was up to. After which the young Duke Von Valois took the lamp and climbed the stairs towards the room of his beloved son. There have been too many strange things lately. The butler reported that the guardians treated the baby worse than the servants, although Meg never said anything like that. The maid assured her master that the charming heiress of the Everett family was living well under the wing of Baron Rondini. The young master ordered the butler to find out about everything secretly, and also reveal the true state of affairs to the Imperial Tax Service. And finally the business was over. The young man could allow himself to be just a father, looking at the sleeping baby. Well, for him, Elliot is charming. The boy is so sweet and warm despite all the circumstances his father doted on him. Most people say that the little heir is an exact copy of his father, but this is not at all true. If you look closely, the younger Von Valois looks more like his mother Aranel, with a raised nose and small lips. Deep purple eyes the color of violets, a real mother's son. Then the baby suddenly woke up. Apparently his father woke him up with his visit. The young Duke apologized. In all likelihood it was his fault. The Duke did not want to wake up his son at all, just to see him. The cute baby smiled and stretched out his little hands to his beloved father. Even his blooming smile is the same as his mother's. This is a lovely angelic child all in Aranel, but to their common happiness, the boy resembles the girl only in appearance. Although, in truth, the husband has never seen the Duchess of Von Valois smiling, so how does he know what kind of smile she has? The young father hugged his baby tightly to him. If only this baby would always smile and be surrounded by true happiness. How lucky the Duke is with his son. He is a real miracle. And what is that mug on his bedside table? Elliot timidly replied that the baby drank a glass of cocoa before going to bed, that sweets were forbidden in their house at night. What was it with the maid Meg? Meg already has serious questions regarding baby Doriana, but she coped well with the role of nanny. Indeed, if not for the presence of the nanny, the boy would have been completely lonely. It was not Meg who gave Elliot the cocoa. The father looked in amazement at his sleepy son, but who then handed him this drink before bed, if not his nanny. The eyes of the little protagonist flashed. The baby timidly replied that in fact, before going to bed, Elliot's mother came to see him and brought this cocoa. The head of the greatest family froze in amazement as the mother brought cocoa for her son. Just like that, she took it and brought the drink herself and not a servant. What's wrong with this woman? Why does his wife continue to do things that are completely out of character for her? It's not at all like her. Duke Von Valois shook his head. You need to discard all such thoughts and stop looking for answers to such questions. Since the baby has already managed to thoroughly brush his teeth, let him go to bed quickly. Because it is already very late, they will both have to get up soon. The young father put his hand to his head. The young man does not understand anything at all about what is happening, what is going on in his house, rather than his vain, cold-blooded, cruel, and empty wife taking him like that in an instant and changing. Is this even possible? During this time, Arenal disappointed him countless times, and the Duke again expected something. What stupidity. After all, Arenal has always been like this, so why should she suddenly change? This is the very essence and nature of his ill-fated wife. At the other end of the corridor of the von Valois family estate, another person could not believe the drastic changes in the Duchess. This evening, the young Duchess went into her son's room, and with some warmth unusual for her, handed him cocoa. The little heir of von Valois was confused and amazed. His mother just brought cocoa for her son. There was nothing to worry about. And also the mother came to wish pleasant dreams to her boy. Elliot was puzzled by this behavior and told Meg about it. Didn't it seem to his nanny that his mother was somehow affectionate and caring towards him today? The baby's cheeks flushed. And when the baby ran into his mother in the corridor at night, the Duchess was not at all angry with him. On the contrary, Arenal brought spicy cocoa to her son's bedroom. Afterward, the maid was not at all happy with this state of affairs. Meg immediately rushed to the child. The maid really hopes that the little gentleman will no longer suffer because of this woman. Let the baby remember how his mother usually treats Elliot. It's not clear why Arenal suddenly changed. This could be a trick. The baby will trust his mother again, and then he will be upset and suffer. But Meg will always be with the boy. She is very worried about him. The boy smiled modestly. Well, at least the nanny will always be with him. But still, his mother has become different, he feels. In the nanny's head, everything is exactly as it should be. No Arenal, by the way. The young heir was upset. Why is Elliot upset? But his mother is so worried about this Dorian. What is it like for her son, whom her caring attitude has bypassed? The little protagonist didn't understand at all why he had to be upset. His purple eyes flashed. The bastard Meg knew very well how painful it was for this boy to be indifferent to his mother and answered, because Dorian had essentially stolen his mother's love. The sparkle immediately went out in the beautiful eyes of the young heir von Valois. It was painful for the baby to listen to this, and this was what the nanny was counting on. The maid was pleased that she was able to extinguish this outburst of pleasant emotions from the boy towards his mother. The charming heir analyzed something diligently, and for a long time it was read in his purple eyes. In fact, little Elliot is not very upset by this attitude towards Doriana. It does not seem like stealing his mother's love. And in general, if his mother treated her son so rudely and cold-bloodedly, this is not a reason for the same to apply to others. The words of the true protagonist. Of course, little Duke von Valois would be lying if he said that he was happy. Elliot was sad. But how well and carefully his mother takes care of the young main character makes Elliot much happier. Why does the boy feel warmer inside? And why is this charming girl incredibly beautiful? The baby covered his face in embarrassment. Let the baby give this unfortunate cocoa to his nanny and go to bed. It's too late for conversations. Why give away the cocoa? Meg will pour it out. It's already cold and tasteless anyway, but the boy didn't allow it. Elliot will drink the drink in any form. The kid took this mug in his little hands with great warmth and trepidation, because this was the first cocoa from his mother. Enraged by this state of affairs, the nanny hit the table with her fist as if this was all out of time. That's why this lady suddenly decided to become good. And the younger Duke von Valois is already beginning to doubt his mother's indifference. And this should not be the case at all. Then someone knocked on the room of the chief maid and nanny of the little heir of a great family. Let them come in. A crowd of worried service personnel immediately ran into Meg's room. The maids urgently needed a maid. Well, what else happened? Why all this worried fuss? The fact is that the maids just saw the Duchess in the kitchen. Then the maids discussed little Doriana. The girl was supposed to become Elliot's bride. This is the same one from a destroyed family or something. In all likelihood, the maids are forced to cook so late because of this orphan. And one of the maids knew that their mistress personally chose outfits for her daughter-in-law and bought the entire collection for her. What happened to Arenal? The next whims will pass in a couple of days. But they just have more work. How infuriating it is. Then, all three sarcastic gossips suddenly fell silent and stared at the kitchen doorway. their eyes wide open. The mistress of this estate entered the kitchen, and the maids here are having a good time with such fascinating conversations. The maids gulped and looked at each other in horror, each realizing that they would be in big trouble now. The maids plaintively reported to Meg that they were just discussing Doriana, let her put in a good word for them. In fact, they were punished justifiably for dirty gossip, which preventive measures were named by the Duchess. But the lady did not punish the gossips in the kitchen in any way. This time, the maids got away with everything. The Duchess always mistook the service staff for dirt, but here she showed condescension to those who slandered her behind her back. If this continues, the lady may start running the estate, and this will complicate everything. They already have a lot of work to do because of this girl. As Meg thought, one cannot ignore the fact that the Lord had really changed. The nanny knew this for sure. Until now, Meg had freedom in running the household and the status of chief maid, but only because Aranel did not care about it. And if the young Duchess continues in the same spirit and begins to manage everything here, then her position will immediately collapse. But the maid had been building it up for years in difficult ways, and everything was fine with the main maid, Meg was just thinking. Mung had a bad feeling, so she found it difficult to concentrate and didn't understand anything. And what should the maids do now? They always did what Meg told them, and it was so nice. Suddenly, the mistress starts to interfere. The head maid stood up from her seat. Everything will be fine, because Meg will take care of everything and settle everything even with Aranel. The maid will not leave it like that. Even if her subordinates do not even doubt her, the guilty will be punished. Of course, from Meg's deceitful speeches, the rest of the maids immediately began to babble, trusting in their powerful savior. After all, even if you bring one person to the estate, there will be more work for the staff, and Aranel only glares angrily at the honest workers. That's exactly how it was. The maids told their boss so, only the main servant would understand them like no one else. That's right, maids should trust their leader. Who else would take such care of them? Everything is exactly like that. Meg kept telling me that Duke von Valois himself trusted her most of all, because in childhood she and the young man were practically friends. And Mrs. Aranel can't do anything about it, because the head of the greatest family and the main maid are so close, of course, everything is like that. Of course, the maids are right. Meg and Mr. von Valois are very close, much closer than the spouses themselves, but you can't talk left and right about it like that. The 6 main maids obligingly bowed and left the office. Guess what? Meg exaggerated a little about their relationship. What can we do now? But how flawlessly it works with the maids. Let Aranel grow cold towards the family. There must be a way. A friendly and sunny morning arrived. The Duchess of von Valois rose from her bed and reluctantly yawned. Then, half asleep, the girl felt that something was moving next to her in her bed. Aranel turned around warily. Then the purple eyes of the mistress of the estate were filled with warmth and light, and a special smile appeared on her face. Next to her future mother-in-law lay a charming, sleeping baby. How lovely she is, it's impossible to contain herself. Aranel had completely forgotten that last night a frightened girl came to her bedroom and asked to spend the night with her mother. After all, the little girl was so scared to fall asleep alone in an empty room in an unfamiliar house, and the girl suggested that they sleep together. And just like that, the terrible mother-in-law and her beautiful daughter-in-law fell asleep together. And in the morning, Aranel was already admiring her rosy cheeks. The girl could not stop the flow of tears, because the main character slept warm and with a full stomach. She was proud of herself. Definitely becoming the main villain in the novel is the best thing that happened to her, and Dorian Everett herself woke up. In all likelihood, the mother woke up the girl and apologizes. Everything is in order, as the Duchess herself slept. It's crazy how cute Doriana is. You need to activate a calm face. Mother slept well today. And how is the baby feeling? Aranel thanks God that the girl received the body of her evil mother-in-law. This is definitely an amazing opportunity for her. Well, in that case, it's time to go to breakfast. Doriana ate so well yesterday that she's not hungry yet. They also drank cocoa before bed. Well then, let the young main character choose what the girl would like to do today, what her wishes are. Charming Doriana was immediately confused by the question asked to her mother, wants to know what her future daughter-in-law wants. It's just that no one had asked the girl what she wanted before, so Doriana couldn't answer. But Mother was waiting for an answer. There is an urgent need to answer at least something, because Aranel looks at the baby so expectantly and waits for her wishes. The girl smiled warmly at her future daughter-in-law. Tenderness and warmth were visible in her eyes. Why was the baby silent for so long? Confusion was born in the emerald eyes of the little main character. Doriana had no idea what she wanted. She had never thought about it. But at this moment in time, the only thing the baby wants is to be close to her mother. Nothing more is needed. Then her mother's thin and warm hand lay on the little girl's shock of golden hair. What kind of nonsense is this child talking about? Is this really all a girl wants? Doriana must have dreams or hobbies. The little girl shook her head. If the girl embarrasses the mistress, then nothing can be done, but she will try not to interfere. She will just stand next to her, and this will make her happy. After all, Aranel is also very pleasant to spend time with her. On the contrary, if the girl is with her, she will make her mother happier and will not interfere at all. You definitely need some kind of safe hobby so that Aranel can do something with the baby, and she should like it. Here's a great idea. The mistress of the estate invites the girl to start making sweet cookies with her. Doriana immediately blurted out that she agreed with this idea. The answer came too quickly. The girl did not think at all before answering. Apparently the baby would have liked it, even if her mother suggested that Doriana weed, but that's not possible. After a couple of hours of pleasant joint preparations, charming crispy cookies of various types lay on the tray. The little main character and her mother were absolutely delighted with the result, because they did it very beautifully. Doriana was so happy and amazed that they themselves managed to create something so cute. The girl had never made cookies before. Well, how much charm this main character still has? The girl's poor heart can no longer cope with such pressure. It was a very good and correct decision to kick all the service staff out of the kitchen and take it over. Then the attention of the terrible mother-in-law was attracted by a loud sound from the direction of the kitchen corridor. The girl immediately turned to him. On the floor in front of the door to the kitchen, the young protagonist stood on all fours and embarrassedly looked up at his mother. Tears began to appear in the eyes of the charming baby. It was just that there was such a sweet smell from here, and the boy, without realizing it, came here. Elliot asks his mother for forgiveness for such behavior. What is this kid doing that he's even apologizing for? The girl immediately ran up to the child. He didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need to apologize. Elliot fell. He's fine. The young heir to the Duchy of Von Falk just dropped his books. Everything is fine. The boy was not even injured. The terrible mother-in-law caught her son's gaze and saw indecision in him. The boy clearly wanted to say something. Here, the little protagonist finally took a deep breath and thanked his mother for yesterday's cocoa before bed. Well, what a cutie. You just want to squeeze his soft cheeks. There is no need to thank your mother for the cocoa. The best gratitude is that Elliot drank it with pleasure. Then a cute little girl intervened in the conversation. Elliot came into the kitchen to them because of the smell. They prepared cookies. Let the boy help himself. The little Duke's cheeks flushed red. A special sparkle appeared in his eyes. The boy would be happy to try it. The aroma of the cookies was captivating and spicy. The young protagonist blew on it and took a bite of the sweet treat. Immediately, Elliot's purple eyes lit up. The cookies were incredibly delicious, so crispy and sweet. The young Duke's praise made Doriana very happy. It was great. It means everything worked out for the girl and her mother, since Elliot liked it. The charming little girl immediately turned to Aranel. Since they turned out delicious, it means they need to make even more cookies and share them. This girl is truly an angel. Such a kind soul, they will do just that. But first the mother and the children will eat everything that is already ready. Here, the little main character began to glance towards the door. The girl immediately noticed what was wrong with Elliot. The boy looked at his mother with big puppy eyes, and they could treat their dad to these delicious cookies. A nervous tremor went through the girl's body. The baby wants to treat Baron, who can destroy her character with one glance. But on the other hand, you don't have to take the cookies to the Duke of Von Valois yourself, you can ask someone. The enraged image of her husband immediately appeared before Aranel's eyes, accusing her of turning Elliot into her messenger. We need to get this over with quickly and take these unfortunate cookies to our husband. The girl took the tray and announced that she would be back soon. The little protagonist's face was frozen with the question of why his mother suddenly decided to carry the treat herself and didn't ask the maid. But inside the spoiled character was a citizen of modern Korea who did not even think about servants. Aranel felt a surge of excitement. Maybe she should just leave the cookies at the door, but it was too late. Baron knew that someone was stomping around in indecision behind the door. The terrible mother-in-law stood motionless, and the head of the clan still felt her presence. So Baron is truly a great warrior. The girl responded to the voice of her young husband and introduced herself. Aranel would literally take her husband away from his affairs for a short time. The handsome Duke turned around in amazement. Looking up from his work, his wife had indeed come to the head of the duchy. Apparently, this spender again does not have enough money for the next useless purchases, so she came to receive another amount. His wife entered the Duke of Valois' office with a tray in her hands, and an oppressive silence reigned in the room above the young people. The Duchess felt that she was beginning to suffocate under Baron's gaze. She needed to quickly leave the cookies and get out of here. Finally, the girl caught her husband's desk, and Aranel, with relief, placed a tray with treats on it. Baron coldly and suspiciously clarified that Aranel had just been placed on his work chair, and hot tea and sweet cookies were waiting for him on a tray. And for what reason did Duchess von Valois herself personally bring this treat to Baron's office? Why not the maid? This is a vindictive guy. The girl understands everything perfectly. The real Aranel was a real punishment, but such neglect is clearly rude. Cookies are usually eaten. What a stupid question. The Duke already knows that his wife came for money. Why waste time and distract him from work? Aranel rolled her eyes. The girl did not add poison to the sweet treat. The young man can calmly eat it. The girl is not the kind of person who would use food for such purposes. There is no need to look at her so harshly. On the tray, there are only harmless, crispy cookies and fresh black tea. The Duke sighed heavily. He didn't mean that at all. That is, the Duchess wants to say that she really came with pure intentions to her husband, just to give him cookies. For obvious reasons, Aranel's actions arouse Baron's suspicions, but it was still possible not to be such a rude person. It was imperative to voice your dislike out loud. Duke von Valois is too rude to his wife today. The head of the greatest family froze in amazement, staring at his wife, whom he no longer recognized as a girl. Aranel really came to give the cookies to her husband. This treat is special for her. They prepared it together with Doriana. The girl understands perfectly well that her husband hates her, but there is no need to neglect the baby. Did they really prepare a treat together? And there is some kind of problem with this. It turns out that the Duchess of von Valois essentially prepared the cookies herself. An oppressive and testing silence once again hung over the young people. The Duke carefully peered into his wife's face. The girl turned around and began to leave. Since he hated the treat so much, let him throw it away. She kept her promise. Before the girl managed to leave her office, Baron Valois called out to his wife the young man was indeed too rude. And therefore, for the wrong actions and inappropriate words addressed to his wife, Duke von Valois apologizes. After which the beautiful young man bent down in an apologetic bow to his wife. Aranel accepted her husband's apology. Although in fact the girl was very surprised that the Duke himself decided to apologize to her after all. The girl's purple eyes opened wide apparently. It was very unusual for the young man himself to ask for forgiveness from Aranel. Well, what did the girl expect from the relationship between Baron and her terrible character? They never even communicated normally. In addition to the vile nature of the Duchess of von Valois, the young man is completely absorbed in his laborious work. Every day a huge pile of documents awaits the young Duke. Baron is probably always very tired. After all, yesterday the head of the greatest clan returned home so late after work, and then this mountain of documents was waiting for him at home. What kind of reaction did Aranel have? Why did his wife suddenly become attentive to him? Where did the concern for his condition come from? The Duchess's purple eyes looked somehow different. They showed concern and compassion. Maybe the girl could help with something. Duke von Valois completely lost control of his facial expressions and opened his mouth in surprise. Who was she in front of him? The girl felt sincerely sorry for her husband. It was like coming home after working overtime and working from home afterwards. Probably the necessary special knowledge and skills to help Baron, why she suggested. The young man was confused and tried to quickly end their dialogue. But still, before leaving the young man's office, the girl asked her husband not to overdo it. After all, health is the most important thing in everyone's life. This girl showed concern for him and just left without anything. The Duchess never even mentioned any expenses for her latest whims. But what's really wrong with her? This girl really seemed to have become a completely different person. But what is the likelihood that the soul in the body could change? But this is simply impossible. But in this case, what happened to his young wife? What are the real reasons? In the head of the greatest family, many different guesses and thoughts were born, and nothing found real confirmation. The young head of the duchy has been observing the behavior of his wife for many years, but it feels like Baron is seeing this girl for the first time. The look of the completely confused young man fell on the tray with fresh cookies and tea she made it herself. Duke von Valois reached for the crunchy and sweet treat. The cookies smelled really nice, like hot black tea. His young wife offendedly assured the Duke that there was no poison in the food. It turned out awkwardly. Baron brought the cookies with a captivating spicy smell to his face. They really look very nice. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the little main character admired her mother. Her future mother-in-law is simply an incredible woman. It was the first time the girl had seen such a kind and bright girl, with such a reverent attitude towards the child. Elliot did not understand these words. After all, nothing like this happened to him. If you listen to Doriana from the outside, you would think that Aranel is her mother. But the charming hero still could not understand why the girl always praises his mother. For what such manifestations? While the little girl did not understand the question of her future groom at all, because everything was so obvious why Elliot was asking. In fact, the Crown Duke does not at all understand the admiration of his bride, her attitude towards Elliot's mother. After all, from the very birth of his dear gentleman, his mother showed only indifference to him, and sometimes even cruelty. It was painful for Dorian to hear this from the boy, how such a kind and pure person could treat his own child in this way. After all, for the little main character, the Duchess of von Valois is a superman, her savior. The girl became the only person who showed sincerity towards the girl, and such care that the little girl was able to believe in that same happiness. It was Elliot's mother who was the first to take the clumsy and inept Doriana by the hand, and was the first to show her warmth and affection. Duchess von Valois was the only one who asked what the baby herself wanted, and found a job that she liked. Therefore, Aranel is like a real miracle for the Duke's young bride here. The girl's emerald eyes filled with sadness. Since the little girl saw that her future groom was saddened by her story, Elliot was clearly hurt and sad. If you think about it, Mother has really changed a lot lately. She is constantly trying to talk to her son, and yesterday she actually brought cocoa before bed. But how can one and the same person behave in such an opposite way, as if he were not the same person at all? As if these were two completely opposite girls trapped in one body. The baby did not understand anything. Well, the young Duke thought about his own things and completely forgot to pay attention to dear Doriana. The girl was clearly upset. Apparently, his fiancé thought that it was because of her that the boy's mood deteriorated. Elliot is fine. It doesn't matter to him at all. But Doriana felt even worse. The girl turned away from Elliot and hugged herself with her arms. She forgot herself and said so much. Well, now Elliot won't be able to fix anything. The purple eyes of the little protagonist flashed. The only correct idea to solve the situation was born in them. Elliot clenched his small fists, so the young master has no choice but to divert the girl's attention. The charming boy invited his interlocutor to stop thinking about sad things and play with toys. The eyes the color of young leaves immediately lit up. What child doesn't love to play? It was a win-win option. And in the children's room, the plush pink bunny was already a beautiful princess and greeted his old friend. The friend was a teddy brown bear, who was also a princess from the kingdom of Clubfoot. The charming girl's performance came out very smoothly and naturally, but poor Elliot tortured himself with every line for her sake. Well, why did his future bride choose to play with these dolls and even give Elliot the role of the princess? However, his lovely future bride loves all these plush toys so much because his mother gave them to her. Doriana herself said so. How could one refuse her after such a thing? Elliot suffered for her sake. The boy had something in pain. Something was wrong with his face. Elliot looks like something is hurting him. Maybe he should tell the doctor everything is fine. Not worth the worry at all. Here the girl had already returned to the little main characters of the novel. What is this happening now? Aranel covered her mouth with her hands. The heart of the terrible mother-in-law is about to be torn into pieces. The angels are playing with plush toys. Well, much more cute. Where is the limit? The little girl with emerald eyes noticed that her mother had already returned and was watching her children play. Aranel did not take her admiring glance off the cute kids. Everything is so, and these two charmers are playing with dolls. What a delight. Doriana nodded contentedly, while Elliot could finally exhale after the shameful game of princesses. He was already at the last reserve of his strength. Duchess von Valois drew her attention to the fact that now the main character does not run away from her at all when she enters the room. The owner of the estate, von Valois, was walking along the corridor and froze when he heard the joyful laughter of children from the room. His eyes widened in amazement. His cold-blooded and disgusting wife sat on the floor surrounded by children with a stuffed dog and threatened to eat the beautiful princesses. The daughter of his friend Everett, with a heroic air, ordered the villain to be left to her, and his dear son diligently played along with the two young ladies. What an unhealthy and unrealistic situation this is in front of the young man's eyes. Maybe the Duke really overworked himself at his job. This is definitely some kind of nonsense or mischief of his tired brain. Arenal cannot sit on the floor and shoot magic spheres at a teddy bear. Here, the internal struggle of the Duke of Valois was interrupted by the voice of his beloved son, who had already noticed his presence. Ice-colored eyes immediately widened. Baron's consciousness immediately cleared. The loving father nodded warmly to his son. Duchess von Valois turned in amazement at her husband, wondering what Baron was doing here and how long he had been watching their plush fight. Well, the girl was just playing a prank on these two little ones. The children were just starting to get the hang of it, and he ruined everything. The couple saw each other again. Baron calmly asked his wife if she was really playing with dolls with the children. That's all. The Duke visited them on some issue. Cold sweat began to flow down the young man's face. In fact, no, the Duke was simply shocked by Aranel's behavior, so he froze in front of the room. The terrible mother-in-law stared questioningly at her husband. Why did the Duke look at them so strangely and remain silent for so long? Finally, after a long and difficult silence, the young man said that he had come to thank. Aranel looked at the Duke of Valois in amazement. The young man came to thank him, but for what kind of merit? The young man sighed heavily. Everything is exactly like this. The head of the Valois clan would like to thank the ladies for the delicious treat. The girl nodded good-naturedly. It was not worth such honors at all. She and Doriana were only happy to be busy with cookies. Then the protagonist's father walked up to his wife and sat down next to her right on the carpet, wondering if this was happening. This dazzling young man is too close to her. Baron also wanted to thank his wife for sorting out the baby's problems. The captivating hero whispered into the girl's ear in a velvety voice how grateful he was to her. Her heart began to beat treacherously. We urgently need to switch to the children. The Duke is seeing little Miss Everett in person for the first time. Let the girl say hello to him. The sweet little one came closer to Baron and bowed in a graceful curtsy. Her name is Doriana, and it's nice to meet you. The charming girl's cheeks turned pink. Her emerald eyes were embarrassed. She was grateful that the master allowed her to stay here. The eyes of the terrible mother-in-law became unbearably painful from the blinding cuteness of the main character. The baby simply shone. This girl is so cute, she's already glowing. This is the unsurpassed magic of the main character of the novel. The stunning effect is activated. Duke von Valois nodded discreetly in response to the little girl, his gaze cold and appraising. The terrible mother-in-law was extremely outraged by such an indifferent and meager reaction to the politeness and warmth of the baby. Was it really so hard to smile even a little? The girl simply had no words. Even the boy could not stand it and turned to his father. At such moments, you need to smile, but such an empty expression on her father's face makes everyone scared. He scares Doriana. The young Duke froze in his place in shock. That is, how is he scaring their little guest? Her son speaks seriously. Does the face of Duke von Valois really frighten others? The young man grimaced in an unpleasant way and looked at the others. Elliot roared that now everyone was even more scared. Even the Duke's wife looked at him in amazement. Could this really be true? Baron covered his terrible face with his hand. The young man understood everything, and from now on pay more attention to his expression and facial expressions. The Duke was in his thoughts, and was already having difficulty understanding what was happening around him. The young man was called out by dear Dorian. The girl's cheeks were burning. The baby didn't want the master to bother about her. She wouldn't become a burden. For this reason, even if young Miss Everett becomes afraid of the Duke's expression, the girl will endure everything. Aranel laughed. What nonsense! This cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. Let the girl forget even to think about such a thing. The little main character supported his mother. It's true. You don't need to restrain yourself if you're suddenly afraid of something. Baron continued to watch everything with open surprise. What kind of atmosphere was going on here? Something completely new. As if the room suddenly filled with warmth and the walls filled with light. A certain atmosphere of comfort. Serenelle invited the children to go to dinner, after which the terrible mother-in-law called out to her thoughtful husband. The Duke of Valois did not want to go to the table with him. After all, it's time to have dinner. Everyone present will be pleased if Baron has dinner with them. The young man was at a loss. The young man had not yet had time to realize reality. He was already being invited to a family dinner. This had never happened before either, so the Duke wouldn't mind having dinner together. The girl was sure that he would refuse. And this did not escape the attentive eyes of the former military man. Why the wife was so surprised, Aranel believed that her husband would refuse. How this young man found out about everything, it was as if he had read her thoughts. In no case, the girl was just very happy. Then the girl came across the persistent gaze of her son, and why was the young master looking at her so strangely and suspiciously? After which a warm smile appeared on the face of the terrible mother-in-law, because Baron is not a bad young man. This is simply the result of her character's disgusting attitude towards him. For the first time, the young head of the duchy saw a smile on his wife's face. She really looked blooming as he had imagined. So what exactly made the atmosphere at the family estate so warm and cozy was the Duchess's smile. The young man thoughtfully looked after his wife and children. His soul felt somehow good and calm. Now it is simply impossible to deny that the girl has really changed and has become a completely different person. And the most amazing thing is that the new atmosphere made all the people around me very happy. It was just some kind of magic. The little protagonist turned to his father in amazement. He really didn't think he was smiling now. On the other hand, the charming boy himself asked the Duke to smile, but his father still looked strange. After a wonderful and hearty dinner, the butler announced that the baby's room was ready for use. Doriana froze in amazement. Wow, the girl will have her own room. Mother offered to look at it together. The young master approached Aranel and asked to take him with him. Elliot also wants to look at the room of the future bride. Is it possible for the younger gentleman to go with his mother and Doriana to see her new room, of course? Here the Duke stepped in. The young man will also look at Miss Everett's first private room. Everything needs to be checked carefully. The charming little girl froze in silent shock. Her cheeks were burning. Her eyes were running in different directions. Everything was simply amazing. A huge room in powder tones with luxurious furniture and countless decorations awaited the girl. Baron Valois nodded. Everything looks fine, but the young man would add more ribbons and flowers, but Aranel is sure that this would be too much. An embarrassed girl approached her mother, lowering her emerald eyes. What happened? Isn't Doriana happy? The little main character sighed sadly. Since the girl now has her own room, it means she will no longer be able to sleep with her mother. Well, what a delight. How sweet and necessary this child is. What is the baby even talking about? They can sleep together whenever they want. After which the terrible mother-in-law turned to Baron. Everything is true. They still use separate rooms with the Duke. Well, why is this guy frozen? Let him quickly agree. Baron nodded restrainedly. His wife says everything correctly. Doriana heard what Mr. von Valois said. She and her mother can sleep together at any time. There is no obstacle to this. Cold sweat began to flow down the young man's face. Why did this make him angry? Baron does not understand anything, but what is happening to him? The Duke of Valois angrily clenched his fists and turned away. What was wrong with him? The young man's offense did not escape the tenacious eyes of his son. The little protagonist glared coldly and contemptuously at his father. Aranel was surprised why the boy was looking at the Duke so strangely. Outside the window of the main character's cozy bedroom, there was already a golden sunset. Doriana watched with interest, after which the sweet girl with emerald eyes once again looked around her own room. It was still difficult for the baby to believe that all this now belonged to her. Everything was so beautiful and pleasant. To be honest, in recent days there have been so many good and happy events that the girl did not have time to feel them, and to figure out to the end whether this is really happening to an ordinary orphan from an orphanage, or is it a dream? Sometimes Doriana becomes very scared at this thought. What if the girl blinks a couple of times and it all just disappears? And all these miracles that happened to her, those wonderful people and happy moments will simply disappear, and she will return to hell. How much grief and pain she experienced in Dorian's orphanage. The girl lived there in constant fear and hated every new day. The little main character was so afraid that if she opened her eyes and saw Baroness Rondini again, she would be beaten and bullied again. But opening her emerald eyes, the baby was still in her personal pink room with luxurious decorations and flowers. The future daughter-in-law's bedroom was so beautifully decorated, and these stunning fabrics were so delicate. When a girl touches something in her room, it seems to her that this is exactly the place where she should be. Finally, the little girl can breathe a sigh of relief, which she couldn't afford for a long time. Then terrible screams and swearing were heard from the corridor. Some woman scolded another for ineptitude and sluggishness. Why the new girl was so worthless and stupid. This time, all the newcomers are incredibly mediocre. doing nothing but adding work to the rest of the maids. The poor maid apologized. Meg doesn't need her apology. This incompetence is getting in the way of everyone here and wasting her time. After which the vile Meg pushed the poor new girl with force. The girl fell to the floor, and laundry from the basket scattered along the corridor. The little main character froze in horror. Who is this terrible woman, and by what right does she treat the maid so cruelly? A young maid was lying on the floor. The main maid was hovering over her. The scoundrel ordered her to immediately get up and clean up here. This terrible picture reminded the girl so much of her own past. How the headmistress Rondini beat her half to death all the time. The pain from old wounds and insults froze in the baby's emerald eyes. Doriana was beaten for her own pleasure. The girl clenched her fists and growled at Meg to stop immediately and leave the girl alone. How can you even beat a person? No one is given such a right. Why behave so cruelly and callously? The rotten person did not expect such an outburst from the little girl. She did not expect to bump into anyone at all. Meanwhile, the confused and frightened maid had already risen to her feet and was rubbing her shoulder after the blow. You can't do this. You can always reach an agreement through words, and violence is the way of stupid weaklings. The core of the main character was formed inside the girl. Meg felt like the mistress of the Valois family estate while she was not the real one, so she was confident in her impunity. By the way, training and forming service personnel is the work of a servant. The bastard crossed her arms in front of her. The little girl believed that she knew much more than she did about hiring and training maids. What a little rat! Miss Everett better not interfere in the affairs of the head maid and her relationship with the maids. Meg needs to immediately suppress the morale of this upstart. If Doriana interferes in her affairs, this will complicate everything. She understands this. The young mistress understood the maid manager well, or Doriana would have trouble understanding. The little main character ignored the scoundrel's question. Even so, the maid did not expect such a character from this brat. What can this little girl allow herself to do? She's only been here on the estate for the first day, and she already dares to contradict the main maid, the mistress of this mansion. The new maid, with her head bowed, obediently waited for her turn to come. The girl felt very sorry for her. Doriana felt compassion for her and saw herself before. The little girl was weak-willed, intimidated, and accepted everything. If someone sees something wrong, then it is necessary to correct it immediately. Anyone can do this. Just look at this impudent brat. Who does she think she is, the mistress of the estate? Meg is in charge here. The little girl is shaking so much, but still tries to keep her face and bend her line, apparently trying to match the aristocrat. The vile head of the maids bared her teeth angrily. She did not pave her way to this position in order to be reprimanded by this little fellow. How infuriating this upstart is. Why does everyone here think that Meg is better? She did this in order to snatch at least a piece of power in the house. She should be afraid. That is, Miss Everett wants to say that she will continue to interfere in the affairs of the head maid and maids. The girl intends to continue to interfere with housekeeping in the house of the family that accepted Miss Doriana, doesn't she? This is not what the little girl is talking about at all, since the young lady had no such intentions, but she still becomes a nuisance. Well, if so, then the little main character is simply obliged to apologize to the main maid. Meg showed her teeth. Doriana opened her eyes in amazement. Why should this girl apologize to this terrible woman? She behaved unworthily. So Miss Everett is from an aristocratic family and cannot apologize to a commoner. That's how it is. What nonsense is this evil woman saying? Doriana can't apologize because she didn't do anything wrong. If the little one was wrong or did something bad, she would no doubt apologize to Meg. Then she waits. Then the vile lady was called out by her young master. What was his nanny doing here? The maid immediately swallowed. The little main character does not understand at all what this strange situation is. It seems his nanny needs to explain. On what basis should Miss Everett apologize to the maid? There was steel and indignation in his eyes. Meg immediately began to chirp. There was a misunderstanding. Nothing serious happened. The girl just began to disturb her. So what exactly did the future Duchess of Von Valois do? The maid never gave a clear explanation to her master's question. Dorian said not to hit or push other people. What's wrong with that? Their voices could be heard throughout the corridor, even if Meg doesn't even think about avoiding the answer. Cold sweat was running down the headmaid's face. Because of this brat, Meg did not have time to look around and make sure that no one was nearby. The young heir of Von Valois approached Doriana and asked how she was. Everything was okay. That frightened servant was much more important now. This is the situation. The young master's impression of her urgently needs to be corrected. Meg began to make excuses again. However, the little gentleman did not allow her to do this. Elliot did not want to hear anything. The nanny was shocked by the boy's disdainful appearance. The younger master continued. The disrespect she showed Doriana could not be justified in any way. Everything inside the impudent woman shrank. Her master had never been so dismissive of her in his life and had not spoken to her with disgust in his eyes. In addition, Doriana is the future bride of the Crown Duke von Valois, that is, the future Duchess of the family. Therefore, let Meg mean that being rude to Miss Everett is equivalent to being rude to himself. If the nanny has nothing more to say, the little gentleman hopes that this will not happen again in front of Doriana's room. Meg was furious. She had been Elliot's nanny and cared for him for so many years, and the boy had treated her so coldly. And in general, it is the maid Meg who should be the most important person for the young Crown Duke and his father. The younger Duke has changed so much, it was not enough for the Duchess herself, but now also her ward, who must be faithful to her. What is happening in this ill-fated estate? How did these strange changes begin with the inhabitants of this house? The maid simply needs to eliminate their catalyst. Without this, she can be the mistress of this mansion, and for this she has already done so much. It's all about the scoundrel Everett, because it was with her appearance that all the changes began to occur in the Valois estate. If it weren't for the servant's low position, she would have calmly killed this brat, even with some pleasure showing her who was in charge here. But for now, she can't act directly. She needs to get rid of Doriana with someone else's hands. Meg headed to her sixes. So, the main maid was busy all these days with hard work and could not pay due attention to her subordinates, because with the appearance of the girl, it became so difficult for everyone. In fact, the maid never did anything or worked. She only lied about her unbearable fatigue and hard work, which aroused the admiration of others. Only Meg cares about her maids, but Miss Everett doesn't care at all about the service staff. Finally, the hard day gave way to a friendly, sunny morning. The girl went to the window and admired the beautiful landscape. Today, the weather is simply amazing. It will be great to spend time outside in the fragrant garden or take a walk around the neighborhood. Doriana didn't even know that the estate of the Duchy of von Valois had a garden, but the girl really loves to walk. Moreover, we are talking about a difficult walk along the alleys, and about a walk with Mother, of course. Miss Everett is delighted with the idea. The terrible mother-in-law, together with her future daughter-in-law, left the room and headed down the corridor towards the garden. Young Elliot noticed them. The kid immediately called out to the future bride, and where were the two beautiful ladies going early in the morning? Suddenly he could go with them. The charming girl replied that she and her mother were going for a walk in the garden, and if Elliot was not doing anything, he could join them. When these two began to become so close friends and communicate, how quickly this happens in children, Aranel simply cannot get enough of them. Doriana joyfully shouted for the little Duke to come down to them quickly, because the sun had long since gone out. Elliot hurriedly walked up the stairs. The boy did not want to make himself wait for the young ladies and was already rushing towards them. The terrible mother-in-law's cheeks lit up. A sparkle appeared in her eyes. How could she fight the approaching wave of tenderness? These two angelic babies are like a black and yellow chicken, so cute and bright, with charm in every movement. The girl asked the children to go to the garden first, and why should Miss Everett and the young master go alone? Mother just wanted to take a fascinating book with different fairy tales with her for a walk, and left it in her room. Thinking about little chickens, Aranel just remembered this book. She will need to read it so that the kids remember it. The younger Duke looked in surprise after his mother as she retreated. Mother was still behaving strangely. So the two little main characters headed to the beautiful garden on their own without adults. Maybe the girl wants an apple pie. The pies from the von Valois kitchen are incredibly delicious. Let Miss Everett wait a little. Elliot will bring it now. He looked so much like his mother at that moment. In order not to keep the lady waiting, the young gentleman switched to running, but Elliot could fall like that. Doriana is worried about him. And what is this new and such a warm feeling ripening inside the young lady? The girl was pleased to feel it. It is definitely connected with Elliot. In addition, now so many miracles are happening to the baby, so many bright and good things, that her soul is healing and seems to glow with happiness. After all, everyone cares so much about Elliot's future bride, treating her with trepidation and adoration, and her mother surrounded her with such love. Everyone is trying so hard to do something for Doriana. The girl's cheeks turned red. This makes the little girl feel the happiest in the world. Here, in the garden behind one of the hedges, I heard the female voice of a maid who wailed that it was unbearably hard for her. The girl was immediately interested in these sounds. Someone was feeling bad, and suddenly something serious had happened and she needed help. The little girl looked out from behind a bush. 2 sixes of the main maids stood nearby and complained about their work. After cooking, the whole kitchen was covered in dough and cookie crumbs, which means they were talking about the Duchess and the girl. But they cleaned everything up and were neat. It was so difficult to clean all this up. The main maid even began to have muscle pain after this. What was this going on? After all, the service staff already had a lot of work to do, and now so much more has been added. Everything is exactly like that. And all these difficulties began to occur precisely because of Doriana. Because of her, everyone suffers. With her appearance, it became so difficult. How is this possible? Why did the girl become the cause of someone's misfortunes because Doriana does no harm to anyone at all and does not want to be a burden? After the girl moved in, there was so much work at once that it was not at all easy to serve another person. After Doriana began to live here, the Duchess changed a lot. Before, she simply did not pay attention to the maids, but now she has become more harsh towards them. Well, okay, maids, and the difficulties of poor commoners are not so important, but I feel very sorry for the younger Duke, of course. After all, because of Lady Everett, the poor boy lost his mother completely. The Duchess was always cold towards him, but suddenly she treated the girl so warmly. Honestly, all their troubles are because of the new guest at the von Valois estate. This girl destroyed and ruined everything. Bitter tears flowed from Emerald eyes. How could the girl not notice all these horrors? Was it really all because of her? The young lady's painful thoughts were interrupted by a familiar female voice which accused the 2 scoundrels of lying. It was the new maid who checked the kitchen after cooking, and everything was neat and clean. There was no dough or crumbs anywhere. And the charming baby does not cause problems for anyone here. No one got a new job with her appearance. What nonsense. The little main character immediately remembered her intercessor. It was her who was hit by that terrible woman in the corridor in front of her bedroom. Relations between the Duchess and her son were cold before the appearance of this girl, but with her appearance, on the contrary, they began to improve. Therefore, all the nasty things that the vile gossips have just voiced are complete and dirty lies. The 6th main maid immediately fell silent, not expecting that someone would ground them and place them in Meg's insidious plans. One of the hyenas began to clumsily pretend to laugh. How funny the new girl is. She's just been here recently and doesn't understand anything. The second one immediately picked it up. This is the same new girl who has everything falling out of her hands. Exactly. She is so stupid and ignorant. If the maid cannot work quickly, then at least let her think faster. Her behavior makes the older maids hate her. Apparently, the girl has a lot of free time, since she allows herself such liberties and observing other people's conversations. Let the impudent woman go right now to clean the warehouse and not even ask anyone for help. Let her do everything herself. But in this warehouse, no one cleans alone. It is too big. All the service personnel clean it at the same time once a year. Why did she make so much noise? Now it's her problem, since she doesn't know how to assess the situation and interferes. Let her shut up and do what she's told, as befits a newbie. The new maid saw no other way out. She must obey the older maids and follow orders. But here, once again, the little main character stood up to defend the poor girl. Let these 2 vipers stop immediately. After all, these 2 servants of Meg made such a fuss about Miss Everett. Why drag other people in here? If the maids don't like Doriana specifically, then let them be angry with her herself and not take out their anger on innocent people. The 6s immediately chirped. They didn't even think that Miss Everett would hear their conversation, of course. They knew that the baby was nearby, and they made a cheap show. Meg actually said that Doriana is trying to be an angel of justice and annoyingly meddle in everything. The maids didn't say this on purpose. Then if these 2 6s didn't do this intentionally, it means it was due to some wild mistake. Every time these 2 gossips discuss something incredibly exciting while the Duchess of von Valois is not around. Well, once again the girl prevented 2 slackers from having a good time. Let them continue. So what were they talking about? The maids immediately bowed down and began to apologize. They couldn't hear their mistress well, which was what their persistent dialogue was about. Immediately let them continue to voice their dirty thoughts in front of an adult, and not in private to a child. And why did the 2 hyenas suddenly fall silent? A minute ago, this cowardice and helpfulness was not there at all. It's just a pitiful sight. Come on. Where are the complaints of the protesting staff? Because of the girl, it became unbearable to work. So many things have increased at once. However, the mistress of the estate is well aware that absolutely nothing has changed in the maid's work schedule, which means this is a blatant lie. These two clueless ladies dared to involve the little crown duke in their conversation as well. There was steel in their voice. So what are the reasons for such ignorant and low behavior of these two slackers? The girls still cannot squeeze out words. The ignorant blonde spoke especially a lot, talking about her inability to assess the situation and trying to get involved in other people's affairs. The girl was ready to tear off the limbs of each of these parasites, but she works hard on the positive characteristics of her character. So it was precisely this vile lady who failed to assess the situation in time and got into something that was absolutely not her own business. The six immediately rushed to apologize. This rubbish has been here for a long time. If this lady is fired, it could have a bad effect on Dorian. It would be better to sort everything out quietly and systematically. The perpetrators will still be punished, but not at the cost of the girl's peace of mind. You need to control yourself. You can't risk the baby's safety and position now. She's got it enough. Let the two slackers and liars immediately apologize for their rotten mouths. The maids froze. Who should they ask for forgiveness from? The two clueless intermediaries of the main maid looked at each other in amazement. This was not at all the outcome they should have voiced to Meg after. Let the maids ask forgiveness from Miss Everett and also from the new maid, whom they dared to mock. But the apologies of these ladies must be sincere. The Duchess of Von Valois explains herself clearly, or they need to repeat it. The six main maid immediately turned pale with horror, of course. They understood everything the first time. There is no need to repeat anything. The vile liars immediately obligingly bowed to the future Duchess of Von Valois and asked the girl for forgiveness. After which the two ladies bowed their heads in front of the embarrassed Jane. They behaved incorrectly and apologized for their behavior. Aranel clapped her hands. How great the maids are at apologizing. I don't want it to become a habit. The maids should remember this day well, for this was the second time the Duchess had caught them doing something like this. The maids listened carefully and silently to their mistress. They were afraid of her anger and revenge for the child because they had really crossed the line. The first time the terrible mother-in-law passed by the kitchen and came across dirty gossip about the young main character, then Aranel made a remark for the first time. And this is the second time these two impudent people dared to treat the poor little girl so rudely. Is the lady really keeping count of their misdeeds? The Duchess's purple eyes shone with steel and determination. She could easily rip their heads off for this angelic girl. So sixes must understand that their mistress's patience is not designed for the third time, so there will simply not be a third time. Lady Von Valois clearly conveyed the main idea: the maids understand the consequences of such behavior in the future. This is the last time the maid was even talked to about their behavior. After that, there will be no more conversations. Punishment will be by default. Everything will happen quickly and without regrets. Fear was clearly visible on the faces of both maids. Both were afraid of losing their jobs, because they had been serving here for so long. The girl was satisfied with this reaction. In front of her were just pathetic henchmen, weak-willed and spineless. The gentleman of the estate told all the staff to go to their places, and Jane to forget about cleaning the warehouse, of course. If you think about this whole story carefully, everything looks very suspicious. Why such an open and obvious lie? It can be assumed that someone did not like the charming Dorian, so they are trying to offend her indirectly and not directly. But whether such a daring act was the own initiative of these two slackers, the Duchess strongly doubts it. Most likely someone else with his own hidden agenda is behind all this bullying, but why would he bully the poor girl? The girl turned to Doriana. She was completely downcast. She needed to somehow fix this and urgently cheer up this cutie. The baby's emerald eyes completely went dark after all this abomination. What a bastard they dared to bring to Doriana. And as soon as these creatures dare to mock a small child, the righteous fire is activated. Aranel would tear out their limbs. By the way, where is the little main character? Elliot went to buy apple pie for his future bride. What a scoundrel. If this boy had not left Doriana alone in the garden, then everything that happened would not have happened. Fiery anger is deactivated. In fact, the child has nothing to do with it. These are all rotten people in uniform. And here is the little protagonist. The boy returned to the ladies with a basket in his hands and hurried to young Miss Everett. The Crown Duke immediately noticed that the girl's emerald eyes were clearly reddened from salty tears. What happened here? Everything is fine now. Nothing serious has happened to the girl. The weather is fine. They shouldn't talk about bad things. As if everything was fine with the future bride, of course. What a resilient girl this is. Aranel was very proud of her. In a wicker picnic basket, the young Duke brought a glass bottle of milk and purple grapes. Of course, the little guy did a great job. He showed concern and brought snacks, but a real gentleman would not leave a lady alone. It was necessary to order that the children be brought the necessary food, or at least go for it together, because the girl has only been here for a short time. This must be taken into account. The boy straightened his back and bowed respectfully to his mother. Elliot understood everything perfectly and will not repeat his mistakes again. What a clever girl! You can immediately see whose son this is. Such a smart and noble child. A real main character. Then, behind her back, the girl felt someone's presence. She turned around and stumbled upon her husband in the novel. And for what reason did Mr. von Valois decide to visit her with the children in the middle of the working day in the garden? And what is Lady Valois so surprised about? The terrible mother-in-law closed her eyes and turned away, hiding her face with her hands. It's simply illegal to be so dazzlingly beautiful. What's wrong with his wife? The girl looks worried. Maybe she's not feeling well. Maybe the servants should be sent for a doctor. Yes, just for untrained eyes. The beauty of the young man is simply unbearable, poor heart. Everything is fine with Aranel. In this case, you should return to Elliot. His mother was right. You shouldn't be so careless towards the little lady. This is completely wrong. Did the young Duke really use moralizing for his son as an excuse to approach them? Aranel really never ceases to amaze him. How dignified and impressive the mistress of the estate dealt with the two impudent people. Her answer was the true answer of the Duchess. It's simply incredible how much beauty was hidden in Aranel, so the children want to finally hear their mother's fairy tale, of course. The terrible mother-in-law began to reveal herself from different sides, and each of them was distinguished by its beauty. Who was this girl? And now, at the sight of yet another new image of his wife, Duke von Valois was simply unable to take his eyes off the girl. On the face of the head of the greatest family appeared that same pleasant and warm smile that Elliot had been waiting for from Father Elliot. His wife was so beautiful. The terrible mother-in-law made a terrible bloodthirsty grimace and promised to eat 2 small chickens in one bite, a very multifaceted personality, after which the mother began to make terrible growling sounds. Let the chickens be careful. The monster is already very close. What a horror, but they will be saved. The little protagonist looked towards his father. Maybe the Duke would agree to read some fairy tale for the children. Baron von Valois looked dumbfounded at his beloved son. The boy definitely wants him to read this book for them. But the young Duke had never done this before. The young ladies activated their puppy dog eyes. Well, since everyone wants it so much, what can they do? The protagonist's father was simply left without a choice. The young man cleared his throat and corrected his voice, from this place where the chicken Ari appeared. While the young man looked with his eyes at the place where his wife had stopped, an expectant silence hung. Everyone waited for him to begin. In a baritone, terrifying voice, Ari called himself the bravest chicken. The chick never gives up for anything. In a creaky and frightening voice, the young man continued, "The protective level of pon-pon magic is activated." The girl, with all her strength, restrained herself not to laugh. In a monotonous voice, Baron continued, "He will stop the star tiger with the candy of justice. Let the cloud shed the light of justice." Here, the young master could no longer restrain himself and ordered his beloved father to stop this test. He had had enough. The kid tore out a book with fairy tales and headed to his mother. It would be better if she read to them. It was a huge mistake. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. She almost exploded with laughter. How clumsy the Duke is. So where did they stop? The young man was embarrassed by the reaction of his listeners. The Duke believed that he had perfectly adapted to the role of the galactic chicken, the savior. The girl couldn't help but joke about her prim husband. She believed that the Duke was good at absolutely everything he did. Apparently, it was not worth laughing at such a thing. Was the beautiful young man really offended by her words? Aranel seemed to have overdone it. The Duke covered his face with his hand and did not answer his wife in all likelihood. The girl really crossed the line. Was the beautiful young man really so angry because of his wife's words? After all, this was just a harmless joke. However, the young man continued to hold his head, sweat dripping down his forehead, his eyes deliberately ignoring the girl. You need to take a deep breath and calm down. It's just that Duke von Valois has been working too much lately, so his mind has become naughty. The head of the great family again glanced at the terrible mother-in-law to dispel all his doubts. But she was still so beautiful that she glowed. What is this? What a dazzling radiance his wife emits. The young man began to rub his eyes, which were clearly letting him down. It's simply impossible to endure this anymore. The young man turned sharply and walked away. He has a lot of work today. The image of his wife did not leave his head, even though Baron tried diligently to throw it out. What came over him at all? This had never happened before. And in general, why did the Duchess of Von Valois suddenly become so beautiful? The young man's cheeks immediately flushed, and what was happening to his heart? It was the first time the girl had seen the gentleman so irritated, so upset because of a poorly read fairy tale. You need to be more careful with ridicule. The young man barely reached the family estate. His thoughts were still swarming around the new Arenal. His heart was also beating strongly. Baron Valois is no longer a 13-year-old immature boy he needs to return to the work process. The internal torment of Mr. Valois was interrupted by the annoying Meg. What she needs from him now, the maid has begun to allow herself too much lately. The maid was already piercing the young man with her persistent gaze. Meg urgently needed to tell her master something. The young landowner's mood immediately deteriorated from just one glance at the vile servant's face. The young man had long been disgusted with her. In addition, there are many questions and suspicions about this person. Little Everett was treated cruelly. The girl practically did not eat and worked all the time, while the head of the maids sweetly assured her master that young Doriana was living well under the wing of the Rondini family. How unpleasant this sticky woman is to him if she has something to say. Let him pass it on through the butler. But how can that be? Let the Duke listen to Meg. After all, the maid came to talk to the young man about his beloved son. Meg began to worry about the younger master. In this case, let the maid not waste time and quickly tell what happened to Elliot. The vile person beamed. The Duke singles her out so much. The maids are not given the right to communicate with the master directly, but she is allowed to do so. The girl's cheeks immediately turned pink. It had been a long time since young people had been left alone like this, as in the good old days. What is this annoying lady talking about? Meg is even addressing him now. The Duke did not understand a single word of hers. Meg continued her sick delirium. It brings back thoughts of the past days when she cared for Baron, as she now cares for his beloved son. The maid so wants to return to that happy and carefree time. The Duke bared his teeth in disgust. It's time to end this absurdity. The maid said that she had something to tell about the young master. Either let her tell her already, or get out of his sight. Meg was immediately taken aback. Why talk to her so rudely and coldly? The girl cares so much about the Duke and his son. Well, as his lordship pleases. Cold sweat flowed down the maid's forehead. We will talk about the Duchess of Von Valois. Arenal only cares about Miss Everett and does not devote any of her time to the younger gentleman. His nanny is very worried. After all, this can hurt the baby so much. It is obvious that Madame Valois' favorite is this girl, not her own son. Some maids said the same thing a while ago. The Duke was curious where these dirty rumors came from, but it turns out it was the head maid. This is the real problem. If the young master really realizes that Meg is behind all this persecution, then she will be thrown out of here. The bastard immediately threw herself on her knees. She was not at all to blame, because this was a delicate issue, so she decided to share it with the young man. The maid, after all, is Elliot's nanny, and came here because she is very worried about the boy. How she can spread rumors. It's nonsense to make Meg herself guilty. On the contrary. It's worth paying attention to the words of the main maid. After all, since the rest of the maids are of the same opinion, it means that it is clearly obvious to everyone how horribly the mistress treats her own son. Baron Valois growled so that the maid knew her place. It was her maids who were arrogant towards Doriana, of course. His wife had to devote more time to the girl. Nothing would have happened if Meg had trained the working staff well. The impudent one does not even understand that she is now insulting the Duke's wife on his own estate. If the maid is dissatisfied with the Duchess, then it is her duty as a nanny to inform her directly, but she stuck to the Duke that she is not allowed and says such things. The maid dares to accuse and denigrate the name of the mistress of the duchy, and the head of a great family is obliged to explain such things to the staff manager. Let Meg get away immediately before the young man takes serious measures to improve the quality of the service staff. From now on, the maid is forbidden to pursue the Duke. Let her pass all her questions through the butler. Meg quickly ran out of the office. The maid was in total shock. It's simply impossible how the Duke can treat her like that. This is the same Meg. His Meg. After all, the maid has been next to the charming Baron since childhood. The master simply cannot treat her like that. The change in the Duchess becomes more and more problematic for the servant. All her thoughts and rotten plans begin to crumble. Until now, the vile person could have significant influence as a personnel manager, but only because Aranel did not care about her duties, and she was simply lucky enough to become the mistress of Valois. She is from the insignificant family of the Marquis. She abandoned all her affairs, and now she is pretending to be a duchess, while the maid followed the Duke all her life and did not even dream of becoming his wife, even though they clearly have feelings for each other. That is why the maid decided to devote herself to work in the von Valois family estate, sometimes colliding with Baron. And when Meg, with the help of lies and the absence of other candidates, achieved this position, she began to feel like the mistress here. And this was exactly what Meg wanted, and now the scoundrel decided to take this joy away from her. What an insatiable woman she is. The head of staff clenched her fists. She couldn't fight the Duchess now. But she wasn't going to just go with the flow. Initially, the maid wanted to slowly deal with everyone, but since this happened, Meg simply had no choice. Her subordinate caught the eye of the head of the maids. Meg told her to immediately convene a council of all staff in the break room. Let the maids immediately gather in the hall and wait for instructions from their manager. They now have an important task that needs to be solved. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, the girl was drying her wet hair after her bath. A beautiful day with her cute kids. In addition, today Aranel was lucky enough to see a new and unexpected side of the Duke of von Valois. It was very funny. But at the same time, all his behavior and embarrassment seemed definitely sweet and pleasant to the terrible mother-in-law. So stop. Why does a girl even think about her husband before going to bed? She needs to go to bed immediately. She is overtired. Aranel climbed into a cozy and fresh bed. What a soft and pleasant pillow, just a fluffy cloud. Then there was a persistent knock on the door of her bedroom. What could happen at such a time? The same maid named Jane entered the room. The new maid, whom the Duchess had seen in the garden, came to tell her very important news. She could not wait until the morning. In fact, the lady herself wanted to thank this maid, and then the girl came to her herself. Everything is going well. Jane froze in amazement, not expecting such words from Lady von Valois, as if she were talking about a new maid. Of course, Aranel, as a mother, wanted to thank the maid for taking Doriana's side and defending her in front of the other maids. Jane simply said what she had to say, but that requires courage and nobility, doesn't it? So, what is the reason for such a late and worried visit of the young maid? The girl is clearly upset about something. Sticky sweat began to drip down Jane's face. The girl's eyes began to dart. The maid was clearly afraid of the consequences of her action. The terrible mother-in-law understands perfectly well that if the maid decided to contact her at such a late hour, something serious had happened. The next day, early in the morning, the mistress of the duchy called her faithful butler, which made the man nervous. The butler, Raymond, arrived at her ladyship's chambers. The lady apologized for having to call the employee so early. The employee was surprised. The Duchess never asked for forgiveness, and even for favors, and the girl's eyes began to look somehow softer. Raymond immediately became upset and didn't even know what to answer to his mistress. She had nothing to apologize for. Let the butler not stand, but sit down opposite. The Duchess suggested sitting down. Raymond is already comfortable. The mistress of the von Valois estate slowly and gracefully put the porcelain cup on the table. The girl would like to talk about something important. But his mistress is not comfortable with him standing. Let him sit down. But what is she going to say? That has come over this woman. The reason why the Duchess had to turn to Raymond was because she was spying on the head maid and needed to keep an eye on her. What a coincidence, because Duke von Valois also ordered the butler to follow Maggie to secretly find out about the Rondini family. His lordship's order completely coincides with the order of his wife. Is Aranel also suspicious of Meg? Or the vengeful Duchess decided in this way to simply substitute the head of the maids, who she simply did not like? Given the nature of the Duchess and her behavior so far, most likely it is the second option. It is unlikely that Aranel is conducting her investigation. What is the butler thinking so hard about? Maybe the employee will share his thoughts with his mistress. Raymond has been serving the von Valois family for a long time, so he wants to ask the mistress of the estate about something. There is no other way out. What is this woman thinking about when she gives such an order to the butler? Probably about some other vile things. Raymond doesn't understand his mistress's true intentions, so it's worth asking directly, even if it angers her. The employee asked permission to ask an indiscreet question. The lady is trying to mock the maid out of personal hostility, isn't she? Let her ladyship understand her faithful servant correctly. The butler would not at all want to become a participant in the bullying. After all, the direct duty of an employee in this house is to prevent such disturbances. He simply cannot become their instigator. The butler told everything as it is, even if he is now afraid for his position and the anger of his mistress. The dishes will probably fly at him. Therefore, you should prepare for the standard reaction to your insolence, since you yourself provoked her ladyship's anger. Well, the butler's opinion is justified and quite understandable. Raymond's eyes widened. The lady heard her employee. She calmly sipped tea from her mug. Should she take this as a refusal? And this is all the reaction of the terrible mother-in-law. And where is the hysterical scream, threats to his life, broken dishes, and blows? How can a butler refuse? He's just worried. The girl understands everything. There's no need to repeat the reasons. Everything is obvious. Besides, Raymond is the only one who decided to warn his mistress against unnecessary conflicts, isn't he? Aranel did not even allow the thought that the employee decided to test her patience with his harsh words. Did she really understand? This young lady considered the true intentions and main thoughts of the butler in just a minute. Where did such insight come from? Raymond said everything correctly. The butler should prevent scandals and not cause them. The girl understands everything perfectly. However, her ladyship had a question whether Raymond himself considered his impudent statements to be the cause of the disorder in the estate. The employee realized his mistake. The lady has really changed. In front of him is a completely different person, but how is this possible? The conversation between the Duchess of Valois and the butler was interrupted by the childish voice of a charming girl. Doriana was inviting her mother to breakfast. The little main character immediately apologized for interrupting the adults' conversation. They had already finished. Everything was fine. Raymond agrees with his mistress. Aranel stretched out in a good-natured smile. Who is this woman? The butler nodded approvingly. That's great. It's time for her ladyship to go down to breakfast with the children anyway. The lady wished a pleasant day to her employee and went to breakfast with dear Doriana, and she could give a gift to her mother. Of course, the girl simply loves surprises. Especially since the gift will be from her beloved children, this is definitely a completely different girl in the body of the Duchess. This is no longer that eccentric and vain lady who could hit an innocent person because of her bad mood. Raymond asked for forgiveness for his behavior and asked Aranel to tell the true reasons for his request. What's the point in this? Even if the Duchess gives the real reasons, will the butler believe her words? Of course, the girl does not blame the servant for his mistrust and will not punish him. This is understandable, given the Duchess's early behavior. However, Aranel no longer intends to continue to tolerate such manifestations of disrespect and distrust of the words and actions of her mistress. After all, something like this is simply starting to irritate the terrible mother-in-law, which is what irritates her ladyship. Raymond went cold inside. Aranel did not ask to annoy the maid or poison her. It was a question of observation, but Raymond immediately decided that she wished harm on Meg. The butler didn't even try to soberly evaluate his mistress's request, so why did he immediately begin to object? The answer is written right on the employee's face, because it was precisely the request of the mistress of the estate, wasn't it? A shiver ran down the faithful butler's spine. There was indeed truth in his mistress's words, and it sounded inappropriate. From now on, Raymond needs to learn to judge the girl's words and actions without looking back at his mistress's past. The Duchess of Valois insists that you pay attention only to the present and the future. Raymond can handle this. The butler must cast aside the prism of his ingrained attitude towards her and evaluate the specific orders of the Duchess. The terrible mother-in-law wants to hear her servant's unbiased opinion, because this is the butler's job, because she says everything correctly. Those purple eyes of the mistress seemed to begin to see right through the employee. Raymond clearly felt uncomfortable with this thought. The butler was struck on the spot by the firmness of thought and the fairness of the intentions of the mistress of the estate. He didn't even have anything to add to this. Under this unshakable and confident gaze, the employee did not even dare to squeak in his own defense. Everything will be done. Meanwhile, the scoundrel, who dreams of becoming the mistress of the Valois estate, pulled out an expensive emerald necklace from the Duchess's box. This necklace should be enough to fulfill Meg's plan. We need to finally get rid of that brat Everett, and then her mother. And if everything goes according to plan, then all the maid's troubles will end. She will take her place next to Baron. Let the little upstart tremble. Very soon the maid will throw the orphan out of the family estate, where there should be only one mistress. luxurious and expensive jewelry with a giant green emerald and large mother-of-pearl pearls, a masterpiece of jewelry. This necklace is very expensive for the Duchess, so the girl will notice its loss very soon, but she will be able to frame Everett. For such a crime, at best, the brat will simply be kicked out of the estate, but they may even receive real punishment. The maids have already realized that Meg is required of them. All that remains is a small task. You just need to throw some decorations into the little girl's room. It's all so simple. There was no need to put it off at all. And what was Elliot's nanny doing outside her mother's room? Meg jumped on the spot. On what issue is the head of the maids here? Did the junior master witness the scoundrel's crime? Meg doesn't hear her master's question about what the maid was just doing in his mother's bedroom, and why she doesn't answer the question. The head of the service staff froze in place. This is just a stupid child who is very attached to her. Well, the younger Duke knows his mother's temper and capriciousness. The maid was just trying to avoid it. If the Crown Duke had seen what had been done, he would not have asked questions, which means we just need to cloud his mind and dull his vigilance. The maid went into the Duchess's room just to tidy up. There was so much dust, but Meg doesn't do that. What a smart boy. Why didn't this idea work, then stay as always, putting pressure on Elliot's pity and attitude towards her? The head of the staff immediately threw herself at the little Duke's feet. The girls simply had no choice. If the cleaning is not carried out properly, Meg herself will bear the responsibility, and the mistress will be so angry with her that the maid is afraid. Then why is the nanny crying? Because the boy just needs not to tell his mother about it, that's all. What a caring younger gentleman Meg is. He helps out his nanny so much she has no one else but this baby. Elliot is just a child and does not doubt Meg because she is his nanny. The maid will never forget Elliot's kindness. Meanwhile, in her room, the terrible mother-in-law was looking out the window with a warm smile on her face. What a beauty. Below, two little main characters were smelling flowers. Maybe these are heavenly creatures from paradise itself. How much tenderness they cause. The girl's visual pleasure was interrupted by the butler's voice. The servant came to the Duchess to tell her something. Raymond can speak freely as he really is. The girl does not care about formalities and conventions. And in all likelihood, there is only one reason why the servant came to the mistress when her children were not around. We will talk about the main maid. The Duchess immediately understood the whole situation, which very frightened her servant, as Aranel asked. The servant watched Meg and noticed something. After his important report, the butler left his mistress's chambers, leaving the mistress alone with her thoughts. How dare this scoundrel dare to do something like this? Who does this Meg think she is? What does she count on if she fails? Aranel still has a low reputation in the Valois family. Meg can refute all accusations, and even a drop of trust in the girl will be destroyed. We need to act slowly and systematically. The Duchess turned to the maids. We need to start somewhere. That maid with bangs is clearly on the side of the head of staff and is her submissive six. We must not forget about her either. First, you need to make sure of everything, and then act. The lady wants to change clothes. Let them call the children and follow Aranel. Of course, the initiator and all those involved will not keep themselves waiting long and will appear at the first opportunity. Almost all the maids are scoundrels, but in some of them there is enough loyalty to the family. You need to weed out the sixes. A charming little girl stood with a bouquet of flowers. She asked her uncle, the gardener, and the employee allowed her to take a couple of flowers with her. How beautiful these flowers are. Surely dear Doriana brought such a bouquet for her mother, of course. The lucky mother-in-law really likes the baby's gift. Doriana was surprised to note that her mother suddenly decided to change clothes in the middle of the day. It's just that the terrible mother-in-law's mood changed, so she decided to change her outfit, but apparently she went too far with the jewelry. It was difficult for Aranel to put on a smile for several hours, but thanks to communication with Meg's maids, she managed to find out what the scoundrel stole from her jewelry box. The Duchess went to her chambers and went to the dressing table, where there was a beautiful chest with luxurious jewelry. The maid took such a noticeable thing that the theft would look very noticeable and obvious to all the inhabitants of the house. One of Meg's henchmen immediately hurried to her mistress's bedroom, wondering if something had happened to the Duchess's box. These are vile creatures. How could they gather in a flock and attack a small, innocent, and defenseless child? The maid didn't even hide her expectant gaze from the Duchess's eyes. Everything was so deliberate and open. There is no problem. Disappointment appeared on the face of the pathetic executor of Meg's will. Isn't it disgusting? The terrible mother-in-law angrily stuck her fork into her dish, imagining that she was aiming at the head of the main instigator of the bullying. This is how insignificant and pathetic you have to be to mock and destroy the life of a little child who did nothing wrong. And okay, these stupid young ladies are greedy for interfering with other people's things, but why does the main maid need all these executions? After all, Meg took care of the little protagonist for so many years. The girl is his nanny and spends the most time with him. Aranel could not even imagine how much it could hurt the child that the nanny he trusted, who had been with him since birth, did this. How is it possible that a creature that cares for one baby can have such hatred and cruelty towards another? The righteous anger of the terrible mother-in-law was interrupted by a sonorous child's voice. The little boy carefully called out to his mother. Something happened to the Duchess von Valois. Something definitely made the younger gentleman's mother very angry. All these angry thoughts and inner malice were reflected in the girl's facial expressions and gestures, which she herself did not suspect the flow of rage did not escape Elliot's eyes. The little main character would like the Duchess to improve her mood by looking at these beautiful flowers. The girl's face immediately turned red. She was so deeply immersed in her anger that she did not notice how it was disturbing her children. Aranel immediately pulled the kids to her and hugged them tightly. She asked for forgiveness for her behavior. Mother did not want to worry them. Let the little angels not worry about anything. Their mother will figure everything out and handle everything, so they don't need to think about anything. The worried mistress of the Valois estate was interrupted by the voice of another 6 of the main maids. And so the parade of hypocrisy begins. The maid announced an emergency. This is the same lady who expected the necessary reaction from her mistress and left disappointedly afterwards. The maid tried hard to portray concern and sincerity. The mistress had better see for herself, so she should follow her servant. The impudent woman did not let up and played to the end. Lady von Valois' most beloved necklace disappeared, and as soon as these creatures dared to frame a small child. The terrible mother-in-law will not allow her sweet girl to be harmed. Meg has surrounded herself with weak-willed performers and is rallying her ranks. The maid is not aware of all the details, so she takes the lady to the main maid. Meg will explain everything to the Duchess of Valois. The little girl realized with horror that the maid was leading her mother towards her own bedroom, why they were all going there. Fear and confusion flashed in Doriana's emerald eyes. What was happening, and why the main maid was waiting for them there? The bastard, of course, was already waiting for her audience, and invited them to come to her performance, feigning sadness and disappointment. So let the maid not waste time and talk about what happened. Meg was just waiting for this moment. Her hour of reckoning with the brat Everett has come. The head of the maids began to act out her regret and compassion for little Lady Doriana, casting sad glances at her. The thing is that today, the very necklace that the Duchess of Valois treasures was discovered in Mrs. Everett's private bedroom. Unbridled rage flashed in the girl's purple eyes. How can you lie and poison an innocent girl so shamelessly? Immediately, there was a whisper among the vile 6 that Meg was trying so hard to shield Doriana, but at least she could care less. The little trash pretended that it had nothing to do with it. It's simply unthinkable to do such a vile thing to your mother. This insignificant reptile prepared herself perfectly. All the maids sang with her in unison. These ugly scavengers deliberately create a situation in which the Duchess will be forced to punish the girl for her crime. The terrible mother-in-law bared her teeth angrily. She would have cut off the heads of all the scoundrels right now. The whole stupid herd is trying to crush the baby. Meg bent over in an apologetic bow and squeezed out tears. The maid was so guilty that she did not look after little Everett. Let the head of staff rise. It's not Meg's fault at all. The lady is so generous and kind-hearted to her maid. Not at all, in fact. The Duchess of von Valois herself, long ago, personally gave her favorite necklace to little Doriana. All the vile accomplices immediately fell silent and turned in amazement at what her ladyship had just said to their mistress. Meg immediately began to deny Aranel's words. What was she even talking about? Because this stone suited the color of the girl's eyes so well, so Mother could not resist. But what is really strange here, and deserves the attention of Madame Valois, is the disgusting reaction of the service staff. On what basis did all these mediocre, lazy henchmen come to the conclusion that the little girl had committed a real crime? Moreover, none of the maids even had a hint of doubt about this accusation. The sentence was passed on Doriana unanimously and without appeal. The Duchess is already beginning to think that she has now become a spectator of a clumsily staged performance. All the scoundrels immediately fell silent. Meg immediately began to chirp that it was just a misunderstanding. How could the service staff deliberately act out such an atrocity? It was simply unthinkable. Opposite, the head of the maids tried so hard to cover up poor Miss Everett and take the trouble away from her, the young master abruptly cut off the false words of his nanny. The little protagonist looked carefully at his mother. Aranel did not give her necklace to Doriana, because Elliot was right, wasn't he? Meg broke into a gloating smile. Naive and stupid Elliot, let the boy continue. He's about to catch the brat Everett. What is this little boy doing? Even if the kid realized that his mother lied to shield the girl, then why is he stopping her from protecting her? The little Duke said in an even and confident voice that his nanny took the necklace, and then brought it here and placed it on the future bride. Silent amazement appeared on the faces of the scoundrel and Aranel. How did the boy know all this? Elliot had just revealed Meg's true rotten essence to everyone. What is it that the Crown Duke says? How would the nanny dare to take the mistress's necklace? Elliot promised to keep Meg's secret, but in such circumstances, he will not do this. On that very day, the main character saw everything that his nanny dared to do. Then the maid lied that she was putting things in order in his mother's bedroom. The eyes of the rotten person opened wide, so this boy saw everything. But why didn't he say a word to her then? The brave and noble Elliot did not question Meg then and announce the theft. He wanted to believe her and protect her. Elliot really hoped that the nanny would just need time to confess everything. You just need to believe in her and wait. However, instead of confessing to her own crime, Meg dared to commit such a baseness. The scoundrel decided to frame little Doriana. The boy had never seen a more disgusting act. Meg had been so concerned about him all this time. Let him stop blaming her immediately. But as befits the main character, there was an unshakable core and fortitude inside him, and a well-deserved disgust for the nanny was visible in his purple eyes. This kid was much more perceptive than any adult. Let Meg shut up immediately and not disappoint Elliot even more. From this day on, the younger Duke does not want to see this scoundrel in his family estate. What is Elliot talking about? She will be given a salary and severance pay. Meg immediately rushed to the boy. Why did the gentleman do this to her? She is his nanny. She is the one who loves the baby more than anything in this world. There was so much pain and regret in the eyes of the little strong hero. How could this rubbish even dare to cause him so much suffering? The younger Duke of Valois disdainfully threw away the hands of the vile maid and ordered her not to touch him. Elliot had already said everything. Let it not disappoint him even more. Elliot does not believe that anyone who uses love as an excuse for his vileness truly loves a child. Clouds were gathering over the vile instigator. The maid had nothing to say in her defense. She did not believe that this child could just throw her out like that. The terrible mother-in-law, with a steely voice, ordered the vile scoundrel to be thrown out of the estate immediately. The maid nodded obediently. Meg has tied Elliot to her for so many years. Why the hell are the maids touching her? Let the younger master explain that he is not serious. How can a little duke treat the one who raised him like this? Elliot must fix everything immediately. The maid will not leave this place. The hysterical screams of Elliot's nanny were heard in the corridor for a long time. The boy withstood this scene with dignity, but his heart was very heavy at the sight of the sad eyes of the charming baby. The terrible mother-in-law's heart bled, poor child. Mother warmly put her hand on her son's shoulder. Elliot did the right thing, and heroically, she is very proud of him, he protected Doriana. Here the poor bright child was crushed by a load of sadness. Bitter tears rolled down his cheeks. Aranel rushed to hug her baby. The boy managed to do justice. Elliot is a real hero. His heart is filled with light and honesty. How much courage and honor there was in this small body, and how painful it was for Elliot to make his decision. His mother was nearby. The little hero's eyes stung with salty tears, his cheeks burned with flames. The younger Duke should not sob like that. Well, what nonsense, the baby is in pain. He can cry as much as he needs, and his mother will be next to Elliot. The baby felt warm in his soul after Aranel's words. The younger gentleman had already cried enough, and a smile of acceptance appeared on his face. This child is much more mature and stronger than any other. How proud the girl is of her little angel, a real hero. But then sobs and sniffling were heard from the other side of the sofa, and the terrible mother-in-law immediately turned to look at the girl. Sweet Dorian began to cry bitterly, because it was all the girl's fault, and poor Elliot was suffering. The little girl asked for forgiveness for everything. But what is this poor thing even talking about when she stops blaming herself for all her troubles and considering herself unworthy of happiness? But if Doriana had not become hated by the staff, Elliot would not have had to lose his nanny. At this moment, the girl really wanted to subject the vile Meg to all possible human torture. How much pain she caused to these children. Only rotten and insignificant people are to blame for this, who did this to serve their own interests, and the girl simply became a victim of their bullying. But all the residents of the duchy hate young Everett, so if the girl simply weren't here, then there wouldn't be all the problems. Here, Jane spoke up. This is not at all true. The baby was not liked only by those who were ordered to treat her that way. In fact, everyone in the estate adores Doriana. The terrible mother-in-law is not overjoyed at the new maid. Jane is just smart. She chose the right words for the baby in time. Miss Everett is very brave and fair, so people who don't like her are just pathetic cowards. The little girl shook her head. She was not brave at all, but she was the one who helped Jane then. Then, in the corridor of the estate in front of the baby's private bedroom, Meg mocked the new girl, and Doriana defended her, and it was very brave. After all, Doriana did not think for a minute about her well-being and abandoned protecting the innocent maid, despite her fear and consequences. But then it was the younger gentleman who saved Jane, but the girl stood up for her before he arrived. The baby is incredible, she just needs to notice it. Now Miss Everett is admired and loved by many people, and in the future there will be many more such people. Duchess von Valois supported the words of the new maid. Everything is exactly like that. Mother also loves Doriana, and Elliot adores her. A light flashed in the girl's emerald eyes. Doriana is very grateful to everyone. Now a warm and cozy feeling spread throughout the baby's body. After a hard day of work, the head of the greatest family returned to his family estate. Baron was very tired today. Behind Duke von Valois, the hysterical screams of the main maid were heard. She ordered to let her go immediately. She needed to talk to Baron personally. What else happened during the absence of Mr. Valois? The butler took the maid out of the estate. Meg stubbornly resisted him. Meg began to shout that she was not to blame for anything. The maid had always been faithful to her master, and the mistress threw her out. It's amazing baseness to lie so shamelessly to your master's face and shout about the purity of your actions. Let Meg come into the office. The head of the maid stood contentedly in front of her beloved Baron, of course. The young man would take her side and protect her because of their special connection. The scoundrel's cheeks immediately flushed. The girl was sure that the Duke would not let her leave his estate. There was no one for her except Baron. Let the reptile not console herself with fictitious circumstances. The Duke did not call her to listen or give her a chance to fix everything. The Duke of Valois heard that his son fired his nanny today and promised to give her a salary and severance pay. But Baron doesn't think so. So he called the maid into his office. Sticky sweat was running down the face of the pathetic liar. What is the Duke even talking about now? They have been with him since childhood. There is no point in putting on another inept performance. Baron knows from the butler that it was she who stole his wife's necklace and then planted it in Doriana's room. So the Duke asked the butler to keep an eye on her, and he knows everything, and since when does he call this vain Arenelle his wife? In addition to this baseness, the maid dared to lie to the Duke about how things were at the Rondini estate, where the girl was being taken from the world. And in addition, the vile person dared, together with Baron and Baroness Rondini, to appropriate money for Miss Everett's living expenses and needs. How the young Duke knew everything is simply unthinkable. They were so careful for so many years. And after all that this rotten creature dared to do, Meg still dares to scream about her innocence and blame other people. For everything that the reptile has done to the von Valois family, as well as little Everett, she will be subjected to family punishment. Instead of legal punishment, private sanctions were imposed on the kingdom using the power and finances of each noble family. The private sanctions of the von Valois family, the most powerful family in the empire, could not be challenged even by imperial law. However, since Meg worked for the Duchy of Valois for a long time, the family's punishment will be mitigated. Let the maid simply leave their estate. The scoundrel bared her teeth angrily, but as the head of the clan, he only dared to offer such a thing to a maid after so many years of faithful service. In the end, the young man knows perfectly well about the girl's feelings. She did all this for the sake of the two of them, isn't it clear? Duke von Valois looked at the maid with a stony face. What is this woman talking about now? Is this another manipulation, or does she have an unhealthy mind? Why does Baron continue to pretend that he knows nothing? Because since childhood, Meg was always next to the young man. The girl always greatly missed the young Duke. Baron always occupied a special place in her head and heart. The head of the greatest family froze in silent shock at what she had just said. The Duke had no idea about Meg's unhealthy attachment. Why is Baron so surprised after all? He himself cared so much about the girl all the time, so he took her from the Valois lands to work in a mansion closer to himself. Of course, the young aristocrat never spoke out loud about his feelings, but this is not required. Meg herself knows about his sympathy for her. Then what kind of punishment can we even talk about? How can a girl, whom the Duke himself cares so much about, take and leave his estate? What kind of unhealthy absurdity has just sounded? Meg has distorted the usual situation and stretched her fantasies into reality. The reason why the maid began to work on the estate was at the request of her father. He begged Baron about this, since here she could find a better groom than in the fields. Since it was possible to turn this into a sick story about love, what does the Duke say? Baron spent his entire childhood with her. After all, the Duke accepted the girl's wreath and was so happy. Baron was a child and communicated with all the local children, without dividing them into commoners and children of aristocrats. The gentleman roared that he could no longer listen to all this nonsense. Meg should immediately shut up and get out of his mansion. This was absurd from the very beginning, which is why Baron wanted to get away with it. But the more he listens to Meg, the more she annoys him. Therefore, let the scoundrel stop talking about this nonsense and immediately get out of his sight before the maid goes to bear her well-deserved punishment. Apparently, the maid doesn't even understand the words anymore. The Duke of Valois called the butler to his place and ordered to immediately take this woman out of the mansion. The maid screamed for a long time and loudly throughout the entire estate about her relationship with the Duke. Baron grabbed his head, and how could he not notice this in Meg? How tired the young man is from all this. The Duke needs at least a little peace and tranquility. And that is why the young gentleman really wants to see his wife right now, to hear the girl's voice. How interesting it is why and since when the young man began to miss and need his wife so much. Something completely new for him. Behind the door of the private chambers of the owner of the estate stood the terrible mother-in-law and tried to collect her thoughts, suppressing a feeling of anxiety. Why is the girl trembling like a schoolgirl in front of the principal's office? Because Arenal didn't do anything wrong. The butler reported to his mistress that the Duke of Valois was still sleeping in his room, and now his wife was already standing in front of Baron's bedroom. Maybe the girl should try to come in, but the matter is urgent. She needs to get ready immediately and stop hesitating. Then the Duchess's purple eyes widened. Her internal struggle was interrupted by the voice of Baron Valois. What a disgusting thing. A sleepy young man, for some reason, his wife has been circling under the door of his private chambers for 15 minutes. Here, the heart of the young Duchess fell at the feet of the most beautiful young man. Baron was too irresistible in only a sleeping shirt. Arenal immediately grabbed her heart. Perhaps the Duchess just had a slight arrhythmia. There was no need to worry about her. We need to immediately change the topic. So the young man has already woken up. This is very good. Arenal wishes him good morning. There was amazement on the face of the captivating young man. The Duke also greeted his wife. Something happened on the estate, or something else happened. It's just that the Duke always goes about his business very early, and the girl needs to talk to Baron, so Arenal had to watch him near the bedroom. The Duchess of Valois has nothing to apologize for. The young man understands everything. How can he now unsee everything that Baron just saw it all? The mistress of the estate kept looking back at the staff in the corridor. The young man invited her to go inside the room, apologizing for his rudeness. The Duchess of Valois sighed with relief. It finally dawned on the young man that their conversation could be interfered with by other people's ears and eyes. A young man in a loose shirt, which so emphasized the hero's ideal body, motioned for his wife to enter the room. Is it possible that the young man is still in his sleep? His wife is really sitting in front of the Duke at such an early hour. And everything is really all right with the young Duke. The young man looked somehow strange and worried. Baron nodded approvingly. Everything is all right. How strange it is, because the young man just thought that he missed his wife, and the next day she herself came to his room. Is this really a coincidence? It sounds like nonsense. They just rarely see each other despite their marriage. There is no need to look for hidden meaning in ordinary things. While the charming owner of the duchy was indulging in his thoughts, his wife had already finished her story. This is a complete failure. The Duke of Valois listened to absolutely all the words of his wife. Baron has no idea what they are talking about. Judging by the Duke's face, Lady von Valois' participation clearly does not suit him, in which case everything can be entrusted to the butler. The young man immediately asked his wife for forgiveness. In fact, the young man did not understand anything and listened to everything. Aranel giggled good-naturedly, but the Duke is also a man. Apparently the young man has not yet fully woken up. This happens to everyone. Baron is not yet ready to admit to the girl that he cannot concentrate due to the presence of Aranel. Otherwise the young man will fall through the ground. What a cutie! The young man has such a side. Baron never ceases to amaze her. Usually the protagonist's father is as cold as ice and as unapproachable as a rocky peak, but here there is such openness of feelings. Who would have known that the head of the most powerful family is also a man? Baron would be grateful if the Duchess repeated everything. In the end, the young man turned out to be very sweet and pleasant, so what is the girl thinking about? We need to return to their conversation. So the mistress of the estate would like to clean up the ranks of the service personnel. The young man was stunned. The girl only meant dismissal. They need to deal with those maids who bullied Dorian under Meg's leadership. Aranel found out the names of all her henchmen. The young man burst out laughing. The Duke completely agreed with his wife. The beautiful smile of Baron von Valois is simply a crime. He is generally a man. It is completely dishonest. We need to get together. His lordship agrees with the girl's proposal, of course. Baron himself intended to do this. We will have to change quite a few maids due to the massive change of personnel. Housekeeping will stop indefinitely. You need to discuss this with the butler. This is his area of responsibility. The girl understands her husband's words, because she ignored the household before, but she is not so frivolous. The Duchess did not at all intend to first add more work to everyone, and then carefreely remain on the sidelines, which is what Aranel wants to mean by this. Let it be late, but nevertheless the girl takes on all the obligations of the mistress of the estate from this moment on. As a duchess should do if the head of the duchy has nothing against her decision, of course. It's not too sudden. Is everything going to be okay? The girl will study. The boy's mistrust is understandable. Aranel will try his best. The Duke did not mean this at all in this case. If the young man agrees, then let him smile at his wife again, as just recently. The young man froze in silent shock. The Duke simply did not have time to comprehend all the information that the girl voiced. In this case, the girl will try even better, because they say that a handsome man's smile is the best reward. And with such an irresistible and captivating smile, the Duchess of Valois feels that she will definitely become more productive. The purple eyes of the young lady looked straight into the soul of the Duke of Valois, or so it seemed to him. The young man, with a sense of full responsibility, stated that he would try very hard to work on his smile. The girl immediately burst into loud laughter. What a charm! Why did the young man take her words so literally and seriously? And by the way, why did Aranel suddenly ask her husband to smile? Something was clearly happening inside the girl. So the terrible mother-in-law now loaded herself with work. The butler could not believe his happiness and thanked his mistress for it. Mountains of documents were already towering in front of the girl. Here was the budget of the estate. Here was the estimate for all the lands of the duchy and reports on the surrounding territories. There was so much work here, and not one person was doing it. Before she had time to come to her senses, the butler wished her a pleasant job. The employee immediately quickly ran to the exit finally. Raymond would be able to sleep more than 5 hours a day. These are rubbles. But what did the girl want, after all? This is the most powerful and largest duchy in the empire. What's done is done. It's time to become a good duchess and a positive hero of the novel, so it's time to delve into it. Aranel started with the estate's budget. It wasn't even luxury expenses. Her purple eyes widened. Why does such a gigantic sum of money go into the pockets of the family of the Marquis of Saxena, since the Aranel family is not in poverty anyway? So what did the girl manage to read about the family of her terrible mother-in-law on the pages of this novel? Now the Marquis of Saxon is Aranel's younger brother named Kyle. All the people of the estate cherished him as the future heir of the family. While Aranel herself received no time or attention, she ended up growing up in such conditions that even her younger brother looked down on her. And apparently Kyle Saxena's domineering relationship with his older sister continued to this day. After a couple of minutes of thought, the girl had already made a fair and pleasant decision for herself. The Saxe family already lives comfortably. Why do they also need money from the Duchy of von Valois? Kyle will not receive another penny from the Duchess. And this is just one signed document. The girl has a long and hard day ahead. This is what the life of the Duchess of Valois looks like. The owner of the von Valois estate studied with genuine interest the documents that his wife was now in charge of. To the great surprise of the young Duke, Miss Aranel actually sorted out all the paperwork. All recordings were made very carefully and diligently. The girl really put all her efforts into her work. But if this continues, then the young man simply will not be able to approach his wife under the pretext of help, because problems with documents simply will not arise. So what is the Duke even thinking about? His wife has finally taken responsibility for running the household, and Baron is upset that she is doing well because of her personal interests. The coachman interrupted his young master's thoughts and announced to him that his carriage had arrived at the Imperial Palace. Lately, the young man has often been having strange thoughts. Baron is going to a meeting. This is not the time for something like this. He needs to pull himself together. Then, behind the handsome young man, a familiar, creaky, vile voice was heard. He greeted his lordship. Is this really the head of the greatest family? Marquis Kyle Saxon stood in front of the young man. What an unexpected meeting of young people. It's unexpected that Kyle decided to visit the Imperial Palace. It's probably not because of today's meeting of aristocrats. After all, the current Marquis last appeared there a year ago. The Marquis feels ashamed when the Duke talks about it like this. He can hardly believe it. Negligence, baseness, the system of the strong and the weak. Baron openly despised Kyle, even though he was his wife's younger brother. Apparently, the Duke of Valois enjoys making people feel uncomfortable around him, but Baron is actually right. Of course, Kyle Saxon did not come to the Imperial Palace to meet the aristocracy. He needed to talk with Duke von Valois. And why did the dubious Marquis suddenly need to meet with the head of the Duchy of Valois? Can't Baron guess? Why did the money that his sister sends not arrive this month? Aranel did not send a penny to his brother. Meanwhile, the Duchess also had an unpleasant encounter. She was visited by two vile degenerates who beat and poisoned poor Doriana. How did these two even dare to come here? Beat the child and stole his money, bribed the Duke's maid. Aranel didn't even want to let them inside the estate. Baron and Baroness Rondini were equally disgusting. They literally reeked of rottenness, and they still dared to complain to her. Nevertheless, these scoundrels are relatives of Miss Everett, which is the only reason they were allowed into the house. However, these insignificant parasites showed up to claim an unfair tax audit of their orphanage and debt collection. The sum of the long Rondini is 3,000 grossens. This amount is simply fantastic. What could be done with that kind of money? The girl will ask for the last time what the hell these freaks want from her, for what reason they are turning to the Duchess of von Valois. Baroness Rondini roared that it was the Duchess herself who was trying to intimidate their family in this way. The director of the orphanage was told that it was the von Valois family who ordered the tax audit, which is why they are here. Apparently, the Baron and Baroness did not specify which member of the Duchy family ordered the tax audit, so the Duchess of von Valois did not order anything. It is not clear why they even consider the standard procedure to be intimidation. In any case, there is only one person who could organize this. Could it be that Duke Baron von Valois himself organized all this? But the interesting thing is why these parasites are looking for the person who initiated the check, because the procedure is carried out by the Imperial Palace. Let them run there and whine to His Majesty. The Baron and Baroness were sure that Aranel had arranged all this, but not the Duke. If Baron himself arranged this, then it would be better for them not to come. That is, they can express dissatisfaction with her, but not with her husband. Aranel looks so insignificant to them. Then the imperious, angry voice of the owner of the estate was heard. Duchess von Valois is right in absolutely everything regarding these scoundrels. If the parasites are dissatisfied with something, let them go and whine to the Imperial Palace. Let them no longer come here to demonstrate their ugliness. At what point in time the owner of the estate returned, literally just now, the Duke missed today's meeting. Since the young man met a disgusting slug like these two at the Imperial Palace, his mood soured, and Baron returned. The mistress of the place carefully asked the head of the duchy who exactly upset her husband today at the palace. Kyle Saxon waylaid the head of a powerful family and asked him to convince his sister to send his little brother his money. The handsome Duke bared his teeth angrily. If Baron had not been an aristocrat, he would definitely have broken this brat's nose. Baron respects the decision of his wife. The words of the petty parasite are total impudence, so he ignored Kyle, let him ask Aranel for money, not him. Who knew that vultures would be waiting at home for the Duke? Who neglected his wife? How dare they come here in person and demonstrate such an attitude? Let these two parasites be immediately swept out of the lands of the duchy. Baron is not in a good mood today. They will greatly regret it if they linger here." It was as if a terrible thunderstorm thundered in the Valois estate. The head of the family was beside himself with anger. How did these little people dare to insult his wife so much? There was a roar and the sound of dull blows. The terrible mother-in-law turned in amazement towards the uninvited guests. The Baron and Baroness Rondini cowered in their chairs and begged for forgiveness. They would leave the Valois estate now and never return. If Baron had not called out to his wife, the Duke would have seen off these parasites with blows until they left the mansion. His lordship immediately rushed to his wife and asked for forgiveness. The young man was unable to control his emotions. "Everything is in order." The girl guessed that such a fit of indignation was caused by the fact that the young man felt offended on behalf of his wife, and he stood up for her. For this reason, the terrible mother-in-law decided to thank her patron for his actions, her cheeks turning red. The girl was very pleased to know that her husband thought about her and her feelings, that he so fiercely defended the honor of Aranel. Ice-colored eyes opened wide, which means the girl understood everything, and she was even pleased that her husband stood up for her. In fact, there was an extravaganza of delight inside the Duchess, and her heart skipped so many beats when the young man began to worry about her emotions. Did the young man understand everything correctly, or did the girl go too far and arouse suspicion regarding her feelings? We need to change the topic, and what a terrible person her wife happened to meet in the Imperial Palace. It was Kyle Saxon. This impudent man began to lament that his older sister left him without money this month, and this infuriated the young man. It turned out awkward, which means the young man was already driving here in an angry mood, and then there were these Rondini. Of course, the head of the clan gets angry when a financial issue arises between relatives. It always ends badly. Duchess von Valois took a deep breath, so the girl should ask her husband for forgiveness for the behavior of her family, and also for the fact that all this time Aranel was sending money to her brother. The Duchess should have told about it right away and apologizes sincerely. It is very rude and ugly for the owner of the estate to remain silent about personal payments, especially of such a scale. The handsome young man jumped up to his wife and, in an even tone, asked Aranel not to apologize for this again. After all, his wife didn't do anything wrong. The girl will now lose consciousness from the heat of this young man. He is too close and probably hears that her heart is about to jump out. The young man does not blame the Duchess of Valois for anything, so she does not need to apologize for anything. A little more and she will simply fly into the air. The girl was exhausted from the eruption of feelings. She felt the strong and reliable hands of the young man, his hot breath next to her face. The terrible mother-in-law pushed her husband away in horror. "This guy is driving her crazy and driving her into a frenzy. You can't lose control in an affair?" In the romantic genre, all the men are so flawless and stunning. This one is definitely everyone's cherished dream. The girl grabbed her chest. "You need to calm your poor heart. Everything will pass. He just has too much criminal charisma." The Duchess of Valois began to apologize. She pushed her husband away, not because he was disgusting to her. It just became unbearably hot here. The scattered Lady Valois was still haunted by the aftertaste of Baron's touches, the depth of his blue eyes. The Duke of Valois himself blushed from his own initiative. His cheeks were burning. So why let your hands go if you feel embarrassed? After all, Aranel will definitely die of a heart attack. Doesn't this guy know that his perfect face is dangerous for ordinary people? In any case, Aranel should hold an explanatory conversation with his brother. He himself should understand such things, given the mountain of money he received. We need to become more responsible, as befits a duchess in her place, at least from now on. This will not happen again, Aranel promises. Apparently, the wife did not understand what the young man was trying to convey. He did not need her reporting on spending money. Aranel is the Duchess of von Valois. For this reason, all matters regarding the use of the duchy's financial resources are her business alone. If the wife of the owner of the estate decided to spend the money or send it, then the girl had her own reasons for this. That's what it meant when the Duke said that his wife had done nothing wrong. She didn't need to apologize at all, and even more so to justify their expenses, because the day of the dukedom is hers too. Let her use them at her own discretion. After all, this is what financial resources are for, isn't it? At this point, questions regarding their spending are declared closed. The girl fundamentally disagrees with this. The Duke simply does not understand what amounts we are talking about. Kyle received too much money. Why does the head of the Duchy of Valois say this so easily? And what if his wife spends a really large amount? The charming young man stretched out a captivating smile and laughed. Let the Duchess spend as much as she pleases. This magnet should accurately warn that she's about to smile. Her heart is clearly living its last days. The duchy will not become impoverished, even if Aranel buys up all the lands around. However, she herself noticed this while working with the accounting department. And just as soon as she could forget that we were talking about the family of the novel's protagonist, the amount in the reports was indeed indecently large. How handsome is this gloomy guy? Chiseled facial features, sensual eyes, perfect athletic body. He is like a masterpiece of a brilliant artist. Moreover, with a lot of money that you can spend as you want, these are the parameters of the ideal hero of the novel. But what if Aranel became the main character? The Duchess immediately added that she needed to discuss one more important thing with her husband. The young man listened attentively. The mistress of the estate really wants to find a good teacher for young Miss Everett. What does the Duke think about it? After a long conversation with his wife, the handsome young man plopped down heavily on his soft bed. The blue eyes of the young man were still replaying the conversation between the two spouses. Now their communication was completely different. Baron covered his charming face with his hand. His wife became a different person. It became unbearable. The young man said that she could buy up all the lands around, and in response she started talking about little Everett. As if the young Duchess had absolutely no desires of her own, the young man jumped up from his bed. Or as if all Aranel really wants, happiness for the children, is simply unthinkable and cannot be comprehended. And today the young aristocrat himself succumbed to a personal impulse and wrapped his arms around his wife, peering into the depths of her purple eyes. He deliberately kept the Duchess near him longer, trying to find some impulse on her part. The young man peered into his wife's face, waiting for the slightest response. Like never before, he was waiting for the answer in her facial expressions. But apparently the girl thinks only about the little children and not about her husband. It is obvious that Aranel does not care about him at all. What kind of thoughts were swarming in the Duke's head? Had Baron really become jealous of his wife and children? This is simply beyond the limits of adequacy. Apparently the guy is simply going crazy, but how can this be controlled? Meanwhile, the girl was also visited by euphoria of delight. The Duchess's cheeks flushed red and burned. One could simply go crazy. In front of her was a tray with crispy and fragrant cookies, as well as fresh tea. Had the kids really prepared it all themselves? So it was. In front of the terrible mother-in-law stood two charming angels with big puppy eyes. Well, what cuties, you can just go crazy from the charm of these two kids. She hugged the kids tightly. Elliot can't breathe. By the way, Mother just talked to the Duke. They will find a good teacher for the baby. Doriana was very happy about this news. It means that Miss Everett will now also be able to study. Like Elliot. The baby can't wait for her first day of school. The boy doesn't understand her joy. And in general, there's nothing fun about studying. It's just that before the girl was told that someone like her couldn't study, that's why Doriana was so happy and asks for forgiveness. She didn't think about Elliot. The terrible mother-in-law and the little protagonist stared at the girl in amazement. But why was she apologizing again? Rondini should have broken his legs before letting them go. Elliot asked not to apologize to Dorian. Studying is very good. So 3 days have passed since the Duchess of Valois began to look for a teacher for Miss Everett, but the required teacher was still not found. The maid asked if everything was all right with her mistress. She was sighing so heavily. Maybe something was bothering the Duchess. Before Aranel's eyes was an unpleasant letter from her mother. The Marquise told her daughter to hire Viscountess Ivan as a teacher and not look for her in Emonde. Why does the girl's mother so brazenly and unceremoniously interfere in the affairs of the Valois family? And what kind of manner of speech is she so dismissive? The image of her mother flashed in Miss Valois' mind. How dare Aranel raise her eyes? The girl is absolutely worthless and is not even capable of getting married. The purple eyes of the terrible mother-in-law immediately opened in surprise. What was this just now? Because these are clearly not the memories of the girl herself. This means that the memories of her character in the novel just popped into her head. This is Aranel's memory. Wow, a special effect. Since childhood, Aranel was treated cruelly and disgustingly. This was considered the norm in the Saxon family. Although, what difference does it make now? So, who is Mrs. Ivan? The woman is definitely the wife of Viscount Ivan, but what kind of person was she? This woman taught Aranel herself. She really has a lot to give. The lady taught famous ladies from noble families, didn't she? The Viscountess noted that young Aranel was different from other family members. She seemed to be a good person, but something was clearly bothering her. Well, the terrible mother-in-law will think about this candidacy later, so the girl will write to tell the others to wait for her decision. Sometime later, after a very clear answer to her cruel and obsessive mother, the girl was sitting in the garden having tea. Mother Arenal appeared at this tea party without any invitation, and in addition, she took Viscountess Yvonne with her. Why the hell does this woman not perceive her daughter's words? Marquise Saxe announced in a pressing tone that the Viscountess was the best teacher. There was nothing to talk about or think about. This vile and greedy woman dares to publicly humiliate her daughter like this. The Duchess already knows that Miss Ivan is a good teacher. Well, since the conversation has gone this way, it's time for the girl herself to finally declare herself and show her teeth to her vain mother. Why is Marquise Saxe so interested in Doriana's education? Most likely, these two persons have concluded some kind of deal we need to find out. The tormentor's thin lips stretched into a terrifying smile, which usually screamed of an impending threat on her part. Apparently Arenal has a lot of worries about this. It is natural for the Marquise to be interested in her daughter. Such suspicions are very offensive. Yes, this lady is a professional manipulator. Until this moment, the Marquise did not appear in the duchy and did not write letters, so her interest is not natural. Well, all the fears and premonitions of the Marquise Saxon were justified. She immediately felt it after reading the letter from her daughter. Arenal suddenly decided to imagine herself as someone. The girl completely stopped taking reality into account, it didn't seem to the Marquise. This is how he openly poisons the Duchess of the greatest family in the Empire. But what's wrong with this lady? She has nothing to lose or something. In the eyes of the Marquise, there was only poisonous bile and bloodlust. The scoundrel took pleasure in seeing the fear and resentment of her daughter. The girl was really terribly scared, minus 10 years of life. Ivan should also note that the Marquise's daughter has changed a lot. Well, then they decided that Viscountess Ivan would teach Miss Everett. She has many students from secular circles. This is very useful. And why did the disgusting mother suddenly decide to end their conversation quickly? And when did she manage to decide everything for the Duchess? By the way, my mother learned that her dear daughter did not deign to send money to her younger brother. At first, the Marquise wanted to tell her daughter something, but when she saw her in person, she was convinced that Arenal was firm in her decision and changed her mind. She is so confident that she will not back down from her choice, and Marquis Saxon respects her daughter's decision regarding Kyle. Let the Duchess of Valois entrust the case of Everett to her mother, and the Marchioness of Saxe give her the case of Denis. What this lady just said, the girl didn't understand a word at all. What does Dennis care? Why does the Marquise need Dorian? In fact, the Marquise is generally fluent in monologue. She does not need her daughter to answer. Arenal serves only as a background here. The girl didn't even notice how today's entire conversation went. This woman could clearly influence her daughter's consciousness. The Duchess could not answer this woman normally and, in the end, agreed. She even escorted this snake along with the Viscountess. Lady Ivan did not say that she did not like Lady Valois, but something persistently and anxiously was born in her memory of her. But what exactly was it? That's why the girl wanted to think about this teacher. But why the Marquise has such an effect on her? Maybe it's the character's habit of listening to her mother unquestioningly. But if this were so, then the character's attitude towards the kids could not change either. That is, the problem is in the girl herself. And not at all in Arenal. Apparently this woman reminds the girl herself of someone. Someone also suppressed her will. An imperious and ruthless look, a steely, indifferent voice, a constant feeling of anxiety next to this woman. Marquise Saxon assured her daughter that no matter how hard she tried to live her own life, she would never be able to disown blood ties. But it's true that a girl really can't get rid of such a vile mother and a worthless younger brother. They won't leave her, obviously. This look, the manner of speech, the movements and body language of this woman, all these markers were incredibly familiar to the girl in the body of her character. Suddenly, the terrible mother-in-law covered her mouth with her hand. She finally felt the necessary awareness. For her, it was natural maternal dominance. It was her own habit in real life. Her mother always insisted that she was her daughter. No matter what she did, she was her daughter. After all, the girl does not want to disappoint her beloved mother. The mother loves her daughter very much. From a very early age, the girl was taught that she could not go against her own mother. There was no worse crime in the world, no matter what her mother did. That is why, for a girl as an adult, the sweetest thing and the worst thing was always her own mother. The girl could never find the core and strength in herself to go against the will of her mother so that she would not create. The terrible mother-in-law wrapped herself in a cozy blanket. She wanted this unpleasant day to end as soon as possible. After this disgusting tea party, the Duchess of Valois still had a vile aftertaste, but this was not the most vile thing in the whole situation. The worst feeling came to Aranel right now, lying in her bed. She finally realized what was common between her and her character. Viscountess Ivan asked Marquise Saxon if everything would be all right, and what exactly the teacher was worried about now. The teacher got the impression that the young Duchess of Valois didn't like her at all. So that's the point. To be honest, Marquise Saxe was also surprised by her daughter's behavior during their tea party. This was clearly not Aranel's custom before. After all, the current Duchess has always been weak-willed, obeyed her mother in everything, and now she suddenly dared to look her in the eye and contradict her. Oh, these kids always think that they can decide something on their own, but they always do as adults tell them. The dangerous Marquise tore the flower from its stem and then sharply squeezed it in her hand. But in the end, Aranel is still her daughter. Therefore, no matter what the Marquise Saxe does or says, her daughter will never be able to go against the will of her mother. At the beginning, when Aranel's mother received her letter, she began to doubt, because her daughter first wanted to think and not meekly follow her mother's order. In addition, the Duchess of Valois stopped sending money to her younger brother. The Marquise did not yet understand why there had been such changes and wanted to find out personally. And it was with this new thought and slight fears that the Marquise of Saxe and Viscountess Yvonne arrived at her daughter's estate. During the tea party, the imperious madam noted that her daughter had never dared to look at her like that directly in her life. Then the woman thought that Aranel had really changed, but at the first steely glance of her mother, this girl began to tremble cowardly. There was fear and despair in the purple eyes. The woman always sensed them in her daughter. These feelings were so obvious and strong. Marquise Saxon became convinced that her daughter was still weak-willed, cowardly, and an insignificant executor of her will. Mrs. Saxon immediately recognized in her daughter her usual expression of submissiveness and helpfulness. For this reason, Viscountess Ivan simply has nothing to worry about. Everything will be exactly as they planned. A few days later, the Viscountess actually became Miss Everett's teacher. Doriana greeted Mrs. Ivan. Duchess von Valois invited the teacher to come to the estate. The little girl was already tired of waiting for her teacher. In this case, let Miss Everett take the teacher to where their lesson will be. Well, there is nothing to worry about. There were no problems with Aranel. However, the mistress of the duchy wanted to talk with the teacher before the start of their lessons with the girl, of course. The Viscountess listens carefully to the mistress. If Miss Ivan does not mind, the Duchess of von Valois will be present at all of their activities with the baby. Viscountess Ivan nodded her head dutifully. Let the girl do as she sees fit. 1 minute, how to be present. No one has ever observed her teaching before, but Doriana is still very young, so Aranel will be calmer this way. Lady Valois will simply watch silently. She will not disturb them or interfere, but that is not the problem at all. What then is the essence of the protest? Is the teacher really going to do something in class that the Duchess should not see? Of course, the teacher is not going to do anything like that. Well, Aranel's jokes, in this case, they agreed on everything. The woman immediately grimaced. This girl is too vigilant now. What came over her? The Marquise suppressed her will. But in any case, the teacher is not going to deviate from her intentions first of all. She will have to earn Aranel's trust. Today is the first lesson, so instead of studying, they will take a little time to decide where to start. Have them open the book and read the 3rd page. Doriana began to read. Scarlet flames shot up into the sky. Smiles appeared on their faces because the night of the festival had begun. The teacher immediately cut off the little main character dryly. That's enough. The girl is too clamped and constrained. Let Miss Everett straighten her back and square her shoulders. From vocalizations to posture, Doriana will have to learn everything from scratch. The baby is sweet and beautiful. Why suddenly Ivan began to find fault with her. The Viscountess immediately noted the angry look of the Duchess. Yes, this lady is ready to bite off the head of her daughter's offender with her teeth. You need to be more careful in choosing your words. Let the little one put the book down. Let Miss Everett not worry. If she begins to study with Ivan, they will quickly learn everything, and Doriana will become a wonderful girl. Can the little girl really become like this? Because since childhood, she has only heard about her worthlessness. Of course, under the guidance of Viscountess Doriana will become a real flower of society. The little girl can ask Lady von Valois. But the girl didn't know. Doriana's mother was also taught by Viscountess Ivan herself. Is this really true? This should be asked from the current Duchess of the most powerful family in the empire, right? The girl nodded reservedly. Doriana immediately beamed. Then if the girl begins to study with Ivan, she can also become such an incredible person like her mother. The little girl understood everything absolutely correctly. Miss Everett just needs to trust her teacher, that's all. The little main character will do her best. The girl agrees with her teacher and will not let her mother down. In this case, Viscountess Ivan was glad to meet her new student. It was time for her to return. This persistent lady, who knew that she was intertwining Aranel herself, does not want to give up influence and lose control. However, it worked flawlessly for this girl. Doriana babbled that she would try harder than anyone else to become like her mother. The Duchess always believes in her baby, but she must remember that without any lessons, the girl is incredibly beautiful. If this little angel likes new activities, then let them have them. Just let Doriana not overdo it. The girl felt a catch with her whole body. Well, this person cannot turn out to be a conscientious teacher with love for his work. The little girl handed the envelope to her mother. The teacher asked her to give it to her and said that it was necessary for class. Well, that's exactly what the girl thought. The entire sheet of paper was covered in writing by the teacher's hand. There were strange and unknown books on the list, as well as a huge list of necessary accessories, a violin, a harp, and all this must be bought in her store. That is, Ivan combines training with a share in the business, which means her goal is to sell attributes for classes and receive a share. This is expensive, but reasonable. Should the girl buy all this, Doriana liked the Viscountess, and such expenses are commonplace for the duchy, but the imposition of will is annoying. Then it dawned on the girl. This is obviously not the only goal of this woman in the duchy. This is probably just the first stage. And if you think like that, then the position of the Marquise Saxon becomes clear. How it infuriates the girl. How dare they use her for their own purposes. Mother is sure that Aranel will continue to behave like a submissive and weak-willed idiot. Touching her, the Marquise should not have interfered with Doriana. This is a big mistake. Viscountess Ivan's face showed sincere amazement at what her former student had just said, apparently. The teacher had heard it wrong. The mistress of the estate is sure that the teacher heard everything correctly. The Duchess is not going to buy anything from this list. The girl is ready to repeat these words again for her little girl's teacher. Not a single item will be purchased from those that the Viscountess requires. Madame is going to teach the girl etiquette. Why does she claim that the violin and harp will soon be needed, or whether they are already moving on to music with Doriana? Those books are very strange. There are official textbooks on etiquette. Why does a girl need textbooks that Ivan herself wrote? But the Viscountess wrote her manuals specifically for her training of young aristocrats. It would be useful for the girl to study them. The girl stretched out in a victorious smile. Duchess von Valois will not purchase a single product from Viscountess Ivan. What's wrong with this brat? With the Duchess's wealth, it's a trifle. This girl simply leaves her no choice. Apparently branded goods named after Ivan are too expensive for the von Valois family. The Viscountess does not know something about the financial situation of the duchy, since the situation is so bad that Aranel cannot buy educational materials for her child. Since this is the case, Ivan is ready to make a discount. And to prevent rumors from spreading, the Viscountess will make sure to explain the situation to other families. What a vile brat. She threatens to spread rumors about Valois' financial difficulties if Aranel does not buy her goods. What a low-level provocation. The Viscountess is so generous to her students, but in difficult times we need to help each other. The most powerful family has no financial difficulties, then let the Duchess buy educational materials at full price. The girl has already said no. She's a greedy bastard. Such expenses will not become burdensome for the Duchy of von Valois. However, the other noble families that Ivan mentioned will become a problem, which is what her former student is talking about. Aranel doesn't care about the rumors that Ivan tried to scare her with. The girl will not allow such manipulations. The mistress of the estate will not allow this trash to use her name as a means of earning money. The Viscountess must understand that this will never happen. The girl wants her business to prosper but is not going to lend the Valois name for her purposes. So the mistress of the estate quite clearly explained to the Viscountess the main idea of their conversation. She understood what Aranel wanted to say. How could this brat know everything about the true goals of the Viscountess and Marchioness of Saxe? Did this girl really guess it herself? Miss Ivan understood everything. The reason why this lady volunteered to become a teacher for the girl was solely for money. Of course, the Viscountess's business of selling useless textbooks at inflated prices failed, but rumors of their acquisition by the Duchy of Valois would change everything. And Marquise Saxon obviously has something to do with the Viscountess's inept business, which is why she insisted on training with Ivan. It would be better if this rotten woman openly declared that she decided to raise Ivan's business, and she used the child for her dark machinations. And what will the Viscountess do now, having not achieved the goal? Will the little girl leave her position as a teacher? But Ivan announced the official start of the exercises. An unexpected move. Does this reptile really have a strong sense of responsibility? Doriana looked at the textbook she gave. This reptile definitely has a completely different intention. You need to be vigilant and keep an eye on it. So the days passed. The teacher continued to just teach the charming girl new knowledge without arousing suspicion. On one of these days, the Duchess of the great family even fell asleep from boredom, having lost vigilance in her observations. The girl was awakened by the voice of Viscountess Ivan. The woman announced that she and Doriana had finished today's lesson. So 2 weeks have already passed, and no more problems have been received from the Viscountess about whether this snake has really gone to the bottom. The main character approached the Duchess von Valois warily every day. The girl became more and more charming. Mother shouldn't worry so much about Doriana. The girl will really handle everything, she promises that. Therefore, the Duchess should not force herself to watch Miss Everett. When Mother is so tired, Doriana will not let her down. Well, now the little girl thinks that the girl is watching her, and not the vile Viscountess Ivan. It turned out awkward. However, the mistress of the estate simply cannot tell the little girl that her teacher is actually a generator of greed and manipulation. Since the little girl started talking herself, it might be worth considering classes in the future without the participation of Lord Valois. Let the girl think about her girl, because this is very burdensome for the baby. She is trying with all her might to jump over her head. The head of the most powerful family agreed with Viscountess Ivan, the law teacher, about the girl's behavior. It often happens that children cannot concentrate due to the close supervision of their parents. After all, in the end, the girl is sure that her mother is walking around and watching her, and as a result, she complicates Doriana's life. Baron asked anxiously and puzzledly whether his wife was sleeping well and feeling well lately, and why this question at all now? The strong and warm hand of the charming young man slowly reached out to his wife's face. The girl did not dodge or move away. Duke von Valois has long had the impression that something is persistently tormenting and bothering the mistress of the estate. However, the girl must understand one simple truth. There is no such person who would be good from the very beginning. For this reason, Arenal should not torture herself so much. It is enough to just slowly move towards her goal. Therefore, the captivating young man really hopes that his wife will take care of herself at least a little. The young man also asks that his request be understood correctly, even if it seems selfish to the Duchess of Valois. Why should the young master's words seem selfish to his wife? Because the young man cares about her in this way. It's just that lately the girl's whole head has been filled with worry about dear Dorian, but Arenal has learned everything. Since the handsome Duke insists on his request, the girl will definitely take care of herself much better. What the hell is the girl talking about? The words came out of her mouth on their own. The cheeks of the terrible mother-in-law turned red. The young man is very happy to hear this if his wife refused to rest. He was thinking of locking the girl in the room and forcing her to quit all her affairs. Every time the terrible mother-in-law witnesses the captivating smile of a young man, her heart is so excited. Well, it's already quite late. It's time for the Duchess to go to her personal chambers and prepare for a long and useful sleep. The little main character charmingly pouted and blushed. Well, what is this charming angel trying to say? To be honest, his mother was very concerned about his behavior and did not want Elliot to keep his worries to himself. It seems to the boy that Doriana hates him. But what is he talking about? This simply cannot be. This is definitely nonsense. However, lately, the younger Duke keeps asking the girl to take a walk or play with him and hears a refusal in response. Doriana always refers to her studies and quickly runs away from her future groom. The girl has definitely stopped wanting to communicate with him. Previously, the kids simply couldn't play together, but now it's difficult for them to even just see each other briefly. Elliot is very sad without her. Doriana definitely hated him. What nonsense. The boy knows how much his future bride studies. But since it's really just a matter of the educational process, then this is also a problem, isn't it? Is it really possible to give a young body so much stress every day without time to rest? This will have a detrimental effect on her health. After all, a whole month had already passed since Arenal stopped attending classes. Doriana wanted to increase classes and the amount of educational material. It didn't matter to the girl, but whether the girl herself would feel okay because the load was already on the verge. And so for a whole month now, the baby has been studying in her room for days on end, and it's really just not safe anymore. Well, the charming boy's concern makes sense. We definitely need to address this issue. The little Duke is right. This cannot be ignored. Mother will try to talk to Doriana about the excessive workload. And now the terrible mother-in-law was already standing at the door of her future daughter-in-law's bedroom. The girl knocked, but there was no answer. Then the mistress of the estate worriedly went inside the girl's room. Doriana was fine. She did not answer the knock for a long time. The poor child simply fell asleep right behind the study materials, as if the little one would soon take an exam on which her future depended. The beautiful emerald eyes no longer shone so brightly. They were exhausted and exhausted. The baby was clearly exhausted. The girl noticed her mother in her bedroom. Something happened. For some reason, the Duchess went into Miss Everett's room. This needs to be ended immediately. It hurts the girl to watch how her light and childhood simply fade away in the little girl. The Duchess of Valois sat down next to her charming girl mother came because she was very worried about her. The little girl doesn't need to overwork herself so much. Doriana is only 9 years old. Instead of unhealthy studies, she should devote more time to games and relaxation. But games and relaxation are not as important now as what the baby will become in the future. This is much more important than children's fun. Only if Doriana works hard will she be able to become like her outstanding mother, who even said that to the girl. The founder Ivan said so. The girl immediately flushed. Aranel knew that this reptile tried hard. Such a fierce flame emanated from the owner of the place that it burned those around her. What a vile person she is. And how does a girl imagine an outstanding adult? Well, he should listen carefully and praise and also read fairy tales well. It's also delicious to bake crispy cookies, of course. Doriana is saying everything correctly, or the girl is talking complete nonsense. Not at all. The little girl is just smart. She said everything correctly. Only an outstanding adult can do what Doriana listed. Well, how charming and sweet the main character is. The girl could just stand and admire her all day. Aranel leaned towards the girl's ear, in fact. She herself has no idea what it's like to be an outstanding adult. This cannot be, because Mother is the most outstanding adult Doriana knows. The Duchess is truly happy that the girl considers her this way, but Aranel herself is often not sure how and what she should do. Is it really true that sometimes Mother is also not sure? It seems incredibly difficult to be an outstanding adult. That's exactly how it is. However, the girl can do something now while Doriana is still small. Let her live like an outstanding child, that is, eat well, play a lot, and rest. It's really difficult to become an outstanding person. If you could become like that just by studying, then every second person was like that. And then the Rondini would also become outstanding. After all, they studied a lot. But in the girl's opinion, they became great. Not at all. That's right. Mother grabbed the young miss by her little hand, so Aranel really asks her to listen to her. They will think about how to become an outstanding adult when Doriana grows up. But for now, she will live the life of an outstanding child. By the way, Elliot really misses the girl. Just don't let Dorian tell him. It will be their secret. If the boy finds out, he'll be angry. The little girl laughed loudly now the girl saw how difficult it was to become an outstanding adult. The angel with emerald eyes understood everything. To become an outstanding adult, you need to be an outstanding child. From now on, Doriana promised her mother to study less. It is simply necessary to become an outstanding child. And now the little main character couldn't get enough of meeting his future bride. Was the girl really here? Elliot doesn't quite understand what sweet Dorian is talking about, but now they can enjoy playing together. Of course, the girl also wants to play. Well, everything was resolved, but something was bothering the girl and did not leave her. The Duchess again tried to understand and cling to this feeling, but the girl still did not understand what caused her discomfort. The girl was only sure that a significant threat was coming from teacher Ivan and her mother, the Marquise, and she needed to deal with it. Meanwhile, the vile Marquise Saxon listened to another report from the Viscountess. Her daughter cut the girls' classes in half. Mrs. Ivan is very ashamed that this happened. She is letting the Marquise down. She has no need to apologize at all. However, at such a time, it is worth using your head more, because now everything is not going according to their joint plan. How about looking at their plan in the shorter term? What does the Viscountess think? Since the current mistress of the duchy is now in a certain peace and has lowered her vigilance, it's time to start. After all, Mrs. Ivan was probably also thinking about something similar. The Marquise looked carefully at the woman. Of course, the teacher was also thinking about speeding up. They just need to act faster. So, Marchioness Saxon believes that Viscountess Ivan will be able to live up to her expectations. Let her begin immediately. Duchess von Valois was distracted from her daily routine by the sweet angelic voice of her girl mother is not very busy. Doriana made puppy dog eyes, and the girl can watch her mother fulfill her obligations. But there is nothing interesting in the girl's duties, but the girl learned during classes that she too would have to do this over time. Of course, it's still a little early, but the little girl thought that it would be nice to at least watch her mother work. Not a little too early, but too early for such interests. Viscountess Ivan began to act much more actively and quickly. However, learning something is a noble thing. Let the girl not be shy and ask if she has any questions. The Duchess of Valois will happily answer all her questions, and if Doriana suddenly gets tired of this, then let her not hold back and do something else. Something doesn't seem like the little main character is enjoying new knowledge or the time they will spend together. In general, the baby rather looks nervous and depressed, as if the girl feels some kind of burden or something. Something is definitely wrong here. The Duchess knows this girl well. Viscountess Ivan is definitely involved here. There is something that the young miss cannot tell. The girl will not put pressure on Doriana, but will carefully find out. So, checking the expenses looks like this. First, they check the accounting books, then the expense items. The girl may have questions, but she doesn't. The little girl has already learned a lot. So much time has already passed, and the little heroine is still in a tense and restrained state. Maybe something happened at Miss Everett's, and there is something that puts Dorian in a difficult position. In no case, there is definitely nothing like that. The girl began to clumsily get out and evade her mother's questions. Well, whatever the girl wants, if in the future she needs her mother's help, then Doriana will call her. Doriana lowered her head. The girl could not tell her mother anything, although she really wanted to share her secret. The night fell. Elliot's future bride quietly and furtively looked around to make sure that she was alone here, after which the little lady was already making her way along the dark corridor to the office of the Duchess von Valois. With every little step she took, the little girl felt more and more clearly a growing fear that they might suddenly see her. So the mistress of the estate did not freeze her study today. This turned out to be very useful for Miss Everett. The girl opened the door. It creaked unpleasantly and gave way. Doriana cautiously looked inside the office. The young heroine was incredibly scared. Her heart was heavy, her cheeks were on fire, but she was definitely doing everything right. Yvonne wanted to make classes more efficient since the number of lessons was reduced, or so she told her naive student. And when Miss Everett becomes an adult, she will have to deal with a lot of ledgers, and there is nothing more useful than practice. Therefore, the little girl will be able to learn a lot by seeing the accounting books of the duchy in person. The teacher is sure of this. And so the little main character sneaked under the cover of darkness into her mother's study to fulfill the edification of the vile Ivan. The more important the ledger, the better it will be for studying, but the girl won't be able to get it just like that. She needs to watch her mother. Find out where these reports are kept. Then insert the key into the lock of the second drawer and turn it. The most important documents are there. The rotten reptile gave very clear instructions on how to steal the ledgers of the Duchy of von Valois. The girl remembered that her mother put the key to the second box with books in the top one. You just need to look for it there. And here is the very key that will open the way for Miss Everett to new knowledge and make her an outstanding personality. Teacher Ivan told the girl to be very careful. No one should notice that Doriana was taking these books. And finally, the second box gave way and rolled forward. Did the little heroine really succeed? Before the little girl's eyes were the stern and demanding eyes of her mentor. The woman ordered Doriana to bring her these books. The young student really turned out to be very obedient and diligent. She quickly completed her task. Now she needs to take the materials to Miss Ivan. However, the charming girl could not shake the feeling that she was doing something wrong, because this was not a good act. In fact, this is a full-fledged theft. Doriana really wanted to tell her mother about everything, at least now. But if the future Duchess tells the whole story, she will have to admit that she tried to commit a crime. But Duchess von Valois was always on Miss Everett's side, always unconditionally took her side and trusted her boundlessly. And the last time, when vile maids tried to frame the girl herself and accuse her of theft, Mother didn't even listen to anyone. Aranel was always confident in her girl and never doubted her for a second the girl protected her from their first meeting. Bitter tears of self-loathing and regret for what she had done rolled down the little main character's cheeks. How could a girl do this to her mother, because the Duchess always cared so much about the baby? But she neglected it like that. Doriana constantly brings nothing but trouble to her guardian, and this is in response to the endless kindness and love of the mistress of the estate. Now, if only Mother would again help the baby get out of this black hole of doubt, help her find a way out and the right solution. The girl was crying bitterly in the middle of her mother's study under the cover of darkness. Then a voice interrupted Doriana's torment. The girl would have recognized this feminine, caring voice from a million others her adored mother came into the office. Duchess von Valois heard everything correctly now. The future daughter-in-law needs her help and participation, doesn't she? The terrible mother-in-law heard her girl correctly. Doriana needs Aranel and therefore called her for help. The astonished girl dropped her mother's ledger on the floor in surprise, but how could Aranel read her thoughts and immediately appear next to her? Doriana begged to forgive her and save her. The girl had done a terrible crime and was ready to take full responsibility for her actions. The baby is so guilty before her guardian, but she will never do this again. Let her mother forgive her just once. The terrible mother-in-law rushed to the frightened child and began to hug Miss Everett tightly. What nonsense. Everything is fine. The girl should stop torturing herself and punishing herself. The girl is nearby and still loves her. After all, her baby had such a hard time. It was all her mother's fault. The Duchess of Valois should have guessed about everything earlier. The sweet girl's face turned red and stung from salty tears. Her mother is so kind and bright. Even now she blames herself for Doriana's misdeed. Miss Everett is well aware of the gravity of her action. This is a full-fledged crime, so the little girl is ready for her punishment. The young heroine must clearly understand that Doriana's current behavior is not her fault. The little girl is naive and open to people, and due to her wonderful childhood qualities, the girl was used by a bad adult. However, this is really the fault of the mother herself, because Aranel, as an adult, was obliged to stop all this in time. So the girl has nothing to worry about, much less reproach herself. Adults are to blame for everything, but not a naive child. The terrible mother-in-law plopped down heavily on her bed. How could the girl allow this to happen, being confident in the treachery of this woman? After all, her ladyship understood perfectly well that the snake was only biding its time and would not stop. All the facts pointed to this. How could Aranel be so careless? The girl was so proud that she was able to unravel the Viscountess's hidden intentions at the very beginning. The terrible mother-in-law should have been more careful and paid more attention to this, but she simply stepped aside, considering herself the smartest. And now Doriana has a real trauma to her soul. The girl will feel vile and guilty for a long time. The little heroine was so frightened, her heart was torn with guilt, and it was all because of the girl herself. At first, Aranel could not object to her mother and let her accomplice into the house, realizing that this was not good, and then she simply stepped aside. The next morning, the terrible mother-in-law was also tormented by disturbing thoughts and awareness of her own guilt. Baron's voice was heard. The captivating young man was already standing right in front of the girl and worriedly asking if his wife was okay. The head of the great family knocked several times, but there was no answer from the girl, and the young man decided to enter. He apologizes for his rudeness. The head of the duchy has heard rumors about what Viscountess Ivan dared to do. This woman has no excuses. The teacher crossed the line and took advantage of the little fragile consciousness of the girl. This is simply unthinkable. Stealing documents is already a serious crime. Aranel sent a warning letter from the duchy, and also a separate letter asking for a severe punishment to His Majesty the Emperor. She duplicated the letter of protest, but the girl is worried. The Duke of Valois can handle this better initially. Everything should have been discussed with her husband, but Aranel involuntarily screwed it up again. The handsome young man called out to his wife and looked into her exhausted purple eyes. The girl must stop. The mistress of the estate already looks sick and weakened. All these situations are not at all worth such torment for Aranel. In addition to everything else, the Duchess of von Valois again forgot what the head of the great family told her during their last conversation. The terrible mother-in-law really did not remember their last meeting and the words of the young man at all. All thoughts were only about the girl. Baron, during their last conversation with Aranel, urgently asked his wife to take more care of herself. The young man carefully seated the girl on a chair, but at the moment the Duchess of Valois is taking good care of herself and fulfilling her husband's personal request. The young master has nothing to worry about. The mistress of the estate will sort everything out on her own and then take good care of herself. Indignation flared in the blue eyes of the beautiful young man. Apparently, his wife herself does not know how bad she is at lying. The young Duke of Valois carefully and sensually took the girl by her cold hand. The girl does not know how to deceive at all. In addition, the young Duchess can always immediately see when a girl is nervous and in her own thoughts. The head of the duchy perfectly understands the burden of guilt of his wife, her feelings and thoughts about what happened. And the charming young man did not deserve Arenel's trust, so she claims that everything is fine and under control. The young man had previously admitted to his selfishness, so he would really like for his wife to lean on his shoulder at least sometimes, after which the dream of all girls looked warmly at his wife. What a man. How can you concentrate with him? The girl burst into nervous laughter, which betrayed the brokenness of her inner state, which is what the Duke is talking about. After all, the young Lady Everett and the Crown Duke von Valois are her children, and she is responsible for everything that happens. Arenel needs to control herself and not fall for this superficial kindness towards her character. Apparently, the young man is waiting for the Duchess to become a sobbing child, and is just waiting for Baron to sympathize with his wife just once. The young man is right. The Duchess is not fine. The girl is really very upset and disappointed in herself. But with all this, the mistress of the estate is not such an arrogant person to expect help after everything she did before she knows her place. And in general, how can Lady von Valois count on something like that or flirt with the young Duke? The girl is very grateful for the words about support, but in fact, the very existence of the young man is already a reliable support for Arenel. After all, the wonderful gentleman cares so much about the undeserving Duchess. The young man did not quite understand his wife now. Why does the Duchess consider her husband's care to be something beyond the pale, and for what reason is Arenel unable to flirt with Baron? After all, they are spouses. Then, judging by the words of the girl herself, the Duke of Valois should also not be nice to his wife. And if this is indeed the case, then apparently the young gentleman is openly crossing this line with his wife. The captivating young man reverently placed the girl's hand in his. What is this guy doing? Baron is unbearably beautiful. Arenel will not withstand such pressure. The head of a great family with special tenderness put his wife's thin hand on his fantastic face, and recently he has been especially tender towards the girl. The girl was already without strength. Where could she get more resources to resist the captivatingness of this hero? But the young man clearly had no intention of stopping. Even now, Baron crosses the line when he asks to talk to him and lean on him. Well, it's simply impossible to even be close to this magnet, of course. Arenel would really like to exhale and succumb to her feelings. But one must not succumb recklessly to this kindness, the warmth of the young man's gaze, the tenderness of his touches to the girl. The terrible mother-in-law can't just take it and cry so pitifully. She can't let the feeling overwhelm her. The young man seemed to read the thoughts of his wife. The Duke looked at the girl with such awe. Everything is fine. She has nothing to be afraid of. Duke von Valois already knows that his wife is a strong person. The girl can cry and cry as much as she needs. Arenel was sure that she simply could not demonstrate her weakness, but everything changed after one phrase from the young man. In an instant, all the heroine's barriers were broken by the warmth and kindness of the beautiful young man. Emotions filled her entire soul. Why can a girl afford this? A very stupid question. The Duchess may be weak since Baron is next to her. The Duke smiled softly and gave a not entirely clear answer, but after a short time, this answer actually made Arenel feel better. But still, the terrible mother-in-law doesn't think that she really has the right to sit like this and cry now, because everything is because of her. But the young man reached out to her heart and enveloped it. These words fell from her lips on their own and began to choke her in a fit of self-reproach. The girl could not hold back her heavy breathing, but the quiet whisper calmed her. The girl realized that she needed this so much now. The young man allowed her to release all the poison in his body that had tormented Arenel so much. The young man noticed that his wife had already calmed down a little in his strong arms. Everything was just like that. What a disgusting thing. Arenel herself, without noticing it, disappeared into a beautiful young man. We need to get ready. With her tears, she ruined his clothes. The Duchess apologizes and will now find something to wipe her husband's clothes with, and again there will be a barrier between them. The young man hurriedly grabbed his embarrassed wife's hand. Everything was fine with him and his clothes. There was no need for this trouble. However, what is more important at the moment is whether the Duchess of Valois is okay. Let the girl sigh and think about herself now. The young man asked about the girl's condition in all seriousness. It was really important for him to know that she was all right. Of course, the mistress of the estate had already come to her senses. She didn't even notice it herself. The young man literally healed his wife. If you think so, then the strong hands of the young man seem to have enveloped Aranel in a kind of safe and reliable haze. In addition, Miss Valois sobbed so loudly for a long time in the arms of the Duke that she released all her sores. The girl's cheeks immediately blushed. The terrible mother-in-law should immediately stop spraying herself and thinking about the young man. Here, unexpectedly for herself and her husband, the Duchess simply screamed loudly and protractedly at the entire estate of the duchy. What is Aranel doing? She's about to burn with shame. The young man could just make sure that his wife is full of strength. It seems that some time ago, the Duke doubted whether to say this. But now the Duchess is all right. Therefore, the young man can say that the Viscountess's rotten intentions were read between the lines, and it was clearly more than one in her head. As this is not just one intention, this reptile was planning something else. The girl didn't even really have time to think about it properly. Of course, the young man will now explain everything, no matter how much he thought about what happened. The Duke had questions about the scoundrel's motives. Judging by Miss Everett, this reptile told her to steal the important ledger of the dukedom, didn't she? After all, in the office of the mistress of the estate, there were all the important documents and reports on the conduct of their financial transactions. And how does the young lady think about the purpose for which this was done? And isn't this just theft for profit? To be honest, Aranel was only thinking about the baby, so she didn't really understand the reasons and motives of the Viscountess in her head. And if Doriana had stolen the book and given it to the Viscountess, then what would Ivan have done with these documents? Well, there are many options. If there is some kind of financial fraud, then the Viscountess could use it. However, if nothing of the kind had been discovered, then this scoundrel could have faked the fraud on her own. This rotten person could easily forge any document, and after Dorian's false machinations, she would simply return the book to its place. Now Duchess von Valois begins to understand what her husband is leading to. The intentions and possibilities of the Viscountess are crystal clear. And on that very day, the Duchess of Valois was very concerned about the behavior of her girl, so she kept a watchful eye on her. And if the girl had not felt that something was happening to the baby, Doriana most likely would have done everything. By the way, this would be a fatal loss, since after the theft of documents, the peace of the duchy could be forgotten forever. And while the beautiful young man was thinking about this, the question came to his mind why Ivan used such a method right now. Let the mistress of the estate think carefully about what happened and the execution of this crime. The Duchy of von Valois is guarded by hundreds of armed guards. This is known to absolutely everyone in the empire. In addition, the head of a great family and part-time owner of the family estate is the only swordmaster in their state. Therefore, no one even dared to think about touching the documents of the duchy, but using the girl, Ivan almost pulled off everything. Therefore, we can say with confidence that the only weak point in the Duchy of von Valois is the girl. It is Doriana Everett, the future bride of the younger duke, who may be the very hand that can threaten their great family. What does the young master mean? Is it really that the very existence of this charming girl is dangerous for the duchy? But the baby was simply used, of course. That's not what the young man meant. Doriana really isn't guilty of anything. Aranel's purple eyes showed fear for the little girl. She really thought that the Duke wanted to get rid of the child. Does the young man really look so cruel and soulless in the eyes of the young master's wife? No, not at all. This girl is a cruel person who provoked the handsome Duke to show such an expression. This is a sinner, and the girl would be lying if she said that she didn't like the boy's manifestations. Aranel again with her strange poses. So why did the Viscountess decide to go on a scam using Doriana? It's just that this whole idea sounds very dubious from the very beginning. All this sounds very illogical and does not clash with reality in any way, which is what the head of the duchy means. Ivan is a permanent teacher. This is not her temporary part-time job. She should have spent about 10 years with the girl, if everything was fine. If she wanted to influence the dukedom through Miss Everett, then we can assume that the Viscountess has already achieved her goal. Just a few years next to Ivan, hiding and winning the girl's favor, the teacher could make her puppet. What kind of novel is this? It's scary to be here. That's why the class teacher in the place where the girl herself lived changed every year. The fact that Ivan targeted the dukedom by calmly demanding something like this from the girl speaks more of a loss of control and anxiety. However, the Viscountess had no reason to lose her temper or worry, so it is assumed that these emotions came from another person. Well, everything sounds fair and very logical. Ivan really just started to get used to it and relax, so why the rush? Most likely, the Viscountess was simply rushed and put pressure on her, which means there was also some kind of accomplice or leader. Just a minute, is the young gentleman really leading his wife's thoughts to who exactly the rotten instigator is? The handsome young man nodded evenly and calmly. The girl understood him absolutely correctly. There was only one such person. From the very beginning, only this vile organism showed special interest, when the search for a teacher for the baby was still underway. Meanwhile, the Viscountess was already begging for forgiveness from her mistress. She did not know that everything would turn out this way. The steel-faced Marquise doesn't understand Ivan. The Viscountess must keep her face, what she is trying to say. And if the Viscountess behaves in this way, she thereby puts the Marquise in a difficult position. The Marquise has no idea what the reason for this behavior is. Ivan better return to the mansion and rest. She will find a way to help her. If Ivan can just remain silent, then this will help Saxon a lot. Let the Marquise's servants escort the guest to her estate. The Viscountess shouted that she trusted only the lady. Even if this fool remained silent, everything still looked too obvious. And now how can Marquise Saxon get out of this whole situation? Because the situation is extremely serious and dangerous. Everything inside the vile instigator was burning. Why the hell did this rubbish make such a mistake? Now it will cost both of them too much. This insignificant woman, Saxon ordered her to find a quick way, and she immediately sent the brat to steal the accounts from under her nose. And after all her stupidity, this impudent woman also ran to the Marquise. She had to immediately shout on the street that Sax had organized everything. Damn it. How could you so mediocrely lose your only opportunity? You need to calm down first. The Marquise will always remain innocent. The situation has already happened. The Duchy of Valois will definitely point to the Marquise as the inspiration, because it was she who forced her daughter to hire Ivan. After all, the Marquise was so afraid of missing out on such a rare chance and was excited, so she showed carelessness. This was a rare chance to grab an unbeatable hand, to win a fortune in a game with extremely high stakes. At the tea party, rumors spread about the search for a tutor, but her daughter did not say a word to the Marquise, and in this, the rotten scoundrel saw her opportunity. The Marquise then declared that there was no point in Aranel contacting her mother over such trifles. But inside, she was furious that this rubbish dared not consult with her. And from what family does the younger Duke's future bride come from? Members of the Everett County family died several years ago in a terrible accident. This county has nothing left but a vile honor and name that continues to crumble. I wonder why they care about the girl. This question interested many people because the Everett family ended up with only one child named Doriana, a little girl who has nothing but an engagement relationship with the Duchy of Valois. She has no one to rely on. And now this desired chance, the Marquise decided to immediately take advantage of the orphan and seize on her vulnerability. If the Marquise can grab hold of this brat, then Saxe will seize the future of the entire Grand Duchy of Von Valois. This thought burst out like a bolt from the blue. It was the joy of intrigue that the old reptile had not experienced for a long time, so as not to act on her own. Ivan was chosen. But Aranel began to act completely differently from what her mother had expected. Her daughter ordered her to wait for her decision, and did not immediately carry out her order. Then the Marquise began to suspect that the Duchess probably suspected something, and that was why she was behaving this way. That is why the Marchioness made the mistake of personally appearing at her daughter's estate, and now this mistake has become fatal. Even if the scoundrels acted initially according to their plan, and nothing would change, the risk would still remain. The vile Marquise's first plan was to take possession of the will and consciousness of the future Duchess of Von Valois. However, this excellent plan was ruined right at the root by that useless Aranel. Why the hell did she get involved in her mother's affairs? The Duchess reduced the number of classes by half, and it was now unclear how to organize a meeting between Doriana and the Marchioness of Saxe. With fewer training hours, it took more time to suppress the girl. Initially, a year or two was allotted for this. But if everything has changed so much, it is now completely unknown how much time it will take the Viscountess. But can Saxon trust the Viscountess with such a mission? Will Ivan be faithful to her for several years? It was necessary to become the teacher herself. Ivan, whom the Marquise promoted, became a double-edged sword. Saxon became nervous. The bastard was worried that this sword would target her herself. She became impatient and ordered to act as soon as possible. And in the end, the only chance was missed, the attackers were exposed, and all because of the greed of the Marquise. However, there is another serious factor that provoked such an outcome in this whole story. Insignificant daughter, did Aranel begin to deliberately confuse her mother's cards? Because the mistakes were caused by this very girl. The attempt to steal the Viscountess's important documents, as well as the involvement of the Marchioness of Saxe in this, is quite obvious, and there is evidence. However, all the incriminating circumstances are not enough for them to become decisive, so the Marquise can deny everything and continue to live calmly. But there is one important point: if the actions of the Marquise's daughter were calculated from the very beginning, there is a serious risk. And it is in this case that you can't just sit quietly. On the contrary, you need to immediately start acting against this girl and make a deal with her. Meanwhile, in the beautiful, fragrant garden, two little heroes squealed with delight at how beautiful it was here. Is it possible that today the members of the Von Valois family will try the serving desserts in this very place, as if they were on a picnic? Well, it's really a wonderful day. Such pleasant weather, friendly sun, wonderful atmosphere. Let the children try the strawberry cake. A charming angel with emerald eyes greedily swallowed a boatload of strawberry cake. What a cutie. This is a wonderful treatment. All past worries immediately disappear if you have something sweet on hand. Aranel would like to just forget everything and relax with the children, but the Duke said that now we just need to observe. Okay, we should devote time to the children. The servant interrupted the family idyll of the Duchy of Vaud and announced to the Duke and Duchess that a certain guest had arrived at the estate. The Marchioness of Saxe arrived at the family mansion, but the girl wanted to forget everything and just enjoy her vacation when this scoundrel appeared. A few days ago, the Duchess was thinking about what she could do if her rotten mother was behind all this. At that point in time, the Duchy could not directly confront the Marchioness of Saxe due to a lack of decisive evidence. Everything that was voiced by the young gentleman is only his assumption. Definitely true, but not proven. As long as the Duchy does not have sufficient evidence, given the way the Viscountess was interrogated, the vile Marquise is unlikely to even open her mouth. It would be best to pretend and let go of the situation. Saxina has always acted carefully, but now she might slip up. Therefore, the Duke and Duchess have no choice but to wait for the main instigator to make her mistake. The terrible mother-in-law agreed with her husband, but understanding the rotten nature of her mother, this did not seem very reliable. However, sometimes the best strategy is to do nothing and wait for the attacker to bury himself. It was unbearably difficult to do anything in such a situation. The scoundrel appeared on their doorstep. Maybe this was the very oversight that Baron was talking about. The girl turned to her most beautiful husband and smiled at him with only purple eyes. Now is the time. His wife had nothing to worry about. The Marquise was always careful and did not come without warning, but here she appeared without an invitation. And in all likelihood, and given all the events taking place, it is the Marquise of Saxe who should be worried now. Wow, the captivating hero is again trying to smile mechanically. Aranel somehow felt creepy. This is a very rude visit, so it's okay if the Duke also sees his mother-in-law. Let the children finish their sweets. The charming young man looked at the girl with an approving glance and invited his wife to go to the estate for a meeting. The young man continued to support his wife without words. They were not needed. Everything was so clear. In fact, the Duchess did not feel at all ready to talk to this reptile, but suddenly this was an opportunity to punish her. Lady Von Valois still did not know what would be the right thing to do, whether to call the Marquise a vile criminal or not. What is more important is whether the girl can even stand up to her mother and win such an important battle. We are talking about harm to her family, and she still feels like a doormat. On that very day, Aranel was afraid to even look at her mother, so she allowed herself to be pushed around and weakly followed her orders. Will the Duchess be able to answer properly this time? The Marchioness is not even a real mother for the girl. However, this vile creature is a full-fledged copy of her own mother. The reliable hand of her husband rested on the girl's shoulder. The charming young man was next to her. She and the Duchess of Valois would go through all this together. She should not worry. The mistress's cheeks immediately burst into flames. The girl is already beginning to get used to such manifestations and enjoy them. Miss Aranel had just experienced déjà vu in her office. The charming young man had already become a support for her with precisely these same words. The same warm and even look reliable and sensual touches, correctly chosen words. What's wrong with this embodiment of everyone's dreams? Baron is simply unbearably beautiful. You need to immediately pull yourself together and get it out of your head. Aranel, without noticing it, began to hit herself on the head. The young man thought that apparently his wife was gathering her thoughts like that. And so the married couple approached the door of the office. The butler announced that the Marchioness of Saxe was already waiting for a meeting. You cannot lose heart and will. Categorically stop agreeing with her on everything and nod at the actions of the scoundrel. The vile reptile was surprised to see her husband, whom the entire empire feared, at a personal meeting with her daughter. Well, the Marquise acted rudely by not warning about her visit, but she is glad that the Duke of Valois decided to greet her personally. This head of the duchy acted rashly, going with his wife to meet his mother, but a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. If Mr. Valois wants to see the Marquise, then nothing prevents this at any other time. Baron will take advantage of this, and so these two immediately began their opposition. Marquise Saxe visited the estate today to speak privately with her beloved daughter. But the Duke stubbornly ignored the reptile. The young man suggested so. Let them not pay attention to him and talk. The scoundrel is sure that with their conversations they will disturb the young master. Not at all. The Duke will be pleased to watch them. The charming hero invited his wife to sit more comfortably on the sofa, but the Marchioness of Saxon imperiously called out to her daughter. The scoundrel does not think that at the moment her daughter is suitable for the role of a good mistress of the estate and Duchess. Aranel is like a little child who needs a guardian in the form of the Duke of Valois nearby just to talk to his mother. Therefore, the Marquise gets the impression that it is not her daughter who is desperately avoiding being alone with her, and this upsets her mother so much. A painful impulse ran inside the girl. This woman knows where to push. Aranel's consciousness constantly reacts to her bullying. The handsome Duke was indignant and decided to stand up for the girl, but his wife interrupted him and ordered him to listen to her. The young man looked at his wife in amazement. The girl looked clearly unconfident and depressed, and this is not the best option for winning. However, the Duchess of Valois urgently asked her husband to leave them with their mother in privacy. Everything is in order. So the head of the duchy listened to the girl and left the room. A heavy and oppressive silence hung in the room. The Marquise is simply surprised that the great Baron von Valois just listened to his careless wife and left them. To be honest, the mother was sure that this young man would not give up until the last moment and would begin to eavesdrop on them. This woman does not consider her daughter to be anyone at all. Aranel is a complete nonentity for her. Of course, the Marchioness doesn't even think that the Duke decided to share his suspicions with her pathetic and worthless daughter. Most likely, this reptile believes that Baron treats her with suspicion, and her daughter will help her weak-willedly deceive her husband. By calling the Duchess of Valois a small child who needs a guardian to talk to her mother, Saxe clearly provoked her daughter. The bastard, through pressure, provided them with the opportunity to remain alone. The Marquise is now very impatient. This vile woman is trying to do absolutely everything to turn the situation in her favor, committing open manipulations. The Duke warned that the Marquise's patience was clearly running out, and this always leads to total mistakes. The mistress of the estate clenched her fists. The girl must now defend not only herself but also her children and husband and not let them be offended. Therefore, now is the time to force this snake to bury itself. You need to give it a reason to make a fatal mistake. Today's visit of this insignificant person should be a peremptory one-way ticket for her. So, when the annoying obstacle has been removed, the Marquise can finally talk to her daughter about important things. And what was this reptile up to this time? So she immediately and directly got to the point, although she has always been like this. In the current situation, there is no point in pretending that Aranel does not know anything, since the daughter herself asked the Duke to leave the room. Therefore, it is quite obvious to the mother that her weak-willed daughter is ready to make a deal with the Marquise, even if she doesn't waste time and talk. How interesting, on the other hand, as expected. We need to watch this whole situation a little more. What kind of deal we are talking about? Let the daughter finish her inept game, or the mother needs to understand herself, then take care of everything and give her what she wants. To be honest, the girl didn't know how to respond to something like this. It would be nice if the Marquise did just that. A terrifying silence fell on the two interlocutors. The Marquise radiated rage that could be touched with your hands. The girl suddenly blurted out this. And what will be the consequences now? You need to remain calm and not show your fear. The Duchess has so many different thoughts in her head right now, the girl simply doesn't know which one to grab onto. And also, the Duchess has just begun to get used to the role of a mother, so she simply cannot afford to think about anything else. The mistress of the estate turned to look at her mother as if a serial killer was looking at her with the cold and empty look of a shark before a meal. The girl became terribly scared. This is what kind of woman she is. I want to throw her into the closet and hide her at the bottom of the sea, chaining the closet. So the Marquise will give her daughter what she wants, because she only needs one thing. It is true that Aranel will not want to deal with a stupid man. The Duchess of Valois is so happy that her mother shows such attentiveness and care to her child. We need to try to put pressure on this woman to see if the mother can tell what exactly her daughter wants. But isn't this obvious to the current Duchess of Valois? Of course, the girl needs her man. The situation has not become any clearer. Even at the proposal of the Marquise Saxon, there is a feeling that even this is not enough for her daughter. Since she wants it so much, her mother will explain everything. Her clueless daughter has been married to the most powerful man in the empire for 8 years and has an heir, thereby strengthening her position. However, doesn't the head of the clan himself treat his wife as a stupid and strange girl, which is why the Duchess still does not have any power. Aranel is the mistress of the estate, but this is only an appearance. There is not a single person here who obeys and is faithful to her. Her daughter cannot do anything on behalf of Valois. And what will happen when Baron brings his mistress into the house, and she gives birth to an heir? Then the struggle for power will begin. Aranel simply cannot survive in such conditions without her man on the estate, which is why her daughter needs her man. Mommy understood everything correctly about who will always be on the side of the Duchess, regardless of the division of factions. Of course, the best person for this role would be Marchioness Saxon herself, since the mother is able to solve all these problems. And her daughter knows this very well, which is precisely why Aranel decided to talk to her mother alone. What a professional manipulator! You can't show her your fear because she has known her daughter since birth. Nothing surprising. The Duchess took care of the children and simply did not think about the fact that a young man could bring another girl into the house, although this is a common occurrence in novels. If the Duke were the main character, then everything would be different. But the young man is just the father of the main character. And if you think about it, then in the original storyline, the terrible mother-in-law died in agony at the hands of the executioner. What is the likelihood that the girl will also end up in this novel exactly like her character in the original line? The Duchess swallowed nervously. You need to come to your senses and not give in to panic. This lady has an unimaginable effect on the girl. Marquise Saxon definitely has a weak point. You need to hit it without showing your own weakness. A predatory smile of a winner appeared on the scoundrel's face. And what happened? The daughter heard everything from the side and was confused. Aranel has nothing to worry about. She needs to stop trembling and hit this reptile back before she swallows her. So you need to think about something pleasant and bright in order to extinguish internal anxiety. It should be some kind of strong and warm emotion. In the mind of the mistress of the estate, the image of a beautiful young man flashed through her mind, who enveloped her with such indestructible care and warmth. Baron gave his wife strength, sheltered her from the inner storm, and only with his presence made her believe in herself. The girl really felt that the young man was next to her. Her breath caught, and an impulse of memories of his touch passed through her body. This hand that held the Duchess so tightly and at the same time softly when she shook with sobs and guilt. This tangible aura of a young man that enveloped the girl and became an island of her safety. Aranel was no longer afraid. Well, the Duchess of Valois has never been good at tricks, but it's worth a try. Aranel is really sad. The mother's words are precise and true. At the moment, Aranel is just a beautiful accessory in this house. She has neither influence nor the necessary authority. After all, the Marquise Saxon already knows this better than anyone, so why should her daughter talk about it again? And if the mother could give her daughter what she so lacks, the Duchess would be incredibly grateful to her. The bastard smiled triumphantly finally. Her daughter stopped putting on an inappropriate performance and spoke freely. Well, the mother of the Duchess of Valois loses her vigilance and thinks only about her own interests, forgetting about caution in conversation. The time has come to drive this reptile into a corner and pin it down. But her mother wants to make a deal with her. So what does the Marchioness of Saxon herself need? This is the only chance. The girl is so ignorant that she has no idea what her mother might need. Lightning thundered over the two opponents. The girl tried with all her might to drive her mother into a corner, while the Marquise wanted to suppress her daughter's will once again. Since the Marquise is so impatient, you need to provoke her. Words will be unnecessary here after all. Mother herself can tell about everything. The snotty girl decided to joke with her mother. The girl almost broke under the firmness of the vile person's answers. In no case, the mother knows that her daughter is not trusted with anything in this estate. Aranel really knows nothing. The Marchioness of Saxe herself came to her daughter's mansion. She needed help, and this was already the Duchess's victory. For this reason, let the Marquise stop wasting their collective time and simply get to the point of paying for their transaction. This scoundrel is in a desperate situation, and not her daughter is her last resort. There is a chance to force her to retreat. There was a pronounced internal struggle on the face of the dangerous woman. The Marquise clearly did not trust her daughter, but now she had no choice. So the main instigator wants, in exchange for her future services for her daughter, to keep the Duchess of Valois silent. Let the girl forever forget the fact that Marchioness Saxon was involved in the theft of documents along with Viscountess Ivan. Did this really happen? The cautious and cunning instigator just admitted her involvement in the terrible crime. What is the daughter of the Marquise saying? But the mother herself has just confirmed her involvement in the theft of the duchy's accounting books. So the price of the deal on the mother's part is her daughter's silence about everything that happened on the estate with Miss Everett. Well, the Marquise admitted that the woman does not understand at all what her daughter is leading to now, and she does not understand at all what happened. In this case, the Duchess of Valois will kindly explain this to her. So at last, the cautious culprit has made a mistake. The very mistake that the mistress of the estate was so waiting for. Exactly this oversight was not enough for the completeness of the picture. After all, there was no evidence at all in the case of the theft of the duchy's accounts against Viscountess Ivan and Marquise Saxe. However, the main villain herself admitted everything a couple of seconds ago, which is better than any evidence found. In this case, Aranel will personally act as a witness in this case, bringing charges against the mother based on his own testimony. Aranel wants to accuse her mother, the brat in herself. What is she saying at all? Of course, the Duchess feels great. The rotten woman immediately jumped up from her seat, looming dangerously over her daughter. Her daughter has been a worthless fool all her life. Isn't it still clear that absolutely everything the Duke drags her into is not doing her any good? There is absolutely nothing here for the girl herself. No one will help Aranel, and the scoundrel decided to abandon her family. How low it is to cover up your rot with blood ties. Each time this woman buries herself deeper and deeper. Yes, it's the same as putting your neck under the blade of a guillotine on your own in the central square. The Marquise was really scared. What an absurdity. The Marquise will help establish her power, but Aranel is already not liked, and a person from her family will arouse even more suspicion. In fact, the girl really likes how everything is going in the Duchy of Valois right now because she's happy here. The Duchess is warmed every day by the smiles of her charming children, their ringing laughter and true happiness in their eyes. And today the girl and children even enjoyed delicious desserts with the handsome Duke, as if they were one family. In their relationship with the Duke, they become each other's support. And if everything continues like this, then the girl won't even ask for more. But for the Marquise, this makes no sense. This woman only recognizes power and money. The rest is all empty. If this greedy and unprincipled woman could distinguish price from value, then all this simply would not have happened. The struggle for influence within the family, the division of a noble family into different factions, is much more important for Saxe than outside trusting relationships. And all because this woman spent her entire worthless and pathetic life taking care of her own interests. Well, the girl agrees with her mother's statements. Aranel really does not have any power or influence, and maybe even she is acting stupid. But even if this is all true, then for what reason should the Duchess of Von Valois follow the will of her mother? Let the woman think for herself. Now the Marquise offers her will as imaginary care for her daughter. But this is so funny, because the Marquise was never truly interested in her daughter. Isn't that so? The Marquise deigned to show her interest in her own child only at the moment when talk of a wedding with the greatest family came up. Only then did the scoundrel become curious about her daughter, and after the wedding, the Marquise only needed the money of the duchy. All her life, Aranel was just a tool for the vile mother, which she counted on, suddenly pretending to be a caring parent. The Marquise really thought that the Duchess of Valois would believe such an obvious lie. Did the scoundrel really want to abandon her own mother? The brat forgot that the Marquise actually gave birth to Aranel and raised her, and she is going to just abandon her just like that. Was it not thanks to her mother that Aranel became a duchess? Was it not the Marquise who gave birth to her, fed her, raised her, dressed her, and taught her? The Marquise furiously clenched her fists. The woman still could not realize that her weak-willed and stupid daughter was capable of such a thing. If it weren't for the scoundrel, then this girl wouldn't even be sitting here now. At first she was scared. Now it's a typical manipulation. The girl is well familiar with this. In fact, the heroine could never resist this. But now she knows that any relationship cannot be right on its own. Does the mother really want the girl to respect her unquestioningly, just because she is her mother? So now the Marquise felt better, because she was angry that her daughter did not follow her will, which Aranel bears. But the mother herself never respected the one she gave birth to, only reproaches and humiliations that were uttered so disgustingly. There is not a single reason to follow a mother a girl should not obey her just because she is her daughter. Victorious calm finally sparkled in the purple eyes. The girl was able to do it. She left the inner cage. The Marquise did not let up, refusing to admit obvious defeat, because in front of her was just the worthless Aranel. Even if this greatly hurts Aranel's soul, the heroine will not act as this scoundrel tells her. She will never understand. As already mentioned, no deal will take place. Since the mother has nothing to offer her in return, it is irrevocable. The girl took a deep breath, but Marquise Saxon must promise that this will not happen again. And if the Marquise politely asks for forgiveness, then her daughter will try to ask the Duke not to let the matter go to trial. Now, this may seem difficult for the Marquise. For this reason, the girl will give her mother time to think. Let her meet her daughter when she is ready. But the Duke will not remain on the sidelines for long. He must decide how to deal with this matter. So let the Marchioness not delay her decision and make a wise choice. But now it's time for the Duchess to say goodbye. After which the mistress of the estate defiantly left and slammed the door. Numerous dirty insults were heard from the room in her direction. It was very loud. In the corridor, the girl was met by a worried young man. Everything was fine with his wife. Everything is fine with the girl as never before. There is a very important thing that the Duchess understood today during the conversation. The girl walked around the entire luxurious estate of the duchy and finally found her children, regaining her breath. After all, Aranel herself became a real mother in this novel, and all this time she had a child who did not know her love from birth. The poor baby was alone for so many years, and the girl immediately switched to Doriana because it was easier and simpler. Elliot froze in amazement that his mother was doing this. The boy didn't even know how to react to her behavior in such a situation. The Duchess feels so guilty about her baby and asks for forgiveness for ignoring and disappointing her child all this time. The girl suddenly dumps this on her child. She understands that Elliot is confused, but his mother had to say it. She didn't know why her character avoided his own son, but she could see exactly how much pain Elliot was in. Aranel will never be able to correct the past, but she promises to be much more attentive to her beloved son. Mother promises to simply love her boy, because now she has become a real mother for him without any conditions. And Lady von Valois is grateful to God for such an amazing child. Elliot is the kindest and brightest boy in the world. So his mother is simply fantastically lucky to be the mother of such a wonderful boy, because it is such happiness. Absolutely not needing anything in return, the girl will give him love, even if it means tearing her own heart out of her chest. The girl did not receive love herself, but she will give so much of it that this feeling overwhelms this beautiful child. In fact, the boy wanted only one thing all the time. Aranel froze expectantly. She would do anything. Let Elliot just say, she will give the boy the whole world. Maybe we are talking about a gift. What if the child wants a diamond? Or maybe we're talking about a whole mine. The girl will do absolutely anything for this baby. Elliot will have everything he wants. The little protagonist looked carefully at his mother and asked if he could now call her his mother. A direct hit on the girl's unprotected heart. What is this angelic child even doing to her? She needs to experience all these flashes of tenderness. Well, what kind of madness is this cutie just killing the girl or saving her? It's not yet clear from her psychological state. Just let the people of the world look at this treasure, bright and kind, the best boy on the planet. And this is her son. Of course, if Mother doesn't like this kind of treatment, then Elliot won't call her that, of course. Aranel likes it. Elliot hears this sound. Her heart is about to jump out of her chest from total happiness. Doriana blushed. The little heroine was so happy for the boy. She always believed that their connection would improve between Elliot and his mother. How nice it is to watch how families are filled with warmth and love. And why is the girl standing on the sidelines? Arenal called her to her. Let the baby also come closer to them as a baby. Well, the girl just didn't want to interfere with the family reunion. The terrible mother-in-law tightly and tenderly hugged two incredible angels to her. This is what happiness looks like for her. The butler brought the necessary documents to his master. The Viscountess was sent to prison. Her family renounced their title and left for the provinces. Initially, they all faced the death penalty, but the duchy asked for clemency, so it all ended that way. And it was Aranel who filed a petition for pardon. She was worried about the girl. And what if she was accused of people dying because of her participation? The bright little girl simply cannot live with such a burden of responsibility and guilt, and this cannot be allowed. How will Doriana live with such thoughts, because it is unbearable and will simply destroy the poor girl from the inside? Here the young people agreed that such irreversible actions would bring Miss Everett to mental anguish. Of course, the head of the duchy is simply disgusted by Viscountess Ivan, but the Duchess of Valois was indeed right. If a more severe punishment were imposed, the girl would blame herself for everything, even if she had nothing to do with it, or feel sorry for the Viscountess. For this reason, ending this disgusting story without bloodshed would be the best solution. And the Marquis of Saxe sent a letter to His Grace and the Duchess of Valois with an apology. Aranel said that this would be enough. As his wife asked, Duke von Valois will not bring the matter to trial. Just a minute. And why does the butler inform his master about this, and not the Duchess von Valois herself? The servant hesitated. Well, his lordship has been so busy lately, so the lady asked the employee to hand over this letter along with other documents. All the same, the girl had to say this personally, and the head of the duchy is not so busy that he could not devote time to her. Therefore, the handsome young man urgently asks the butler to tell the lady next time that the Duke will receive her at any time. The employee broke into a warm smile. The gentleman asks not to transmit information through him, but to come to Lady Valois in person. His lordship clearly loves his wife very much. The young man nodded affirmatively. Of course he loves her. Then the young duke realized what he had just said out loud and jumped on the spot, what his employee was saying. Isn't that so? Well, such a strong and deep feeling cannot arise so suddenly and immediately. However, even such an old man as the faithful servant of the Duke of Valois clearly sees that the young man has begun to treat his wife much more tenderly. But this is how it should be in the relationship between two spouses, because Baron is, after all, Aranel's husband. Therefore, the young man simply fulfills his marital duty, because the Duchess has begun to take her responsibilities more seriously. In fact, the young master himself often wondered what had changed in his attitude towards Aranel. But to hear so openly and directly about such a secret and very incomprehensible feeling, which the young man himself had not yet comprehended, was unbearable. The butler smiled. Well, how to understand this expression on Raymond's face? The butler can go. The handsome young man began to seethe with indignation and shame. The butler left his office contentedly. It was the first time he had such fun working here. Why is this happening to the head of a great family? The young man raised his voice without even noticing it, and this was a strange embarrassment. Raymond believes that Baron loves his wife, but this is impossible. This is just absurd nonsense. This cannot be. Actually, the Duke and the girl had been married for 8 years, and then suddenly his wife became close to him. Well, this is nonsense. This is precisely absurd. So the young man was confused and could not give an answer right away, because this is so crazy for his reality. And in general, Duchess Aranel simply cannot please her husband, since the young man has never experienced such feelings for anyone. Therefore, even now, the young master cannot be overwhelmed by such childish and stupid emotions, because Baron does not even believe in it. The owner of the estate really began to treat his wife more carefully and tenderly, but this is part of his obligations. Baron began to want to see his wife more often, to care and do more for the Duchess, because he wants to fulfill his duties properly. But this does not mean that the transformation of his attitude has turned into feelings, because being disappointed in your own emotion towards a person is much more painful than just in his image. The little main character was gloomier than the rainy sky, but what happened to the sweet girl? Was she really offended? Probably it's all about the new teacher, Miss Everett. The teacher did something bad, not at all. The new teacher is very good. It's all about the girl herself. Doriana is simply useless and worthless trash. She is not capable of anything. Who dared to say such a thing at all? The baby is incredibly talented and smart. Where did Doriana get such thoughts in the first place? So the little girl was so upset only because she painted the picture poorly. Mother was already scared. Well, you can't reproach yourself like that. You don't have to be able to draw, you shouldn't get hung up on it. But a lady's education is so important, not at all if it causes pain. And according to the Duchess of Valois, the baby's picture turned out to be very beautiful. These are powerful and majestic lions. Doriana did an excellent job and drew everything well. The girl actually depicted flowers, but why do they have eyes and noses then? Surely the girl just hadn't colored everything completely yet, so Mother didn't understand. But the little girl colored everything. Now the girl saw such beautiful flowers. Then the saving sounds of sword strikes were heard outside the window. The young heir to the duchy is currently training on the parade ground. Maybe Doriana wants to go and watch his training. Of course, the girl had never seen sword training before. What a relief. The little girl completely forgot about her drawing, thanks to Elliot. The sound of blows echoed throughout the training arena as the little duke persistently swung his wooden sword. The knight directed every movement of the young swordsman. The boy distributes his weight incorrectly. Before striking, it is necessary to transfer it to the other leg. The teacher explained to Elliot that the younger gentleman's movements were too sweeping and would create a gap in his defense. That's why the little knight said that he doesn't understand at what moment he needs to swing the sword. It just comes out that way. Well, how does such a spectacle feel? The little girl is not bored just standing and watching Elliot's battles. Not at all. Doriana really likes it, but the mistress of the estate began to worry about her beloved boy. He might get hurt. But isn't this knight's teaching methods too harsh for such kids? The teacher wants the child to suffer or something. Doesn't the Uncle Knight look too aggressive for a little lady? No, it's difficult for the teacher. The Duchess of Valois looked at the baby in amazement. The movements that she was trying to teach young Elliot as a knight simply did not suit him at all. Most likely, the uncle is trying to show how to properly transfer force, and the boy just continues to swing the sword. However, if the younger gentleman continues to do this, he will get tired faster. The girl began to talk a lot out of excitement. The charming little girl fell silent and turned to look at her mother. And why was the Duchess of Valois looking at the little girl like that? The girl covered her mouth with her hands. Yes, this little girl is simply a genius. The girl is incredibly insightful. So can the baby practice swords with the younger master? This question is better discussed with the Duke himself. This question is not exactly one that can be resolved so easily, since Miss Everett is a future girlfriend. If someone finds out that the future mistress of the Valois estate is learning to wield a sword, it will not do her any good. What an era this is. In the original story, the little girl really didn't wield a sword if others look askance at the girl. Maybe it's worth leaving everything as it is. However, those big emerald eyes were so happy with Elliot's training, the little girl was really enjoying herself. After all, Miss Valois saw the very expression of the girl. How could she ignore her interest after this and leave it unattended? Let the butler let his mistress know when the head of the estate returns. The girl herself will talk to him about everything and will not back down. And now, on the threshold of his lordship's office, the mistress of the estate was already standing with the decisive air of a great commander. While Arenelle was thinking about how she could convince Baron, Raymond wanted the two to have a good time alone. What Baron's wife came to talk about, the young man was surprised by her appearance and the strange sparkle in her eyes. So, once upon a time, a Valois woman was knighted and she received the rank of deputy commander. Despite sidelong glances, many admired her. Therefore, the pathetic opinion that work should be divided into male and female is a relic of the past. But if a lady wants to fight with swords, this may cause a negative reaction at first. But if you look at it more broadly, then this is not bad. Let the wife calm down. Apparently the girl said too much, and the young man was simply angry with her. What does the Duke of Valois think about this? The handsome Duke correctly understood that his wife wanted to learn to fencing. The conversation was not about her at all. Regardless of gender, Arenelle is already too late in age for training, but there is no such law. For this reason, if the master's wife really wants to learn, then Baron will take action and contribute to this. Here the blue eyes of the young man instantly flashed. His face stretched out in amazement. Baron froze in silence. The mistress of the estate tried for a long time to interrupt her husband's flight of thoughts, but everything was in vain, so she took his hand. The charming young man immediately fell silent and looked at her in amazement. The lady really asks her husband to finally listen to her. The young duke's face immediately flushed red, of course. The young man was ready to hear his wife. They were too close. The girl is very pleased that her husband is also careless about outdated stereotypes, but this is not about her at all, but about little Dorian. The head of the great family froze in shock. That is, he couldn't hear how they were talking about the baby right now. The Duchess turned pale, realizing that she had been holding onto the hand of the captivating young man for too long and needed to finally let her go. Miss von Valois apparently hurried with such a delicate request. The young man was not yet ready to hear such a thing. Everything is in order. In fact, the Duke believes that nothing bad will happen if the little girl suddenly wants to learn sword fighting. The handsome young man looked at his empty hand, which still remembered the warmth of his wife. A strange sensation. Baron understood everything. First, he will need to determine at what level Dorian is for the Duke. This is a very difficult decision. Does the young man really want to say that the girl can really wield a sword? Since Aranel can, then there's no point in talking about Dorian. By the way, Baron von Valois personally conducted the award ceremony for the woman who became an outstanding knight. Therefore, the young man is simply unable to put a gender restriction on the study of fencing. Everything inside the Duchess of Valois began to tremble. What kind of strange feeling is spreading throughout her body? Aranel feels good. Of course, everything is fine with the girl. There is no reason to worry. Just something was clearly happening inside her. To begin with, the young man himself will meet with the girl, but he is a sword master himself and is generally very busy with work right now. Despite his busy schedule, the young Duke must always take care of his family. Doesn't the girl agree with this? And Doriana is now also part of their family. Why the lady's heart continues to beat so furiously in her chest, Baron can hear. And then the day came when the greatest sword master of the Empire met a new recruit in a skirt. The picture was very impressive for that era. The captivating young man looks as unlawfully attractive as always, his gaze focused on the baby with a sword in her hands. The little main character had a heroic appearance, a confident look, stamina and assertiveness in her every move. The younger gentleman watched in amazement from the stands of the training arena along with his mother. His future bride just stands there and doesn't move, but he has a clear feeling that something has clearly changed in the girl. The thing is that Miss Everett had put on pants, so they were all a little unfamiliar with Doriana's new image. This girl is so cute in those funny workout shorts, the girl can't help but cry. Elliot glares at her with a straight face. So how does a future Valois bride feel about holding a wooden sword? The weapon is not too heavy for a girl, everything is fine. Well, in that case, he and Doriana can begin their first combat lesson. The young man raised his training sword. The little main character studiedly watched every light and perfected movement of the great master. Let Miss Everett try to attack Duke von Valois now so they can evaluate her skills and current level. This is the pressure. The baby pretended to be ready, but was very worried inside because Baron von Valois himself was experiencing it. Even just from one glance, it is quite obvious that comparing the strength of the young man with other knights is simply a crime. Baron is the strongest of all in the Empire. The young man is so strong that even if the League of the Best Knights is against him alone, the outcome will be in his favor. Even just standing next to him is very difficult. And yet the girl must prove herself, and prove that she deserves to learn to wield a sword. Doriana feels that it is hers. The young Duke clearly did not expect such agility from the sweet and gentle Doriana. There was clearly something else in her besides charm. In fact, this young lady had a lot of resilience and perseverance. She had the right attitude in her eyes, and her body was unstoppable. The little heroine confidently put her foot forward and took a fighting position. The little girl would never give up on her intended goal. And so the baby, like a wild animal, began to go on the attack and strike from different sides. Baron closely watched her. Of course, no matter how hard she tried, it was not stressful for the young man, but she only needed to strike one blow. Doriana did not want to tap for anything. The girl strained her body mercilessly. Her sword did not stop working. So the baby is clearly exhausted. Her training sword is shaking. It's better to finish this right now so as not to injure her. Well, there's nothing to be done. There's simply no other way to stop the distracted girl. Doriana is too absorbed in the process. The great sword master literally made a couple of rapid swings of his sword in a split second and was already behind the girl. The little heroine's emerald eyes didn't even have time to properly capture the lightning-fast actions of the great sword master. The charming warrior looked at her weapon in shock. But how it happened, Doriana didn't even see it. How is such exorbitant speed even possible? Baron is truly the greatest master of weapons. The little girl's eyes fell on the broken sword in her hand. Wow. The girl would also like to learn how to be fast like a predator. And these sharp, targeted movements of the Duke of Valois' hand, which were done with incredible ease. The young man is truly a great warrior. The concerned Duke immediately ran up to the baby. He didn't shock her too much. She was fine. She wasn't scared. So Doriana has calmed down a little and is trying to analyze their training fight. This is what the young man wanted. It was already difficult to stop the girl, so the young man had to make sure that Doriana could no longer wield her sword. The little girl behaved like a real gallant knight, in whom perseverance and willpower flow. She really doesn't lack for character. The handsome young man put his warm hand on the child's head. The girl really did an excellent job with their training. To be honest, it was interesting and pleasant for the virtuoso swordsman to test the strength and skills of the little lady today. Well, we must admit that this child is already endowed with the most important qualities of a knight. The Duke is very pleased with this girl. So the young master has already decided something about training and sword training for Elliot's future bride. The head of the duchy noticed the concern on his wife's face, although the girl tried not to show it and act in his presence. This little girl is a genius. This is great news. It means Elliot's future bride has finally found something she likes and will be able to do it without hindrance. Just amazing. The Duchess spat out her hot tea from the rush of realization of the Duke's words. Lady Valois now heard everything correctly. The girl is a genius. And to be honest, the head of the estate was surprised himself. Miss Everett has sharp movements and good fighting sense. Is she really more capable than their boy? It is difficult to give an exact answer. You cannot compare talent and potential while comparing individual indicators of completely different children. However, there is one knightly quality that Doriana has that Elliot lacks, and that is the desire to win. The frantic desire to defeat the enemy is what gives courage. The girl is not easily frightened. She is ready to attack fiercely, sparing no effort. The word knight may sound majestic, but he is just a fighter, so the desire to win a fight in itself becomes a quality of a knight. From the very beginning, it seemed that Elliot was not interested in winning or fighting, and this was a huge difference between the kids. Therefore, it is worth saying that each of the children has a different character, and the Duke took this into account when he called Doriana a genius. Therefore, the point here is not at all which of the children is better at this, but which of them is really more suitable. Therefore, speaking of this, if the lady of the estate does not mind, the Duke would like to personally educate Miss Everett. Of course, the girl agrees. Miss Aranel could not even dream of such a thing, and Doriana will definitely be completely delighted. The young man really hopes for this at the very beginning. The Duke of Valois was also involved in training their son, but this became a burden for Elliot. Therefore, the sword training had to be entrusted to another knight, which means the girl didn't even know it. What different little main characters they are. Aranel still doesn't know so much about her children. Those emerald eyes of the little warrior were burning with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since the young swordmaster had seen anything like this. And when the blue eyes of the beautiful young man clashed during a training battle with the persistent gaze of Miss Everett, there was a feeling that, in front of him, was an adult warrior. Honestly, the beautiful young man is ashamed to admit, but the Duke himself is looking forward to their next training session with Doriana. The terrible mother-in-law was once again exposed to the dazzling power of her husband. Each time Baron's smile has a crushing effect on her. Baron is such a sweetheart. He has an incredibly cute face. But why does a girl's thoughts always get confused around this guy? The terrible mother-in-law walked along the corridor of the von Valois estate, thinking about the fact that she began to think about Baron too often. But then Miss von Valois' attention was attracted by a sound. It came very close and made her heart clench. The little protagonist was sitting on the sofa and sobbing painfully. Mother's heart bled at these sounds. The boy immediately realized that he was no longer alone in the corridor, and there was at least one witness to his sobs. The younger master immediately covered his charming face with his hands. Why is her son sitting here alone and crying bitterly? Elliot is not crying at all. The little Duke immediately jumped up from his seat and ran further down the corridor. He had to go. What was it all about now? The little hero has never been more closed off than now. What is it that worries the boy so much? The kid literally disappeared from the sight of the terrible mother-in-law in just a couple of seconds and left something light on the coffee table. Aranel came closer to the object and realized that in front of her was a piece of paper. What it was, and why Elliot was crying so much. So on the piece of paper there were incredibly talented images of various objects, animals, and plants, as if a recognized genius of painting had left his mark. The girl was amazed and called the boy's teacher. How could a 7-year-old child draw something like that? The Duchess would like to confirm her guesses. The girl correctly understands that all these magnificent drawings were made by her little son. That's right, the younger Duke really created these drawings with his small hands. It's simply unthinkable. Her ladyship may not like it, but Elliot is trying to excel in other disciplines too, and the kid is simply brilliant. Simply incredible images, so accurate and alive as if the hand of a great artist of antiquity had touched them. Yes, this little guy is really on the same level as Picasso. The Duchess took this news very well, and the teacher was worried about it. So both of Arenel's children are geniuses. Wow! The kids are really completely different. Her husband was absolutely right. And for what reason did the teacher hide from Elliot's mother that her boy is a fantastically talented artist? This little one is so charming, so kind and sweet, and then it turned out that he is a genius of this century. Well, at least it has become known now. If you think about it that way, her ladyship is indeed right in her conclusions. Elliot has an incredible gift for drawing. It's just that the teacher didn't think that such conclusions would greatly please the mistress of the duchy. But why such conclusions? It's just that even the youngest gentleman really doesn't like hearing about his talent. He doesn't like being praised. He, as a person who will continue the line of the Duke of Valois, does not need drawing skills the kid loves to draw. But he has to be careful not to become a laughing stock. At such moments, the charming boy is burdened by a sense of duty to his beloved father and his dukedom, of course. How the girl would like her sweet baby to be able to freely do what makes him happy and brings him such pleasure. Poor Elliot forces himself to hide such incredible talent, to be careful and keep it a secret. And then in the corridor, the little protagonist was definitely crying, although he told his mother the opposite. What a tragedy, the girl must deal with this, after all. She is here to make these children happy. Therefore, the Duchess of Valois needs to see and talk with the baby as long as she can torment herself. This child should be the happiest in the world. The boy has such a pure and bright soul, such a big heart. Elliot will be happy no matter what it costs his mother. Arenelle decided everything and immediately headed to her son's bedroom. But she forgot that it was already the dead of midnight, and the boy was probably already asleep. But it still wouldn't hurt to check your speculations. The Duchess of Valois was already standing at the door of the younger gentleman's bedroom anyway. However, nothing will stop the mistress of the estate from making sure of this. The girl carefully creaked the door and looked inside. In the little gentleman's personal chambers, the light was still on. The boy himself was sitting at his desk. Why Elliot still hadn't gone to bed yet? It was already late. The younger Duke believes that he needs to study more and harder while sacrificing hours of sleep because this is harmful to Elliot's health. Well, in fact, at the moment, the future heir of the family is having a hard time wielding a sword, so he focused on other things. There are still a bunch of skills and disciplines that the head of the duchy must learn, so the kid focused on them. After all, the younger Duke must be responsible, the poor little one. Did the boy feel worse when he saw Doriana training? Apparently, the kid began to compare his skills with the innate talent of the future bride and began to think that he was incapable. The little genius didn't do anything like that at all. The boy immediately lowered his head in resignation. Apparently, the baby's feelings and experiences still got the better of Elliot, and he roared that this was not at all because of Doriana. The girl was confused by this reaction. She so wanted to help her charming boy and put everything in order for him. Only the younger gentleman himself is to blame for everything. His future bride is not to blame for anything. She is just smart. But the little Duke is simply a stupid and hopeless incompetent who can't do anything and can't cope with anything. What does the best boy in the world say? Elliot is a real dream. His inner qualities alone are the greatest gift. The most powerful family in the empire, the von Valois, has always been a family of knights and great swordsmen, but Elliot does not know how to fence at all. The kid always knew and understood this, no matter how hard he tried, and when Elliot saw Doriana, he was only finally convinced of this. The girl has nothing to do with it, all because the boy himself is a klutz, so the younger gentleman took up the study of other disciplines. The terrible mother-in-law instantly wiped the bitter tears from the face of the adorable baby. Elliot was completely wrong about himself. Arenelle will tell his son something. He is simply incredible, and it doesn't matter at all what the boy does and what doesn't. It's enough for a sweet child to just be himself because Arenelle couldn't even dream of such a boy. No matter what her baby chooses, no matter why he refuses, his mother will always love Elliot and be immensely proud. The younger master should stop being so hard on himself when the boy calls himself names and humiliates himself like that. Arenelle becomes hurt. Tears appeared in the mother's purple eyes. It was unbearable for her to see how the baby belittles himself and does not see the obvious. But how can a boy just be himself? Because Elliot is the next duke of the greatest family in the empire. The head of the von Valois family must be an outstanding person, must be able to easily understand all disciplines and skillfully wield a sword. Well, who decided this? Did the father really say this to his son? Maybe the emperor gave such a decree? Not at all. Then maybe it is written somewhere that all hereditary dukes of the Valois family simply must be excellent swordsmen, but there is no such thing. The kid must understand that no one is angry with him. It is normal for a person not to be able to do something because everyone is given their own. Mother really wants the boy not to create false rules for himself and not to forget about himself for a moment. The girl understands everything perfectly, having studied the history of the Valois family. The kid thought that he simply had to be like his ancestors. But this is stupidity because the history of the family is just the past of its eminent family, and Elliot is its future. The charming boy looked at his mother with a certain adult awareness. It seems that Elliot is beginning to understand Aranel's main idea. The past is just a given. It does not determine the present at all. The boy understands what his mother is trying to convey to him. But then what can the younger gentleman do with all this? Elliot made a clear plan in his head, and now it turns out that he is not needed. Aranel is simply sure that the little duke needs to do what the boy himself likes. And his loving parents will always support their adored son, and both will be only happy if the boy receives sincere pleasure from his choice. The terrible mother-in-law's privacy was violated by her future daughter-in-law. Doriana was puzzled by Elliot's behavior lately. What happened to the little heroine? There was clearly concern and anxiety on her childish face. They are so friendly with Elliot. The younger gentleman was behaving very strangely. The mother looked at the girl in amazement. Why did she decide that? It's just that the boy began to constantly secretly observe his future bride. Doriana does not understand what exactly he is doing. After all, as soon as Miss Everett wants to say hello to Elliot or approach him, her future groom simply runs away. And just a couple of minutes ago, the younger duke asked Doriana to show him her hand. But what does that even mean? The boy studied the girl's palm very carefully. Her eyes studied every line of Doriana's hand. The charming bride-to-be was afraid to twitch again and froze in her place so as not to disturb the younger duke. Then the charming Elliot put his hand to the palm of his future bride. It was very strange, since the little protagonist immediately pulled back his hand in embarrassment and blushed afterwards. Elliot even asked for forgiveness. Doriana told the younger master that he had nothing to apologize for at all. The boy could even take her hand in both palms. Then the girl noticed something black on the palm of the future groom. Similar to ink or stylus, apparently Elliot is now working hard. And so the two little main characters froze opposite each other. The kids held hands and looked into the eyes opposite. Everything was good and warm as always. But the young duke abruptly ended their meeting with Doriana and simply ran away, saying goodbye to her. Well, isn't this kind of behavior strange for a little heir? The girl is very concerned about this. Well, there are several reasonable reasons for the behavior of the future head of the clan. For starters, the kid decides to present his painting at the imperial competition. For this reason, such oddities are not at all alarming. The girl simply has nothing to worry about. Everything is fine with Elliot and their friendship. The younger gentleman decided to depict on his canvas what he liked, so he studied everything around for sketches. The girl, hearing these words, immediately became embarrassed and blushed. Elliot draws what he likes. Well, just look at this reddened face, what a beauty. Now Miss Everett has become a little clearer about the boy's behavior. A few days later, the younger gentleman's painting was completed, and Elliot asked that it be sent to the butler's palace. Raymond packed his little master's creation perfectly and securely. Elliot has nothing to worry about. Everything will be done. Is the young master really not going to show his creation until the very end of the imperial competition? After all, his mother is simply burning with curiosity. The boy does not want to do this. If he suddenly gets a prize, then he will show it. If a competition was held for the title of the cutest child in the world, then her son would definitely win. What his mother said was which child. Aranel immediately retreated, because Elliot considers himself already a grown-up young man. What kind of children are there? And the word dear is now an insult to him. But still Mother is unable to fight the attack of another emotion. She squeezed her boy into her arms and hugged him tightly. The two were interrupted by the voice of the head of the duchy. His beloved son had already finished what he had been working on all these few days. After all this time the boy was so busy painting his picture that his father did not manage to talk to Elliot. The younger Duke does not want to go with Miss Everett on an excursion to the Imperial Academy because they can go there. So the Duke thought it would be a good idea to see how children their age learned, and Doriana wanted to see how others handled a sword. And if the kid is also interested in fencing, then the children can sign up together and there are drawing lessons. The Duke made one last attempt to offer sword lessons to his son, but was immediately defeated. The younger gentleman is not interested in fencing. Elliot is interested in drawing lessons. The kid is firm in his intentions. The little heroine nodded with understanding to her future groom. Elliot immediately looked at her drooping face. However, if the bride-to-be takes fencing lessons, then the younger Duke will take them too. Doriana doesn't want to be a burden to Elliot at all. Everything will be fine with her. There's no need to worry about it. Well, what nonsense is Miss Everett talking about? How a girl can become a burden for the young heir of the family. The little main character stretched out in a captivating smile going anywhere with Doriana is only a pleasure for the boy. Is the boy really ready to go anywhere with the young lady? And the younger gentleman will be interested in absolutely everything. The little girl's face immediately flushed red. The girl was embarrassed by her own thoughts. How cute they both are. The girl wants the competition for the cutest child in the world to really exist. These two would definitely be the winners. And as soon as the other characters endure this power of the crushing charm of these two, the girl stopped even trying. Her character's poor heart, someday it won't stand it. The wife again does something strange. But apparently, she feels good. Several days have passed. It's time to visit the Imperial Academy, where 2 children of the Valois family may want to study. And now the luxurious carriage of the dukedom had already arrived at the right place. The handsome young man gallantly helped his wife get down. The Duchess of von Valois looked around and asked her charming children to stay in front together. The girl was burning with impatience. Such a pleasant and important day for their family, because they all went out into the world together. Today was the first official appearance of the von Valois family. They all looked amazing. This is what an ideal family looks like. Happy and curious children walked ahead of their parents and looked around at such a large educational institution. The Valois family was immediately greeted by the headmistress of the Imperial Academy named Helen Clover. It was a great honor for them to welcome the great family here. The head of the duchy asked the headmistress to behave naturally and stop fussing just for the sake of Valois, but this was impossible. After all, their academy was visited by the most influential person in the empire, were there places that the guests wanted to see at the beginning, of course. The Duchess of von Valois first of all wants to inspect the children's dining room, and kitchen nutrition at this age is very important. Of course, no problem. The head of the Imperial Academy leads his visitors to the children's canteen. Doriana conveyed through Elliot that she wanted to see the fencing class as soon as possible. Aranel was completely out of her mind. What a cafeteria. Well, the Duchess of Valois didn't think at all about the girl's wishes. The girl wants to do as her mother wants. They don't have to go together at all. Let the children independently examine what is important to them. It will definitely be more comfortable for the children. The girl agrees. And what will the kids themselves say to such a proposal from the Duke? Of course, Elliot and Doriana will be happy. The boys will see off the future bride. The little heroine was already fully inspecting the Imperial training ground. It was the same as that of the Valois family. In fact, this training arena was built in the image of the one located in the Duchy of von Valois. Since the Valois knights were always considered the best swordsmen, they were a model in everything during the construction of the academy. The Valois family is incredible. The girl is surprised every time, and Elliot, who knows so much, is amazing too. The teacher is not visible. The students are fighting, but not trying very hard. Now it is clear that the lesson simply has not started yet. Could Elliot's future bride really determine at one glance whether the students were working at full capacity or not? That's right. The girl perfectly saw and read the strengths and weaknesses of each sword holder. It was not at all difficult for her. The conversation between the 2 little main characters was interrupted by some impudent boy pointing his finger at Miss Everett as to what she was doing here. How dare this rude guy point his finger at the future Duchess? It's okay. Doriana knows this boy. The future bride of the head of the von Valois family immediately turned pale. The girl greeted the Tornian heir through clenched teeth. This is an arrogant guy from the Tornian clan. The younger Duke has definitely heard this surname somewhere. You need to think a little. Elliot remembered everything. The Tornian family clan entered into an agreement with the Rondini scoundrels. Their daughter is the bride of this impudent man. This means that the disgusting brat is involved in the grief and suffering of Elliot's future bride. The boy is the same scoundrel as her tormentors. The boy knows that the Baron and Baroness Rondini bullied the girl. It was the freaks who poisoned her, beat her, and starved her. And also their spoiled and stupid daughter repeated, after her vile parents, Jen also began to offend Doriana. So how could someone like Doriana Everett show up at the Imperial Academy? Why did she suddenly come to this particular class? If this vile worm is Jen Rondini's fiancé, then this brat is involved in Miss Everett's suffering. Everything is decided for him. The charming heroine came to see how fencing lessons were going on. Let the girl stop talking nonsense. Doriana is just a servant. What is she talking about? And besides, she's a girl. What kind of sword does she even need? That's a shame. The charming little girl is even now being bullied by other children. And what has she done to all of them? Is this incompetent likely to receive an education at the Imperial Academy? She definitely came here as someone's servant. Look how Doriana dressed up, it's even funny. Then something flew into the head of the snotty, impudent man, and he immediately fell silent. The little main character looked at Elliot in amazement at what the boy had just thrown at the Tornian heir. The future head of the greatest family had just thrown a white glove at the impudent man, which could only mean one thing. The vile boy immediately stared at Elliot in shock. What kind of jokes were these from the stranger? There was steel in the young duke's voice. This is no joke. Let the bastard immediately raise his sword. Who is this guy anyway? The fool now faces Elliot von Valois, who is Doriana Everett's fiancé. The vile parasite immediately turned pale. Cold sweat flowed down his face. Was he really the heir of the most powerful family? Charming Elliot will no longer listen to how this brat dares to insult his future bride. This is a challenge to a duel. So let the bastard immediately give the sword to Elliot and raise his own, and the duel is not so bad. After all, if the most powerful family had come forward officially, the impudent man would certainly have been executed. But here, this kid himself challenged him to a duel. And if the heir Tornian manages to win the duel, then everything will be resolved. The little duke will not forgive the ignorance of this brat. The younger master is unshakable in his decision, of course. He is not a swordmaster like his father, but he will punish this petty freak for Doriana's honor. No one dares to offend his future bride. There is no one in this world purer and more beautiful than Doriana, and soon this impudent person will understand this forever. For all his spilled anger, Elliot did not hear at all that all this time his future bride was calling him. The little knight immediately jumped up to Miss Everett and asked her what had happened. The girl thanked him for his help and for standing up for her. However, the future Duchess of the von Valois family does not want her fiancé to enter into a duel. Doriana herself will fight the impudent man. Elliot was immediately confused as to how she did it, because it was the responsibility and task of the future groom to protect her honor. No, at all. This was always only a girl's problem. All her life, the little heroine endured bullying and violence first. Her future groom came to her defense and besieged his vile nanny. Then their mother, who every time pulled the girl out of the black pit of her own fear. Doriana did nothing but accept help from them. But during all this time, Miss Everett gained confidence and strength, breaking away all the fears that held her back. And now the girl will solve her problem herself. The little hero really understands and shares Doriana's feelings, but it was he who challenged Thornian to the current duel. And also in this magnificent outfit, it will be very difficult for the future bride of von Valois to fight, isn't it so? Here, behind the kids, the loud voice of Duke von Valois himself was heard. There is no need to worry about Doriana's clothes, because the head of the duchy has already sent the butler to get replacement equipment, and very soon the servant will be back. The handsome young man, with a calm and even look, supported the little girl's desire to teach the offender a lesson. She has everything for this. In addition, this is very useful, because the girl herself wanted to check at what level her knowledge and skills were now. And then I had such a wonderful chance, a sword fight with my peer on the training ground, and not with a teacher. The little main character analyzed everything and blossomed, but this really is a great opportunity to understand what a girl is capable of. The vile brat turned pale with fear. Standing in front of him was the most powerful and strong man in the Empire. Will everything be okay with him? And just a couple of seconds later, the young warrior trampled all of Tornian's impudence, and the fight ended very quickly. It's simply impossible, some kind of nonsense, for some girl from the orphanage to defeat the young heir with swords. However, the vile little fellow was lying in the mud at Miss Everett's feet. A couple of sharp movements were enough for the girl to destroy her opponent. A few minutes ago, the brat stood in front of a girl with a sword and in shorts, and was sure that this was all absurdly funny. The boy was sure that with his eyes closed he could defeat the upstart. Why did this girl suddenly get involved in a man's duel? How many tears will be shed after Doriana doesn't even know how to hold a sword, but challenges Peter Thornian? It would be better if she remained a servant in the orphanage. So, since the impudent one is in no hurry to start their duel, in this case Miss Everett herself will start the duel. As the girl wishes, the outcome is still the same. And this time, Doriana will forever remember where this upstart really belongs. No matter what dress she's dressed in, she will always be a maid. A fighting spirit flared up in the emerald eyes of the little warrior, which was not hidden from the eyes of the vile enemy, that's what it was. At this moment, the impudent man already sensed something was wrong. Doriana was able to destroy all of Peter's pompous confidence with just her glance. And then, literally a second, and the girl was already masterfully parrying with her sword. All her movements were sharp and swift, like those of a wild predator. When this girl managed to get so close to Peter, a nervous shiver ran down the insolent man's back. Where did she get so much agility from? Besides the fact that Doriana skillfully handled her weapon, her movements were impossible to count. She had her own style of attack. And the girl also had amazing speed and sharpness in her movements. Peter needs to create distance and think. The wooden sword of his opponent flew past Peter Thornian's face. How this upstart did it was simply impossible. True fear and vulnerability appeared in the eyes of the impudent brat. This girl had just destroyed him in a matter of seconds. Peter no longer had a sword in his hands. The little warrior disarmed the impudent man with one movement and put her sword to his throat. So the future Duchess of the House of von Valois has just made herself known and trashed the pathetic heir Thornian in front of everyone. If suddenly the boy still does not agree with her victory, they can continue their duel until the insolent one is choking from impotence. Then the terrible mother-in-law jumped up to the two little duelists her baby had just fought for real. We urgently need to call a doctor to the training ground. Doriana was not injured. Everything is fine with the girl. It was her enemy who got it. Just in case, let the employees still call the doctors. The Duchess of Valois will be calmer this way. And what are Miss Everett's feelings? Now the little warrior understands what her mentor told her, Duke von Valois, warned that no one could defeat Doriana. The girl nodded contentedly. Now that Miss Everett could clearly practice fighting the enemy, she felt her strength. And the most important thing is that among all these students, the little heroine has no equal. Her skills and talent are much higher. The charming warrior really enjoyed participating in the duel. The girl's heart is still beating wildly, and her body is simply soaring with delight. The beautiful young man was pleased with the words of his best student. The baby is really great. Her phenomenal abilities need to be further developed. The Duke of Valois is very happy about today's training, but next time he will need to select a much stronger opponent. Then an inspired Elliot flew up to the future bride. The girl looked simply incredible. Everyone couldn't even utter a word. And for the winner, Miss Everett. Her future groom is amazing. The girl is very grateful to everyone for their support. Well, it's time to go home. Mother will bake sweet cookies with chocolate and a cake for her children. This is what the ideal picture of the family looked like. Behind him, on the training ground, Peter Thornian stood frozen in his place, defeated and humiliated in front of the whole class. The terrible mother-in-law took a deep breath with some heaviness apparently. The girl never managed to become a good mother. The handsome young man turned to his wife. Why did the Duchess say this? Is there any reason for this? But when the Duchess of Valois heard that her girl would suddenly begin to fight with someone on the parade ground, she ran to pick her up from there. But Arenel's husband managed to stop the girl with her intentions in time, and everything ended well. Then the Duchess was seized with uncontrollable panic. Suddenly the girl would get hurt and bleed, even though the Duke explained that the baby was strong enough and everything would be fine. At that moment in time, when the mother should have simply believed in her child, Arenel behaved incorrectly, and this may affect her children. The charming hero analyzed the words of his wife and tried to help her alleviate her worries and aspirations. In this case, let the Duke of Valois look after and trust their children, and let the girl raise the kids as she sees fit. In this way, the married couple will be able to compensate for each other's shortcomings, because that's what parents do. Well, Here's another wave of this handsome guy's unbearable attractiveness again. Why does the girl get so embarrassed every time? However, the young man was also embarrassed. The head of the duchy himself was embarrassed and confused by his own words about the married couple. The awkward silence of the two young heroes was interrupted by the butler's voice. Raymond announced that they had received a letter. The handsome young man immediately jumped up from his seat, saving himself from embarrassment, and ran to his employee for the letter. The young duke quickly glanced at the correspondence. Apparently, this was a letter from the imperial palace. The Duchess of Valois was surprised to intercept the letter from her husband's hands, wondering if something had happened since it was from the palace itself. The girl carefully studied the contents and then immediately called out to her charming son, "Because we were talking about him." No arguments or justifications will be reasonable against such a statement. It's time for her baby to accept it with dignity. So the Duchess is pleased to inform her little artist that Elliot is the officially recognized genius of the century. The little hero can only accept and recognize the phenomenality of his skills and fantastic talent. Elliot became the winner in the imperial competition, and his mother began to hug the baby tightly and congratulate him, and she told him so. In an official letter from the palace, they sent congratulations to the young winner. Elliot's painting will be exhibited in the imperial gallery. And also, the younger duke is invited to the awards ceremony. This can't be true. It's probably all a dream. To be honest, the younger duke still does not believe that he not only took part in the imperial painting competition, but also became its winner. His bride immediately jumped up to her future groom. "Wow, Elliot really is a genius of this century?" The boy said that Doriana was incredible on the training ground, but to her, Elliot is the most incredible. Doriana was so beautiful. How can a person be so beautiful? The youngest heir had already forgotten that he had won the competition. And a few days later, the official solemn awarding of the winner took place in the Imperial Gallery. The two little main characters attended the awards ceremony in luxurious outfits. The kids were delighted by the Emperor's huge gallery. Together with their incredible children, their parents arrived. The entire von Valois family was in purple and yellow tones. A huge number of guests were already crowding inside the Imperial Gallery, and a painting of the young Elliot was exhibited among other works. Duchess von Valois looked for the work of her phenomenal son and immediately recognized it among all the others. Mother immediately took the boy by the hand and led him to the beautiful portrait. The girl immediately realized where the picture of her beloved son was. The younger duke's wonderful creation was displayed in the very center of the exhibition. "It's an Elliot painting, isn't it?" The little protagonist looked at his work. The young artist's cheeks flushed red. This was really his work. The rest of their family had already approached the Duchess of Valois and her son and stood admiringly in front of the masterpiece of the young genius. So, the heart of the Imperial exhibition was a work called Happiness by Elliot von Valois. It was awarded the main prize. Aranel rushed to her son. Her boy is a genius. His mother has already said this 10 times, and this is still not enough. The girl will say it 1,000,000 more times. The Duke of Valois put his hand on the head of his son. In his painting, the gap between the viewer and the work disappears. It seems that the viewer becomes part of this happiness. The little artist really did a great job. This is a real masterpiece with the right values, and the young man had no idea about his son's talent. The father is so proud of his boy. Elliot did not expect this at all, believing that the Duke would rather be upset by his hobby. At this point, tears appeared in the younger gentleman's purple eyes, and the parents immediately froze in amazement, looking at their child. Why is the baby crying? The girl attacked her husband. Does this mean that the young Duke has never praised his son before? This is not true at all. The little artist immediately pulled back his angry mother. The boy was simply moved that he could continue to draw further. After all, the young heir did not fully believe that he would be allowed to do what was close to his soul. And this thought spread with a pleasant warmth throughout the boy's entire body and raised a heap of feelings. Elliot was simply infinitely happy, so he began to cry. The touched mother leaned towards her charming son. What a charming boy! The Duke watched these two in amazement. In fact, the Duchess of von Valois is also immensely happy that she sees her child happy, because this is the most important thing for a mother. The most beautiful young man watched with surprise what was happening. There was such warmth and comfort between them. Who would have thought? Aranel was thinking the same thing. Before, this baby would run away at the sight of his mother. But now they are all so happy together. Their souls are already blossoming. All this time, the girl still tried to keep her distance and create boundaries because she did not know how long her stay here would last. However, the gallant young man broke all her barriers. Baron threw a robe over his wife's shoulders, and by the evening it would get colder. However, such repulsion and coldness only made it more painful. Aranel was simply afraid to become attached to the heroes of this novel because it would someday end. The girl blushed under the sensual and warm gaze of her beautiful husband. How long the heroine will continue to deceive herself? After all, Miss von Valois was sure that she would not succeed here, so she told herself that she should not, and turned away from her wonderful family. But seeing the smiles on the faces of Aranel's family members was true happiness. For the girl, Elliot ran up to her and hugged his mother for the first time. The little protagonist is so grateful to his mother for her support and help in everything, because it was she who defended his wishes. And now, in the purple eyes of a charming child, genuine happiness shines, which is enough for the entire continent. Isn't this a reward for every mother? Aranel sat down next to her son. It is the mother who should thank her boy because he makes her life so happy every day. Just a fabulous moment, and if this sweet time lasts a long time, the girl would really like it to always be filled with such moments. Meanwhile, the vile continuation of the Rondini spouses despised her fiancé. How could this idiot lose to Doriana Everett, a 7-year-old defeated an 11-year-old boy? Because of this pathetic weakling, the reputation of his future bride suffered. What now Peter intends to do about it? Let him answer immediately. Here Peter's sister intervened. Anita was also ashamed to show up at the Royal Academy because of her stupid brother. Therefore, his sister perfectly understands the feelings of her friend and is also angry at this worm. But they can fix everything. And what next? Anita wants to say that the heiress of the Rondini family must endure everything, since it is much more unpleasant for the girl than for herself. By no means, her future groom's sister just came up with something, so there's no point wasting her time scolding her. And what Anita is talking about now, of course, we are talking about that impudent girl, the impudent servant who imagines herself to be an aristocrat. The vile girls began to whisper to each other. Both were envious and rotten inside, so they sincerely rejoiced at the failures and tragedies of others. Well, a nasty smile appeared on the face of the disgusting daughter Rondini. Anita proposed a really good idea. She likes it. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the butler brought his meal to the crown prince's chambers. His lordship asked to leave the food on the table. His Majesty slowly and with pleasure drank from his glass of wine. What about the emperor's order? Is there any news? The faithful subject obediently bowed to his master so far. Nothing is happening, the young heir thought. His Highness began to playfully and predatorily twirl the glass of wine in his hands. Well, that would be even more interesting. So the first prince is looking forward to Valois' next appearance, because now this is his favorite character in his game. In the Duchy of von Valois, the little main character put a bear in front of her, a special clubfoot move, and a combined blow to the bear's back. The charming boy repulsed the attack with a pink bunny. He knew that Doriana would do just that, activating Toto's protection of the 3rd degree of enhancement. It's all a lie. Elliot didn't have time to strengthen. He had enough when Doriana was preparing for her reception. What a beauty. The sweet little one was distracted during the height of their teddy fight. The butler reported that young Lady Everett had received a letter, after which Raymond bowed respectfully to his little mistress. This is the news from whom the young lady received her first letter. The future Duchess of Valois carefully opened the letter and froze in amazement. This message was addressed to the girl from Lady Anita Thornian. Anita is the younger sister of that scoundrel, whom Doriana defeated at the academy in front of all the students. Mother worriedly approached her dear girl. And what does this Anita Thornian write? Peter's sister invited Doriana to her tea party. The girl had a very clear impression that this little reptile was planning something bad to take revenge for her brother's crushing loss. What does young Lady Everett herself think about this? If the girl doesn't want to go to Anita's tea party, it would be quite logical. Doriana decided to go to the tea party, and everything would be fine with her. She had already met with Anita before, and now the little girl can stand up for herself and will not run away from problems. This charming girl has grown up so quickly. Time is simply merciless to Aranel. If only her children would remain so small and cute forever. And a few days later, the little heroine dressed up in an emerald dress before her first tea party at the Thornian mansion. Duchess von Valois collapsed on the floor. This girl is so charming. Everything is fine with her mother. The girl is simply dizzy. And according to the mistress of the estate, Miss Everett looks good enough to attend Anita's tea party. How good it is, the baby looks much more than amazing and fantastic. Doriana is truly the most beautiful girl in the world. Well, how can this girl be such a sweetheart? The baby is definitely not a person. Maybe she is a magical fairy. And everything is fine with Mother. Why is the Duchess crying and covering her face? Doriana is just unbearably beautiful and sweet. Well, if everything is fine with the mistress of the estate, and the little lady looks worthy for a tea party, it's time to go to the Tornians. Well, let the charming little girl have a lot of fun there and have a good time with other kids. However, something inside her mother greatly disturbed her soul. The girl hopes that everything will go peacefully at the tea party. And now the little main character has already headed to the lair of the vile Torians, assuring herself that everything will be fine with her. When the girl lived in the Rondini orphanage, Anita Tornian, along with Janet Rondini, brutally abused Doriana. Therefore, it is possible that Peter's sister regrets what she did. The girl probably wants to apologize. They will talk and probably get along. Although, to tell the truth, the little heroine is not at ease. The girl does not think that everything will be so simple and rosy, so she was scared. The crew of the Duchy of Valois had already arrived at the Thornian estate. A certain man smiled and greeted the young Lady Everett. The butler promised the girl to wait for her here, but Raymond was not obligated at all. The stranger said that they had a special room for staff, and now the little heroine had already approached the doors of the hall. Miss Everett's arrival had already been announced, and the girl was invited to come inside. In the center of general attention, the vile instigator of today's event was already spreading a poisonous smile, as they had not seen Everett for a long time. Anita is so happy to see her old friend. How Lady Everett is doing. Did the girl really welcome Doriana? Let Doriana not stand in the doorway, but walk through and sit down at their common table. Anita gives the girl a warm welcome. This cannot be. Then the vile heiress Rondini came out. And where does the smell come from? And apparently from Doriana. What a terrible smell. What was the girl thinking about once again? What a warm welcome. With regard to these two scavengers, everything remains the same. No one told Lady Everett that the vile Janet Rondini was coming to today's tea party. After all, this trash mocked Doriana along with her rotten and greedy family, and was always especially cruel and soulless. Of course, Anita Thornian intends to invite Miss Everett to her tea party without informing Janet of her arrival in order to take her by surprise. The little heroine obediently sat down at the table. Mrs. Everett did not hear what the heiress Rondini said to her. She stinks of sweat. Jenny smiled predatorily. She heard that Doriana began to master sword fighting. Now it's clear why the girl smells so bad. And the future bride is not ashamed in front of the Crown Duke of Valois, although since these two are already engaged, the younger gentleman is probably pretending that he simply does not notice this stench. Doriana clenched her teeth and remained silent, unable to answer anything to her offender. Her cheeks flushed red. She definitely did not expect this. Janet enjoyed her triumph. This pathetic girl can't even argue with her. What a worthless and cowardly creature she is. But everything is going according to her friend Tornian's plan. Then Anita whispered to Janet that it would be very cool to see Doriana in person. Anita will invite Miss Everett to her tea party and will not intentionally inform her that Janet will also be at the event. They will invite this upstart and disgrace her. Because Doriana has always groveled in front of Janet, she will dress up, but in the end she will be humiliated. The vile heiress Rodini immediately liked the idea, because the dirty little thing always cowardly endured all her beatings and humiliations. Janet expected today's tea party to be boring, but Anita should be commended for having a great time here. Doriana can wear anything, but she will still forever remain a dirty and smelly servant. Janet felt so good in her soul, watching Everett's humiliation. Here Miss Everett finally took the floor. The girl is very sorry that Jenny is so sensitive it must be very difficult for her to live. The little heroine put a charming box on the table. Her mother bought a wonderful dessert today and told her to give it to the girls. 3 conspiring Galenas stared in amazement at the familiar box. Everyone in the Empire knows this bakery. What's inside? Is this really the same famous roll from Doreen's bakery? It's impossible to buy it even if you stand in line for it in the morning. Did Doriana really bring such a delicious roll to treat them? Of course. But Janet wouldn't get anything in case the smell of Doriana's sweat remained there. Therefore, Miss Everett will eat such a wonderful dessert with the rest of the girls without Janet. The bastard immediately began to stink of poison, after which the pathetic, envious woman grabbed this damn roll in front of all the invited ladies. Doriana froze in horror. Janet threw the dessert right at Doriana. She wouldn't eat it even at the hands of that dirty girl. It was simply insulting. Doriana forgot where her real place is or something. No role will change that. The girl will not hide her essence behind it. The little heroine froze in fear. This role is as useless as the stinking maid herself. The vile brat began to throw desserts at Doriana. How she hated this worthless fool. She always pissed her off. The rest of the girls watched what was happening in shock. Afraid to even move from their place, Janet could no longer be stopped. Doriana is not only useless, her very existence brings harm to people, especially the heiress and the Rondini family itself. Janet's parents took the scoundrel under their wing, they gave her food, and this ungrateful trash stuck a knife in their back. Because of Doriana, the vile Rondini clan was mired in debt. What else does this mean? The little heroine was completely at a loss. The girl really could not answer her offender and only accepted her rotten speeches. Let this fool not pretend that she doesn't know. Social services came to the shelter with an inspection and imposed huge fines, because it was Doriana who set them on. What kind of false accusations are these? This is the first time the young heroine is hearing about this. To whom and what she could have said. The patience of the pathetic and worthless heiress of a vile family ran out. Janet grabbed the girl by her dress and pulled her towards her. Let the maid listen to Janet attentively. It only seems to her that now the whole world is at her feet, but soon this time will pass. Of course, the great family of von Valois is still putting up with this stinking incompetence, but very soon they will throw her out, as is the right thing to do with an unnecessary thing. The words of the vile Janet continued to envelop Doriana's soul. The girl was destined to die alone. The worried mother had been calling the girl for several minutes, but she had not heard her at all, that this had happened to Doriana. The girl is sure that everyone is like that. Something happened at the ill-fated tea party, but the little girl assured her that everything was fine with her. Nothing happened, an ordinary and boring tea party for heiresses of noble families of the empire. Doriana feels fine. The little girl quickly said goodbye and ran to her personal chambers. If suddenly the girl needed something, just let her say it. Obviously, the reason for the girl's upset lies precisely in this event. The mother entered the girl's bedroom with crispy cookies. Mother froze in amazement at the door. Her radiant child completely drooped. She had never seen a girl so sad. The little main character sat doomedly on her bed and looked out the window. Her posture and body gestures spoke of the exorbitant burden on her soul. Doriana took a deep breath and put on her usual smile. The girl was glad to see her mother. This is not good at all. The girl is trying to hide her anxiety and pain from her mother. This should not be done to a child. This is what parents are for. You can't hide such a destructive feeling inside yourself. It won't go away anyway. It would be better to share it. Give away your pain. It is the parents who must draw out all the child's anxiety, leaving inside him only joy and warmth. The mother is nearby. What happened to the girl? Doriana already realized that it was useless to deny. Aranel already understood everything. Nothing like that. It's just that Janet Rondini was also at the tea party. The same Janet, an ugly girl with a worthless and pathetic soul, corresponding to her vile parents. Nothing happened to the girl. The little girl began to deny it, afraid to voice out loud what frightened her so much in the scoundrel's words. It's just that this Janet said that Doriana would be useless and useless all her life. She clenched her little fists. And no matter what outfit the girl hides her worthless essence in, her current guardians will still see it and throw her out of the house. Salty tears began to flow down the young lady's sprayed cheeks. The girl doesn't think so at all, but for some reason she felt so bad. Doriana could no longer hold back the flow of her emotions and tears. Her small body began to shake. The girl knows that her mother will not leave her. And the girl loves her mother and her family very much, of course. She believes them all. She herself doesn't understand what's going on now. The baby really knows that Aranel loves her and will not throw her away, but something inside worries her. The mother hugged her child. It's called fear. Everything is okay. It's normal to be afraid. Every person experiences this unpleasant and most often uncontrollable feeling. It's normal that Doriana is afraid. At such moments, the girl will always be with her. She will hug her tightly and repeat these words to the baby. No matter what the young heroine has to go through, her mother will always be there, and they will go through all the storms and adversities together. Doriana must remember mother will never abandon this charming little girl. After all, she is her family. That same day, late in the evening, the head of the duchy returned to the estate. The young man was again very tired. It seemed that Baron was only spending the night in the mansion. A lot of thoughts were born in the head of the young duke. The young man had absolutely no time for Enric, so he needed to come up with something. Then, further down the corridor, the handsome Duke saw a light. Who else could be awake in the estate at such a late hour? His wife approached the young head of the duchy with a lamp in her hands. The Duke had already returned. Aranel was just waiting for him. It was somehow creepy from such a dark atmosphere. But why did the Duchess of von Valois lie down with her husband? Had something really happened? The Duke of Valois is probably tired after work, but the matter is really urgent. Today at a tea party, the vile daughter of the Rondini clan treated Doriana very cruelly. What upsets Aranel most is that she had to extract this from the poor child. Doriana did not want to share it at all. For this reason, the girl wants to become a more reliable support for the girl. The Duke smiled warmly, but she already is. The mistress of the estate sharply cut off her husband. This is not enough at all, since something like this is happening to her girl. The Duchess of Valois thought it over carefully and decided to deal once and for all with the rotten Rondini. She would like her husband to help her with this. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. That is, how can it be to do nothing in such a situation, to just sit and watch? This is unthinkable. The Duke's wife, von Valois, understood everything correctly. If the mistress of the estate wants retribution for her children, then Baron will destroy Rondini. In general, if a girl really wants some kind of justice for the girl and to make these freaks pay, then she shouldn't get her hands dirty. Everything will happen anyway. The young man in the picture folded his fingers in front of him. His wife has nothing to worry about. Each of the culprits will get what they deserve. So Marie Tournian is an ordinary aristocrat and the mother of 2 vile children. She was sure that she would live happily and richly all her life. Exactly, until she received a letter from the Duchess of von Valois herself with a request to meet about a certain estate, which she soon plans to take over. Marie Tournian was tormented by various guesses why Aranel von Valois expressed a desire to meet with her. They didn't even know each other. And what kind of estate are we talking about? And Marie herself here? Because the woman is not involved in housing or renting. Everything is so vague. Here the aristocrat's anxious thoughts were interrupted by the loud cry of the coachman and the loud clatter of horses' hooves. A luxurious carriage arrived. Marie immediately straightened her back and pulled calm onto her expression. She just had to bear it. Lady Thornian arrived at the meeting place very early. The Duchess of von Valois did not at all expect that they would be waiting for her. Marie has just arrived. Then she does not mind if further conversation continues in the carriage. First, they need to visit the estate, and then move on to the discussion. It must be a very beautiful place if Lady Aranel is in such a hurry to go to it. Miss Thornian herself will understand everything as soon as she sees it. So these unnecessary embarrassments are completely unnecessary here. As Mrs. von Valois wishes, what does this woman want from Marie? If you think about it this way, this is the first time the aristocrat sees the Duchess from such a close distance. Everyone said that she is a woman of incredible beauty. Even in her ridiculous pose, grace can be traced. Every movement and gesture is filled with grace and ease, and such a deep look. Then Madame Valois caught Marie's gaze. The girl wants to tell her something. Under no circumstances. It's just that, because of such a sudden invitation, Lady Thornian is very excited, and the Duchess of Valois herself looks very happy. The instinct of self-preservation told the aristocrat that she would never in her life be comparable to this woman. The luxurious carriage stopped finally. The 2 young ladies arrived at their desired destination. It was time for them to leave the carriage. Marie Tournian cautiously and with some apprehension stepped out of the carriage and carefully looked around. This was the orphanage of the Rondini family. Everything is exactly like that. Alarming thoughts immediately began to swarm in the lady's head. Why did Duchess von Valois bring Lady Tournian here? After all, Baron and Baroness Rondini would never sell their mansion for any need. Marie should not worry about this at all. Because as of today, the estate intended to house orphans no longer belongs to members of the Rondini clan. That is, how does it not belong to Baron and Baroness Rondini? What exactly is Duchess von Valois trying to say now with her statement? Here, not far from the orphanage, a piercing and vile screech was heard from the former headmistress Rondini. What the hell is going on here? How dare this impudent mob even touch the noble aristocrats? What these people allow themselves, and Baroness Rondini will sue each of them. This is all a big mistake. In front of the employees are Baron and Baroness Rondini. His Majesty has issued a decree to arrest the 2 spouses. Marie Tournian looked back at the Duchess of von Valois in horror. Cold sweat began to flow down her face. Why did this woman bring her here? Well, you have to answer for bad deeds. You can't be a disgusting creature all your life and think that you will be treated differently. The Rondini have committed many crimes, including tax evasion, and are on the gallows, but since they are aristocrats, this will be difficult to achieve. Duchess von Valois correctly understands the train of thought of her husband. Everything is exactly like that. It is necessary to attract His Highness to carry out the punishment. Wow, the situation, the head of a great family has agreed to meet with the Emperor tomorrow at dawn, and why so suddenly? There are so many events happening around her lately that the girl does not have time to keep track of the progress of each of them. The blue eyes of the handsome young man looked carefully and thoughtfully at the mistress of the estate. It seemed to the girl that they were looking straight into her soul. Why is the young duke watching his wife so closely? Why did she just say such a thing? Why does His Majesty suddenly accept their family so immediately? The captivating young man immediately smiled contentedly. It's all about the special position of the great von Valois family. His Highness cannot refuse them because of their privileges. These are the possibilities for the characters of von Valois. It now sounded as if His Imperial Majesty would not dare to refuse the duchy their request. And here is a threatening, frightening smile on the face of the charming duke. The girl already had the opportunity to meet her. The young head of the duchy smiles like that every time when he realizes that his enemy or attacker has come to an inevitable and categorical end. Then, on the day of the uninvited visit of the Marquise of Saxe, the handsome young man smiled in the same way, looking at the Duchess of von Valois. The girl remembered for a long time the corners of those lips, which screamed about the young man's triumphant victory, but that's not about that now. Regarding the meeting with His Imperial Highness, the girl understands its necessity and agrees with the need for his intervention. However, the mistress of the estate would like to take over all the other details of their structured extermination of the scoundrels. So Duchess von Valois would like to continue the conversation with Marie. She already knows that Città Rondini has now been arrested in disgrace, and the orphanage, which they perverted, is now under the direct care of the Emperor, as is already clear. Nothing is impossible for the Duchy of von Valois. As for the orphanage, the girl has many questions regarding it. Lady Thornian does not want to tell Lady Valois anything. Aranel was so interested to learn more about the orphanage, because like the vile Thornian children, their mother also had close contact with Rondini. Marie began to shake, and as much as this Duchess of Valois knew, there was a clear and tangible threat from this girl. The aristocrat began to get nervous. This girl clearly knows everything, and such a demonstrative visit serves as the last warning from the Duchess of von Valois. She will tear anyone apart for her family. The Duchy of von Valois in her person erupted almost material danger. Their family is capable of erasing everyone from the face of the empire, and even the Emperor will not be able to resist this. And Marie Thornian feels with all her cells that there will simply not be a second warning from Aranel. For this reason, the vile Lady Thornian should heed the warning of the Duchess of Valois at the first attempt. This girl will not joke, and will not delay the punishment of the culprit. Either everything will happen quickly and without any regrets. Marie Thornian began to obligingly bow and cowardly beg for forgiveness. An aristocrat would never dare to be involved in such a crime. The Thornian family will no longer have anything to do with the vile Rondini. That's what Lady Aranel needs now. The bastard needs to look as sincere as possible. The engagement of Marie's son, Peter Thornian, will also be broken off with Janet Rondini. She has no place in their home. The mistress of the situation put on a routine smile. Miss Valois already knows this. The Duchess is grateful to Marie for such understanding. What a relief that the Thornian family has nothing to do with all Rondini's crimes, so Aranel will hand everything over to these scoundrels. Marie Thornian bowed low to her mistress. Had the aristocrat really just been blown away? How good it was that her head would not fly off her shoulders. Two cowardly and insignificant creatures immediately chirped to the Duchess of von Valois to stop this madness. How dare these people mock the aristocrats like that? Let Madame Valois look at what they did to the Rondini clan. The rotten person whined about being bullied, even though she had mercilessly bullied and beaten the child for so many years, and she herself turned out to be such a pathetic weakling. So the Rondini freaks have a record of tax evasion, bribery and fraud, robbery in kind, and that's just a small part. Is this a mockery of the citizens of the Empire as well as of His Majesty himself? How does Miss Valois know all this? In front of the two worthless parasites stands the Duchess of von Valois herself. This surname will break through any barrier and crush every ignorant idiot. The great family of the Duchy of Valois is a force with which no other clan in the empire can compete. In addition, the greedy and pathetic scavengers dared to disrespect not only the Valois family, didn't they? For this reason, the most powerful clan has already reported all the crimes committed to His Imperial Majesty. Now, these two parasites finally understand that the final verdict will be pronounced on behalf of the Emperor himself. The bastard immediately turned white with horror. But how is this even possible? Baroness Rondini never expected that she would ever lose everything that she had so diligently plundered. And this time, no one will be able to prevent the triumph of justice? The vile person immediately began to scream hysterically and curse everyone around. Well, the girl did her part of the job and got exactly what she came here for. The spectacle turned out to be pleasant. Well, now the Duchess of von Valois has nothing to do here. The culprits will be assigned to the imperial court, and the accomplices are shaking with fear in the corner. Arenelle slowly and majestically left the scene of her battle, leaving behind her a trail of imminent threat to all those who would try to harm her family. So time flies quite unnoticed. The Duchess of von Valois, together with her charming baby, set off in a carriage to one place. Sometime later, the Duchess of Valois was riding in a carriage with her charming girl. Doriana called out to her. The little main character wanted to ask where she and her mother were going today. Is this really a secret? Of course, mother can tell the baby everything, but then it won't be interesting at all. The charming heroine was diligently thinking about something. Well, in this case, she will make every effort to overcome her curiosity. Well, what a cuteness. And every day the charm of this girl is growing more and more. How much more can the girl endure? The luxurious carriage stopped. The coachman announced that they had arrived at the place, and it was time to get out of the carriage. Let the girl be braver. Doriana cautiously stepped out of the carriage and froze in horror. Had she and her mother really returned to the Rondini orphanage? Two little girls immediately rushed to the charming baby. Their sweet sister Doriana came to visit them. The little heroine froze in amazement. Did Mary and Sophie really know that the girl would arrive today? But even Doriana didn't know this. One of the lovely little girls said that she realized this a couple of days ago. They really missed their kind older sister. The kids were really looking forward to Doriana's return. She's amazing. Miss Everett froze in shock that they were saying such a thing. Sophie pointed her little finger at the central part of the orphanage. Let Doriana look there. Now the orphanage has changed its name, and the Everett Asylum now nobly displays on the main sign. The little main character doesn't understand anything at all. Why her name is now written on the sign? What's going on here? The girl's mother said that she had prepared a real surprise for Doriana, but she could not even think that it was about her old shelter. So this is what the Duchess of von Valois meant when she spoke about the surprise. Everything is exactly like that. The girl likes what her mother has prepared. But the little girl simply cannot accept this. This is too great an honor for her. Doriana spent so much time here, and with such courage she accepted all the trials of life, while leaving her heart kind. All the children remember and love her. Doriana deserved it. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, His Highness lounged imposingly on a sofa in his personal chambers studying documents. This means that the Rondini family changed the name of their orphanage, and now the orphanage bears the well-known surname Everett. His Highness had not heard or seen this surname for a very long time. His Majesty's eyes flashed with a dangerous brilliance. So he ignored the words of the first crown prince and all these daring acts for the sake of some orphanage. What is happening to him? His lordship is incredibly curious how far he dares to go for his goals. He is keeping an eye on Valois. Well, Duchess von Valois can do everything. You just need to calm down and go inside. Let Arenelle come in at last. So, what exactly does the Duchess of von Valois want to say to her husband? And why does the girl worry so much every time alone with Baron? Deep breath, the terrible mother-in-law will prepare everything necessary for Miss Everett's engagement to Crown Duke Elliot. The girl thinks that the time has come to announce to all the aristocrats that their children will get married, doesn't it? Otherwise, the poor little girl will continue to be bullied. Her kindness and decency will be neglected. This needs to stop. The announcement of the solemn engagement ceremony will show everyone that Doriana is under the wing of a great family. The handsome young man looked at his wife with some warmth. Everything is correct. A married couple will do just that. Did this guy really agree so easily? The Duke didn't ask a single question. It was even somehow awkward from such a quick agreement. The Duchess had already managed to come up with something. But not yet. At first, the girl wanted to discuss everything with her husband. in which case the young people could take a walk and decide everything together. Aranel froze in amazement at what this young man just said. She didn't hear it. The young man had just invited her to take a walk. The two little main characters froze in amazement. Wow, this place is so beautiful here, simply incredible. Emerald greenery was spread out around in the rays of the welcoming sun. The crystal surface of the water shimmered beautifully. The charming little boy pointed his finger into the water. There is a real swan in the distance. Can the kids go and see everything here, of course? Satisfied parents nodded approvingly to their kids. Just don't let them go far from them. What a delight! The little hero suggested approaching the majestic swan carefully and quietly so that it would not swim away from them. How cute these children are. Duke von Valois politely called out to his wife to be honest. One question had been brewing in his head for a long time. The young man scratched the back of his head and began to feel embarrassed by his own thoughts. He had the feeling that Aranel was unpleasant to talk to him. What nonsense, this is not true at all. Where do such thoughts come from? The girl just looks very tense during each of their conversations. Like a misbehaving servant reporting to her master, the young duke does not quite understand the nature of her behavior. If you think about it this way, the girl's nervousness could really look exactly like this, and Aranel is always nervous when talking to her husband. However, there is another reason in real life. The girl is used to giving presentations. Apparently, this habit manifested itself here. Over the years, habitual communication at work has become the girl's custom, so she transferred it to a dialogue with the hero. The young man is not at all unpleasant to the Duchess of Valois. It's all about the girl's already firmly ingrained habit. In any case, the head of the great family completely misunderstood everything his wife never felt disgust towards him. Well, now the girl went and yelled at the poor guy. What's wrong with her? Her anxiety makes her look bad. However, the captivating Duke was not at all embarrassed. On the contrary, Baron was very glad that he did not cause such unpleasant feelings in his wife. This young man can drive you crazy. You can't just strike him with your smile without warning. It's just a crime. Why does the young man continue to look at the Duchess like this? Aranel's face flushed red. She will now die of embarrassment. Just as the wonderful hero was about to start a conversation with his wife, his son interrupted him, and Elliot discovered the boat. To be honest, the Duchess doesn't even know whether the little main characters can take a boat ride on this lake. Well, the boat looks quite safe, but still let the children be careful at the edge of their small vessel. And why is the father angry? Everything is in order. The handsome young man worked the oars steadily, every movement causing his shirt to fit tightly to his steel body. What an incredible guy. Baron is like a marble statue of an ancient artist. Not a single flaw, sheer perfection. The girl was lucky. So, apparently, the young man noticed that Aranel had not taken his eyes off him for several minutes. What a shame. And those piercing blue eyes, the color of the sea. There was a time when the young Duchess felt that they were completely indifferent and cold. But not now. The gaze of the head of the duchy radiated a certain special warmth. There was always kindness and tenderness in them. It was difficult to imagine that someday a girl would fall into the body of a disgusting hero from a novel and find true happiness here. It sounds crazy. After all, at the very beginning of her transformation into a terrible mother-in-law, she hated her heroine and thought that she would die in the work from fear and loneliness. But since the appearance of the new Aranel, so much has happened and so much has changed. The girl has never been so happy. For the first time in her entire life, the girl felt completely safe, so she was able to relax and just be happy. The girl's cheeks turned red. How good she felt in her soul. But then the inner peace was interrupted by the girl's heart-rending, childish cry. The little main character quickly fell over the side of the boat into the cold water. Dorian squealed in horror. Does Elliot really know how to swim? Animal fear froze in the boy's purple eyes. The last word that the little hero managed to utter was the word mom. After which the baby collapsed heavily and was immediately swallowed up by the water surface. The girl jumped up in horror and began shouting the name of her son. A few minutes ago, a charming boy noticed a large turtle in the water and wanted to show it to Doriana. There's a huge turtle over there on the right. Apparently it just swam away, but it was definitely there. Elliot is sure of it. Standing like that at the edge is very unsafe. The loving father did not take his eyes off his son. Daddy had nothing to worry about. Everything was fine with the younger Duke. Then the boat hit the water ripples, and it began to bounce as if on bumps. The young heir was unable to maintain his balance and began to fall overboard. The handsome young man screamed in horror the name of his son, but it was too late. The little hero had already fallen out of the boat. There was a loud splash of water, and the Duke immediately ran to the place where his son was still standing a few seconds ago. If only nothing happens to his beloved Elliot. Baron will never forgive himself for this in his life. He needs to act. The young master immediately looked around. His guards always followed the von Valois family. They should come to the rescue. But unfortunately, the entire accompanying army of the Duke remained on the shore and simply would not have had time to swim to Elliot in time. In this case, there is no way to spend at least another minute thinking the young Duke himself will dive into the water after his son. However, another childish cry from Doriana was heard. The boat began to sway from side to side. What was happening there? Duchess von Valois, without any hesitation, rushed into the water in her fluffy dress after her beloved son. The young man froze in shock, watching the recklessness of his wife, what Aranel was doing, but it was too late. The little main character covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Everything will be fine with Mommy and Elliot. They both disappeared in the water. The terrible mother-in-law quickly swam towards the fall of her son. How can you be such an idiot? The girl hated herself for what happened. She's just an impenetrable idiot. How can she be trusted with the safety of her own children after something like this? She's just a careless fool. How could Aranel be so irresponsible about their boat ride? Because she understood that there were risks and she needed to keep an eye out. The girl had no right to be distracted by anything. This is all her fault and responsibility. Her boy is now in the water and unconscious. He is in great danger because of her. If only this baby could hold out just a little longer and his careless mother would pull him to the surface, she would never forgive herself for this. If only everything was all right with this angel. If only everything worked out well, it would be better if such a misfortune happened to the girl. After all, the Duchess of Valois swore to both herself and her son to love endlessly and unwaveringly protect Elliot until the end of her days. The fluffy dress did not allow her to develop the required speed, but the girl still swam to her child and then grabbed his small hand. With the last of his strength, the baby opened his eyes. Feeling someone's touch on his wrist, it was his mother. Pain flashed in the girl's purple eyes. Her soul was shackled by unbridled fear for her small and fragile boy. The girl would do anything to keep her vow to her son. Aranel held her baby tightly to her. Some time later, the wet Duchess, with a guilty look, looked through her husband's eyes to see what she had done, how shameful it was. In the shade of a tree, leaning against its trunk, a beautiful young man sat detachedly. The former sparkle had faded from his blue eyes. His worried wife approached the young man and turned to Baron with an apologetic look. The girl clung to her son's small body with all her might. The boy had already lost consciousness from lack of oxygen. The girl herself was also unable to swim. The huge dress created resistance and made it difficult for her to move, and as a result, Aranel also choked and fell into unconsciousness. However, the beautiful young man turned up next to his family just in time. Baron immediately picked up the girl and child and dragged them to the surface. Aranel was simply burning with shame. It was her fault that the boy fell overboard, and instead of saving only the child, she also had to save the girl. Well, what kind of hopeless idiot is she? Why is everything going wrong for her? The Duchess came to apologize to her husband. The girl immediately fell to the ground and began to lament. She acted so thoughtlessly. It was all her fault. How can you be so careless? The head of the duchy does not blame his wife for anything. The young man asked his dear wife to rise. The fantastic young man extended his hand to the Duchess of von Valois. The girl acted very bravely. Her dedication is admirable. However, the Duke of Valois would really like to ask his wife to never do this again. It was scary. Aranel clenched her teeth. Sticky sweat began to run down her face. She would never act so carelessly again. Yes, the young man is not talking about this at all. Baron only asks never to expose himself to mortal danger again. After all, the wonderful hero has already asked his wife so many times to take care of herself and her health, and Aranel took such a risk. The girl froze in amazement in her place. Does the young man really want to say only this? And there will be no condemnation. The beautiful Baron once again repeated his request. His gaze spoke of the seriousness of his words. The Duke was really worried about the safety of the girl. Aranel stuttered and said that she understood everything. What a ridiculous answer. The Duchess of von Valois will someday talk normally with her husband. And even despite this stupid answer from the girl, the charming Baron still smiled warmly at her and thanked her for her understanding. Where is this vile girl? Screams were heard throughout the mansion. Where is Janet Rondini? The vile heiress is already here. Why does Miss Rondini have to wait all the time? For what reason does the undecent girl allow herself to shirk her work? A whole bunch of someone else's dirty laundry fell into the hands of the arrogant brat. Let Janet wash it all immediately. The disgusting lady deserved it. Everyone knows how pathetic and insignificant she behaved with the future bride of the Duke of Valois, and it was because of her that her entire family suffered. As a punishment, Janet will work as a maid. She is very lucky that she is a child, otherwise she would go to the gallows. A stately woman still has many other worries. Let the culprit get to work and not even think about being idle. Janet threw the dirty laundry on the floor. How dare they all treat the young aristocrat Rondini like that? How can the Crown Baroness deal with someone else's dirty laundry? It's simply unthinkable and unfair. What kind of nonsense is going on? Doriana turned out to be such a piece of trash because the disgusting Janet wanted to teach her a lesson and just show her in her place. And now, because of her harmless joke, her parents will be sent to prison. And what should she do about it? How to continue to live without their support and resources? The entire small body of the rotten heiress Rondini began to shake with anger. She is a hereditary aristocrat and will not tolerate such an insult. The vile brat clenched her teeth. Let Doriana Everett be sure that the heiress of Rondini will certainly take revenge on her for everything. Meanwhile, outside the window of the von Valois family estate, it was already a hot afternoon. The mistress of the mansion was walking along the corridor. Aranelle covered her face with her hands. She couldn't even believe that the engagement of the Crown Duke and his future bride would take place tomorrow. And after all, Duchess von Valois herself proposed to the Duke and assured him that she could handle everything on her own. But how could she deal with all this now? It is urgent to put aside the panic. Doriana's engagement ceremony with her son must be held tomorrow. Otherwise, Doriana will continue to be looked down upon. The terrible mother-in-law will do absolutely everything so that her charming children live happily ever after. No more mistakes can be made. Invitations had already been sent out to all invited guests, but everything needed to be checked again, and be especially selective about the dishes. And maybe ask for more of those lush and pompous cakes from the bakery. They are very sweet, but very high in calories. The girl continued to walk along the corridor, plunging deeper and deeper into her thoughts and not scattering anything around until she ran into a beautiful obstacle. Why does the Duchess bump into this ideal young man every time in the corridor? Is Baron waiting for her on purpose or something? She apologized for her clumsiness. The head of the great family carefully studied the face of his wife. Aranelle has nothing to apologize for, which is what she is thinking so hard about. After that day, when the beautiful Baron saved the lives of the girl and their beloved son, Aranelle began to feel somehow different. And now, every time she was near her husband, the Duchess of Valois was visited by a feeling of awkwardness and embarrassment. What was not hidden from the tenacious blue eyes of the young Duke was that the young man was always attentive to the gestures and facial expressions of his surroundings. A guy of dazzling beauty touched his wife's face with his strong hand. That's it. Aranelle will not live to see his son's wedding. Right then he will go to another world. The young Duke is worried about the tired expression on the face of the mistress of the estate. His wife has clearly begun to overwork herself. But this is not possible. It is necessary to resist. Tomorrow's engagement should be the happiest day in her life and the lives of people close to her. The rescue push is activated. Everything is fine with the girl, except for her heart, which has already made a tunnel to the exit outside. After which the girl simply started running. Why did her dear wife run away from Baron? Let her dear one not rush because she could get hurt. The wonderful hero looked after the Duchess von Valois for a long time, and insinuatingly. And what caused this interesting reaction in the girl? Here the cheeks of the head of the Duchy of Valois flushed red. But why is the young man himself doing such a thing? Baron is clearly showing some kind of disposition towards her. And now this significant day has come. The day of Miss Doriana Everett's wedding engagement to the Crown Duke of von Valois has arrived. Guests are already crowding in anticipation of the ceremony. The invited society ladies and noble aristocrats were delighted with the interior festive decoration of the estate. Everything was so carefully and exquisitely decorated. The butler solemnly announced the arrival of the hosts of today's celebration, the Duke and Duchess von Valois, in the ballroom. The lovely mistress of the estate stretched out in a festive smile. The girl thanks everyone present for honoring them with her engagement visit. After which the hostess of the celebration turned to her husband. and when Duke von Valois froze, the young man was also supposed to say a few words of his own. However, all the attention of the handsome Duke was captured by his charming wife. This dress suited her perfectly, gracefully emphasized her figure, and set off the color of her marble skin. The girl could no longer stand it and looked intently at Baron. Why did the guy freeze? Maybe he forgot his words. The guests were all waiting. Finally, the young head of the great family came to consciousness. The Duke is also grateful to all those who managed to share today's holiday with his family. The handsome young man really hopes that each of the invited guests will bless the marriage of his son with his future bride. However, all the guests were in silent shock. Duke von Valois had just stared at his wife and was speechless. Everyone was so amazed that they did not pay attention to his words. All the invited aristocrats and noble persons discussed what had happened. The girl asked the guests for a couple of minutes of their attention. Aranel stepped into the center of the noble audience and announced that the future Crown Duke Elliot would perform his first dance with his future bride Doriana. And so the little protagonist goes to the center of the ballroom and gracefully bows to all the invited adults. The hostess of today's ceremony then announces the arrival of her adorable son's bride-to-be, Doriana Everett, with a graceful curtsy. Then the girl's emerald eyes looked straight into the eyes of her future groom. The baby looked simply amazing. Like a little angel in a ball gown, the embarrassed Crown Duke was at a loss for words. How beautiful Elliot's future bride is. Not a single word in the world can fully express her beauty. The charming baby's hands began to shake. His body became disobedient and clumsy. Elliot was afraid to look the girl in the eyes. Sweet Lady Everett immediately noticed the obvious excitement in her young partner. Well, there would be so many gazes. We need to support him. The bride-to-be was instantly next to the younger master. Elliot had nothing to worry about. They would do this dance just fine. And the young lady will lead their dance together so the little groom can safely rely on her and not think about anything. The little Duke was still impressed by Doriana's beauty. How wonderful she was. In addition to the fact that the girl is fabulously beautiful, the future bride is also incredibly kind. So Elliot is her future groom. So he simply does not have the right to disgrace both of them today. He urgently needs to get his act together. The emerald eyes of the dance partner carefully studied the changes in the face and posture of the younger gentleman. Something had changed. So the charming partner had already stopped trembling. The boy confidently straightened his back. Concentration appeared in his purple eyes. How quickly the little Crown Duke gathers all his will into a fist. One can only learn from his control over his own emotions. And now the little main characters are already gracefully dancing in the center of the invited crowd of guests. These two were simply amazing. It was impossible to take your eyes off. This is what happens when the younger Duke pulls himself together. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that this little gentleman could not handle. The little dancers quickly twirled and performed various lifts with unprecedented ease, as if they had been doing this all their lives. The baby's cheeks flushed red. What is this strange growing feeling inside her? The girl is experiencing it for the first time. The charming dance of the future bride and groom was interrupted by the butler's screams from the corridor. He couldn't just let the guest through. He had to ask the owner. What other permission does an estate employee need? The kids stopped their dance and stared in amazement at the door to the ballroom. If an uninvited guest wants to get somewhere, he will simply do it. The terrible mother-in-law also stared in surprise at the front door. Because the first crown prince does not require any invitations to attend any events within his empire. The predatory eyes of the imperial heir firmly grabbed the Duke of Valois. The prince is also sure that the owner of the estate will agree with him. Did the crown prince say something wrong? What does the young head of the Duchy von Valois think about this? A strained smile appeared on the face of the owner of the Valois estate. Baron bit his lip, clearly not expecting such an appearance. After which the head of the most powerful family bowed to the young man. It was a great honor for him to welcome the first crown prince to his estate. What did the husband of the Duchess of Valois just say? What other first crown prince? There was definitely no such character in the novel. Perhaps some of the pages of the novel have begun to be forgotten, but certainly not such key characters. The girl knows exactly each of them. Aranel perfectly remembers every line of this work, and in the short story only the emperor himself was mentioned. There were no princes. Then a wave of terrible realization washed over the girl, unless now all the characters are in the past before the beginning of all the events described in the book. Aranel began to take a closer look at the first crown prince, piercing red eyes, golden hair, and that cocky grin. Duchess von Valois immediately bowed gracefully before the future ruler. It was a great honor for her to greet the son of the empire. And this same person who in the future will become a generator of big problems for young Elliot and Doriana is exactly this red-eyed guy. Here the blood-colored eyes tenaciously stared at the Duchess of Valois. The crown prince peered intently and did not look away. Well, how interesting it is. All the numerous rumors about the wife of the Duke of the Great Family really turned out to be true, which was quite unexpected for the prince. After which the first heir of the emperor approached the girl with lightning speed, like a predator. Everyone was talking about the amazing changes in Aranel. He was curious how much. The Duchess stared at the prince in amazement at how much the notorious Lady Valois had changed. And this simply amazes the consciousness of the emperor's heir, because it's as if a different person is standing in front of the young man now. The girl's purple eyes opened wide. This guy couldn't have known about the substitution of souls in her character's body. That's out of the question. The first crown prince was unforgivably close to the mistress of the estate. What was he doing? Then Baron extended his hand to his wife, after which he quickly pulled Aranel to him, the young duke grateful to the future emperor for the compliment to his wife. And also, the head of the duchy, von Valois, would like to ask why he should lean so close to his duchess. Red eyes froze in amazement, watching the reaction of the Duke of Valois. What was this just now? An attack of jealousy or something? Here the future emperor burst into ringing laughter, but it cannot be that the great and cold-blooded baron suddenly became a slave to his feelings. Just like that, surprise, the strongest and only swordmaster in the empire succumbed and became vulnerable to emotions. The future emperor was aware of the changes only of the Duchess of von Valois, but now it became obvious that they had also affected Baron. This situation is extremely funny. His lordship did not expect this at all. For the first time, the unapproachable Duke showed his feelings. So the great and invincible Duke von Valois himself, the head of the most powerful family, lost his head from love. Well, what a lovely drama. But the head of the duchy evenly and confidently clarified the reasons for the visit of the crown prince. Why is this, after all? The young duke already knows the reason for his visit. Isn't it so? We are talking about that deal. Maybe Baron von Valois will finally give his answer. And the previous answers are not enough for the first contender to the throne of the emperor. Baron is starting to get tired of it. The girl immediately froze warily and began to listen to every word, asking what kind of deal they were talking about. The head of the great family coldly announced that he had previously given his answer. The Duke refuses the deal with the first crown prince. And if this is all for the future emperor, then the owner of the estate would like to take his leave and continue the engagement ceremony of his children. Many contradictory impulses emanated from the heir to the throne. The prince lowered his red eyes and thought about something. In this case, the next ruler will answer Duke von Valois the same way as in their last conversation. Let Baron think carefully about his proposal again. After which, the first crown prince turned sharply and headed towards the exit from the Valois family estate. Let Baron not forget about it. The Duchess of Valois looked in amazement after the retreating guest. This guy is still a mystery to her, but some kind of danger definitely emanates from him. And what kind of deal did His Majesty just try to talk about with the head of the duchy? But there's nothing special about it. The young man will explain everything later. Moreover, since no one bothers the young spouses anymore, Baron would like to invite the Duchess of Valois to a dance. The young man gallantly extended his hand to her. The girl froze in amazement. Was the married couple even going to dance today? Because the young man would again be dangerously close. Here, behind the hostess of the solemn celebration, the growing whispers of the invited guests were heard. Noble aristocrats kept saying that the first crown prince left dissatisfied. It was quite creepy. Everyone was wondering what they were talking about. The invited vultures discussed what happened between the two young men and noted the external characteristics of both young men and what was wrong with them in general. We found a reason for discussion on such a bright day. This is the engagement of the Crown Duke and his future bride. Why spoil the holiday for the children? This red-eyed, arrogant major needed to create such a fuss around himself. This day is dedicated to her children and nothing more. Here, the dissatisfied thoughts of the Duchess of Valois were interrupted by her beautiful husband. Let the girl decide, quickly standing with her outstretched hand is completely awkward. Aranel had already forgotten that the charming young man offered to dance to his wife in order to defuse the tense situation. Well, this idea is really quite good and will be very useful, although it will be difficult for the Duchess to restrain herself around him. And now 2 lovely young spouses are twirling in the center of everyone's attention in an elegant, slow dance, causing admiration among the guests. Among the invited nobility, there was immediately an astonished roar of wonder at how good the Duke and Duchess were, just like at their own wedding. What a relief! Finally, the focus of the aristocrats has switched entirely to the hosts of the event. No one is talking about the crown prince anymore. So this red-eyed narcissist has not yet become an emperor, but he's already preventing dear Elliot and charming Dorian from living in peace. And if the girl now leaves everything as it is, then all the plot lines of the original novel will repeat, and the prince will do everything to weaken the influence of Valois. This arrogant heir will spoil and poison the lives of the precious children of the terrible mother-in-law. She doesn't think so. In this case, Arenelle simply will not allow this bastard to become emperor. Perhaps she should take action now. Here, Duchess von Valois stumbled and began to lose her balance. The girl realized late that she was about to fall in front of the entire audience. However, she didn't have to worry. The captivating young man immediately picked her up with his strong and reliable hand. How could she not go crazy? The handsome young man whispered that he was now right in front of his wife and hoped that she did not imagine someone else in his place. There is no way at all where such thoughts can come from. Baron is simply an ideal in all his manifestations. Everything inside the terrible mother-in-law was burning. How could she tolerate such intimacy? This guy is too dangerous for her. Well, you can't overstrain a fragile female body like that. She doesn't have an emergency cooling system. Meanwhile, the first crown prince was riding in the imperial carriage and thinking about the events of today. The future emperor was amazed by the changes of the Duchess von Valois. How can people change so radically and literally in an instant? Some memories seemed to flash before his red eyes. The young man did not stop comparing the former and current Arenelle. She used to be like a wild flower in a gorge, thriving alone in a place hidden from prying eyes. This wild flower did not notice anyone around, but was desperately trying to stretch its stem as high as possible. However, now the current Duchess of von Valois rather reminded the first heir to the throne of a butterfly. It's as if all you have to do is turn away, and this butterfly will fly away into unknown distances. It's incredible how intriguing it all is. Duke von Valois bowed gracefully and thanked his charming wife for the dance. The girl curtsied lightly. The head of the Grand Duchy thanked all the guests present for their attention, and now everyone can enjoy the festive banquet. All the nobles rushed to discuss the adorable little children, and the Duke and Duchess seemed to have stepped out of a picture. There was no limit to the beauty of both the child and the parents. The hostess sighed with noticeable relief. Well, finally it was all over, and she was no longer under the close attention of all the people around her. The charming little characters immediately ran up to their parents at the end of their beautiful dance. Elliot's future bride was delighted with the grace and elegance of the Duke and Duchess of von Valois. If only their parents had taught them this dance. What a charm. Did the charming younger Duke really want to impress his future bride? The wounded boy immediately roared to the entire ballroom. Why did his mother just say that? She had disgraced him. In fact, due to the oppressive experiences, the girl's consciousness was already completely clouded. Arenelle was very tired. This did not escape the attentive eyes of her husband. Even though the Duchess of von Valois goes to rest, the Duke will take care of their children. Of course, nothing was hidden from the attentive and tenacious blue ones. The beautiful young man immediately realized that the girl needed to restore her strength. Wow, how insightful this guy is. This comes in handy. The girl really needs some rest. Lately, the girl has really forgotten about rest, and now she can quite afford it. Baron is simply amazing because Arenelle only stopped for a second, and the beautiful young man immediately felt her fatigue. Salty tears flowed down the cheeks of the terrible mother-in-law, wondering if the charming Duke was too kind to his wife. Not even just kind, Baron cares very much about his wife. The young master told her not to even think about others. How strange and incredibly pleasant it all is. You need to stop thinking about the young man. Lately, he has been occupying too much space in Arenelle's mind. Why doesn't the girl's poor heart completely disobey? She told him not to beat so hard. Someone might hear it. Why is the heroine's heart being exposed to her mistress like this? Because they both know that this wonderful guy will never, ever love the Duchess. All the politeness and care of Baron occurs only because the Duke considers it his duty, because he and Arenelle are spouses. Therefore, this captivating and piercing smile on the face of a perfect young man appears only out of polite formality. Well, how is that possible? And at what point in time did the heroine decide to weaken her protective barrier and make such a heartfelt mistake? And now the girl feels wounded and very worried. How can you be so stupid? Because she already knows everything from the pages of the novel. On the other hand, in her place, absolutely everyone succumbed to the charms of this ideal man, so it's not surprising. It is necessary to immediately stop torturing himself. The Duke of Beren must leave the head of the Duchess of Von Valois and not occupy her thoughts. Well, Aranel has rested. The hostess of the festival simply doesn't have more time to slack off. She needs to complete the children's engagement. Then the attention of the mistress of the estate was attracted by hysterical screams in the corridor. What else could happen on such a day? Behind the door stood the vile little brother Aranel. The vile young man grinned predatorily at the sight of his sister. He thought that she was here now. Marquise Kyle Saxon cannot burst into his mistress's bedroom so shamelessly. He just wants to see his sister, but first he had to report the visit. How dare some butler contradict the Marquis of Saxena himself? Now the young man will teach him a lesson. Aranel ordered the scoundrel to stop immediately. What kind of noise did this rotten brat dare to make here? This is not his estate and not his employees. What the hell is this degenerate doing? The elder sister went out into the corridor in response to the noise and clenched her fists. What does this freak allow himself to do? Today is such an important day for the Von Valois family. Well, how frustrating is the younger brother's indignation. Can't Kyle just see his relative without any formalities? Of course, the vile heir Sax cannot just pay a visit to the Valois estate, because he has never been here before. And that's right, the impudent young man squeezed into his sister's personal chambers and closed the doors to her bedroom behind him, which was clearly not good. And now they will talk without false formality. It would be better if the stupid sister initially did everything so that she and Kyle would not see each other. Let the sister give money to her younger brother. Why the hell did Aranel suddenly decide to refuse Kyle? She always gave him money. Well, what else could you expect from this insignificant degenerate? Today is a solemn holiday for children, and no scandal should overshadow this event. We need to calm this idiot down in any way. Just look at this arrogant dummy. She decided that she has become a duchess and can now turn up her nose. This is what this useless organism is talking about now, however. A worthy heir was raised by their mother. Yes, Aranel was a worthless, incompetent person all her life. Her sister never succeeded in anything. She was always worse than her younger brother. Whether it was writing, horse riding, or rhetoric, there was nothing his sister was good at, and now she's happily married and thinks she can look down on Kyle. And her character listened to such stinking words every day throughout her life. This is real torment. This useless girl doesn't know how to do anything on her own and has always been jealous of her brother's knowledge of business. The terrible mother-in-law did not even listen to the poisonous monologue of this disgusting worm any further. A stream of water rushed into the air. And now the angry, impudent man was already standing in the middle of his older sister's private chambers, all wet. What was that just now? Not only did the stupid sister become rude and began to turn up her nose, but this mediocrity also lost her mind. With such a disgusting family, it is difficult to leave your mind in full health and peace, of course. The girl's consciousness was now on fire. Throughout their childhood, this pathetic freak bullied his older sister because his parents and environment allowed him to do so. But Aranel could not fight back. The rotten mother decided that only Kyle would receive a higher education, because her daughter did not need it. The whole family gave up on the heroine, while this insignificant brat was rushed around like a sack. What sense of common sense is there? Steel sparkled in the purple eyes of the Duchess of Valois. Her posture and facial expression spoke of the firmness of her decisions. What was wrong with her sister? What kind of nonsense is this? This weak-willed girl couldn't even say a word against her before, but now there's such an obvious protest. Has Aranel really completely lost her last sanity? It seems that the girl has now made a huge mistake. In fact, the girl was simply going to ignore all this delusional chatter of the vile slug. However, her character's painful and difficult memories suddenly came flooding back, so the girl could not stand still and listen. Every acute feeling, every painful impulse, difficult memory of the character found a response in the soul of the girl herself. The life of the current Duchess of Valois was filled only with humiliation and bullying, just like the real life of the girl herself. Therefore, it became simply impossible to control herself after so many years. Aranel suddenly remembered that she had no teachers. And this was the whole reason. The vile slug burst out into squeaky laughter. My sister spent her entire life silently enduring absolutely everything, which she now suddenly decided to open her mouth to. Since Marquis Kyle Saxon calls Aranel his sister, then this mediocrity really decided that she was something. How dare this worthless piece of trash allow herself to behave like this towards her little brother? Kyle will teach her a good lesson. Aranel only stood obediently and waited for this vile degenerate to hit her in the face, as he had already done 100 times before that moment. However, there was no blow. Duchess von Valois opened her eyes and froze in amazement when she saw the unexpected picture in front of her. The pathetic idiot's hand was grabbed by the great swordmaster. His blue eyes were loud with rage and steel. Kyle froze in fear. The Duke of Valois asked with dead coldness what this non-entity was just going to do. Now one look from the young man was capable of crushing every bone of the insolent man. Kyle immediately became stunned and turned pale with horror. Everyone in the Empire knew that there was simply no enemy more terrible than Baron. And what was the owner of the estate doing here? The head of the duchy squeezed the wrist of the arrogant fool tightly and painfully. This degenerate did not hear the question of what he was just going to do here. How dare this nonentity raise his hand to the wife of the Duke of Valois? Kyle could not even resist the young man's grip. Then the vile parasite began to feel that he did not have enough air, and that something was mercilessly squeezing his throat, and he could not overcome this grip. The piercing gaze of the head of the most powerful family did not lose sight of the insolent Marquis, who begged Baron for mercy. In the eyes of the bastard there was helpless fear and hopelessness. The bastard could not do anything with the grip of the swordmaster. Kyle had already begun to roll his eyes, and then the vile freak would just die. Aranel nervously called out to her husband. The insipid young man, terrifying with his incredible strength, immediately regained control over his feelings and actions, and he turned to the girl. The Duke of Valois saw genuine fear on his wife's face and came closer to her. Baron could kill this scoundrel, but today is such an important day for their beloved children, such a bright holiday in the lives of Elliot and Doriana. It cannot be ruined. That's right. The head of the duchy completely forgot about the solemn celebration because he lost control from rage. Today is truly a wonderful day, so the mighty Duke will not allow this pathetic scum to ruin everything. Baron looked over his shoulder in disgust at the coughing parasite and ordered him to immediately get out of the von Valois estate. The rotten parasite only has a couple of minutes to escape, until the head of the duchy changes his mind about his decision and completes what he started. This is an unfortunate degenerate. He doesn't even know how to leave quietly. How much pain he brought to the girl's character is a small part of what the scoundrel deserves. And since when did this insignificant scum decide to treat her older sister this way? The Duchess of Valois immediately froze in fear. The handsome young man clenched his fists angrily. The veins on his neck began to pulsate. So why did this degenerate decide that he had the right to touch Aranel? The girl froze in silent amazement. His wife carefully scrolled through possible answers in her head. However, it was already written on Baron's handsome face that the young man already clearly knew the real answer to his question. Apparently, Duke von Valois saw absolutely everything, and even how the girl meekly froze and expected a blow from this parasite. This is all nonsense. It just happened that way. The handsome Duke is so worried about his wife that Aranel is even sorry. When the Duchess and her brother were little, they fought constantly. One day they got into a fight and her mother scolded her. That's how it all started, but that's already in the past. There's no need to worry about it now, especially since it's such a pleasant and bright day for the couple. Baron calmly said that he would kill this scum. Well, his lordship's jokes, of course. The great head of the von Valois family is known for his strength and invincibility, but this is already too much. The girl burst into hysterical laughter, and her husband joked because Duke von Valois is not talking about this seriously, is he? Aranel looked at the young man and gasped. Tears appeared in her beautiful blue eyes, and her gaze became unbearably painful. The handsome young hero begged the girl to allow him to strangle this degenerate who had caused such pain to his wife. This creature must be punished for what she did. It was unbearably painful for Baron to realize that the girl had been subjected to violence by her family for so many years. The young man simply had to strangle this bastard with his own hands. The girl immediately rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Aranel asks her husband for forgiveness for everything. The girl did not expect that it would be so painful for the Duke to hear this. However, the Duke of Valois stubbornly blamed himself for everything that happened, because until now the young man had not known the whole truth. But this is not at all the fault of the beautiful young man. But why does he blame himself for the meanness of this scum? How incredible he is. How unbearable it is to see the pain in his eyes. The stunning hero slowly and with a feeling of palpable warmth placed his strong hand on his wife's cheekbone. The head of the duchy asks the girl not to apologize to the young man for this anymore, because this will hurt him even more. The butler reported to his master, "The little main characters are already sleeping." The gentlemen also went to their chambers. Let Raymond also rest. It was a hard day. On an unusually difficult and eventful day, today the solemn engagement of his beloved son to dear Doriana has already taken place. But as soon as the wonderful hero just thought about how this girl suffered, he could no longer think about anything else. The mere realization that Aranel was hurt and scared in her own home tore the young man's heart to shreds. To know and understand that your loved one was left with such wounds on their soul and heart is simply unbearable and heartbreaking. Here the young gentleman burst into hysterical laughter. "This cannot be," the young man responded to the back of his chair. So it turns out that all this time the head of a great family loved his wife. This feeling was always inside him. How painful it is to realize and feel, because for so many years Baron felt true love for Aranel. At the same time, the Duchess of Von Valois was lying in her cozy bed and was tormented by the fact that she could not finally fall asleep after a hard day. The girl had been tossing and turning from side to side for a long time, after which she decided to wrap her head in her soft blanket. Before her eyes there was an incredibly sensual and pleasant memory of why she suddenly decided to hug her husband. The girl must have gone completely crazy, but this wonderful guy was crying so much because of her. She couldn't just look at it. Who could stand to watch indifferently as tears rolled from those blue eyes? The girl wanted to take away all his pain. But it was already too much. How can you be so noble and beautiful, with such a beautiful and pure soul? A very strange feeling. While everyone around did not care about the pain and fear of the Duchess of Valois, the girl herself did not seem to notice this sentiment and was calm. The captivating young man turned out to be right. All these grievances and pains simply lurked inside, did not go anywhere. They were always there. However, when someone realized what Aranel had to go through, the heroine herself wanted to sob bitterly from the burden of hidden feelings. But all this time, everything was in perfect order. That suddenly this happened to the mistress of the estate, it was all Baron's fault. The next morning, Raymond suggested changes to his master's schedule, because at this time every year he plans a trip to the duchy. And this year there have been significant changes in the life of the Valois family, which may also affect this event. And so that's it. But the owner of the estate asked to leave his personal schedule unchanged this time. Why does Raymond look at his master so strangely? He wants to say something. Maybe this time Baron should visit the duchy with his wife. The beautiful young man was struck by lightning as if he would go to the Duchy of Von Valois with the Duchess of Aranel. After all, this entire important trip usually takes about a month, which means that the married couple will be alone for that long. The young husband and wife will be immersed in an atmosphere of solitude, pure romance, and incredible beauty of the landscapes. The spouses will be surrounded by solitude, tranquility, peace. Young people will finally be able to relax and unwind. The young man hit himself in the nose with his fist, something only Baron allows himself to think about. He must immediately throw it out of his head. The young master is forced to reject his butler's offer, even though the master himself would really like it. Raymond stared in amazement at the embarrassed young man. But why such a categorical answer? This is really a great idea. In addition, a large number of relatives of the young man live in the Duchy Aranel is unlikely to want to meet with them. Well, what can you do? The faithful servant has already done everything that was possible. The young ruler simply does not have enough experience to overcome his fears. Poor Duke. He had no relationship, so the young man is afraid of everything. The tears of the butler, who is unable to help, are activated. However, soon we had to return to this conversation. Maybe Doriana would also go with them this time to meet her grandmother. Well, Miss Everest is also a member of their family, so there is nothing wrong with introducing the girl to their relatives. And what about Elliot's mother? The Crown Duke would really like the Duchess of Von Valois to also go with them to the duchy. Apparently, the beautiful young man is simply left with no choice, and he will really have to think about it. Previously, the Duke of Valois could have simply asked his wife if she would like to go with them, but now everything is completely different. Well, nothing can be done. Let Elliot himself tell his mother about this. He dumped all the responsibility on the child. Baron is just an example to follow. On the other hand, this was the idea of an innocent child, so let the baby tell his mother about everything. Here, the tense thoughts of the owner of the estate were interrupted by the young man's beloved female voice. His wife stood in front of him. Wow, what a surprise! And how long had his dear wife been here? Baron immediately burst into embarrassment, after which there was an awkward and tense silence. Both young men had strong feelings for each other, although they did not want to admit them. Each of them was timid and embarrassed at the sight of the other. What a painful feeling of awkwardness. It was simply impossible to be around. The terrible mother-in-law tried for a long time to overcome her urges and desires. After that sensual hug, she always wanted to touch her husband, and the girl uncontrollably reached out with her hand towards the beautiful young man, but her action was interrupted by Baron's voice. Frightened Arenelle immediately pulled back her hand and pretended that nothing had happened. The Duke of Valois had to tell her something. The Duchess of the great family pretended to be absolutely serene, as if she had not just tried to show her affection for her husband. So, very soon, the head of the great clan goes on a long trip to the native lands of the duchy and will spend about a month there. However, the captivating young man does not want to be separated from his wife for so long, so he offers Arenelle to go to the duchy with him. Wow, news! Arenelle would be interested in exploring the lands of their duchy, seeing the local surroundings and residents. The girl looked away in embarrassment, of course. The Duchess would be happy to go on a trip with the young man. She had long wanted to go there. The handsome Duke immediately jumped up to his wife, not believing what she answered. Is it really true? Arenelle will so easily go on a trip with him. The young man's face flushed, and this was quite easy, in which case the Duke would report everything to the butler. Choking in his own feelings, the scattered young man simply disappeared from the girl's field of vision in an instant, as if he had been blown away by the wind. Well, how could one refuse this captivating guy? He is so beautiful in soul and appearance. And how sweet Baron is when he gets embarrassed. It's simply unimaginable. Here the answer to all his questions can only be positive. The young man said that he did not want to be separated from his wife for so long. At that moment, it was as if the whole world had been laid at the girl's feet. Meanwhile, in the Duchy of Valois, they received a notification. It was held in the hands of a beautiful woman. She was glad to see Baron arrive. In addition, for the first time after the wedding, she would see her daughter-in-law. And so the luxurious crew of the Duchy of Von Valois set off on a long journey to the lands of the great family. The junior Crown Duke stared admiringly out the carriage window, and here was his beloved castle of the Von Valois family. Ahead stood a majestic snow-white palace with rich decorations and columns, a real architectural masterpiece. The little main character opened her eyes in amazement. What a fairy tale palace! Elliot nodded in satisfaction. It really is very beautiful. This luxurious castle of the Von Valois family is so magnificent that it has gone down in the history of imperial architecture. The terrible mother-in-law ignored all the words. The girl was very scared. Cold sweat flowed down her face. And why did Duchess von Valois agree to this trip to the family lands? Arenelle was terribly afraid of meeting Madame Valois. What if the mistress doesn't like her, because she is now in the body of a terrible character? What can she even say? After all, Arenelle von Valois was distinguished by excellent rudeness and vanity. How many times she was offered to go to the lands of the duchy, and each time she was refused. Her character invited Madame Valois to come to the estate on her own, since she wanted to meet her daughter-in-law. What a vile person she is. And now the girl herself will take the rap for all her rudeness. Here the beautiful young man laid his hands on the cold ones, shaking with fear. Then the charming Duke looked warmly at his wife and asked her not to worry about anything. The young man would be by her side. After all, the young head of the duchy himself invited the Duchess to go with her husband, so the young man will not leave her in trouble if it happens. The Duchess really has nothing to worry about. Let her stop tormenting herself needlessly. Besides, they have already arrived in the Valois lands. A warm smile appeared on the face of the most beautiful young man. What a lovely creature. His sense of smell simply knocks you off your feet. And so the girl again fell for this handsome face. On the other hand, in her place, no one would have been able to refuse this handsome man. And now the entire Von Valois family enters the family estate, where they are already met and greeted by a stately butler. The servant asked his master if the family would like to have dinner after the journey. Baron wants to greet his mother first. The servant will convey this to the mistress. Here the butler abruptly switched to the Duchess of Von Valois, and in his gaze there was palpable contempt and even hatred. And why is this employee suddenly staring at the girl so hard? What else has Aranel managed to do in this body? What a disgusting thing. This servant definitely has some dislike for the girl's character. The man simply does not open his angry eyes from her. After which the butler bowed just as sharply to Madame Valois. What was it just now? What was wrong with this man? Most likely, the girl just imagined it, and there wasn't that steely gaze. But why would the servant suddenly treat her like that? And here's the mother of Duke von Valois herself. This woman was incredibly beautiful, steel black hair, bright lemon eyes. The younger gentleman immediately rushed to his adored grandmother. The boy began to hug her. The lady was also happy about her beloved grandson. Wow, how the little Duke had grown during their time apart. Elliot was instantly proud of himself. The two were clearly getting along great. That same long-awaited daughter-in-law froze and covered her mouth with her hands. This woman is simply incredibly beautiful. That's who her husband owes his fabulous beauty to. It is so urgent to pull yourself together. Such an important and responsible moment. Everyone loves Madame Valois so much. The girl immediately bowed low and greeted Mother Baron. The woman nodded dryly in response. How scary it was to talk to this strong and powerful woman. The girl couldn't even stand to look at her. They had not seen each other for a long time. And why suddenly the current Duchess of Valois decided to deign to come here, this is not at all like Aranel. Oh, what a situation. The girl got into trouble. Aranel bent over in an apologetic pose and apologized for not visiting this house for so long. The Duke's gorgeous mother froze in surprise. The woman clearly did not have warm feelings for her character and saw her arrogance flourish. Then a predatory smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face, which means that now the girl is going to come here every year. You need to remain calm and good-natured, of course. The Duchess of Valois will be happy to visit the von Valois family nest. Mother's bright lemon eyes flashed in amazement, which suddenly struck Aranel this was some kind of another manipulation. Then Baron attracted the attention of the ladies. They would all like to introduce their mother to someone. A charming girl came forward and introduced herself as Doriana Everett. The lady froze, in all likelihood not expecting to meet the future bride of the Crown Duke. This means that the sweet little girl is the future Duchess of the von Valois clan. Doriana was very afraid to even move. Then the beautiful woman placed her warm palm on the sweet child's cheek. She was glad to welcome the baby and get to know her. That same evening, in her personal chambers, Madame Valois announced to her servant Gregor that she was most likely mistaken regarding Aranel. At first, Mother Barina was sure that this girl was up to something, but such suspicions are quite understandable, but there is something else here. However, all this time, the beautiful woman did not take her lemon eyes off this girl, carefully observing her attitude towards others. Today, during dinner, Madame Valois began her meal with her son's entire family and was able to observe their interactions. Aranel hovered around her children all evening like a bee. The girl carefully watched their food. She persuaded Elliot to eat tomatoes. The current Duchess noticed that the girl ate too little, although she assured that she was full, but children should eat well. The Duke's mother watched the children's attitude towards her and Baron's interference, and all this was apparently part of their custom. Madame Valois' daughter-in-law herself did not touch her food at all. She devoted all her time to the children, and it looked very natural. Well, wow, the woman hardly admitted that Aranel had become a real mother, although no one really hoped. And this sight reminded the lady of how she herself was absorbed in motherly chores when Baron was still a child. However, the servant abruptly interrupted his mistress, and hadn't the Duchess kicked out his beloved daughter in such a heartless manner recently? So, it's too early to judge Aranel's intentions, and Gregor means that smart girl named Meg. It's a pity that it turned out that way. However, the Duchess of von Valois could have real reasons for this. They do not know what happened there on their estate. The butler clearly did not like this answer from the lady, but it's really too early to draw conclusions. They will be watching Aranel. The servant left his mistress's room with a heavy soul. He will never forgive this girl for depriving his daughter of her future. As expected, this daughter of Marquis Saxena is simply not simple and is capable of fooling other people's heads. Gregor clenched his fists angrily, but the butler himself is of a very cunning turn of mind, and he will make the scoundrel regret what she did to his daughter. His girl did not deserve to be kicked out of the family estate, where she held a high position among the other servants. That same evening, the tired girl plopped down heavily on her bed. What a hard day it had been. Like all the last days in this short story, actually, but it's okay, the girl will figure it out. At times, the behavior of Baron's mother frightened Aranel a little, but it seems to her that this woman is still a good and kind person. You just need to sleep a little and gain strength, and a new day will bring with it new decisions. Aranel closed her eyes and immediately fell into deep sleep. The next day, the vile butler was already thinking about how he could quarrel between family members in order to avenge his daughter. This vile Duchess of Valois must definitely have enough reasons for her mother-in-law to hate the girl. Then the employee's eyes stared at the little girl who was wielding a wooden sword at full speed on the training ground. And there it was. And here is an excellent opportunity for Gregor to set his principled and conservative mistress against the negligent mistress of the estate. So why did Gregor so quickly ask the mistress to visit the training ground? It would be better for the mistress to see everything with her own eyes. Is the little Crown Duke really training? Well, this is a great reason to praise the baby. They see him so rarely. But then Madame Valois froze in amazement when she reached the training arena. It was not the younger gentleman waving a sword. The training is carried out for Elliot's future bride. The small main character in shorts runs around the parade ground and strikes the trainer with a sword. Culture shock has been activated. A silent grimace of horror is frozen on the woman's face. What is this even happening now? A few minutes later, the mistress had already called her daughter-in-law to her. Something had happened. Why did Mother call Aranel? She didn't seem to have time to do anything yet. However, the facial expressions of Baron's mother confirmed the opposite. Today, Madame Valois witnessed the incomprehensible. So let the Duchess explain why his future bride is fencing instead of the Crown Duke. After all, someday Doriana will become the mistress of the duchy, and she is wallowing in the mud like a boy, and Aranel considers this normal for a young lady. A powerful and strong woman furiously hit the table with her fist. This is a blatant disgrace. Such licentiousness is simply unacceptable. In addition, Madame Valois learned that Elliot himself devotes more of his time to drawing than to sword lessons. How the hell does a girl raise children, behind whom lies the future of the entire most powerful duchy of Von Valois? This means that what bothered Mother so much about her husband, you need to respond nobly, saving face and honor, and also make it clear that they are not enemies at all. The Duchess of Valois is very sorry that her mother is so upset, but the girl does not consider being female to be a death sentence for the baby. In this case, gender cannot be a reason why a future bride should not take fencing lessons. The little heroes, who are the future of the great family, have phenomenal talent and sincere interest in what they do. What does the Duchess of Valois say? In the great clan of their family, there is already a woman, a knight, and she has become an honorary member of high society. And the woman's outstanding ability to wield a sword did not in any way prevent her from being a competent and wise manager. If the reason for a woman's anger is in stereotypical statements, but this is not the case at all, we are talking about the dignity of the Valois clan. After all, if the future Duchess shows herself in such a role, the reputation of their entire family will suffer. How can one not think about it? Madame Valois froze in amazement and opened her lemon eyes, clearly not expecting such answers from her daughter-in-law. Duchess von Valois really cares about the happiness of her children, but she does not forget about the importance of a diverse education for them. And Mother seriously believes that the harmless hobbies of young children can harm the honor and dignity of the great Valois family. The girl managed to grab the focus of attention. She needs to continue, so Doriana is a real smart girl. It's difficult to keep up with the little girl in applied sciences. Just like little Elliot, this child is capable of solving complex problems in his head and is also well-versed in literature. These children can solve math problems in half a day, while other children take the whole day to solve similar problems. In addition to studying basic disciplines, children also attend additional classes to develop their talents, so their hobbies can only become an advantage. But there is no way to discredit the reputation of the family, and the kids show simply phenomenal results, as this can negatively affect the honor of the family. The daughter-in-law smiled warmly at her mother-in-law. The woman was still not completely convinced by her daughter-in-law's words, and this needed to be resolved. Aranel did not want to end their conversation with Baron's mother like this. She couldn't stop there. After all, the girl is not here to quarrel with Madame Valois. Aranel really understands the concern of their grandmother. After all, the lady has lived her whole life, trying to live up to the status of a noble lady and still copes with this role flawlessly. However, not all people can be like Mother Barina herself, and even if you think so, they don't have to be the same. All people are different. Each of them has their own path, so Aranel tries to do everything possible so that the children follow the path that they pave for themselves. And finally, the final thread of the conversation. It will be great if the grandmother devotes time to her grandchildren and just watches everything from the side. The woman froze in amazement, and if suddenly even after this Madame Valois remains unconvinced, then let her let the Duchess know. After all, a girl simply cannot cope with the issue of educating her beloved children without the help of their grandmother, right? These words will make it clear that Aranel does not want to quarrel, that they are allies. She needs the support of her mistress, she agrees. So why didn't the wife of the head of the great family tell him anything about the fact that his mother was very angry with the girl this afternoon? The Duke of Valois himself would have settled everything with his mother, but everything ended quite peacefully. So why all this fuss? In addition, the head of the duchy is always full of other worries, but the beautiful young man simply does not want his wife to be bothered by anything. After all, it was Baron who invited his wife to go on this trip with him, which means he should also be responsible for everything that happens. And in general, Aranel went on this trip in order to relax and enjoy the local views, and not to bother herself even more. Is the young man really that worried about the girl, how charming and so sweet he is? It's already late. It would be better for the Duke of Valois to just rest. Well, what another burst of a wave of affection. You need to stop with this if the girl wants to live to see her own children's wedding. Baron sighed doomedly, as his wife would like, but if suddenly something like this happens again, let Aranel inform her husband about it. What a charming young man in his emotions. Baron immediately becomes so embarrassed and excited, just a sight for sore eyes. What a relief that today's dispute with Madame Valois was resolved peacefully, because she is a very strong character. With such a life, there is no need for any gambling. Despite everything, Mother is distinguished by common sense. There is no smell of bad character there at all, fortunately for her daughter-in-law. However, it is still too early to relax, because the girl understands perfectly well that the conflict itself was not provoked by her beautiful mother-in-law. There is definitely another person behind all this potential conflict today. We need to deal with it. And Aranel naturally guesses who is the culprit of the imaginary scandal that Butler was strange and disgusted from the very beginning. And now Duchess von Valois has also learned that this most vile employee is also Meg's father, the same vile maid and nanny of the Crown Duke who organized real persecution of the new maids. That same rotten person who was bribed by the vile Rondini, and with them the money of the head of the von Valois family increased. She also became the main instigator of bullying of little Doriana, stole the Duchess's jewelry, and tossed it to the baby. This pathetic person screamed to the last that the maid is here by right. Meg should be the mistress of the Valois estate. Obvious insanity on her face. It's scary to imagine what her father was capable of. Then apparently the scoundrel got the role of the main maid, only because she was the daughter of the butler in the main house. And all these vile acts were revealed directly by the Duchess of Valois. Now it is clear why her daddy hates Aranel so much. This was the kind of look this vile guy had, and the girl didn't imagine it at all. On the contrary, she immediately realized that she shouldn't expect anything good from him. That's how Mother could have known that Doriana was practicing with the sword, because it was probably the butler who reported everything to her. You need to be extremely careful and not show your weaknesses. Once again, it is better not to get involved with the ill-fated butler. In the corridor, there was a loud cry from that same butler. Why did Duchess von Valois treat Gregor like that? The young mistress despises the servant because he is the father of the maid Meg. Apparently, Aranel did not think everything through very well. And this provocateur put on a real show, just like his rotten daughter at the Valois estate. Their methods of achieving goals are the same. Well, that's how it happened. What an unfair situation. And again, the girl will have to deal with the trail of consequences. A few minutes ago, the Duchess of Valois asked the maid to bring documents. She wants to get acquainted with the accounting data. What's so complicated about it? Why are the necessary documents and accounts still not visible on the desktop of the Duchess von Valois? Or the maid wants to say that the girl cannot look at the documents. It's time for Aranel to do something useful and not sit idle. However, the conversation was then interrupted by the head of a great family and asked his wife to simply enjoy their vacation together. The cry of the soul was activated because a real girl is not a duchess. She simply cannot wander around like that all day long with nothing to do. After all, the Duchess of Valois can start keeping records of income and expenses. Doesn't the girl have the right to do this? Did Mother Barina really order not to show the documents? Not at all. It's just that Madame Valois herself fills them out, and then the butler checks them. For this reason, all documents related to the accounting of income and expenses can only be obtained from his hands. This means how and why there is an ordinary employee here in the main house. How interesting everything is arranged here. And after that, the Duchess turned to this same butler, but Gregor refused her and did not give her the necessary accounting documents. Well, she just decided not to get involved with this guy. Why is the butler complicating everything so much? Why can't she just hand over the documents to her? What does it mean that the servant cannot give her documents? The butler considers the girl a stranger in the house or something. The butler is obliged to follow the rules, and which one prohibits handing over documents to the Duchess? Gregor's eyes flashed furiously. This vile guy narrowed his eyes furiously. The employee was clearly up to no good, and how at that moment he looked like his vile daughter. Why does Madame Valois treat her faithful butler this way? She hates him because he is Meg's father. What a dramatic concert this scoundrel has just staged. He is clearly going off topic and setting up the Duchess. She had to listen to her wonderful husband and not get involved in anything. She wanted what was best, but it turned out as always. Wait a minute, the girl actually didn't do anything wrong. Why the hell is this vile pretender making her feel guilty? Then the imperious and strong female voice of Madame Valois was heard, and here was the very spectator for whom this entire performance was planned. A beautiful woman slowly and systematically floated into the corridor and asked what the two did not share between themselves. The vile butler immediately bowed. It was all his fault because he failed to raise his daughter properly. The whole point is that the young lady considers herself entitled to neglect respect for the father of such a daughter who has failed in her duties. What a pathetic liar. It's really a family trait to lie blatantly like that, looking straight into the eyes of those who feed them. Therefore, the current Duchess of Von Valois decided to hate him too. What kind of nonsense is this pathetic liar talking about? Let the butler properly explain what happened here. It's all just nonsense. A girl came forward here. This is not a trifle. The employee does not understand at all what the Duchess requires of him. It seems that her words are deliberately ignored, or he does not understand anything. The butler immediately roared. The servant does not understand at all what this girl is talking about. Gregor understands her every word, and the servant is confident in the words. Indeed, in this case, it turns out that the butler deliberately interrupted his Duchess and quickly changed the subject so that she could not see the accounting reports. Purple eyes flashed with an angry flame. What kind of rotten gene is wandering in this family? How much more trouble will these people bring to Valois? Gregor clearly did not expect that the young Duchess would so clearly and willingly defend her boundaries and clarify this situation. In addition, the vile butler dared to insult the girl, saying that she hated the servant, although she did not interfere with others' work or create obstacles for them. On the contrary, the mistress of the estate is going to diligently fulfill her obligations even during their family vacation. Accounting is her area of responsibility. At the moment, it is the butler who is doing this. Gregor's face immediately turned pale. He tried so hard to disgrace her. The young lady has always been so eloquent, and she is not at all afraid to express her opinion in front of Ms. von Valois. The servant immediately bowed down to his mistress. This is not at all true. Why should Gregor interfere with the Duchess of Von Valois? After all, the fair Madame Valois has known her faithful and devoted servant for so long. Gregor has spent so many years next to her, and these bastards are even manipulating the same thing. The views of the experienced lady and the current Duchess of Valois clashed. Both carefully studied each other. While the Duke's mother also doesn't think that the butler has a reason for such behavior. Apparently there was a misunderstanding. Of course, this is so. In which case, let the clerk hand over all the accounting books to the young Duchess of Valois. But how is it possible? Why give ready-made and verified accounting records into the hands of a very young mind? Among all these documents, there is not a single one that could be hidden from the eyes of the Duke's wife. She can study each of them. Bright lemon eyes glared at her longtime servant. The lady hopes that no more misunderstandings will arise. The butler will do everything immediately. Let the servants bring all the necessary documents and accounting books. Gregor completely forgot about his mistress's character. Such a stubborn person will remain true to his duty and principles despite his feelings. Well, okay. Even after seeing the accounting documents, This stupid doll with purple eyes still won't understand anything. The lady doesn't know how such a misunderstanding could happen, but Gregor certainly didn't want to put her in an awkward position. It's hard to believe. However, the beautiful mother-in-law wanted to talk about something with her daughter-in-law if the girl herself did not mind. So Mother Barina watched her grandson and his future bride for some time. Aranel raised these children well. The grandmother clung to the picture of her adored grandson. The kid is truly a genius. His drawings are simply phenomenal. She didn't even think that they were that much. The lady heard that Elliot won the competition. It was his mother who persuaded him to take part in it, and after the award she was more happy than the boy himself. Mother means that the baby spoke about Aranel with such warmth in his voice. Has everything really changed? And then in the office, the daughter-in-law really talked about how she was doing everything possible so that her children would follow the path that they would pave for themselves. Well, it's easy to say beautiful words, but it's incredibly difficult to implement them. But the girl coped with it perfectly. To be honest, my mother-in-law herself couldn't believe that the young mother did her task so well. Aranel really surprised her. Of course, Madame Valois did not forget about the controversial passion of the future bride for her charming grandson. And this little girl is back in the training arena. Who would doubt it? The little girl really lives this hobby. Emerald eyes sparkled with fighting spirit and carefully analyzed her opponent, predicting her every move. The movements of Elliot's future bride were incredibly fast and precise. The sword was an extension of Doriana's hand. At that time, the woman did not notice, but the baby really was an excellent fencer. Delphine knew this, because from an early age, she watched the lessons of her son Baron. Then the little girl's attention was attracted by an unexpected visitor. Doriana even stopped her fight, which was in full swing. The baby immediately rushed to the woman and greeted her grandmother. Didn't Delphine stop the young warrior? Then Madame Valois noticed that Doriana was afraid to look into her eyes and also began to shake at the sight of a woman. The baby shouldn't be afraid of her grandmother at all. So what? Delphine just showed interest in the charming girl's hobby. Doriana really masterfully wields a sword, a very exciting sight to be noted. The little girl immediately relaxed. And the grandmother really thinks so, of course. Delphine knows what she's talking about, because her son became the only great swordmaster in the empire. Here the girl lowered her head in relief. What a relief that her grandmother really thinks so. So, Mother was right. What the girl means now. Not everyone likes the fact that the girl is swinging a sword in the arena in the mud. After all, by traditional standards, a young lady should devote herself and her time to completely different disciplines and interests. In addition, Mother said that grandmother was a noble lady and might not understand Doriana's such interest. Well, Madame Valois' daughter-in-law told the truth. Such a hobby for the baby really did cause a culture shock in her grandmother at first. However, the baby should not worry about this at all, since the grandmother is definitely a good person. Mother said so, and a good and kind person will always understand the right intentions accordingly. And if the future bride of the Crown Duke trains hard, she will definitely be able to achieve recognition from her grandmother. Madame Valois' lemon eyes opened wide. The woman was amazed to the depths of her soul, expecting to see the exact opposite today. Well, the charming girl will continue to try hard. The woman was very impressed. Undisguised warmth and affection appeared in the grandmother's bright eyes. Doriana is such a sweet girl. An interesting situation. It means that Madame Valois' daughter-in-law considers her a good person, a very unexpected statement. The woman noted that the children really look very happy and are also developing comprehensively, which is also important. And what the current Duchess of von Valois said about her mother-in-law, the woman immediately bit her tongue. This is probably the end of their conversation. Let the girl go about her business. Aranel stared in amazement at the woman. What was it just now? Did the heart of the strong-willed mother-in-law really tremble, and the woman begins to thaw towards her daughter-in-law? After which she quickly flew out of her mother-in-law's office. What was it that she was now watching behind these doors? Was this beautiful and strong woman just embarrassed by Aranel's words addressed to her? What a surprise. Well, how cute Delphine is. It's just crazy to think that the main weapon of this family is a cute face, and not a fantastic and blinding beauty. It is simply unthinkable that now the girl is surrounded by danger everywhere. There are so many unbearably sweet and beautiful people around. The maid asked if everything was fine with the young mistress, of course. It was simply unbearable to look at them every day. For a minute, along with all this tenderness, the girl had already forgotten that a whole stack of documents was waiting for the Duchess. Not the least bit nice accounting reports received from not the least bit nice butler. I really don't want to do this now. However, obtaining these records was not at all easy, which means that everything must be carefully studied. Well, why are there so many letters in these reports? They don't have a printer or typewriter? Why write so much? And as soon as the hand doesn't fall off? So after 5 hours of careful and painful study of the accounting document flow, no errors were found. The girl had already studied every line of every document in accounting. All the documents were also verified with each other. There were no errors. However, the Duchess still had the feeling that something was clearly wrong here. Everything was not clean with this guy. Then the door to the study opened sharply and loudly. A handsome young man furiously burst in. What the hell was his wife doing here? The girl was terrified. Why break in like that? She wasn't opening a safe in her office. Why was Aranel working on something again? Baron had already asked several times for the girl to finally take care of herself, and the Duchess again took on another burden. Aranel smiled warmly at the caring man. She simply cannot sit idly by, and accounting is her responsibility. The captivating blue eyes of the young Duke were immediately filled with some kind of incomprehensible sadness and melancholy. Well, what happened to this angelically handsome and sweet young man? You can't put such merciless pressure on a girl's mortal heart. Why is this guy in the picture looking at his wife like an offended puppy? Her heart is about to break. No, this is simply unbearable. What does Baron want from her? She is ready to do anything, so long as the young man does not tear her soul apart. Well, how sweet he is. What does a young man seek from a girl? Tests her strength. As soon as you look at him once, everything inside is filled with emotions. And this is a fantastic, beautiful face that does not lose its beauty when showing any human emotion. Baron immediately called out to his dear wife. The girl immediately jumped up as if she had been caught red-handed at the scene of a crime. The girl immediately interrupted her charming husband. Could the Duke look at these documents? Aranel is confused about something. These are the Valois accounting records that the girl demanded today, and there's clearly something strange down there. The head of the great family will study them right away. That right here and here, this takes a lot of time and effort. Baron began to read the documents. The charming young man studied accounting after accounting at lightning speed and announced that there were too many landscape design projects. So the girl repeats this. It took her 5 whole agonizing seconds, and Baron only about 10 seconds. It can be assumed that construction work on the territory of the estate was carried out so often, but still the documents on it were drawn up very strangely. Duchess von Valois completely agrees with the opinion of her husband. In addition, all these imaginary projects were trusted only to one single company. The handsome gentleman looked at the latest documents, but this is obviously suspicious. The girl is absolutely right in her judgment. And it looks like the young couple should also figure everything out here. They have excellent teamwork. The improvement project was entrusted to several companies, but there was only one broker in each contract. So that this would not be noticed, the drafters of the documents changed the name. Everything is exactly like this, but the broker's address is absolutely identical everywhere, although no one pays attention to it. So all the numerous accounting reports were carefully studied by the two spouses, and the name of a certain Lisa Ferguson appeared in each of them. The Duke knows something about this person. Baron has never heard of her, and has never seen this lady's signature on work documents. But most likely the name and address on all the documents are fake. A secret investigation needs to be conducted. Of course, it will be very difficult to find the main culprit of this crime. The trail is well entangled, as expected. The most wonderful guy thanked his wife. Thanks to her, he learned about a problem that he did not even suspect about. The Duke of Valois would not even think of looking at these records, but this is all because the young man is busy with complaints from the inhabitants of the duchy that have accumulated over the whole year. However, Duchess von Valois is really glad that she was able to help Baron in some way. This is a very pleasant feeling. This is true. The young man clearly wanted to add something, but instead asked his wife to go to bed quickly. What a charm! Baron is so caring and attentive. He treats his wife's condition with such trepidation. The girl alone thinks about the fatigue and busyness of the beautiful young man. He also needs rest and recuperation. Well, the young master is already too busy with numerous responsibilities in the duchy. She should take care of this matter herself. Meanwhile, in his office, the young head of the duchy nervously hit the table with his fist. How all this upsets him. After all, Baron himself told his wife that Aranel could rest here and gain strength, but in the end she still works. Well, what a misfortune this is. So much has fallen on Aranel in his native estate. Why is this happening here too? Initially, there were no problems with managing the family estate, and in the young man's imagination, his girlfriend should just relax. His charming wife was only supposed to have fun and enjoy their joint trip to the Duke's native lands. This is how everything should have turned out now. The young man has no idea who this Lisa Ferguson is. This person is definitely involved in fraud and misappropriation of the financial resources of the duchy. All that remains is to find the scoundrel. But because of this person, his wife had to study stupid documents all night. The young man can hardly imagine a happy and rested Aranel. Duke von Valois will certainly find and punish the culprit for disturbing his precious Aranel. At this moment, numerous cold goosebumps ran through the body of that same Aranel. The girl hugged herself with her arms. And if you think about it like that vile butler tried his best to prevent the Duchess from reading those accounting documents. What if the mother-in-law herself knows something about all these violations and phony deals? It's hard to believe. The next day, the beautiful mother-in-law checked with her daughter-in-law whether everything was in order with the accounting documents she had received. Madame Valois sees some kind of understatement on the Duchess's face. That's how she does it. Aranel hasn't said a word to her yet. It's very simple. Yesterday, the daughter-in-law requested accounting documents, and not the next day she wants to talk to her mother-in-law in private. Nothing can be hidden from this insightful woman. The girl is admired by her attentiveness and tenacious gaze. The Duchess of Valois closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It would not be easy for her to break bad news about her mother-in-law's longtime subordinates. Well, this woman is incredibly wise. There is no point in beating around the bush. You need to speak directly and openly. Deep breath, the girl is not doing anything wrong. She is only protecting her family, so mother knows who Lisa Ferguson is. Of course, Madame Valois knows how this lady is like this. Is it really true? Aranel froze in amazement. A certain Lisa Ferguson very often exchanges personal letters with the chief butler of Mrs. von Valois. Oh, so how, if you find these very personal letters from the butler from Lisa Ferguson, you can find out her real address? Can Aranel look at these very letters? There won't be any problems with that, but isn't the problem in the accounting reports? The Duchess of Valois silently stared at her attentive interlocutor. Then what does the butler's personal correspondence have to do with this matter? How the girl would like to tell her worried mother-in-law that the butler has nothing to do with financial fraud in the Duchy of Valois. But alas, a few days later, the vile butler despotically yelled at the maids. How dare they allow this to happen? Why didn't they keep track of his personal correspondence? This is precisely why the butler keeps telling them that they are good for nothing. Let them learn to perform their few functions with dignity. How difficult it is at this time to find decent service personnel, although it would seem that such simple things need to be done. Here the authoritative and strong-willed voice of the mistress of the main house sounded. Let Gregor immediately stop his indecent behavior. Behind the vile liar, his mistress was already looming menacingly. Her gaze was level and tenacious. Gregor began to worry. What is Madame Valois doing here? Isn't this the letter her butler is looking for so carefully? Steel flashed in her bright eyes. Sticky sweat began to flow down the bastard's face. And how did Delphine get this letter? If only she didn't open it. The butler began to assure the mistress of the estate that Delphine was in possession of only personal and frank correspondence, nothing more. Everything is exactly like this. All the letters are very dear to the employee, so it is unbearably painful for him to lose at least one of them. Since such letters arrive very often, the lady decided to inquire about something. Delphine did not open the letters, so Gregor could relax. This is a very personal correspondence, but really it has nothing to do with the management of the estate, in any case just ordinary small talk. What kind of interrogation did his mistress arrange for her longtime employee? Delphine was never interested in Gregor's personal affairs. Delphine Valois pierced the vile liar with her gaze. Well, this is very strange because the name of the woman indicated here often appears in cases. The bastard immediately turned pale. The man kept trying to understand whether he had been caught red-handed or whether he still had a chance to turn everything in his favor. After all, this same Lisa Ferguson was quite actively involved in the management of the Valois estate. What the hell is going on? Delphine always knew how to perfectly control her face. Not a single muscle on it trembled, not a single wreath betrayed her intentions. But on the vile scoundrel's face, everything was obvious and undisguised. The butler was tense and trying to think through a plan of retreat. Bright lemon eyes penetrated straight into the soul. This was one of the characteristics of Madame von Valois. Gregor was under the wing of this strong woman for so many years. For so many years, he managed to turn a blind eye to her theft and deceit. Has Madame Valois already known everything? The vile thief clenched his fists angrily. So maybe Gregor himself will tell about everything. Or should the von Valois family contact Gregor's counterfeiter directly? No, he will tell everything himself. Quite empty chatter. Madame Valois ordered the guards to bring the scoundrel. The guards led along the corridor that same rotten person who had already distinguished herself in the house of the Duke of Valois himself. And here is Lisa Ferguson herself. The vile Meg immediately called out to her father, well, who knew that in the end their plans would be revealed, because it went so perfectly. The butler, with horror in his eyes, realized that simply talking his mistress out once again simply would not work. The matter was truly serious. Well, wow, this rotten person also reminded Baron of the scoundrel Meg, and now Gregor was truly scared, but not by the great swordmaster himself. So the vile butler, along with his pathetic offspring, are accused of embezzling funds from the budget of the Duchy of von Valois. The blue eyes of the head of the Grand Duchy were capable of piercing the heart of a vile parasite. Many in the Empire were afraid of this look. And the rotten butler was no exception. The young man instinctively aroused horror and fear in Gregor. The man knew perfectly well what the hand of a swordmaster was worth. It's a curse! The butler threw himself at the Duke's feet without a drop of regret for what he had done. He shouldn't have been caught. Why the hell did everything go wrong? After all, for so many years, everything was perfect and without complaints. What a meanness. Madame Valois approached her deceitful servant slowly and threateningly, like a predator who had driven his prey into a trap. There was cold rage in the woman's lemon eyes. Delphine trusted her butler so much, not even for a moment doubting his loyalty and honesty. After all, after the death of Delphine's husband, her life turned into an unbearable burden that had to be carried and held on. And in every difficult moment, Gregor was next to his mistress and supported Delphine. Thanks to him, she was able to withstand everything and is grateful for it. For all this time that the bastard spent next to Delphine, even if it didn't mean anything to Gregor, he simply used the woman. Delphine feels betrayed, but in spite of herself, wants to thank her employee for staying with her. The vile slug immediately chirped that he never used his mistress and always served her faithfully. Let the lying scoundrel immediately shut his mouth. The lady's noble motives should not lead her astray from the right decision. How disappointed the woman is, because Delphine could not even imagine that her faithful and devoted butler would refuse such a non-entity. The bastard assured his mistress from old memory of the purity of his motives and thoughts he served so many deeds faithfully. Gregor always supported Delphine, helped in the most difficult moments of her life. There was such a strong connection between them. The strong and domineering woman bared her teeth furiously. How dare this brat cover up his vile deeds with the warm attitude of his mistress? You shouldn't demonstrate your baseness even more and deeper, because the decision about the scoundrel's fate is still being made. Let this false worm not disappoint his mistress even more than before. Bitter tears flowed from her beautiful bright eyes. Gregor couldn't believe his old eyes. They were probably just letting him down because of stress. His strong-willed mistress was shedding tears for an ordinary servant. The butler did not even expect such affection from his lord. From when did it all start in the first place? This beautiful and powerful woman always separated work from her personal life, but suddenly she stopped being impartial. Delphine was stubborn and always stuck to her principles. She became unpleasant because of her excessive arrogance. Gregor decided to be simply a support for this woman, who was always there and looked at her straight and stately back. However, at some point, the butler got tired of looking at his mistress's back, and he began to develop other values and interests in life. Of course, we were talking about money, which could bring happiness, recognition, and influence to the vile traitor. The gold coins that fell into the hands of the vile scum completely conquered all internal moral protests. Of course, there was no talk of any pride or honor, only poisonous greed and worthless envy. Well, the butler was blinded by selfish desires and committed an unforgivable act. Let him be killed as soon as possible. And this burden of unbearable responsibility for the fate of a person due to his own unforgivable act must fall on the victim of his deception. Delphine von Valois flashed her bright eyes one last time towards her betrayed employee. The beautiful woman peered at the vile traitor for a long time. That's all for today. Delphine is tired and leaves the punishment to her son. However, Madame Valois did not go to her personal chambers at all. Delphine went out into the street with a beautiful sunset already showing off ahead. Behind the saddened Madame Valois, the voice of her beautiful son was heard. It's already quite cool here. It would be better to go inside. As Baron learned that his mother would be here, Delphine often visits his father's grave to find peace in her soul. That's exactly it. Mother sighed sadly and asked for forgiveness from her beloved son. She couldn't even cope with the servants, but she and Aranel did an excellent job. Lord Valois has nothing to apologize to his son for the crimes were not committed by her. It's all due to the greed of these two vile scum, and Mother became a victim of vile deception and betrayal. Lemon Eyes looked with special warmth at their beautiful son. Once this young man was an extremely capricious wretch, and now this handsome young man knows how to calm his mother down. Baron is embarrassed to hear this. He already has children himself. Delphine laughed loudly. It was already really cool outside. Baron and his mother returned inside the main Valois estate. Shouldn't the young duke be next to his wife now, because such a commotion happened and she was all alone there? Well, in fact, Aranel kicked him out. How Mrs. Valois drove something away doesn't understand anything at all, because it's all the merit of Aranel. She's probably worried and needs support. However, the girl ordered her husband to immediately go to his mother and be nice to her, which, in Baron's opinion, Delphine is now experiencing. After which the Duchess of Von Valois literally pushed the head of Valois out of his personal chambers with her hands, and the young man went to look for his mother. Something like that. Here a strong and powerful woman burst into ringing, childish laughter from what she heard. This fragile girl pushed the swordmaster out of the room. This is not funny at all. Okay, in that case, the two of them need to return to the others. The son can tell his wife that Baron did a great job. This is what the young man will do. Warmth appeared in his deep blue eyes from his mother's radiant smile. He had not seen her for a long time. And then the next morning came. The terrible mother-in-law slowly came out of her private chambers and yawned protractedly. The girl's attention was attracted by numerous sheets of paper on the floor of the corridor, and what else was scattered here? Duchess von Valois picked up one of the white sheets and turned it towards herself. So here's a drawing of a hat. And the girl couldn't imagine what all this could mean. Then a satisfied Elliot appeared. He announced to his mother that these drawings should not be thrown away. After all, tomorrow there will be a solemn feast of the name of St. Philip, so the younger gentleman is going to deceive him with his drawings. St. Philip's Day means that it seems that her character is starting to remember something. This holiday seems to be similar to Christmas. Just a minute. What did her charming son just say? What is the Crown Duke going to do to St. Philip? The cute boy looked at his mother in amazement, but Elliot had already said that these hats were needed to deceive St. Philip. After all, if you get a hat, then St. Philip will put a gift in it during his holiday. Elliot took out all the hats in the duchy that he found, but his father scolded him. And then the young artist decided to draw a whole bunch of different hats, and now the kid expects to receive as many gifts as he made drawings. Well, how incredibly cute this guy is. Her poor heart has to defend itself every time. Then the cute main character ran up to her mother. It's not the girl's fault at all. Doriana was against this idea from the very beginning. The younger duke came up with all this. The girl was clearly indignant about this and amusingly clenched her little fists. Well, what a mischief Doriana is, the girl said from the very beginning. That this was a bad idea, it's not true. The girl called the idea great. What kind of sweethearts? They swear so funny. Here, the children's battle was interrupted by the calm voice of the Duke of Valois. The children instantly calmed down and turned to the head of their family. To do this is wrong and ugly towards other children. If Elliot does this, he will be left without any gifts at all. The younger gentleman immediately began to lament. Well, how could it be? Elliot just wanted more gifts. During the feast of St. Philip, all children must behave well in order to receive a gift from him, and the boy wants to deceive him as soon as the baby is not ashamed. The charming little hero's lips began to twitch in fear, and bitter tears appeared in his purple eyes. A piercing child's cry was heard throughout the entire corridor of the Von Valois estate. Doriana began to calm him down. It was not too late to do some kind deed. The little girl just suggested a great idea. How about helping other people? What the children will say. After all, in the Duchy of Von Valois there is a nursing home, and in this place kind hearts help the elderly and take care of them. The little main character immediately thought a place that helps the elderly means the girl really wants to go there. Elliot immediately beamed. The kid would help his grandparents, and they would say how good a child he was, that's right. The boy had been there more than once. The baby also wants to go to a home for the elderly, so let the whole family go there together. Here the young man nervously turned his gaze to his wife. Each time it was more and more difficult for him to look into her eyes. Would his dear wife like to go to a nursing home in honor of the Feast of St. Philip to help the elderly? Well, of course the girl will go along with all the members of their family to help the elderly lambdas. This is so cool. Baron beamed with happiness and looked like a contented puppy, whose delight was revealed red-handed by his tail waving from side to side. Well, what a sweet young man, and the whole Valois clan is involved in charity work. It's so cool, and it really does look like Christmas. Here, a familiar female voice was heard. What about the beloved grandmother? Wouldn't her son invite her to go with him to a home for the elderly? My God, this family will drive the girl crazy. What a euphoria of tenderness. What a deafening surge of touchingness. While the terrible mother-in-law tried to stick her heart back in its original place, Delphine stared questioningly at her son. After a short gathering, the entire family of the great family headed to the noble home for the elderly residents of the duchy. And now the charming little boy was already showing off his drawings to the fullest and swimming in the holiday of dear old people. And the little main character worked tirelessly, which caused a wave of delight among the elderly inhabitants. The wonderful young man himself approached each elderly man and asked if anything else was needed. The Duke of Valois does so much for them. Every year the young man comes to the old people. They don't even know how to thank Baron. Let the elderly people not worry about this. Only in the lands of Valois, there is a place where they take care of the old people. They are very grateful to the young master. It is very important for the shore to know that the dear old people are being taken care of with dignity, that they have enough food and a cozy shelter over their heads. Well, wow. This guy doesn't know a word about nobility and virtue. The young man really cares and cares about everyone here. Her beautiful mother-in-law approached the amazed girl with a radiant smile. It's so amazing, isn't it? What does the mother mean? Her beloved son came up with this place when he was still a small child. He was 9 years old at the most. Wow news. It means the charming young man did not forget about this when he became an adult and implemented such a good project. Then, the Crown Duke said that his grandparents need a place where they can rest. His mother has no idea what exactly prompted Baron to such a decision. Delphine blushed. Her adorable boy was so cute and sweet then, but now he's grown so much, but still remains so bright. And who would have thought that Baron would be able to develop this idea and open the only institution for the elderly in the Empire? The girl was simply shocked. This guy is simply incredible. Baron was ahead of his time, such purity and correct priorities. After all these characters now live in an era when material wealth is taken for granted by people. At this time, on the pages of the novel, noble aristocrats only want to enrich themselves even more, strengthen their influence and power. That's all their motives and values. If you think about it, the girl is from the modern world, where charity has been thriving for a long time, and yet she hasn't done anything. But in the real world, so many things have been invented to improve the lives of the population and people in need of help. After all, the girl has been occupying the body of her terrible mother-in-law for quite a long time, and has already been able to go through and overcome so much in this novel. There have been so many difficult and painful moments, dangerous and vile stories, but the girl is still here and has overcome everything admirably. Dealing with all the adversity over and over again was really hard, but she managed it on her own. This is all great and wonderful, but all these stories do not at all justify Arenel's inaction in the field of usefulness to society, because she had so much knowledge of modern times. After all, Duchess von Valois could certainly do something useful, knowing so much. A child's voice called out to the girl. A charming little heroine approached her mother. Well, what happened to the girl? Everything is fine. The little girl just wanted to ask permission from the Duchess of Valois if Doriana could send gifts to the orphanage where she lived. Well, what a sweet child. Because now this shelter is named after Doriana, so the baby can do absolutely anything. Arenel could not get enough of the kind heart and pure soul of this angel in a pink dress. She also thanked the Lord for the fact that it was the girl who got the role of the mother of this charming baby. After all, this is a real gift from above. Arenel is very proud of the girl's intentions and motives. She is simply smart. The cheeks of this cutie in a pink dress immediately turned pink. As the girl was pleased to hear this, she will do so. In this case, the sweet little girl will run back to her grandparents, of course. Her mother flashed her a warm smile. Well, the little main character must have been thinking about the same thing as the girl herself, which means she too will come up with a way to help someone. You just need to believe in yourself, and the Duchess will succeed too. She simply must help the local residents. In the evening, the Von Valois family visited a wonderful local fair everywhere. There were shops with aromatic street food and souvenirs. The charming children did not miss a single cozy store. Little Elliot brought the future bride a sweet treat on a skewer. The head of the great family, Von Valois, proudly put on his New Year's cap and walked with an important air through his lands. The charming little boy did not forget about his beloved granny and gave her a wonderful warm scarf so that she would not freeze. Time flew by so quickly and imperceptibly behind a series of such fun. Delphine was horrified. It was already completely dark. She almost forgot. The beautiful mother-in-law quickly approached her little grandchildren and took the cute kids by the hands. They must be in time. Delphine began to lead the little protagonists into the depths of the local celebration of St. Philip's Day, after which Madame Valois looked at her son and her daughter-in-law demandingly, and these two froze. Today is the eve of St. Philip. The young married couple looked at each other questioningly and looked at Delphine. The lady rolled her eyes. Let the couple spend the holiday together. Why is this woman doing this? Young people absolutely cannot be left alone with each other. The young people didn't even blink. Why expose two adults to such embarrassment and embarrassment? Then Madame Valois turned to her grandson. Elliot said something. The boy did not say anything, but his grandmother understood everything without words. So the little gentleman said that he wanted a younger brother or sister as a gift, the lady clearly explained. The young couple stared in shock at Lady Delphine Valois. What was she doing? They were both about to explode with shame and embarrassment, after which the strong woman grabbed the small children and dragged them away. They would all see each other at the estate. The beautiful young man asked his mother for a long time to come back and undo the last words, but it was too late. And then a crushing wave of embarrassment fell on these two poor fellows. The faces of the young spouses were heated to the limit. The handsome young man was the first to dare to break the oppressive silence. Fireworks will be set off nearby. Maybe Aranel wants to watch it. The handsome young man would be very happy if his charming wife would join him this evening. This is a great idea. Well, they cleared up the situation a little. Otherwise, between the two of them, it was already possible to fry marshmallows on a stick. Well, what should these two do now alone? How awkward it all is, because both spouses cannot even look each other in the eye. By the way, how long is Duchess Von Valois going to treat her husband with respect? The girl stretched out in amazement. But how then should Aranel address the insipid young man? She thought it was right. It would be wonderful if Madame Valois called her husband simply by his first name. Baron smiled contentedly at the thought. The girl slowly said the name of the charming Duke out loud, and why Aranel was so embarrassed to do this. The young head of the clan is very pleased to hear his name from the lips of his wife. It sounds somehow special. After which the captivating hero of all the girl's dreams bent close over his wife, in which case can Baron call the girl Nela. The terrible mother-in-law's face began to boil like a thermometer in boiling water, and the girl immediately jumped away from this magnet. Aranel literally shouted, "Over there, they're already launching fireworks in full blast. We need to hurry." Colorful flashes thundered across the night sky. All the fireworks were truly fantastic. Aranel tried to eliminate her heart attack and return her body temperature to normal. Baron noted that the fireworks were really quite mesmerizing. The girl, spellbound, raised her head to the night sky, a stunning sight and so distracts from all unnecessary thoughts. What a wonderful evening. The girl felt surprisingly calm and comfortable now next to her husband, a completely new feeling for her. Baron also admired the fireworks at first. The young man doubted this whole idea of traveling together. But now the captivating Duke thinks that celebrating such a holiday together was not such a bad idea. Then the young man, the dream, looks sensually at his wife. Baron is grateful for all these impressions of Nela. An involuntary smile appeared on the face of Duchess von Valois. This girl should thank her husband for everything. Everything was so magical and bewitching. The girl really seemed to be in a fairy tale. And something tells the girl that she will carry this magical moment throughout her life. It's just some kind of fairy tale. A couple of minutes after the end of the festive fireworks, the terrible mother-in-law was exhausted. Her body decided to protest. Yes, this moment will definitely be engraved in her memory forever. Aranel's legs are filled with lead. Everything is fine with the Duchess. Well, practically. Well, why did Aranel decide to go on a walking marathon today with her physical fitness? And even in this heavy dress and heels. The girl was so absorbed in her emotions from everything that was happening that she didn't sit down for 3 hours of walking tomorrow. She risks not getting out of bed at all. But young people didn't walk that much. Why not their legs? Apparently in old age you shouldn't count on them at all. Thinking about her old age, the girl immediately remembered those dear old people from the orphanage and their various difficulties. After all, the world is full of people who have a much harder time if a girl gets tired. She can simply jump into a carriage. And most of the local residents have to travel on foot even over very long distances, and even with children in their arms. What a pity that there is no public transport here. Just a minute. This is how a girl can be useful to other people. This will definitely improve the quality of life of local residents, help and save time, energy, and health. And who knows, perhaps something really useful will come out of this idea, like a shelter for the elderly. The young couple returned to the family estate quite late. All the household inhabitants were probably already asleep in their rooms. But not everyone was sleeping in their beds. Bright lemon eyes sparkled in the darkness of the corridor. The young people screamed in fear. Apparently, the Duke and Duchess had a great walk through the local lands. Mother-in-law Aranel is very happy about this. And now it's time to spend the night time in an appropriate manner. Madame Valois forcibly pushed these two into the common bedchamber. Then she stuck her head into the bedroom of the two spouses. Since today is such a bright holiday, let the young people not forget about their son's wish. What else is Elliot's wish? The young people have already completely forgotten about their mother's wish, or rather the wish of the Crown Duke. Then, on the square, Delphine clearly said that the boy wanted a brother or sister as a gift. Aranel immediately jumped up and roared as if scalded. It was really getting unbearably hot here. You can't lock this handsome guy up with her. Well, again, his mother took up her task. The young man took his wife by the shoulders. The Duchess need not worry about this. Baron looked doomedly after the retreating Madame Valois. The head of the duchy escorted the girl to her private chambers. The girl was incredibly shy about her captivating husband, but today she was visited by a new feeling, which was almost obvious. Aranel kept trying to cling to him. For some reason, suddenly the girl did not want to leave the bedroom. The young man's reaction hurt her. That is, the Duke of Valois, or rather simply Baron, does not want to sleep with Aranel. This question escaped uncontrollably from the girl's lips. The handsome young man stared at his wife in surprise, an unexpectedly frank question from Aranel. The Duchess immediately grabbed her head. She had gone completely crazy from the rushing wave of excitement or something, and, well, she had disgraced herself. We need to run away from here immediately, of course. The beautiful young man does not want to sleep with his wife. What a stupid question. Aranel asks for forgiveness and is already running away from here in shame. However, the captivating Duke immediately stopped the girl with one movement, carefully grabbing Aranel by her thin wrist. Well, why does Nelia talk about him like that? Misunderstanding and amazement appeared on the girl's face as to what he meant. An unimaginable melancholy appeared in Baron's blue, sensual eyes after all. The young man restrains himself and his impulses every day. For some reason, the girl has completely lost the essence of the story. What the beautiful young man wants to say with this, what is he holding himself back from? Then the girl let out a piercing screech to the entire main estate of the Valois clan. Is this happening at all now? The most beautiful young man easily lifted his wife into his arms and carried him towards their bed. Well, Nayla herself is to blame for everything that follows. How it was her own fault, and the girl herself didn't even understand her intentions. Aranel began to scream heart-rendingly. What is this guy doing? How have they already moved to a horizontal position on this huge bed? How to stop all this? An undisguised desire appeared in the blue eyes, even though Nayla would rather say what she wanted. Baron is no longer able to restrain himself. Well, in general, the girl wanted to say. To be honest, her thoughts began to get completely confused. Then the girl's eyes focused in one place. Sweat began to flow down Aranel's face, as the young man had just said that he could hardly restrain himself. But you can't tell from this thing, it's about to rip his pants. Let someone immediately save these two from potential madness. The girl pushed away this temptation. They must take a bath first. As his wife pleases, Baron will wait for the girl exactly as long as she needs. The young man moved away from his wife. Well, in that case, let Nayla go first to take a bath. The captivating young man will wait for her. At the end of the day, the girl needed to get into even more trouble. Why did she suddenly decide to talk to the young man about bed? She was completely maddened by his captivation. And the water in the bathroom is definitely cold. Why does the girl still feel like hot lava? What should she do now? And so the girl obediently sits on the bed and waits for her dream. Maybe she should sneak away before the young man returns, because then she herself will no longer be able to restrain herself. But it was too late. The voice of a beautiful husband was heard from the bathroom. Baron had already washed himself. Nayla waited for her husband for a long time. The young man came out of the bath steaming. There were drops of water on his beautiful face and stately body. Who the hell is he? It's that Apollo himself came to the girl. Let the 7 of them hold her. Otherwise nothing will save the young man. Aranel was speechless from what she saw. Baron froze, looking at his spellbound wife. The girl looked like a cat in a fish shop, drool flowing down her chin. The young man knelt down in front of the girl. Nayla is not at all obliged to force herself. Baron does not want this at all. The charming god of love bit his lower lip, so if Aranel doesn't want to continue the evening with him, then that's okay. Purple eyes were already difficult to discern anything other than the beautiful ancient Greek athlete created from marble. Baron thinks that he puts too much pressure on his wife, so the girl can safely tell him no. He has turned into a puppy again. What is this guy talking about? He doesn't even know that no girl will say no to him. Nayla grabbed her husband's hand, and she literally screamed in his face that she had never said such nonsense in her life. Who could refuse such a sweetheart? Honestly speaking, if we talk frankly about his sensations and feelings, then the young man generally evokes them from his wife. In fact, the girl even really likes Baron, so she did it, poured out her feelings right in the face of this handsome man. The head of a great family froze in amazement, staring at his flushed wife. How beautiful she was. Can Baron really believe Nelia's words? Of course, she just confessed. Apollo evenly pulled Aranel's slender wrist towards him, gently massaging her hand with his warm fingers. After which Apollo gently and carefully put the girl's thin hand to his face. These words cannot but please her husband. To be honest, the heroine of the story also felt pleasant and light in her soul after admitting her obvious feelings. In this case, Aranel will allow the captivating young man not to restrain himself. Baron in one motion laid his wife on the bed. And why did the Duchess of Valois suddenly stop resisting this? The brain completely deactivated. So just a minute, an important note. If Aranel's eyes are not deceiving, then there are impressive dimensions hidden under the towel. For this reason, the girl asks the young man to be gentle and careful with her, and not to hurt her. This girl drives Baron crazy, saying such things with such a languid expression on her face. Baron simply doesn't see himself from the outside. That's who is driving him crazy. What did they say in these situations? Let the god of love do whatever he wants with the girl. Something like this. This Apollo's gaze changed dramatically. His blue eyes began to radiate long-hidden desire and the excitement of imminent pleasure. Aranel was only worried about her life, although on the other hand, what a pleasant death it would be. So what is she even thinking about? And then the young man grabbed his wife with a greedy and sharp kiss. It was impossible to be gentle. The guy went crazy, just like she herself. And then the next morning came. The girl jumped up from her seat, wondering if Aranel had survived last night. The girl's whole body was throbbing pleasantly and aching with pain showing. It was fantastic. Well, finally Nayla woke up. The girl slowly and embarrassedly turned her head. The most beautiful young man was lying next to her. The Duchess's cheeks immediately flushed treacherously, and the girl wished good morning to the young master. Again, the girl took up the old ways. The captivating dream leaned over and kissed his wife differently. This kiss was gentle and measured. Aranel had completely forgotten that yesterday she promised her husband to call him simply by his name. Baron smiled his radiant smile. However, the girl can continue in the same spirit, and then Naylu will face punishment in the form of a kiss. What a thoughtful guy she was duped. This is not a cute puppy at all, but a real wolf. And the heroine, as always, fell for her cute face and big puppy dog eyes. All around there was deception. At breakfast, the younger gentleman enthusiastically asked his mother if Elliot would now have a younger brother or sister. Aranel spat out her tea. What is her charming son talking about, who advised the child? But did the boy understand something wrong from his grandmother? Of course, the younger Duke understood everything correctly. His mother and father worked on this all night. The girl begged for this hell to stop. Someone will stop this woman for saying such things in the presence of children at the common table. Here, the head of the duchy finally intervened. Baron asked his mother-in-law to stop these conversations because his son might not understand correctly. The Duke became a salvation for Aranel. So, the little heir of the family must remember well that for such a thing, 1 or 2 attempts are not enough. Therefore, his beloved mother and father will have to try to work on this issue every day now. Elliot listened attentively to his father's words, as if he were sitting in a lecture at the Royal Academy. Here, the girl could no longer stand it and kicked her outspoken husband under the table with all her might. Well, since everyone had breakfast, it was time to get to work. So the project to assemble and distribute multi-seat carriages? Byrne froze in amazement. The girl thought about this for a long time yesterday. Everything is exactly like that. The girl racked her brain all evening. She had so many ideas on this matter, how to implement it, how to produce it. The mistress of the duchy immediately stopped short. The girl means that she thought about this project while returning from the village, and not in their shared bedroom. In general, according to the Duchess of Valois, it would be great to make multi-seat carriages for people who travel on foot. Baron listened in fascination to his wife's explanation. Her idea was truly amazing once she thought of it. With the help of this project, residents will spend less time and energy on the road. This is simply a great idea. To be honest, such an idea never occurred to the Grand Duke of Valois himself. His wife amazes with her foresight. There is nothing special about this, just real-life experience. Then why shouldn't the girl take up this idea on her own? The handsome Duke is confident that his wife will cope with her project much better than the young man himself. But the Duchess is simply not ready right away. She doesn't know anything about this industry, and there are so many subtleties. This is not at all true. Well, in this case, the head of the duchy is ready to help Nelia with everything she needs. The girl has nothing to worry about. However, it would be nice to try your own strength first. This is what her husband tells the girl. Everything will work out. Well, in general, the head of the duchy is right. The young man is always there and will always help her. She needs to start herself. And Baron, if anything, will save her from falling. Meanwhile, the Imperial Palace reported that the Duchess of Valois was promoting her project. The Crown Prince was skeptical about where the woman was and where the business was. Although on the other hand it sounds very fresh and entertaining, a predatory glint has appeared in the bloody eyes. All this becomes very interesting. Rumors were already spreading in the Empire about the idea of the Duchess of Valois. Local residents were already discussing that she had decided to create multi-seaters and carriages. Is it really Arenelle von Valois who puts forward and is involved in this project? And not the Duke? This girl didn't seem to care about the common people. This is true, but all the staff of the Duchy of von Valois and its residents are talking about the drastic changes in their mistress. Everyone thought so, but recently strange rumors began to circulate in the state. They say that the girl was imbued with sympathy for the difficult lot of the common people. Wow, no matter how it sounds, this idea with public transport is really very good. On the busy streets, all they kept saying was that multi-seat carriages for the common people were the most discussed news. Local residents of all ages crowded into the main square and awaited the first demonstration of the new transport. Solemn horns sounded, and the head of the great family himself greeted the local residents in a luxurious carriage. However, what caught everyone's attention was that this very cart was driven by a woman. It was just crazy. This is a whole new profession. The girl is a cab driver. It turns out that all the numerous and amazing rumors were not lies at all. Stunned by such innovations, local residents looked at each other. Maybe they should also become a cab driver. It was difficult to contain everyone's delight at what they saw. This was an absolute innovation, a step ahead of its time. Outside the windows of the family estate, the enthusiastic people rejoiced and thanked the Duke and Duchess of Valois while Arenelle was dying in her office. How can she even raise her hands now? The Duchess can't feel any part of her body, as if she had been working in a coal mine all day. The girl did not at all expect that this new project would become so tiring for her. It's good that Baron helps her with everything. The young man came up with a brilliant marketing move and took a test ride in a carriage driven by a woman. Thanks to this idea, multi-seat crews created a real sensation among local residents, which is good news. Be that as it may, the hardest part is over, and now the girl has every right to rest with peace of mind. Arenelle really deserved peace and quiet. The girl had been dreaming about it all week, and it finally happened. However, the potential peace of Mrs. von Valois was interrupted by the cry of a concerned servant. Disaster struck. What else happened at the Valois estate? So little time passed, the first crown prince arrived at the family estate. This is the same troublemaker who almost ruined the solemn engagement of Elliot and Doriana then. And what does this narcissist want at their estate now? And now the first heir of the emperor is already welcoming the von Valois couple to their family estate. This parasite has literally nothing to do. The Valois couple bowed respectfully and greeted the son of the empire, which they owed such an unexpected visit. The crown prince apologized for his sudden arrival. but he was eager to find out about this new mode of transport from the Duke's family. In this case, it would be more convenient for everyone to discuss work issues at the table the von Valois clan was just settling down for lunch. So, as far as the future emperor knew, the design and construction of a new multi-seat crew is in full swing. And such an idea is worthy of praise, because the idea itself is aimed at improving the quality of life of the population of the empire. Duchess von Valois is truly amazing. Her red eyes studied the girl intently and brazenly. Aranel will now be sick of these nasty eyes of the heir to the empire. There is nothing special about the Duchess's merits. It was obvious that such an arrogant and vile type had clearly not come to such a distance to shower the girl with compliments. What was on his mind, the Crown Prince noted that they had beautifully improved the territory, but the son of the empire had arrived for his answer. And the future emperor is simply sure that the Grand Duke von Valois already understood this long ago. Isn't the Crown Prince right in his judgments? Yes, what is happening between the two of them? Apparently we are talking about the same proposal during the engagement ceremony of their children. What is this bastard trying to offer to Aranel's husband? There was impartial steel in Baron's voice again. And why does this arrogant heir continue to pester the Grand Duke of Valois with his question? Because the answer has already been announced to him. Lightning flashed between these two young people. You could feel their heat when you were nearby. The Duke of the most powerful family is still forced to refuse his first crown prince as before. Baron has repeatedly repeated that his decisions are deliberate and therefore unshakable. And the future emperor can find out the reason for the refusal. It's painfully interesting what is stopping the most influential person. Of course, the young man does not want to get involved in a dirty squabble for power. Baron clenched his fists. The vile heir to the throne smiled predatorily and burst into ringing laughter. Wow, how persistent he turned out to be. The head of a great family and the only sword master in the empire dares to express himself like this in the presence of the crown prince. The vile guy was surprised. But there was no point in provoking the powerful duke. Well, it's hard to argue with that the heir was clearly amused by this. But the crown prince and Duke von Valois will see each other soon, and the crown prince will pretend that he did not hear anything. The young married couple watched the retreating threat for a long time. Baron immediately asked for forgiveness. It was necessary to immediately tell his wife everything. To bring Aranel up to speed, the Duke of Valois will begin with those facts that the girl probably already knows. So in the Empire, there are two state factions that are fighting for the right to inherit the throne, the party of the first prince and the second. As the Duchess of von Valois knows, their duchy maintains neutrality in the matter of succession to the throne. Aranel knows absolutely nothing about the reasons for his family to avoid choosing a political faction. And this vile brat is trying to tilt the influence and power of the most powerful clan to the side of the faction of the first prince. Wait, why then does the beautiful young man talk so calmly about all this? The first crown prince is trying to drag him into the fight for the throne. The first heir to the throne of the emperor gives Baron a lot of time to think, asking the same question over and over again, asking him to think carefully. Well, now at least the girl can understand the unhealthy speech of the vain heir during the wedding engagement of their children. Today, the first contender for the throne started a conversation in front of the girl for the first time, believing that the young man would be more accommodating. Of course, the head of the duchy did not like this prank at all. For this reason, the Duke of Valois reacted more sharply than usual. Well, on the other hand, why did this parasite cling to her charming husband? Because the young man had already said that he would not get involved in a power struggle. Now, the first applicant deliberately ignores the answers he doesn't like and waits for the one that suits him. This parasite has a lot of chutzpah, but there are definitely a lot of dark corners in this brat. You need to be careful. This brat decided to hit below the belt. What a strong and powerful look this conqueror of hearts has. But the Duchess of von Valois has nothing to worry about. The interest of this crown prince extends only to the head of the great family. Although the heir to the throne may well put pressure on the rest of the family in order to win the young man in his direction. The girl literally squealed with delight. This guy never ceases to amaze with his ideal facial and body features. This puppy clearly will not tolerate such impudence and will bite off the head of anyone who aims at his territory. What a sweetie he is. The butler offered to escort the first crown prince to his chambers. It's not worth it. The son of the empire wants to walk around the territory. After all, the titled heir did not come here for so long. For nothing the crown prince is pursuing his own goals. Since the future emperor is in the duchy of a great family, it's time to start what he has planned. The heir smiled predatorily. At this time, the mistress of the estate was combing her hair before going to bed. Well, the girl became a participant in palace intrigues in the novel. In her head, many references were born on the pages of the novel about the reign of this hereditary brat. If you follow the original storyline of this novel, then the first crown prince will ascend to the throne of the emperor. And it is for this reason that the future hereditary duke of the great family and his future bride will begin to have serious problems. It would be great to make sure that this lousy scoundrel simply does not get the throne of the emperor. Perhaps the girl herself will be able to change the future of the characters in this story, as well as rewrite the storyline itself. The girl sighed doomedly. What was Aranel even thinking about, since it was already clear that this was simply impossible? After all, in this short story, her character had a minor role and a completely unenviable fate. The fact that she is still alive is a real miracle. All these heavy thoughts gave the mistress of the estate a headache, and she went out to breathe in the fresh air. Aranel felt well that something was coming soon. Then the creaky and unpleasant voice of the heir was heard behind her. Well, what an interesting coincidence. The Duchess of von Valois also decided to walk around the territory of the duchy at such a late hour. The girl froze in shock. What was the crown prince doing on the lands of the Duchy of Valois at such a time? The future emperor loves to stay awake at this time, and the girl cannot sleep precisely because of this pompous idiot and is thinking about how to get rid of him. The Duchess of Valois is already tormented by insomnia, so she takes walks before bed recently. The people of the empire have begun to speak well of Aranel. Why is the first heir to the throne surprised, since the powerful von Valois clan has always had a good reputation? This is a correct remark, but the vain heir now has in mind the Duchess von Valois herself. For what reason did the girl decide to start innovating carriage transport? Because thanks to this idea, people tirelessly praise their mistress. More precisely, it's not even like that. The local people praise not the Duchess von Valois at all, but Aranel von Valois. There is a difference here. The bloody eyes of the first contender for the throne sparkled with excitement. The young man clearly enjoyed their dialogue. However, the young heroine did not understand at all the interest shown in herself, what this bastard was trying to achieve from her, or perhaps influence on her husband. Let the developer of the new vehicle answer honestly. Aranel wants power because the crown prince is right. What this power-hungry parasite said, the Duchess, has nothing to do with it at all. She helps people, and that's all. What is this paranoid guy talking about? What other power is there? And the girl doesn't need all this dirty squabbling for nothing. Let her keep it for herself. Well, why pretend the first prince of the throne sees well the thirst for power in other people? Apparently the boy does not understand her speech. Apparently this heir does not understand the first time not only the Duke of Valois, but also Aranel. So the future emperor arrived here today in order to hear the truth he needed. Aranel stared in amazement at the strange contender for the throne. This is all very strange, was the first prince mistaken about the Duchess. Since the girl really looks different now, the greedy sparkle in her eyes and the envious look have disappeared. Well, apparently the intuition of the son of the empire failed him. This has been happening quite often lately. Nevertheless, the heir to the imperial throne is a very patient man with clear goals. Therefore, if suddenly a girl decides that her current status as the Duchess of von Valois is not enough to realize her ideas, then she can safely turn to the prince. The vile crown prince began to move away from his interlocutor, adding at the end that the empress's place next to him was not yet occupied. This guy forgot to take his medicine at home. Has the crown prince really lost his fear? Baron is the most powerful and influential aristocrat in the empire. In addition, the only and great master of the sword, and the Duke, with just his gaze, will destroy the skull of this impudent slug. Either this bastard is trying to put pressure on Baron with the help of his wife, or he really considers it possible to bribe Aranel with power. This guy clearly has a complete art house going on in his head. How can a psychopath be allowed into government power? The next day, the little main character rushed along the corridors of the main estate and looked for her future groom. Well, the girl lost everything. Elliot can go out. Well, where is this boy? Doriana has already given up. What is Elliot still waiting for? Then the little girl came across an unpleasant person. The charming girl covered her mouth with her small hands and immediately asked for forgiveness because the crown prince himself was standing in front of her. Next to the sweet little girl, the disgusting heir to the throne loomed like a looming threat. Well, you had to be so slow. The girl lowered her head in fear. She didn't look at all where she was going. The red eyes of the future emperor clung to the girl. The young man did not take his gaze off the future Duchess of Valois. The little girl, in horror, sat down in an elegant curtsy and introduced herself to the son of the empire, which means Dorian Everett is in front of him. After which, the little main character looked expectantly at her new acquaintance. Why did the prince freeze and look into her eyes? The son of the empire announced that the heiress had the same emerald eyes as her father. Well, what a striking resemblance. The girl froze in amazement, which means that the first crown prince knew the father of the future Duchess von Valois. Why is this strange and unpleasant guy silent? The girl even somehow felt a little uneasy. The future heir to the throne peered for a long time and silently at his little interlocutor. There was definitely something in that look. After which, the pretender to the throne of the empire abruptly turned away and walked away from the girl. The crown prince did not know Doriana's father at all. However, the little girl was sure that the first heir to the throne was lying for some reason and knew her own father. The young butler nervously asked the first crown prince if he, the heir, was really going to return to the palace. Of course, let the servant immediately prepare the carriage, but you can't leave right now. You need to at least dine with the Valois clan. Here, the crown prince turned to the young servant with a cold look. The contender for the throne had heard right now. The butler really dared to contradict him. Apparently, the employee wanted the royal guards to tear out his tongue. The butler whispered in horror. The crew will be prepared this minute. And now, the first heir to the throne has already gone back to his castle. Many thoughts were swarming in his head. This servant ruined his whole mood. The butler reported to Mrs. von Valois that the first prince left the duchy without even saying goodbye to the Valois couple, and he is not only crazy, but also ignorant. The crown prince arrived at the imperial palace in a variety of feelings. The heir was immediately summoned by his mother. The first contender for power went into his mother's chambers and bowed to her. The woman had soft features and the same bloody eyes. So mother understood everything correctly. Her son, Reynold, had just returned from a trip to the duchy of a great family. Everything was exactly like that. The heir was visiting the von Valois clan. Wasn't it too early for the first crown prince to return from his trip? Because this trip was so important. Of course, the empress is well aware that Reynold is putting a lot of effort into achieving their goal. However, the mother is constantly worried. It's all because of her son's impudent disposition, which could turn into a fatal mistake for both of them. One absurd mistake on the part of the first contender for the throne of the emperor bestows the throne on Frederick. We must not forget about this. The crown prince sighed heavily. This is all that his mother wanted to say upon arrival to her son. On the other hand, nothing else was expected from her at all. In this case, the first blood heir has nothing more to do in his mother's chambers. Reynold will go about his business. Why does the son so abruptly interrupt their conversation with his mother? Because the empress is so worried about her son. However, before leaving his mother, the contender for the throne turned around. Reynold himself will figure out how to win the throne. There is no need to interfere with him in this. A power-hungry woman can't wait to take the reins of power from her own son. Isn't the first prince right in his judgments? The empress's intentions are very obvious to any young man. She should not consider herself exceptional. What is the first prince saying? The woman is his mother and is worried about her son. This is already funny. What kind of nonsense does Reynold say? The crown prince completely forgot to mention Frederick, and also get rid of the bastard who irritates his mother so much. Is the first heir of the emperor mistaken? Of course, Reynold is doing everything as his mother wants, so let her stop getting on his nerves. After all, who, if not his greedy mother, knows that her son has such a character? Who knows what the first prince will want to do? And the pretender to the throne himself does not need unnecessary problems in such a difficult and critical time, so let the mother not forget about this. Sometime later, at the main estate of the Duchy of von Valois, the girl reflected that the arrival of the crown prince had caused a lot of trouble. This vile guy is definitely up to something. You need to be extremely careful with him. However, now the Duchess of Valois will finally be able to rest, as it so happened that after moving to this estate, so much pressure fell on her. You should at least try to follow Baron's advice and start taking care of yourself more carefully. Arenelle enjoys the adventure and intrigue in this novel, but sometimes she really needs a break. But Arenelle's innovative carriage business took off. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the velvet voice of her husband. Well, what does freshly baked cookies taste like for the Duchess of Valois? At what point in time Baron appeared here? The cookies are very tasty. Let the handsome Duke try it too. The treat turned out to be very sweet. Baron reached out with his lips to the girl's face. He would love to taste these crumbs. Then this Apollo greedily licked all the crumbs from the corners of his wife's lips. The girl was ready to explode from embarrassment. After which the Duke of Valois calmly returned to his place and stretched out in a radiant smile. The cookies were indeed very tasty. The face of Duchess von Valois instantly lit up. But how much can you mock a girl's cardiac system? She still has to change the plot. Then his mother appeared behind the incensed Baron. The woman swung her fist and hit her son on the crown. The young head of the clan immediately began to scratch the place of the bruise. What had gotten into his mother? Let Baron behave decently. And how long had Madame Valois been here? Delphine beamed from the moment her darling son stared at her daughter-in-law with hungry eyes. What hungry eyes? How can only a mother speak like that about her own child? But is the woman mistaken? Okay, we close this topic. Mother Barina tiredly plopped down in a chair next to her spouses. A letter arrived from the Imperial Palace. Interesting news. Members of the Duchy of von Valois are invited to the New Year's ball, but time flies quickly. Of course, but the New Year's ball obliges every aristocrat and noble lady to a number of things, doesn't it? Everything is exactly like that. It's already New Year's Eve. Bright lemon eyes flashed. That's why Delphine will have to steal her son's wife. What did his mother just say? No one dares to steal Arenelle from the Duke of Valois. They already spend little time together. The most beautiful young man immediately jumped up from his seat, and a merciless battle of glances began between the two titans. Arenelle wanted to know if it would be easier to tell the Duke that the mother was helping her daughter-in-law with choosing an outfit. Apparently, the dear daughter-in-law still does not know the restless son of Mrs. Valois so well. Baron simply would not give way to his wife. The young ruler would have joined the women in choosing a dress for his wife if they had told everything as it was. But shouldn't Baron go along with the ladies? That's not the point. The young man will just disturb them, and then the mother-in-law will finally be left alone with her beloved daughter-in-law. Then the head of a great family loudly burst into the room of the astonished ladies. The only thing in the way was his mother. Well, just look, her son came to choose a dress for his wife, and Baron will do it much better than she. The young man has excellent taste. The Duke of Valois stretched out in a smile. The husband himself will choose a dress for Nella, for example. This white dress is perfect for a girl. What will his beloved wife say to this? It's quite nice. The maid, whose job was taken away, stood silently in the corner. Behind the head of the great family, his mother burst into ringing laughter. Her son still needs to study for a long time. But her dress will perfectly highlight the sexuality and beauty of the Duchess of Valois. In this outfit, all the guests will be conquered. Therefore, this is an ideal option for Nayla. Purple eyes flashed. Wow dress. The maid approves of Madame Valois' choice. What other sexuality is there for others to pester Arenelle? Baron looks like an old grumbler. As long as no one looks at his wife, the young man is actually her son. All eyes will be focused on such a beauty in any outfit, and Baron must try himself so that his wife does not lose interest in him, so the girl will try on both dresses. Arenelle came out to the howling family in the white, delicate dress of her husband. The girl looked like a fairy in such a sensual image. Well, what will the judges say about this? Whether this milky outfit suits the girl or not, why did the young man suddenly become silent there? Baron froze in shock. His wife was like an angel descended from heaven. Under no circumstances should she wear this to the ball. This was followed by trying on a second sexy outfit from her mother-in-law, and whether these cuts were too provocative, Arenelle looked like she was stirring other people's hearts. Her mother-in-law roared that this was a stunning outfit. In this open dress, the girl would impress all the guests. But did the Duchess really need it? And then the day came. The New Year's ball in the Imperial Palace. A whole bunch of aristocrats and court nobility were already crowded in the ballroom. In the end, the Duchess of von Valois wore the delicate dress that Baron had chosen for her. Wow, just dazzling luxury. The most beautiful young man froze like a nutcracker and looked straight ahead. His wife was right. The royal ball was truly dazzling. And what is this with the young man? Her mother-in-law laughed. Baron is so funny. Her husband trained until the morning, afraid that Nayla would wear that sexy dress. The head of a great family believed that anyone who saw his wife in this dress could challenge him to a duel. This is what Baron told his mother. The girl smiled warmly at her husband. He should calm down because Nayla wore a delicate dress and she is beautiful, but the Duke still needs to be on his guard. A woman in a fluffy dress with bloody eyes and a glass in her hands watched the sweet conversation of the married couple intently and predatorily. And here comes the son of the Empire, a seemingly good-natured, middle-aged man with golden hair. The musicians thundered. His Majesty greeted all the guests and raised his glass to the health of each of them. The Emperor thanked everyone present for the honor and wished him all the best in the new year. Would his companion like to add something? That same woman with red predatory eyes shook her head. No, the Emperor's speech is quite enough. The terrible mother-in-law froze in amazement. The girl sees the ruling couple of royal blood for the first time in her life. How exciting it is. The Duchess of the great family could not even imagine that such a dazzling beauty was the Empress of their state. But the girl already knows this ghoul. To her great misfortune, his very sight triggers a gag reflex in her, and he hasn't even opened his mouth yet. What an unpleasant personality. And the first heir has a half-brother on the side of His Highness. But that modest and silent young man, apparently, is the second crown prince and bastard of the Emperor named Frederick. And if Aranel remembers everything correctly, then on the pages of the novel, it was written that this young man was not given birth to by the Empress, but by one of the maids. In all likelihood, this is why the poor and hunted young man tries to keep a long distance from the Empress. Then the son of the Empire passed through the entire crowd of guests and stopped at the beautiful mother-in-law Aranel. How long it had been since they had seen each other. Delphine has not changed at all over the years. Madame Valois has not aged a bit. What kind of magic is this? His lordship would like to know. The same cannot be said about the ruler of the empire himself, which means Delphine von Valois decided to hit where it hurts right away. And this is the Grand Duke von Valois himself. The young man is simply a copy of his father and is just as successful. This is the merit of His Majesty. And Baron is also a flatterer. And finally, the Duchess of von Valois remained. The son of the empire learned that the idea of a girl with multi-seat carriages greatly impressed the people. Aranel politely thanked and bowed to His Highness. However, her project cannot be compared with the reforms of the Emperor. It is not for nothing that they say that husband and wife are one whole. The Emperor aroused mixed feelings in the young heroine. The ruler was attractive on the outside, but what was going on inside him? So, regarding the new business of Mrs. von Valois, His Majesty has a request to the founder of this enterprise. His Imperial Majesty would like to expand the scope of the new transport project to the capital itself. The girl did not quite understand his words, meaning that it would be very unfair if such a curiosity did not appear in other lands. What will the Duchess of Valois say to this? Will she accept her sovereign's request? This guy is like a boss who overwhelms his subordinates with work. Here, behind the girl's back, there were numerous whispers, so this means it's true, and it is the woman who is at the head of the new growing business. Aranel had already forgotten that for local residents, the concepts of woman and business always run parallel to each other and do not intersect. Damn discriminators, in this case, the Emperor's proposal seems surprising, because he could simply take her idea and implement it himself. This is disgusting, but nothing. The girl has just begun to conquer the economy of the Empire. There will be more discoveries ahead. Well, for now, we need to make sure that the girl's character doesn't get his head cut off in the main square. So why, in this case, ask the girl about this, since this is the request of the Emperor himself? She cannot refuse. Let her boldly rely on her subject. The Emperor laughed loudly. He really likes the courage of this girl. This man really speaks like a boss. It was still in order His Majesty specifically expressed himself so that his words sounded like an ordinary request. Moreover, since this topic was raised at an official event with a huge crowd of invited guests, everyone will definitely remember it. The Emperor is a very skilled manipulator. His facial expressions and gestures are well controlled in order to win people over. Well, there are enough strong characters who can be potential enemies in the future and problems for Aranel. And then the Empress approached the founder of the new business and expressed her respect to her. Relatives always need to help. There is no need to be ashamed of this. What is this woman talking about? Something the girl does not understand anything. In all likelihood, the Empress has in mind the vile family of the Marquis of Saxena, the rotten mother and the worthless younger brother. It was thanks to Lady Valois, after numerous difficulties, that the Marquis of Saxe was lucky again, isn't that so? The girl still did not understand what this imperial person was trying to instill in her, but it was better to find out. The vile clan really had problems. Kyle even came to the Valois estate to demand money from his sister. However, the girl had not heard anything about solving financial problems, how to understand all this. She needed to put on an on-duty smile. The Empress took Aranel's hand. Her younger brother is on good terms with Reynold, so it will be great if the girl herself gets along with her son. This lady obviously hints that even being a duchess of a great family, Aranel should not forget about the Saxes. Simply put, the moon of the empire asks to take the side of her son in the political arena, and why all this tinsel? My head is already spinning from this dirty squabble over the succession to the throne. You just need to smile and avoid answering. The girl is grateful for the concern. Phew, Aranel almost died there in the crowd and reached for a glass of water. What would she do without the saving restroom? Where is Mother? Delphine is chatting with other aristocrats. She hasn't been out in public for a long time. That's what it means. How the head of the duchy endures all this, because all the aristocrats present here only discuss the throne in a veiled manner. Duke von Valois cannot even imagine how nervous his wife was during her conversation with the Empress. By the way, the moon of the empire mentioned that the vile Saxon family got out of financial difficulties. However, the girl only knew that the Marquis Saxena clan only had a bunch of exorbitant debts since they did it. Apparently, it won't be easy to find out the truth. The most beautiful young man asked his wife for forgiveness. Because of him, the girl is having a hard time. What kind of nonsense does the Duke of Valois say? It's just that Baron has a very difficult political position in the empire. Well, what's wrong with that? The girl roared. That in general, the spouses are one whole. She is happy to be married to him. Therefore, Aranel can share his hardships. The spouses will go through all the problems and difficulties together. Is it possible to take Nayla into the bedroom right now to make sure how much they are one whole? No puppy dog eyes of this god of love will help him achieve what he wants. The girl is firm in her decision. Moreover, in all the latest events, there is something that will not cease to bother the Duchess of the great family. The girl talks about the Emperor's proposal. That's it. Well, His Highness has always been distinguished by his foresight. One can hardly be happy about this. The transport business that started in their fief is aimed at improving the life of society. You won't earn much from it. If the Valois family acts according to the original plan, they will suffer huge losses, but Aranel is right. In this case, the capital's aristocrats will begin to criticize the girl, flaunting the fact that the woman knows nothing about business matters. What a clever girl. She immediately guessed everything. This is exactly what the girl is worried about. She needs to think it over carefully. The Duke of the most powerful family agrees with his wife. This topic could become fatal for them. Then an unfamiliar voice came from behind Aranel. The Emperor's second crown prince, dear Frederick, appeared at the door, and the embarrassed young man offered to share his opinion with the couple. Duchess von Valois froze in amazement in her place. Wow, in front of her is the crown prince himself. What is he doing here anyway? The von Valois couple immediately bowed and greeted the second prince. Frederick must have scared the young people. This is not true at all. The Duchess of Valois would very much like to hear what ideas Frederick has regarding her family's business. The second contender for the throne of the Emperor immediately beamed. Frederick can really share his opinion, of course. If the young man understood correctly, then the Duchess and Duke are worried about their level of income. Then the class of their carriage business can be raised. This would certainly bring profit to the Grand Duchy, but such changes would go against the principles. But there is no such law according to which the duchy must deal with only one project, is it not so? For this reason, you can engage in two different projects at once. One will be aimed at charity, and the second will be aimed at emptying the pockets of the rich. Both businesses will be passenger transport enterprises, so even if one of them makes losses, the Valois couple will not lose anything. And the profits from the second enterprise will help the Duchy of von Valois to smoothly manage the first project. The second crown prince was impressed by the girl's project. Helping people in difficult times is a very noble goal. Therefore, the dear heir hopes that Aranel will succeed. This project has every chance of improving the lives of ordinary people throughout the empire. This charming prince is not only kind, but also incredibly smart. Frederick is now writing his thesis at the academy, and this is the ideal ruler. What is His Highness's specialty? The mistress of the duchy is simply obliged to learn at least something from this genius. Frederick here begged for his back, distribution logistics, as well as sociology and public administration, 3 whole specialties. Aranel should ask a lot of questions to this treasure trove of knowledge, then maybe Frederick has other ideas regarding transport. The flow of thoughts of the young heroine could no longer be stopped. Aranel was amazed and excited. Yes, this is a whole encyclopedia, but the girl was interrupted. Baron announced that the long absence of the second prince from the imperial celebration could negatively affect the general atmosphere. Therefore, it would be better if Frederick returned to the ballroom. The second heir to the throne thanked the Duke for his concern. Why is her husband doing such a thing? This good-natured guy is capable of turning the entire economy of the empire upside down and improving the lives of every resident. They simply need him. The charming bastard returns to the banquet hall to the invited guests and wishes the couple a pleasant time. Well, the girl missed this opportunity because of her husband. That's why Baron drove him away now. The guy is simply incredibly smart. And what has come over this beautiful young man? Why Baron now looks like a watchdog? What kind of look is that? Was Baron really offended? The husband is not at all offended by his wife because she was talking so enthusiastically with another man, even if she pays absolutely no attention to him. The girl just wanted to thank Frederick for such useful ideas for business because it was unexpected to receive them from the prince, hence this inspiration. The charming young man returned to his former appearance. The second crown prince had indeed always been an outstanding young man. In addition, Frederick has a really kind heart and a bright soul. This is what the girl keeps talking about, which cannot be said about the first hereditary slug. The Duchess of Valois immediately stopped short. Baron supported his wife. The young man understands Nayla perfectly well. Everything is in order. There is no one here except them. In addition, the overwhelming majority will agree with the words of the Duchess von Valois. The first crown prince is not distinguished by nobility. But in this case, why then does the most powerful duchy not support the second crown prince? What is the point of neutrality here? Although the girl probably shouldn't have asked this, the head of the clan may not answer the awkward question. The girl herself will understand everything now. The second contender for the throne is truly a wonderful person. The young man is very smart, noble, and good-natured. Reynold's younger brother really has almost everything that makes an excellent and successful ruler, except for one important component. However, this is precisely the problem being a monarch. It is important not only to be virtuous, but also to be able to fight. To achieve what you want, you can't just avoid or run away from conflict, and that really makes sense. And that is why Prince Frederick is not fit to be the next emperor. Arenelle now understands her husband. The second heir to the throne was so disgusted by political battles that Frederick simply hid from them in his academy. Meanwhile, the talented bastard walked along the corridor and hoped that he was not too interested in the conversation with the Valois couple. In general, the second prince really enjoyed talking with the representatives of the duchy. Frederick looks very happy. A nasty older brother appeared in the corridor behind the second heir. Where did the younger one get in such a good mood? The charming prince went to the restroom for a while, and there he met the Valois family. What a meeting. This means that the second crown prince was talking with the same couple to whom the first heir to the throne had recently visited. Frederick just gave a couple of tips about the transport business, and that's all. There was no more talk. So the younger crown prince was giving advice to the von Valois couple, how great it was to have such an outstanding mind as the second heir. After all, such knowledge will help his younger brother win the favor of influential people. Isn't Reynold right? Little brother shouldn't be so nervous. Reynold is just joking. Doesn't the second prince know how lenient he is with him? After all, the dear bastard knows well what kind of people the first heir to the throne likes. The bloody eyes of the first son of the emperor sparkled with an unkind shine. His younger brother was well familiar with this look. Fear was immediately imprinted in the blue eyes of the young bastard. Frederick was very young and inexperienced, did not have much support, so he was simply afraid to get involved with his cruel brother. Let the wise little brother speak out loud himself. Frederick bowed his head. Reynold loves people who know their place. And the younger brother is indeed a very smart boy. Frederick grasps everything literally on the fly. Everything is correct. Well, here's how the first contender for the emperor's throne can harm such an obedient and intelligent brother. However, Frederick should not test the patience of the future emperor and get too close to the Grand Duchy of von Valois. The second crown prince immediately froze in fear in his place. But there was no question of friendship with the House of Valois. Let Frederick remember well if his brother manages to be friends with them, but Rey does not, then the crown prince will begin to be jealous. After all, the second heir to the emperor is of such an outstanding mind and understands perfectly well where this conversation is leading. The youngest son of the empire's son swallowed nervously and pursed his lips. A nervous shiver ran through Frederick's body. Well, from the frightened eyes of his younger brother, it's clear that Frederick understood everything, in which case it's time for him to go. The good-natured bastard quickly turned around and left his vile older brother. Well, Frederick began to fight off his hands. And these damn Valois are already starting to get on the nerves of the first crown prince, although the blog initially understands that this will not be easy. A few days later, the market research was in full swing. You can try to start a multi-seater carriage business. And when it would be better to begin work on luxury carriages for aristocrats, it would be much easier if she could talk to Frederick again. What a shame, such a stunning and outstanding heir to the throne who is simply not destined to be on it. The most excellent duke stood firmly in his position and was sure that this was for the best, no matter how outstanding the young man was. What a pity it was for Arenelle to neglect such a young man, because life would be much easier for them themselves if Frederick became the next emperor. However, without an inner core and a tempered character, there is nothing to do in the political arena amid all this bloody squabbling for power and influence. By the way, Baron previously said that the powers of the two princes were carefully divided, but if Frederick does not have the will, what power can he have? Everything is still so confusing. The girl has been in the body of her character for quite a long time, but she never ceases to be surprised by new storylines. Then Reynolds burst into the office. The butler said that big problems had been discovered. Counterfeit currency had appeared. The faithful servant, after his guess about the authenticity of the gold coins, checked the treasury of the duchy, and most of its capital is counterfeit. A faithful employee dropped gold coins on the Duchess's desk, and every single one of these coins is counterfeit. Reynolds was walking through the market at Lens Crossroads when he accidentally discovered that some coins were lighter than others, after which the employee walked around the entire area and collected all the coins that he was able to find. That is, they were made clandestinely. That's right, these gold coins were not made at the mint, and the gold content in them is very low. The terrible mother-in-law was immediately horrified, but now they were missing counterfeiters in this whole story. This promises serious problems, of course, since counterfeit gold coins discredit real currency. Counterfeit currency can even undermine the economy of a state, cause a wave of resentment among local residents, and lead to riots or revolution. Arenelle jumped in horror. Then we need to quickly report this to His Majesty. Nelia must calm down. Before bothering his lordship on such a matter, it is necessary to try to understand this whole story yourself. Then the head of the duchy reached onto the table for a fake gold coin. First you need to carefully examine the craft itself. The handsome young man carefully studied the counterfeit coins. This currency was made very skillfully. It was difficult to distinguish from real ones. A real master worked. That's right, the butler decided to contact a specialist before informing his master about everything. The master confirmed that this work is of very high quality and expensive. Such a task cannot be done without advanced technologies. The Duchy of Valois will not report counterfeit currency to the palace. Baron will take this issue under personal control. But this could destroy the economy. There is no point in making a fuss about such an unpleasant incident. It could affect Nelia's business. But is it really possible to keep something like this a secret just out of personal interests? Of course, such care is very pleasant for a girl, because such an unpleasant jump in the economy of the empire would indeed have a very detrimental effect on the transport business. However, the young spouses have just witnessed a crime, which means they must report it. The thinking of a law-abiding citizen is activated. How sweet Nelia is when she's worried, but her husband doesn't think that now is the wrong time for compliments. The girl shouldn't worry so much because the head of the great family has one assumption, so there's no need to make a fuss just yet. However, if suddenly a personal and secret investigation on behalf of the Duchy of Von Valois drags on, the Duke will immediately inform the Emperor about everything. In the end, the wonderful young man is trying for the sake of his wife. How quickly time has flown by. Very soon a meeting of the House of Lords will take place. Then Delphine von Valois ran into the room enthusiastically. Where was her beloved daughter-in-law? The woman had been searching her since the morning. The inspired Mrs. Valois was greeted in amazement by a young married couple. What was Baron's mother doing here? So the mother-in-law came to see her adored daughter-in-law. And what is her son doing here? This is the Valois estate, and Baron is its owner. The woman cannot believe that dementia visited her son before she did, but Delphine will find a good doctor for Barina. What are we talking about anyway? Well, the beloved son is talking about obvious things as if this is something new. Baron didn't mean that. Apparently the Duke is also deaf since he shouts at his mother like that. We urgently need to separate these two before they strangle each other with love, which is what brought Mother Delphine here. My mother-in-law finally managed to find time to get out into the city. A new pastry shop has opened, so it will be great to go there with Nayla and the children. The charming young man asked offendedly, What about her son? Why wasn't he invited? Well, Baron is always busy. The head of the Grand Duchy, after all, was just about to go to a meeting. Well, his mother is talking about this. The handsome young man frowned amusingly and roared offendedly that in general Baron might not attend this meeting. Under no circumstances can the noble ladies of the House of von Valois allow the head of the duchy to neglect his duties. Let him go. After some time, the women escorted the dissatisfied young man to a meeting and visited a pastry shop. How beautiful everything is here. The little main characters were already devouring the fifth dessert by both cheeks, their big eyes shining with pleasure. Those plump, round cheeks move so cutely, and those little hands in which the kids hold their utensils. What little sweethearts they are. The younger Duke invited his future bride to eat a piece of pie and then try that cake. Doriana added that she should not forget about the cookies. By the way, the little gentleman had some questions for his mother and what the baby wants to ask about. Her dear boy can safely ask his mother what is bothering the younger Duke. Aranel listens attentively. The charming little hero would like to find out from his mother what sexual provocation is. The girl immediately spat out her tea. Where did the kid get all this? Although Aranel has very justified assumptions about this. Well, what kind of woman is she? Why is all this talk not for young ears? Why would a child even put something like that into his head? And why does Mommy Sunshine even ask about this? Granny said that thanks to this, Mom didn't wear a revealing dress to the ball, and their family didn't break up. And now they're all eating sweets here together, so why hammer such nonsense into a child's head? Elliot, as the future Duke of von Valois, has a responsibility to know whether his family is now safe or in danger of sexual provocation. So, to answer such a question, of course, it's funny to hear such adult terminology from children's lips. By the way, the charming little girl also has a question when her parents went to the festive banquet. There was nothing strange there. What Elliot's future bride is talking about, for example, was the first crown prince angry with Doriana. That's what else. Mother knows very well the true nature of this ghoul, but did Reynald really dare to harm the baby right in the house of the von Valois clan? Here, the beautiful mother-in-law already intervened. What exactly does Dorian mean? She and her mother do not quite understand the sweet girl. Well, just recently the little girl was playing hide-and-seek with her future groom and running along the corridor and then ran into Prince Reynald. Two beautiful ladies roared here. That is, how did the little girl encounter this bastard in their family estate? Aranel immediately grimaced angrily, and that this freak, or rather this first prince, had told her girl something bad or scared her with something. There was nothing of the sort. It just seemed to the little heroine that the first contender to the throne was in a bad mood after meeting the girl. And there was something very strange. This crown prince said that Doriana had exactly the same eyes as her own father. So this is already becoming very interesting. That is, the first contender for the throne wanted to say that he knew the baby's natural father. It was already deep night. The girl nervously walked from side to side in front of her husband's office. Finally, the main great family returned home after a meeting of the nobility in the House of Lords. Something happened. The mistress of the Valois estate sighed with relief. Well, finally, her husband was now home. They urgently needed to talk. But before the girl had time to share her concern, the most beautiful young man grabbed her waist and said that he also missed her madly. But why is the girl waiting for her husband at the office? They should quickly go to the bedroom. This is not the time for games. They need to discuss something. The charming hero loves it when his wife becomes serious. It's so exciting. The Duchess's cheeks flushed red. In this case, the married couple will discuss everything necessary in their bed. The Duchess will not fall for this anymore. Even if this Apollo doesn't even make such a languid look and talk his teeth into his wife's mouth, it won't work on her anymore. A very strange situation. It means that the first crown prince and Elliot's future bride collided in a country mansion. And the most interesting thing is that this brat, that is, this contender for the throne of the emperor, made it clear to the girl that he knew her own father. The girl was incredibly surprised by what she heard, but the young master replied that in fact it was so. They really knew each other. It would be strange if the first heir of the emperor did not know Count Everett. The girl does not understand anything. This is Doriana's father. Baron sighed heavily. It was clear from him that this topic was difficult for the young man, although he tried not to show it. The girl would really like to know what thoughts are going through this beautiful head, how she can help her husband. So, there is nothing strange or suspicious in the conversation between Elliot's future bride and the first crown prince in their family estate. The father of their dear Doriana is Count Louis Everett, and the man was also a close old friend of Baron himself. Louis was one of the main supporters of the second crown prince. Doriana's father sought to place Frederick on the throne. Arenelle's purple eyes opened wide, and why they didn't tell her about this before doesn't bother anyone. During his lifetime, Baron's old friend increased Frederick's authority among the aristocrats. And nobility, it was to Louis that the bastard owed a bit of the power that he now possesses. And here is the answer to the girl's question: what kind of power can a young man have without a will? Which means someone helped Frederick gain courage. Therefore, it is quite natural that the first heir to the emperor knows Doriana's father, because it was he who raised his competitor to the throne. And most likely people and events associated with Count Louis evoke very unpleasant memories for this worm. That's what the future daughter-in-law of the Duchess took part in the corridor. Reynald has no sympathy for her blood family. After all, the baby looks so much like the sworn enemy of the first crown prince. The girl inherited her emerald eyes from Count Louis Everett. By the way, during the meeting of the House of Lords in the Imperial Palace, Baron received this today. And what is inside this elaborate golden envelope? The girl examined the correspondence from all sides. Inside this envelope is an invitation from the younger brother of the Duchess of von Valois, from the Marquis Kyle of Saxon. This scum attended a meeting of the House of Lords and handed out invitations to a party in honor of the acquisition of a new villa. This slug did not dare to convey the invitation personally, so he conveyed it through the Marcus Anderson, who apparently also does not like the power and strength of the Valois. How ridiculous this is all. How much you can still humiliate yourself. Just a minute. It means that the bankrupt Kyle bought himself a new villa. To be honest, the Duchess of Valois was taken by surprise by this news. The girl no longer understood what was going on in the Saxe clan. Where did he get the resources for such luxury? It means that what the Empress said is true. The Marquis, drowned in debt, emerged from them. This vile nonentity has not only firmly found his feet, Marquis Kyle has now soared to the pinnacle of success, and the invitation is not particularly impressive, is it? Apparently, this pathetic worm really has a lot of money, and at this time, the most powerful duchy is content with counterfeit coins. How interesting everything is shaping up, as if the plot gives the girl the opportunity to write a different ending to her childhood trauma. What is the head of the duchy talking about now? As if the Lord from above gave Aranel the sword of justice into his hands, and at the same time giving the young heroine the right to judge her younger brother, who poisoned her all her life. The terrible mother-in-law froze in incomprehension. The girl tried to analyze the young man's words, but could not understand them. Somehow, the girl can't cope with her husband's train of thought, but the most beautiful young man only smiled radiantly at her. By the way, thanks to the transport business of Aranel, the von Valois couple were the first to discover counterfeit currency. Meanwhile, the worthless Kyle assured that Reynald would not receive support from the Valois family. Let him turn his attention to more worthy potential allies. Why should the first crown prince continue to waste his precious time on these ungrateful people and procrastinate? But there was no answer to the rotten slug. No one cared about this petty marquis. Marquis Kyle cried out hysterically, being a capricious and spoiled child who in this way attracts the attention of his parent. Here the stupid young man was besieged by an overweight man on the next sofa. Let the useless marquis stop this. And what if the Marcus Anderson also has something to add to the statements of the pathetic Kyle? The man cannot forget the face of the Duke of von Valois at today's meeting. There was so much contempt and disgust in his strong gaze, so Kyle repeats the same thing. Baron has already turned his nose up completely and does not recognize anyone. Let the useless degenerate Saxonov finally pull himself together and not disgrace himself anymore. Everyone knows that Baron despises only this slug, and no one else. It's hard for a man to imagine what this filthy young man could do, since the Duke of Valois ignores him even at official meetings. Although being already familiar with the pathetic personality of Marquis Kyle Saxena, you can be sure that there is enough reason for disgust in his direction. The vile worm did not let up. The very existence of the Duke brings only harm, not benefit to the Crown Prince, and this is all because of his stupid sister. How long can one chase after these pompous von Valois, because the head of the duchy has already refused the future emperor so many times? The first heir to the throne ordered Kyle to remain silent, whether his allies liked it or not, but the Valois couple would have to be left alone. But how is it that the von Valois clan is the most powerful clan in the empire? They even have more influence and power in some matters than the emperor. The first contender for the throne already knows this very well, but their faction can't do anything more with this family. It would be great if the great clan would lend a helping hand to Ronaldo, but constantly waiting for this hand is simply stupid. The emperor's heir ordered his subjects to leave him alone. With his thoughts, Reynald needed to think things over. The first son of the emperor, with a bored and disappointed look, admitted that he was unable to win over the most powerful family to his side. The vile crown prince smiled predatorily and moved the chess piece. How well he just said about a helping hand. Poisonous resentment flashed in the red eyes of the future emperor. Reynald does not tolerate refusal and disdain in his direction. And if you think like that, then the crown prince is already terribly bored with this stupid game. He's really had enough. It's time to finally unleash the main party of this entire gaming arena and destroy the most powerful figure in one move. Wasn't the first contender for the emperor's throne right? If Louis Everett were alive now, he would certainly agree with him. The most beautiful young man was called by his wife. It's okay if the Duchess of Valois goes in this image. The young heroine appeared in a tight riding uniform. The girl had already gotten used to full skirts all her time here, and it was unusual for her. Of course, in the real world, the girl only wore pants, but in the novel this outfit already seems strange to her. This won't work at all, but the young man himself said to wear this outfit, but in it, Aranelle's legs looked too sexy. Elliot immediately roared. His mother was wearing a really sexy outfit. The little girl added that her grandmother warned that this could destroy their family. Everything is fine. Their mother didn't wear anything like that. The kids immediately sighed with relief. Well then, okay. Well, these kids are so sweet. We could capture these cute little faces as a souvenir. The girl needs a photo of them. Behind the whole family stood Delphine von Valois, her bright lemon eyes boring into the dressed young ladies. Then, the beautiful mother-in-law Aranelle approached the charming little girl. Well, it will be very difficult for a woman to come to terms with the pants on the young lady. However, the granny patted the baby on her plump cheek. How beautiful Doriana is in this uniform. Why didn't she wear it before? By the way, this image also suits my dear daughter-in-law very well. Let her dress like this more often. Her legs are killer beautiful. Somehow Delphine quickly adapts, after which the guy from the picture majestically brought out a beautiful white stallion to the crowded family members. The beautiful mother-in-law smiled radiantly and good-naturedly waved her hand at her family. Have a nice trip to all of them. What a wonderful idea the young people had. It's so great to learn horse riding. It's very useful here and looks very graceful. It seems that this was a completely bad idea. And whoever pulled the girl by her tongue again? Why did she want to learn horse riding? Last night, the girl was already preparing to say goodbye to her husband and go to her personal chambers. Well, why did the Duchess decide to leave so easily? Because Nelia spent the whole day with his mother. Baron cannot just let her go. Therefore, they will head to their shared bedroom together. The young man stretched out in a languid smile. Or, something is wrong. The girl kept blushing and couldn't stand it, of course. Something was wrong. Aranelle could no longer contain it. Every time his wife spends the night with him, the next day the girl's whole body hurts, and it's very difficult for her. The handsome hero stood opposite his wife and listened carefully to her problems and worries with the air of an obedient student. That's the whole problem. What a relief. The girl finally plucked up courage and told this god of love about everything. The most beautiful young man asked his lady for forgiveness because Baron thought only of himself, and he had nothing to apologize for. Well, in this case, the girl needs to improve her endurance, since she did not have much workload, like horse riding. Aranelle does not yet know her attitude towards this sport. Since she has never tried to ride a horse, then her husband will teach her. After all, the dear wife should become stronger and more resilient in order to share many happy moments with Baron in the future. The girl's purple eyes widened. Her mind became clouded. How could this guy talk about this so openly? So now Nelia is acting very constrained. She should relax and let the horse lead her. Like this is already too much. The fit is too loose. The girl straightened her back and froze like a string. This is too tense a pose. How difficult it all is. The Duchess of Valois just needs more practice, then she will succeed. Yes, it's just incredibly difficult. And it's not about the girl at all. Horse riding is unbearably difficult for everyone. Aranelle is definitely not the only one. Her charming son is probably also dreaming of getting off his horse. Elliot contentedly patted his stallion on the scruff of the neck. It's like this. The boy can stay in the saddle with such ease, but the younger Duke rides with his father quite often. Then Elliot's future bride will definitely have problems with horse riding. The girls will understand each other. However, the little girl stood gracefully in the saddle, confidently riding her snow-white mare, with a smile on her face. It turns out that the future Duchess was taught this by her dad, which means that Aranel is the only one in the family who does not know how to ride a horse. Here, the thoughts of the terrible mother-in-law were interrupted by the ringing laughter of her beautiful husband. The young man laughs at the fact that the Duchess does not know how to skate. Not at all. Although perhaps Baron's eyes shone with an unusual enthusiasm and childish joy, which immediately softened the girl's reaction. The young man is just joking. It's just that the head of a great family is observing for the first time that his wife is doing so poorly. It's funny for Baron, yes. Here, captivating blue eyes looked sensually at Aranel, but the Duchess of Von Valois was always perfect in everything. It's just that the girl is persistent. Absolutely everyone will achieve their goal if they go towards it despite all circumstances and obstacles. The seductive young man instantly found himself behind his beloved wife in the saddle as soon as Baron pulled it off. The dazzlingly beautiful young man whispered into the inept rider's ear that Aranel looked incredibly cute when she behaved clumsily, after which the head of the duchy tightly squeezed his wife in front of him with his strong and reliable hands. What a shame. The Crown Prince doesn't like to show his inexperience because it's not common for newcomers to move forward without hesitation, so Louis is confused. Newcomers act with extreme caution, fearing that tactics they are unaware of will be used against them or that their ignorance will be discovered. Reynold thought carefully about his partner's words. Well, it's simply not permissible for the future emperor to show such emotions. Louis looked in amazement at the first contender for the throne of the emperor, but that's not true at all. Reynold is now in the wrong. What does his sparring partner say? Ignorance can lead to many unpleasant and dangerous things, so the future ruler should be wary. In this case, the ruler of the empire will try to learn much more and make more informed decisions. Reynold was dissatisfied with this answer, because fear is a stupid emotion. You can make thoughtful decisions without this interfering feeling. Louis then slowly rose from his seat and loomed menacingly over the first crown prince. But his lordship was already feeling afraid, wasn't he? The next contender for the throne, the emperor, only pretends that he is not afraid of anything. But in fact, even the very thought of fear frightens Reynold. The first heir to the emperor does not even know what is causing his fear and does not understand whether he should really be afraid. But all the same, Reynold moves forward like a blind man, while the first son, the emperor, pretends to be a sage who has learned the whole essence of existence without understanding anything about it. The young heir, the crown prince, roared with indignation. And what does Louis even know? He will become the ideal emperor. Yes, the crown prince will cope with the responsibilities of a ruler perfectly. Reynold knows better than anyone about the necessary qualities of an emperor. Checkmate to his highness. Before the eyes of the first heir to the throne stands the adult Louis Everett. Scarlet blood flowing down his face and body, Reynold was defeated. The emperor's heir woke up in horror in a cold sweat and jumped out of his seat, again having a nightmare. In the rays of the warm sun, the little protagonists cut through the surroundings on their majestic horses. Elliot asked Doriana to wait for him. The kids are having fun, but Aranel can only sit and watch. This is very depressing for the heroine. The Duchess of Von Valois has nothing to worry about as soon as the girl gets used to it. She will feel more confident in the saddle. The girl looked again at her joyful children. The mother's heart simply rejoiced. Isn't this true happiness? In this case, such cozy and family moments will definitely become a major part of the life of the Duchess of Valois. What Nelia means is that their kids are just getting older every day, and the girl needs to watch them every second. It's just that the young heroine feels that Aranel will have to devote her whole life to raising her children. And for this reason, the Duchess of Von Valois is simply not sure that she will be able to do anything else. I wonder if she will regret it later. Attentive blue eyes examined the Duke's wife. Aranel is now trying to express doubts about the carriage business. The girl laughed nervously. Everything is exactly like that. Aranel is strange, isn't she? At first she was so passionate about this noble cause, but now she is overcome by doubts. Baron smiled warmly back at her. There is nothing strange about this at all, of course. This is a cause for concern. Of course, it's easy for an ideal hero to talk about this. Baron always makes decisions carefully and thoughtfully, not like the girl. In the Von Valois family, there is a certain saying that is passed down from generation to generation. Whatever a person chooses, He will definitely regret it. Cold sweat rolled down the girl's face. What did that sound like? A curse from the great Valois clan. This should generally mean that they are all doomed, and therefore there is no point in even trying to fix anything. The handsome young man laughed loudly at the girl's frightened reaction. Not at all, rather on the contrary, words of encouragement. After all, regrets are an emotion that defy logic. This feeling comes and goes, and does not accompany a person all the time. In addition, even after making the right decision in a situation, anyone can regret it after a while, but this state is not permanent. So there is no need to be afraid of anything or regret anything. Wow, what a good meaning there is in the family saying. Everything is exactly like that. The charming hero put his reliable hand on the hand of his wife. Let her do as her heart tells her. And no matter what the Duchess of Von Valois chooses, no matter what coordinate decision she makes, her husband will always be by her side and support her. Baron is sure that their lovely children think exactly the same as the young man himself. Touching tears flowed from Nelia's eyes. The wonderful hero immediately, stunned, asked why the girl suddenly began to cry. It was just that the young man said such pleasant words. In the real world, the girl also had a family, but it was she who shackled the poor fellow hand and foot. The people who should have been closest to the heart and soul kept saying that the girl owed them. This has always been oppressive and instilled fear, but her character's current family in the novel is completely different. It makes her stronger and better. Only here did the girl realize that she could be happy herself, and this is really important for her close people. This is how it should be. A magnificent husband, 2 small, adorable children, and a wonderful mother-in-law became a real support for her. Now the family has become a kind of safe place for the heroine, an island of calm and comfort where the soul is always warm. And although Arenelle experienced this feeling for the first time in her entire life, she easily determined that this was exactly the same. The terrible mother-in-law stroked her husband's palm and thanked Baron for all the warmth that the young man gives her. It is limitless. Sometime later, an unknown man arrived at the Saxe estate and threw a huge canvas bag on the table. The vile air of the Marquis of Saxena immediately beamed. Kyle was very grateful. This should definitely be enough. The man in a cold voice ordered not to abuse the money. Kyle must be aware of all the risks. Kyle assured that no one would detect these counterfeit coins. Well, how much more can you talk about moralizing? The Marquis Saxon has already done this so many times. Finally, this miser left. When the unknown person left Kyle's office, the scoundrel immediately opened his precious bag. Today, he will have a lot of fun. Meanwhile, at the Von Valois family estate, the Duchess looked out the door and her husband caught the girl's eye. The head of the great family was already getting ready to get down to work. But it was still only midday. Had something really happened? Then Baron's furious cry was heard throughout the entire estate, asking why this happened. The girl immediately jumped away from her doors. How come Reynolds did not find a trace of them? The young duke was furious. The butler announced that they could not find the route. He was very sorry. The Von Valois family is the most powerful in the entire empire. Even the influence of the emperor is not enough to resist it. And at the same time, the butler wants to say that the intelligence of the Von Valois clan could not detect a single network of distribution of counterfeit coins in the empire. Baron hit the table with his fist. Isn't the Valois family the greatest and strongest in the empire, and its power is not enough to catch counterfeiters? How can the Grand Duchy fail to cope with such a task? This means that someone is more influential, which is unthinkable. Let the employee answer immediately. Is intelligence really too tough for such a trifle? Is the Von Valois family really no longer omnipotent? Then there is only one thing left in this case. Baron immediately goes to the imperial palace. The Duke will ask to deprive the Von Valois clan of their title, because they definitely do not deserve it. If Reynolds wants to dissuade him, then let him find them in any way. Then the wife of Baron furiously burst into the office of the head of the duchy, loudly throwing open the doors. The girl was very excited and frightened first. The Grand Duke of Valois must immediately calm his mind and character. Bireg is very sorry that Arenelle had to see the ugly side of the Duke. It's okay. But this is not the reason to get so angry. Just think, intelligence failed to find the producers of counterfeit currency the first time, so it will work out next time. This is so obvious, because if the coins are counterfeit, then these criminals will cover themselves up by passing off manipulations as honest transactions. The young heroine was very excited and literally screamed in her husband's face that Baron had given up early. These bastards would be punished. And it is precisely for this reason that the trace of these counterfeiters is very difficult to find. The young man thought about the words of his wife. This makes sense. Fair deals means the young head of the clan burst out laughing. And why did the Duke suddenly start laughing? They say that when you are in love, everything seems funny. Well, the young heroine is pleased to see that she managed to cheer up the young man, but that's not all. Aranel found something. Did his beloved wife manage to find at least something with which the duchy could begin its investigation? The girl brought with her a list. Not long ago, Aranel began renting carriages to aristocrats, and this is the history of their use. Duke von Valois simply must take a look at this. There is one client who takes the carriage at the same time, regularly, and this is none other than the disgusting younger brother of the Duchess von Valois. It is Kyle Saxon who uses the services of her company. And in general, this whole story with the very quick and vague enrichment of her vile brother looks very suspicious. So the address is Harriet Street, House 285, Fraction 7. The vile Kyle periodically visits this place. And what about this address? The fact of the matter is that there is absolutely nothing. The first thing the girl did was check all the papers at home. But the Duchess was unable to find absolutely nothing, no debts, no anything else that she could cling to. The most ordinary family home. No, there is definitely something in the regular trips of the vile Marquis Kyle, that is. It looks very unnatural. The answer lies on the surface. You just need to carefully analyze all the information received again. 1 minute. That is, according to documents, this mansion belongs to commoners. This is very suspicious. The girl was surprised why this was strange. She did not understand. The handsome hero smiled warmly at Nelia. Although Kyle is a vile scum, he still considers himself a true blood marquis. Cold sweat was running down the face of the young heroine. But why was her husband taking so long with his explanation? If he had already understood everything, it was painful. Isn't it strange that a true nobleman with a title regularly visits commoners? Why didn't the girl guess about it herself? Well, thanks to his charming wife, the Duke of Valois now has a clue. So Beren will visit them to see if he himself will go there. Absolutely right. For the purposes of his secret investigation, it will be much better the head of the family wants to follow the Marquis of Saxe. That is, how can you follow Kyle yourself? But if this bastard is involved, he probably took precautions. Then the look of the handsome young man became gloomy and heavy. Beren squeezed something in his hand. There is something else that the Duke would like to check. Well, the Duchess of Valois doesn't like that her husband will go there on his own. Let Beren be more careful there. The girl will still worry about the safety of the young man, but she believes that her husband is capable of conquering this world. The head of the clan looked at his wife with a warm platoon. The young man is grateful that Nelia always believes in him. The girl looked up at her ideal husband with her purple eyes. But this is how it should be. What is there to be grateful for because Aranel is his wife? The young Duke immediately froze, hearing for the first time from Aranel that he really considered himself the young man's wife. Noticing the awkwardness and embarrassment that had descended, the girl immediately rushed to run from the office. What a shame she was drowning herself. Beren shouted after her, asking the Duchess to stop immediately and repeat what she had just said at least one more time. But the girl ran away. She was already burning with embarrassment. What kind of repeat? The heroine would hardly even be able to look into the eyes now. But the butler also heard that Nellie called herself his only and beloved wife. Reynold can just go. Well, what happened to the girl again? In the office, Aranel said a bunch of awkward words. Her ears were even burning. Okay, we need to discard these uncomfortable thoughts and move on to a serious issue. This all looks very bad. Today, the young heroine saw her husband so angry for the first time. She was very surprised, because with her, he is always so sweet and kind. But what happened? Why the head of the duchy was so fired up by this idea of finding the source of counterfeit currency? Why the criminals do not give him peace? Surely there is something big behind all this. Beren is clearly following the trail of the criminal so furiously, not because of a state crime. There is a personal motive. So here is Harriet Street, House 285, Fraction 7, the very place where the vile Marquis of Saxon regularly looks. And today was no exception from his hiding place. The young Duke could clearly see how Kyle went inside this building. A guard at the door of an ordinary family house of commoners is clearly talking about something suspicious. His guard nodded approvingly. The choice of location also speaks of criminal intentions. This house is located on the outskirts and is hidden from prying eyes by a hedge. Well, it's time to visit these family men. The head of the great family, along with his retinue, came out of hiding and headed to a suspicious estate. The guard immediately ran out to the intruders with a spear. No one can enter without permission. However, the poor guard didn't even have time to finish speaking, and with one movement he immediately knocked Baranego out of consciousness. The young guards froze in amazement. They shouldn't anger the great sword master. Why did the guard suddenly freeze there in one place? The blue eyes of the beautiful hero immediately narrowed predatorily. Today Baron will find out what the hell is going on in this house. Here is bad luck. Some player almost made a full house. Some damn young man hid the cards under the table, and here is the long-awaited win. Some man begged Marquis Kyle to have mercy on him. Everything was fair. Kyle won and he lost. He should have taken more money with him. In any case, whether it's a business or a casino, you need solid capital. Without it, there's nothing to do here, right? Then the vile scum saw in front of him the head of the most powerful family in the empire and immediately jumped up from his seat. Kyle immediately turned pale and began to stutter, and what was the master of the sword and the head of the Duchy of Von Valois doing here? The wonderful hero looked at his wife's younger brother with a contemptuous and disgusted look. What an absurdity. Let them be arrested immediately. The bastard began to scream heart-rendingly and asked to give himself a minute to think. But the Duke of Valois was unshakable. The guards carried him out of the building. The young man was already sitting in his office. Illegal table gambling is so low that it's not even funny. After all, Baron was almost sure that he had already found this very key to the solution, but it was just a false trail. However, the young man was still haunted by something in this whole story. Kyle himself is a pathetic idiot. And even if this idiot was involved in the production of counterfeit coins, he would not be entrusted with the process itself, rather simply with sales. Then his faithful butler burst into the young master's office. What else happened there? Reynold came with a report about the Marquis of Saxena. Among the confiscated property of this scoundrel were many gold coins, and they were all counterfeit. The head of the Grand Duchy immediately jumped up from his seat, sensing that same thread to his unresolved question. This parasite denies his involvement in the production of counterfeit currency. The Marquis of Saxon claims that he himself knew nothing about it. However, this issue is closed. This scum was caught red-handed in a gambling house, and even with counterfeit money, there is no way for him to escape responsibility. Although it's unlikely that Kyle himself has the necessary tools that would allow such a perfect money counterfeit. After all these counterfeit coins are very difficult to distinguish from real currency. Each of them is identical in appearance to the original. The only difference is the weight of this coin, so most likely such work can only be done at the mint. Just a minute. Then the young duke was struck by a realization that had eluded the young man for so long, as Baron had not guessed before. What a fool. Where is his lordship going? Maybe the Duke of Valois needs to prepare a crew for the trip, or warn about his imminent visit. Baron turned around nervously. There is no time. Let them bring him a horse. He will go to the residence of the Marquis Anderson. The head of the great family has already arrived at the Anderson residence. The attendants must warn about the visit of the Duke of Valois. However, the young duke could no longer be stopped. Baron literally, in a matter of seconds, bypassed the guards and all the staff in the estate. And now the angry Duke von Valois has already burst into the study of the Marquis Anderson, which so suddenly brought the head of the duchy here. How come Baron didn't realize this earlier? Apparently all because at the time of this blatant incident, Marquis Anderson was already retired. What the hell is Duke von Valois even talking about now? The young man is even going to explain anything. The blue eyes of the head of the great family flashed with steel. Baron means that the conversation will next go about Anderson, the former manager of the mint. Marquis Anderson was an inveterate court aristocrat and knew how not to reveal his true emotions and thoughts. So the Marquis Anderson is the brother of the current empress, as well as the maternal uncle of the first crown prince, Reynold. Almost every local resident on the territory of the empire knows about this, which is what the young gentleman wants to say. The swordmaster pulled the bastard towards him with a sharp movement. But what does the young Duke von Valois even allow himself to do? The blue eyes became ruthless and glassy because Anderson and Reynold are behind the production of counterfeit coins. Here, the face of the beautiful hero was distorted by a grimace of unbridled rage and pain, and these creatures are also behind the murder of his old friend Louis Everett. Meanwhile, two little heroes frolicked on the street in the rays of the friendly sun. Doriana called out to the younger gentleman. What happened? The future bride hung a fragrant flower wreath on the head of her future groom. It turned out so beautifully. The girl really likes this wreath, and it also suits the little Duke very well. Her cheeks turned pink. This flower wreath is really very beautiful. Did Doriana really weave it herself? Then she'll have to wear it. In the background, their mother was going crazy with tenderness. What sweethearts these kids are, it's simply impossible to look at them without tears. Behind the young heroine, the voice of her beautiful mother-in-law was heard. These kids are so cute. Delphine's heart immediately rejoices for them. How long has Madame Valois been standing behind the young bride? Can Delphine sit down next to Aranelle, of course? Already knowing her mother-in-law quite well, Aranelle understood that now some kind of conversation would take place between them. However, there was obvious anxiety on the face of the strong and powerful woman. What is it? And the wife of the Duke of Valois does not happen to know where Baron was in such a hurry today. Unfortunately, the Duchess of von Valois did not know this information. Her mother-in-law sighed dejectedly. Her poor boy still cannot forget that incident. What other incident? Apparently, the young man did not tell his wife about it, but he never raises this topic with his mother-in-law. It's too painful. Of course, the young heroine understood that the beautiful young man was also driven by a personal motive, but she had no idea what it could be. The bright eyes of the worried Delphine went out. This topic is practically not raised in the von Valois estate. The girl understands that some topics are simply painful to talk about, or that their very mention already causes unbearable torment. We are talking about the tragic death of the parents of Elliot's future bride, Earl and Countess Everett. The girl opened her eyes. What did Mrs. Valois just say? Because the girl's parents died in a terrible transport accident, their death was recognized as an accident. However, the young Duke never believed in the conclusion about the death of his old friend and his wife. He always suspected someone's involvement. The head of the Grand Duchy had not raised the topic of the death of Louis Everett for a very long time, and his mother thought that her son had simply let the topic go. But she was mistaken. When the young gentleman so zealously and rapidly left the family mansion, the mother-in-law was visited by a strange premonition. After all, the last time this nervous and restless agony haunted the young man was when the Duke was investigating the death of his dear friend. Poor Baron. If the young man kept this pain in his heart for so long, how difficult is it for him now to restrain this feeling? The girl also seemed worried about her husband, which means that the young Duke believes that the production of counterfeit currency is connected with the death of his friend. Meanwhile, Marquis Anderson escaped from the hands of the young head of the duchy. What is Baron doing? Has the young man gone crazy? Even despite his status as Grand Duke von Valois and Master of the Sword of the Empire, Anderson is forced to report his inappropriate behavior. But the young Duke only smiled predatorily. Baron will pretend that he did not hear these words. There is several evidence of his guilt. After all, from the very beginning, all the necessary components were in the hands of the young gentleman. The invitation of the Marquis Kyle was the first confirmation. Why was it that the Marquis Anderson approached the Duke of Valois that day and conveyed to him a sudden invitation from the Marquis Kyle? This is just an invitation to the Marquis Saxena's party. What's suspicious here? What nonsense? The head of the great family initially thought exactly this way and did not attach much importance to this invitation, although he should have. However, then the young Duke of Valois realized that if the Marquis Anderson himself handed over the letter on behalf of Kyle, then they were very close to him. Let Baron von Valois immediately stop talking such nonsense. He and the Marquis of Saxe simply had a common hobby. And the young man used this hobby as an excuse to follow the vile Kyle, because Anderson did not trust this untalented idiot. That is why the retired Marquis took control of this non-entity. And this very hobby is the production of counterfeit currency. Yes, these are all stupid conjectures, and that's all. Even if we assume that the young Duke of Valois' guess is correct, then what will he say about the first Prince of the Empire? Shouldn't the head of a great family apologize now for the fact that the Duke allowed himself to insult the first contender to the throne of his lordship? Anderson began to sweat profusely and lose control of his emotions, and the Marquis slammed his fist furiously on his desk. The young head of the duchy has only empty guesses, and the young man allows himself to accuse even members of the Emperor's family of such a crime. However, the involvement of the first heir to the throne of the Emperor was unintentionally confirmed by his own mother. What is this madman talking about? Baron von Valois has gone too far and can no longer stop. However, the Duke of the great family was completely calm. There was cold confidence in his eyes. He clearly knew that the culprits had been found. Then, at the New Year's ball, the current empress announced the close connection between the Marquis of Saxena and the Crown Prince. And Anderson is connected by blood ties with the first heir to the throne. And if the Marquis of Saxe is friends with the Crown Prince, then who else is worth taking a closer look at? This was the second reason Duke von Valois really lost his mind, how far the young man is ready to go, because the Duke is already walking on the edge. After all, with his accusations, Baron humiliates a member of the imperial family in order to find out who produces counterfeit coins. So Marquis Anderson is not involved in the production of counterfeit money and does not distribute it in conspiracy, which means that it was not he who killed his friend Louis Everett. Well, that's great. So Anderson doesn't produce counterfeit currency and he didn't kill his friend? It was just the Marquis himself who made his job easier. However, there is one very important and subtle nuance in this case, because Baron did not say anything about the connection between these two crimes. Which means Marquis Anderson just confirmed that Louis Everett's death was linked to government currency counterfeiting. Undisguised fear flashed in the eyes of the vile Marquis. Anderson realized that he had just caught himself red-handed, and this is the third proof of the guilt of these degenerates. As they say, the truth speaks through the mouth of a fool, doesn't it? The first Crown Prince was informed of what had happened. Reynold burst out laughing. It was hard to believe that his uncle had made such a mistake. The mother of the first contender for the throne of the Emperor will be simply furious. Or rather, the Empress will be furious. Anderson bowed down in shame. His own sister would really be furious if she found out about her brother's involvement, because he was also dealing a blow to her reputation. It's all the fault of this damn pathetic Marquis Saxena? This non-entity is to blame for everything. Not at all. This idiot did everything right. However, in the eyes of the main puppeteer, there was only amusement. The first son of the Emperor was very pleased with how everything happened. On the contrary, the first Crown Prince believed in him. This pathetic fool was obliged to cause a stir, and Kyle lived up to all expectations. And now all newspaper publishing houses are full of headlines about Saxe and von Valois. All the public attention is focused on them. And what His Grace wants to say now, the first Crown Prince means that there is no need to worry. Since Duke von Valois has no evidence other than the words of his uncle, the Crown Prince, how can Baron find it? Of course, the young head of the duchy will not be able to find anything, because so many years have already passed since the death of Louis Everett. Therefore, the first contender to His Majesty's throne is confident that no previously unknown new evidence will simply come to light. Shock froze on the face of the uncle of the future emperor, but how can one be so sure of the failure of Duke von Valois? He is incredibly dangerous. On the contrary, the future emperor will finally have the opportunity to remove the entire game of the von Valois family from the chessboard. Meanwhile, in her study, the Duchess of Valois could not concentrate. Her vile little brother had done something wrong. Not only was this pathetic idiot a regular at the illegal gambling den, but he also used counterfeit currency. And this unforgivable act could also affect the reputation of the Duchess of von Valois herself. But most of all, the girl was worried about her wonderful husband, because Arenelle knows very well what the head of the clan is thinking about. She needs to immerse herself in her work so that all anxious thoughts leave her mind, and she can take a fresh look at the situation. The girl looked around at another huge stack of reports, accounting records, and correspondence. But you need to work. First, you need to reread everything, so this letter is addressed to her charming girl. What else is this? Why the hell is it even written here? The little main character is accused of something. In a small, inconspicuous pub, two men were discussing the arrest in the gambling house of the Marquis of Saxena. Everyone was talking about it now. The nobles have no shame or conscience at all. Everyone strives to leave the hard-working commoners in the fool. But it was the Grand Duke von Valois who caught the scoundrel. That's right. Baron von Valois is the most noble aristocrat of all, if only all nobles were the same. Then a postal messenger ran into a small pub with urgent news. It was about the family of the future bride of the younger Duke von Valois. Now the attention of everyone present in the pub, as well as passers-by, was riveted on the messenger. There was a rumor in the Empire that the famous Count Louis Everett, who is the father of Miss Doriana Everett, was involved in the manufacture of counterfeit currency. After all, Count Everett was always the most significant figure in the Empire, although he always remained in the shadows and did not pursue power, and this is such a stain on his reputation. Duchess von Valois roared with anger. This simply cannot be. As soon as this filthy hive was stirred up, Doriana's late father was blamed for everything. The head of a great family knows that his old and good friend was not involved in the production of counterfeit currency, of course. Just like the young master knows this better than anyone else, the girl immediately apologized. Her husband is having such a hard time right now. It's okay. It's all the fault of the head of the duchy, in fact. Baron acted impulsively and forgot to be careful. What is this young man talking about? The Duchess did not pay attention to the fact that now all events are unfolding too quickly. As soon as Duke von Valois caught the bastard Saxon red-handed, the Marquise was immediately charged. It was as if the real puppeteers were just waiting for the name of the great family to become a hot topic for discussion. That is, the young master suspects that the capture of her stupid little brother was part of the original plan of the attackers. But this is simply unthinkable. It means that this whole process was planned for a very long time, because this required preparation. Of course, the production of counterfeit coins alone took a decent amount of time, not to mention other frauds. Everything is exactly so. The head of the great family is simply sure of it. As soon as the stupid performer was caught in the trap, their trap slammed shut for von Valois. But why would these attackers sacrifice their pawn since the accusations were brought against the Everett clan, but not against the von Valois? Because quite recently, the great family announced to the entire empire about von Valois' connection with the only heiress of Louis Everett. Thus, now every blow that will be dealt to little Doriana will be a blow to the von Valois family. Doriana is the only member of the von Valois family who is vulnerable, which is why all this was arranged. Fear of realization flashed through the purple eyes. But the young man was right. The girl would always be under attack because she belonged to the duchy. At the very beginning, when the maids led by Meg were poisoning the girl, Baron said that Dorian was the only weak point in their family. The married couple already spoke then, and now the Duchess of Valois understands what exactly her husband meant. Arenelle immediately realized the stupidity of her actions. Baron knew from the very beginning that this would happen, and his wife thought that she was doing for the good. The wonderful hero immediately grabbed his wife by the shoulders. Just let Nellie not even think of blaming herself for everything that happened. The girl acted from the heart and with good intentions, so all her decisions were correct. And for the fact that now the most powerful clan is trapped and has leverage, Baron only blames himself, since the head of the clan did not imagine that at least someone would dare to do such meanness, to use a dead person for purposes. However, Duchess von Valois would not call it a trap just because everything happened so quickly, and Baron is not at fault here. But there is no other way to describe it. It is impossible to solve such a problem based on the testimony of one person without an influential figure behind the scenes. What other testimony the young Duke completely forgot. Duke von Valois visited the Ministry of Justice today. There, the head of a great family confirmed that his old and good friend Baron was engaged in the production of counterfeit coins. And who is this lying and rotten witness? Duchess von Valois will be very surprised. Janet Rodnini became a witness. That is, the prosecution of the Everett family was made only on the basis of one witness's testimony without any evidence. Just a minute. Something very familiar. The girl has definitely heard this name more than once. Arenelle remembered this same rotten heiress of Baron and Baroness Rondini. They poisoned Doriana with the whole family. But where did this snotty parasite come up again? As far as Madame Valois knew, the entire rotten Rondini clan got what they deserved. This cannot be true because Janet is a child and is already so rotten, but this reptile acted very skillfully. Janet Rondini was incredibly accurate in describing the events leading up to Earl Everett's death, and she was only 8 years old at the time. Well, this is complete absurdity. Even if this vile avenger was a phenomenal child, she would not be able to remember everything so flawlessly. Arenelle agrees with her husband. Everything indicates that there is a certain puppeteer behind the scenes pulling his strings. And Duchess von Valois is simply sure that this very puppeteer is the first Crown Prince Reynald. The girl is too familiar with the plot line of this novel. She knows very well what kind of soulless and unprincipled person she was. In addition, only this vile heir can exert such great influence and pressure on the trial. The young master was very surprised at such an insightful conclusion from his wife. Nellie is so smart. After all, Baron hasn't even had time to really explain anything yet, but his wife already understood everything, but the girl is just familiar with the plot and remembers the nuances. If we consider how this vile Reynald began to mock Elliot and Doriana, becoming emperor, his true attitude towards their family becomes clear. At the beginning, The girl thought that the first contender for the throne in the original tortured Doriana in order to annoy Crown Duke Elliot. And now, having realized the depths of Reynolds' hatred for the Everett name, it becomes clear that the target all along was Louis Everett's daughter. Previously, this was not obvious, but now that the Duke of Valois introduced her to the past of this character, it became clear that it was Dorian who was hated. Where does the first heir come from so much poison and resentment towards the Everetts and Valois? Is it really all about the fact that Louis Everett supported the second prince? Indeed, even after the death of Louis Everett, Reynold hated him so much that he tortured his daughter in order to destroy all traces of his existence. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the moon of the empire was combing her hair and preparing her everyday look. So much is happening around. A real wave of discontent has risen in the empire. This has not happened for a long time. Recently, people have become very noisy. The great von Valois family is now in trouble, and this is all the work of her stupid son. What is Her Grace saying? The girl may not answer anything. These are just thoughts out loud of the Empress. The Empress thought with a blank look about her vulnerable son. So many years had already passed, and her boy had not grown up. This boy was never able to come to terms with his poverty, so he destroys everyone who gets in his way. The first crown prince acts literally blindly, his eyes clouded by the resentment of the past and the lack of internal integrity. It's so funny, isn't it? Reynold is the first contender for the throne, but in fact her son is just a stupid and pathetic child. But the crown prince could have had absolutely everything his soul required, even more than that. But he received nothing. The Empress's bloody eyes flashed predatorily. A frightening smile appeared on her face. What a funny paradox. Vile continuation. Rondini gave false testimony against Doriana's father. Janet saw everything. Duke Everett made counterfeit money. The vile liar gave her testimony in the courtroom. The judge asked how she knew this. She heard it from her mother. In the courtroom, the head of the great family immediately rose from the jury bench. Baron protested. Baroness Rondini and Count Everett did not even know each other. However, the judge called the jury to order during the trial and asked the Duke of Valois not to interrupt the witness. What's going on here is not a trial, but a carefully prepared performance. The wonderful hero sat down in his seat dissatisfied. Is the judge really going to continue listening to this nonsense? This is an obvious conspiracy. Well, the puppeteer did a good job. This vile brat plays out his role perfectly in front of the judge and jury, and no one will look for malicious intent in the child. Here the scoundrel decided to add to her testimony that the head of the most powerful family is a close friend of Louis Everett. For this reason, Count Louis Everett always acted together with his faithful friend, Duke von Valois. They are accomplices. The judge froze in amazement, clearly not expecting such a brazen and open accusation against the most influential family of the empire. There was immediately a nervous whisper. Among the jury, Duke von Valois and Count Louis Everett had indeed been friends for a long time, which is why Baron Valois was so angry. The von Valois couple froze in amazement at what this rotten girl had just said. None of them expected such a turn. Janet Rondini obligingly bowed to the first crown prince. It was a great honor for the young lady to be next to the son of the empire. The first contender for the emperor's throne praised the girl. She shouldn't worry so much. Jenny performed well today. Then Reynold smiled predatorily. Well, what is it like to give false testimony in your first trial? Jenny immediately roared. The vile liar just wants Doriana to know her place and lose everything she now has. This is the main goal of the small parasite, and everything else doesn't matter to it at all. Well, this is a great answer. The first contender for the throne was inspired by childish hatred. How much rage and poison there was in this girl. It was simply an amazing incident. Janet carefully raised her gaze to the first crown prince. She hates Dorian. And why does the crown prince want to get rid of Everett and Valois? His Majesty has a reason for this. Just like Miss Rondini herself, the girl would be interested to know his motives. It turns out, very interestingly, the heiress of Baron Rondini for some reason imagined that she now has the right to something. Feeling useful to the future emperor, the impudent girl feathered her feathers and decided that she was an important person. Reynold immediately jumped up from his seat. The scoundrel forgot about his place. There was the emptiness of a killer in his eyes. Who gave the right to this pathetic brat to ask such questions to the future emperor? Janet immediately apologized for her rudeness. The heir to the throne immediately burst into nervous laughter. This time Reynold will forgive Janet's ignorance, because she is still essentially a child. After which the first prince loomed menacingly over the girl. Janet must remember well. She does what they say, and without questions. The future emperor quite clearly explained the format of their further communication, of course. In this case, the false witness is free. Janet ran out of the first crown prince's office in horror. It seems that the girl had just escaped something very bad. In the head of the vile Janet, the words of the emperor echoed, who gave her the right. So this is what it's like to hear such words. The bastard immediately frowned. She was on the right path and would not back down from her goal. She had lost everything from Dame Everett. This Doriana is a peasant hen who was lucky enough to become a member of the family of the greatest family of the empire. And Janet will take revenge on her. This little mean girl is too nosy. It shouldn't be a problem if the crown prince has a reason, of course. The main puppeteer took a sip of wine from his glass. Today was a good day. He started the mechanisms in his trap. And now this Duke von Valois, who is in the way, will never get out. Finally, Baron is doomed to defeat. Then, in the past, Louis Everett, who was still alive, became very angry with the first crown prince because he had said many times that human life is priceless. Louis was the only person whom Reynald feared and at the same time admired. Now the Count doubts that the prince even has the right to be a ruler. What nonsense is Louis talking now? The future emperor just killed one of his servants. The Count should be grateful to him. Why should Louis thank the vile heir to the throne? If the Count continues to get on his nerves, Reynald will order Baron to be killed. After all, Louis will definitely not doubt that the next monarch is capable of murder and will do it without any regrets. The face of the wise and strong Louis immediately changed, showing fear at what the first crown prince had just said. Reynald saved the life of this vile fellow, who always gets underfoot only because Baron is dear to Louis. Therefore, if suddenly Count Louis Everett continues in the same spirit, let the young man be sure that the crown prince will kill this brat. How could the wisest young man in the empire not notice this before? It's so obvious and not working properly. This means how... Louis bowed his head. All this time he was so stupid and blind. Well, he finally realized. Reynald is waiting for an apology. However, steel flashed in Louis's emerald eyes. The Count was stupid when he decided to serve Reynald as his monarch. What does his comrade and mentor mean now? No one could bear this strong look. Louis had the strongest spirit and will. Like him, there is no more, and there will never be. A person like Reynald has no right to be an emperor if he is devoid of virtue and does not value human life. Therefore, the first heir has no right to lead the empire, and Earl Everett will not allow him to ascend the throne. This cowardly and weak prince will never be strong enough to bear responsibility for his kingdom. The pretender to the throne was dumbfounded. The Count generally understands what he is talking about now. Let Louis think carefully again. And as for Duke von Valois, whom the unworthy heir threatened to kill, Louis will make him so powerful that the prince will not lay a finger on him. After which the most influential man in the empire announced that Reynald should not seek any more meetings with him. The prince asked him to return. However, Louis Everett's decision was always unshakable. The Count turned over his shoulder and said that from now on he and the prince were enemies. The first contender to the throne froze in horror. His face turned pale, his heart stopped beating. This was the most terrible moment in his life. Memories associated with young Louis Everett, who always sees right through everyone, flashed before my eyes. This man was incredible and phenomenal. Only Louis could influence anyone and create anything in this world. Louis Everett always told the Crown Prince that he was moving along his path in life blindly, ignoring and not understanding his fear. And all this time, in fact, Reynald was afraid of only this. The answer was always precisely Louis Everett and his absence in the life of the prince. Remembering those terrible words of Louis, Reynald shuddered every time. The future emperor crushed his glass. Scarlet blood flowed from his palm. So the next day, all the newspapers were full of headlines that the head of a great family was producing counterfeit coins together with Louis Everett. Mother Baron Valois angrily tore into pieces the first newspaper she came across. How dare these freaks? What was her beloved son doing in the courtroom if they wrote such nonsense about him? Arinelle tried to calm her mother-in-law, who was steaming. It was not the fault of the young Mr. Valois. Baron was reckless, so let Madame Valois execute him. If his mother executes him, then Duchess von Valois will become a widow. And what are these two even talking about? Then the loud conversation of the adults was interrupted by a worried little gentleman. Elliot called his mother. What happened? There is no face on the younger Duke's face. Someone offended him. Doriana just locked herself in her room and won't come out. The young heroine immediately realized her mistake, because with all this dirty story, the mother did not take care of her girl at all. Then the charming boy nervously bit his lip. That's not all. Elliot also heard the girl quietly crying. Here, all the adults already jumped up to the future Duke von Valois. What Elliot had just said, these scoundrels will pay for the tears of their girl. Meanwhile, the charming main character was drowning her heartache in bitter tears. The girl was unbearable for today's news. That vile Janet Rondini said such things about her beloved daddy, but he was the kindest and most honest in the world. It was clear that this rotten girl was simply taking out her anger for the sins of her parents and her own on Dorian. Doriana knows very well that her beloved father would never do this, and now, in addition, the Duke, who did so much good for her, will also suffer. The girl's cheeks and eyes were already stinging from salty tears, but the internal pain did not subside. Doriana was creating nothing but problems for everyone. Then someone knocked on the bedroom door of the future Duchess of Valois. The little girl apologized to Elliot. She was not in the mood to play now. But it's not Elliot at all. A plush bear's head poked out of the door of Miss Everett's private chambers. It's Mishutka. Doriana jumped out of her seat in amazement, just like Mishutka, but the girl clearly hears the voice of her fiancé. Then, in the playroom, wasn't it this same teddy bear who attacked the pink bunny with his pon-pon magic? Together with the future Duchess, von Valois then played cute Elliot. His character was a pink plush-eared dog. And then the second plush face of a charming pink rabbit woke up in the room of the future Duchess von Valois. This plush hair was huge, the size of an adult. His name is Krolya, and now the baby hears the voice of the Duke. Inside the plush life-size dolls were hiding two charming young men. The father believes that everything will work out for them. Let Elliot ask his grandmother. This is her idea. Then two more huge plush toys entered the baby's bedroom. Their names are Pesya and Kotya. They're like Mother and Granny. Here a pink bunny came out, and the plush bunny could take the cute baby into his soft paws, of course, fashionably. The plush bunny immediately picked up the girl in his arms. Doriana is scared. You can't talk as if you're reading a fairy tale. However, the little girl literally forgot about her tears in a matter of seconds. Doriana likes rides, and the girl immediately laughed. The three other plush rescuers began to be touched, and their little angel was already smiling and even laughing. Please let the young future Duchess of Valois remember that no one blames dear Doriana for what happened. Then the plush dog intercepted the baby and continued. On the contrary, everyone loves the girl very much and wants her to be happy. The little main character beamed. The girl would remember these words. Her cheeks immediately turned pink and her tears began to dry. And young Miss Everett is very grateful to her plush friends, more precisely to her beloved mother, beloved father and grandmother, as well as Elliot. What a relief! Because the Duchess of von Valois was so worried about her charming girl, now everything is in order. Next to the girl, the plush Krolya and Kotya looked at each other. It seems that the girl figured them out. Krolya answered with a stony look. It seemed to Kotya. Aranel was already drinking fresh black tea. It's so good that everything turned out okay with the baby. Mother was seriously worried. Doriana has already cheered up, but this does not solve the main problem that hangs like a threatening cloud over the powerful Duchy of Valois. Of course, all the adult members of the Valois family were very worried at first. The young man was not sure about the connection between Louis and the counterfeit currency. However, when Marquis Anderson himself said these two crimes in a single connection, this fact becomes obvious. However, since there were only the two of them in the scoundrel Anderson's office, there was simply no one to confirm these words. How these freaks infuriate her. Maybe she should use her knowledge from TV shows about serial killers and frame everything as an accident. That is why there is no voice recorder in the novel, and as for the counterfeit gold coins, it has not yet been possible to find out the channels of their distribution. So the pathetic Saxon, the vile Anderson, and the main degenerate Reynold, these three are definitely connected, but there is no significant evidence for this. How great it would be if knowledge about the future reality would help in this situation. You urgently need to change your mind. However, all the girl's knowledge was from the too distant future. But what kind of disgusting thing this is? Aranel still has to think about it. This whole story should have happened only when their beloved chicks would have already become adults. And not now. Aranel grabbed her cute babies by the head. She will tear apart any character in this novel. She will not spare anyone. But everything has changed so much. In the original branch of the novel, Duchess Aranel von Valois had already died at the beginning, and Reynold had already taken the throne of the emperor. And there was no talk at all about the second crown prince named Frederick, some kind of mysterious and new personality in the novel. Just a minute, what does this mean? Because the second contender for the throne of the ruler really simply was not on the pages of the novel. Something doesn't add up here at all. Why suddenly this character appeared at all now? Maybe for a reason. Or perhaps the girl herself messed something up or forgot, because lately she has been a lot nervous. However, how could it happen that a character in a novel of such high rank could not be mentioned anywhere at all? Here, you will definitely need to think about it. This definitely has its own hidden motive or meaning for the storyline. This means there must have been some serious reason for such a collapse. The girl must immediately remember everything. That's it for sure. Certain lines from the page of this work began to pop up in the girl's head. Prince Frederick died many years ago. That's what's the matter. So Krolya is a princess from the magical land of long ears. With the help of magic, she can cook delicious things and hide things well. So the Crown Duke is holding a plush teddy bear in his hands, and in the opinion of his future bride, who this bear cub is. And Mishutka is a real sorceress, of course. With the help of her charms and magic spells, he makes flowers bloom. So Mishutka is very gentle. You need to speak in a very subtle voice on her behalf. She's a court fairy, so she knows etiquette. There are so many details. And when did young Doriana even manage to come up with all these stories about Mishutka and Kroll or these plush toys? They were already like that at their first meeting. In all likelihood, the girl came up with all this about sorceresses when she was still a small child. Doriana is still a small child now. When this happened, Elliot just asked, and already regretted it himself. It's okay if the girl doesn't remember. No, the little main character begins to remember everything as if it happened to her yesterday. When Doriana was a baby, she played with her dad and mom. There were a lot of toys, but they always chose Krolya and Mishutka. Her beloved mother said that Krolya was a sorceress and could create candies and make things disappear. And her beloved daddy always took a teddy bear for himself. Mishutka was also a sorceress and made plants bloom. The plush friends always worked together. The pink Krolya hid things, and Mishutka grew beautiful flowers in their place. Doriana was even younger then and did not attach due importance to the children's game. But her beloved parents repeated this all the time. Then her daddy asked his daughter to remember that her plush friends hid something very important. Therefore, the baby should never forget who her plush friends are and what secrets they keep. Mom and dad love their little girl very much. The little main character immediately jumped up from her seat. Her mind was on fire. How could Doriana forget all this? After all, her beloved father asked her not to do this, but now the girl remembered everything. Her emerald eyes flashed. Meanwhile, the heroine was still trying to figure out why the second crown prince died in the original story. In the girl's mind, her wonderful husband surfaced, who claimed that Frederick simply could not become a ruler because of his fear. The second heir does not like to fight and prefers to avoid military action. Then there is no reason for his death. Unless the younger pretender to the emperor's throne had the strength to stand up to his vile older brother. But why should a peace-loving and passive wise young man suddenly change his position without any reason? Definitely, it was in the past that the answer was hidden, which could change the plotline in the present and future. Aranel's purple eyes flashed here. A certain awareness appeared in them, and perhaps there was a reason for this after all. The next day, Duchess von Valois announced that the girl urgently needed to meet with the second Prince Frederick. Why is Aranel doing this? Because her wife already knows that the youngest heir to the throne does not like to quarrel with Reynold, so he is unlikely to help. A radiant smile appeared on the face of the mistress of the estate. Everything is so, but maybe it's time to trust the beautiful young man. What his wife is talking about now, Baron does not understand anything. The girl smiled. She herself did not immediately understand it. Aranel believes that Baron should trust, as in the old days, his old and wisest friend Louis Everett. The head of a great family seemed to be pierced by lightning, in which case the young man immediately went to the royal palace. And by the way, Duke von Valois went up to his adored wife and kissed her on the top of her head. He is grateful that his wife always supports him. The young heroine's cheeks immediately flushed, but this is really just nothing. Aranel didn't do anything like that. Blue eyes looked at the heroine with warmth. The girl always says this, but what would Baron do without her? In the rays of the friendly sun, the Duchess of von Valois walked through the fragrant garden in her thoughts. It's simply dishonest to say such pleasant and kind words with such an unbearably beautiful face. It's simply a crime. This is how it was possible to create such an ideal and flawless character. It's just some kind of torture. And inside this most beautiful character there live two personalities, a merciless wolf and a sweet puppy. Baron is also charming and brilliant. He understands everything perfectly and does not realize that the girl's poor heart falls at his feet every time. Then the thoughts of the Duchess von Valois were interrupted by the childish ringing voice of her beloved Doriana. Something happened.
Not at all. The baby would just really like to go to her Everett family estate. They can go there.
Of course, the mother will take the baby to her home. Everything on her family's estate remains in its place, as before. Doriana beamed when she heard the words, how great it was, and why Doriana suddenly decided to go there and why she was so happy. The girl remembered that her parents introduced her to Krolya and Mishutka and asked her not to forget about their magical abilities. The little main character shouted that she was simply sure that these two sorceresses were not as important as their skills. They needed to check it. So, sometime later, the von Valois couple had already arrived at the family estate of the little heroine, which means there must be something here. So let's start in order. The pink bunny is magical. Krolya hid something with the help of her magic. And then her friend Mishutka, who is also a sorceress, covered these things with the magic of flowering plants. For some reason, her beloved parents asked her to always remember this, in case they hid something important in the flower bed. The girl feels in her heart that her daddy repeated these words to her all the time for a reason. This is really important. Elliot's future bride need not worry if this is important for Doriana. Then it is important for all members of the Valois family. Anything is possible. Alone on the Everett family estate, there is simply a huge flower garden, which is the supposed flower bed. Then the little protagonist told his future bride not to worry about anything. They would just dig up all the flowers. In no case, as the mother thinks about what they should do about it, Doriana does not want to harm the plants. But she does not remember where exactly the things were hidden. Well, if the little girl believes that her beloved parents hid something important in the family estate, then she has nothing to worry about. Why else? The girl leaned over to the sweet girl and whispered, "Let the little girl think about who is most important to her parents." Doriana obediently lowered her head and began to remember her parents, their words and warm hugs. The little main character was always warmly and firmly held by her chubby hand by her dad, the warmest touch in her life. In every memory of the little heroine, Daddy always said that Doriana was the most precious and only for him. Her mom always added that she and her mom loved their girl more than anything in this world. She is their most precious treasure. That's why, if these things are so significant, then they are definitely hidden under those colors that are consonant with the name of their beloved baby. The mother hugged the baby tightly, who was very touched. Everything is fine. Her parents love their sweet girl madly, and Aranel too. The name of the heiress Everett is derived from the name Liliana, which means delicate flower, meaning things are buried under lilies. Meanwhile, the head of the great family had already arrived at the royal castle for a personal meeting with the second crown prince. However, Frederick expressed his refusal to the Duke of von Valois, who arrived without an invitation. Baron was better off just leaving. Frederick agreed to a personal meeting with Valois, but does not intend to listen further. The second prince is not going to interfere in the conflict between Rondini and the duchy. Baron von Valois understands that the second contender for the throne knows who is really behind Rondini, of course. And it is precisely for this reason that the emperor's youngest heir does not want and will not interfere in this bloody squabble. The second son of the emperor, due to his birth, will always be involved and be one of the main participants in the political carnage. Frederick simply has no choice, since the younger contender for the throne will always be a hindrance. He must take the blow. The bastard of the emperor perfectly maintained neutrality in the matter of power and did not interfere with the future monarch. He was safe. Deep breath. This is just ridiculous. The young Duke von Valois looked into Frederick's eyes. Did Louis Everett really mean nothing to the heir? What is the Duke of Valois talking about now? Baron bared his teeth. The young man simply cannot believe that his good friend died supporting such a coward.